Thanks for thinking of me.
I have one question. Will it be just human armies or even
How are you gonna
alien?
ask a question right when the thing starts? You asked the question before. I said, was there anything else? And nobody said anything. And then you waited for me to start the stream. And now we're gonna start the stream like with everybody just with me yelling at you now. That's the start of the stream. Welcome everybody. How are you?
No context.
How is everybody? You good? Hope you're enjoying summer. Hope you're enjoying your 3 months or however long summer is now. Aren't they making it shorter? Isn't it like 2 months now? I don't know. Anyway,
I'm gonna tweak
like
out if
2.5.
it is.
it's 2.5. That sucks. I'm pretty sure mine was a full. I'm pretty sure mine was a full 3 months when I went to school.
It sucks, yeah.
Back in the day.
Hold on.
Summer
Is there
did you
someone
guys
talking
get in
in the
America,
background?
man?
I don't
That's
know.
3 months. What the
Just
Just
hell?
like super.
Okay, so according to my OBS, everybody can hear everybody. So we're not having the same issue we had last week where they could only hear me. All right. Hello everybody. How are you guys doing? That's it. I already asked that. Let's get to so the purpose of this tier list, because it's got a strange, confusing title. Basically, the gist of what we're doing today is I don't know, it just popped in my head. I thought it was cool. Basically, you're being taken out of your world and tossed into another world where every single possible sci-fi army exists that you can think of across all of fiction. All packed together in the same big-ass universe, multiverse type place, right? You are being gifted one of these factions to rule over. What you do with that faction doesn't matter. You can just live on your planet and defend your own little home. You could try, galactic domination. Doesn't matter. But you are now in command of whatever this faction is to do whatever you want. We're making a tier list that's basically going to say, is this a good faction to have in this world where all of these different factions all exist together? Or is this a really bad faction? This should go down on the list because they suck in whatever way. Maybe they're hard to rule over. Maybe they're kind of split and there's a bunch of different smaller factions within this one faction. Maybe they're just not that good at warring. Who knows? That's basically what the tier list is going to be about. If you're watching currently on a stream, you'll see that I actually don't have that many right now. I only have about 7. That's because I'm going to let you guys kind of build the rest of it with me. Yeah, so that's what we're gonna do now. You guys give me any sort of ideas, people in the Discord, but also people who are in the stream, obviously on the texting stream. What other armies should I add to the list so that we could talk about this? When I get to about 15, we'll stop accepting stuff, and then we'll start building the tier list. So yeah, go for it. You guys
Is the rule that it's one per universe?
We're gonna start off with the rule that there's one per universe, but if we get kind of far and we kind of have all the good ones and all we have are crappy picks after that, we'll allow there to be 2 or 3 or whatever.
Where's the force from Dragon Ball?
Book sci-fi.
How about the Night Sentinels from Doom: The Dark Ages?
Man, this is just...
Why did I knew somebody was gonna pick Doom? At least if it's the Night Sentinels, we don't have to deal with the whole demon thing. We'll do Night Sentinels.
Just the Night Sentinels.
Because I'm sick of making these things and having Dooms always be on the S. It's like God. Okay.
Humanity from the Zeely sequence.
Nobody knows anything about them unless they've read a book, and I don't think anyone's going to admit to being gay. So,
well, about that,
all I know is that they're like capable of like tossing galaxies around.
I see.
So I don't know if that again. I am not gay, so I haven't read a book. I was just listening.
Is it gay to listen to someone read a book?
Read a book. That's like it's what's that called? Voyeurism. You're a voyeur. You're a voyeurist.
Voyeurism.
It's voyeurism. All right. Okay, so I got Viltrumites and I got Night Sentinels. Who else?
Viltrumite.
The Dominion from Starcraft.
Who?
The Terran Dominion.
The Terran Dominion from Starcraft.
Aren't they the exact same as the Tyranids?
No.
The
Zerg are the same.
That's the Zerg.
The Terrans are the human faction.
Terrans are the humans faction.
But aren't they exactly like the Imperium of Man?
Not even close.
Not even close. Not even remotely.
Not even remotely close.
Not even remote.
Like it's
obviously.
So like they're not humans, They don't wear big they don't wear big blue armor with big guns.
You can call them humans, But when you look about how the average citizen from that country looks, it's like trying to say that Helldivers are average humans.
Well, I didn't say
Like,
they were
they're human,
average
alright,
humans. I didn't say they were
they're
average
just-
humans. I said they were humans.
Yeah, they're humans.
Like the
They're
Space
called
Marines.
Terrans.
The Space Marines are humans.
The reason why they're called Terrans is because they're from the Caprulu sector, which is just galaxy far, far away, and because there is actually a United Earth Directorate.
Well,
Which-
they are in the same galaxy, but they're just on the other side of it. I'm pretty sure. Isn't that what it is? They're just on the other side of
Oh,
the
right,
Milky Way
yeah.
galaxy.
Sorry, my bad. I was thinking of something else.
And these guys, they're just called Terrans.
Yes.
Yep,
Yeah,
they're called-
because
So
There's-
boring.
There's
I don't know
different
why.
Such a
There's the
boring
Terran
name.
Confederacy, the Terran Dominion,
So boring.
and then there's like 2 different Terran Dominions.
What about
no,
Team
I think it would be better to do the Protoss, not only because
Protoss. Actually, honestly, I prefer Protoss.
because they're actually stronger than the Terran Dominion, like by a lot. So
You
I
can-
think they would actually do much better. on
Yeah,
the tier
the
list.
Protoss are amazing. Yeah, we have
Yeah.
honestly, yeah.
Or
Forget
the
Terrans. Forget Terrans for a moment. Let's do Protoss.
Yeah, Protoss from StarCraft.
I'm surprised someone hasn't mentioned like Gundam or
They
Gurren
mentioned
Lagann or
they mentioned
something.
Transformers. I saw Transformers.
Transformers.
The Sith
So, like,
during
the
the Old
Decepticons?
Republic era. Well, I have the
Ooh.
Empire here. I mean, we could just I can't remove the picture. There's no thing to so we could just say that it's the Sith, I guess, if you want to do that.
Well,
And
the
just replace
Sith
them?
the old Sith from the Old Republic and the Empire are pretty different. Like different
No,
enough
I'm not
that you
saying they're
can't
not.
lump them.
I'm saying that on the tier list, I already have the Empire. So if we're gonna do the Sith, I don't want to have the Empire and the Sith. At least not yet. So I could just look at the Empire picture and just like pretend it's the Sith from the Old Republic.
I think we should stick with the Empire on that one.
Well, he paid money and he wants to see the Empire. The Sith.
okay.
Money always wins,
Ah,
baby.
I see
That's
then.
the rule.
In that case, let us just bend over real quick. Let's do that.
Yeah. I mean, you can.
bend
That's
over.
cool. I take the money and you bend over. That works for me.
Yep.
Works for me.
Yo,
Hell of
he's
a
your
pimp.
pimp.
Well, that would
He's
make me your pimp.
dude.
Yeah. Like by definition, I'm pretty sure that would make you pimp.
Yo, Rouga,
Destiny
pimp daddy?
Destiny is
Can't
already
believe it.
on here. We have the Cabal on here. Let's see.
What about Team Daigoran from Gurren Lagann? Or technically space capable army.
I don't know what that is. Apostles from Berserk. I'm assuming that's not a space army.
no.
I already have. No, we already have the Cabal.
Berserk. That's like the one with guts.
We already have the Cabal.
the-
We had a Destiny guy in the chat, and he said Cabal over Vex. So get mad at him about it. Because I specifically brought up the Vex, and he was like, "No, fuck them, Cabal
Vex are
all
cool,
the way."
but Vex are cool, but they're not like commanding. Like you're not commanding them.
Now he's changing his story.
No.
Changing his
What about the Terrain Federation Army from Starship Troopers? They're a pretty fun one.
but they suck.
Okay. But yeah, I was gonna say
They're
okay,
like
but
really,
they suck.
they're like really bad. And I mean, we already like. I guess they're not the Helldivers, but
Do we have Helldivers already? If we do,
we don't have
ignore that,
Helldivers. We have the Illuminate, but it's pretty close. You know, I don't know. I'm trying to I didn't want to have the Terrans on here because I already have the fucking Imperium of Man. So it's like I don't want like the thing that was inspired by the thing that was. It's just I'm trying to get a nice Sardaukar. So Sardaukar is actually a faction. It's not necessarily like the whole military. You could technically just do the. Is it called the Empire in Dune? What is the Emperor's whole military called? Because Sardaukar is just one elite group. It would be like saying, do the Helldivers but leave out the rest of Super Earth and all this SEAF. So it's like I'm curious, what is the Dune like actual military called? I don't remember what they're called.
I haven't read the book in a long time. I'm pretty sure it's just called The Empire.
It's been a bit. Yeah, it's been quite a bit. Whatever. We'll put the Sardaukar over there. But when we actually come up to it, I hope we could think of what the actual name of the whole thing is. So yeah, we'll add that on there.
What about the Borg from I believe it is.
We could do the Borg.
Doctor Who.
No, the
Yeah.
Borg is
No,
from
they-
Star
their whole
Trek.
thing- Star Trek? Oh yeah,
The Borg from Star Trek?
The Borg
Yeah.
is from Star Trek. Yeah, we could do the Borg. Hold up, give me a second. Borg.
They could assimilate and take over the other armies. That would be pretty neat.
How depressing it would be to rule over the
I
Borg.
I have
Yeah.
a weird. I have a
What
weird
about
idea.
No
Autobots and
personality
Decepticons?
whatsoever. Just
The use on
a
Vom.
bunch of fucking robots.
Can you put a picture of a traffic cone in the top right? Why?
yeah.
Picture of the traffic
cone?
Why?
Well, I did pay $5 for it.
Yeah,
So,
but why?
do I need to?
You were given.
explain my
You were
reason?
given $5.
Yes.
Do it.
Yes, you need to explain your reasons. Why am I putting a traffic cone up there?
Because it's
Wait,
funny.
you're in the Discord. I just realized.
Yeah.
The reason
Because
is
of
it's because it's
capitalism,
funny.
man. Because of
Look,
capitalism.
for all I know, there could be some secret underground pedophile ring, and if you're streaming, you put a traffic cone in the top corner, and that's how all the other pedophiles know that this is where you go to have your secret pedophile meetings. I'm not just doing random shit without an explanation.
More subscribers.
That was a very paranoid answer.
That is a
Well, now if he
fantastic.
doesn't explain
That's a
it,
very,
we're just
very
gonna-
specific answer.
No, that is how the internet works, man. I've been here for a year now. I'm getting good at
There
it.
is no like hidden explanation, no hidden code. It's just I think it'd be funny to have a traffic cone in the top right there, man. There's
I don't
no
know, man.
pedophile
That's not a
ring,
good.
no
That's not a
sex-
good explanation. I feel like it's a pedophile ring thing.
His experiences speak otherwise.
Yeah, I
Hey,
gotta tell
someone
you.
just donated 5 to put the Golden Order from Elden Ring, but that isn't a space
That's not
army.
a space army, Jordan. I'll add somebody else that you say though. Just say somebody else who's a space thing, and I'll just count
Holy
towards it. Just whoever you. But we're doing space militaries right now, and any army from
Space
Elden Ring is gonna be
militaries?
stuck on whatever planet you put them on. It's gonna be shitty.
Hey, what if we add the Autobots or the Decepticons?
The Autobots are
Could
already
you-
on the list. However, their
I was gonna say,
picture
could we use that
did not
Cybertronians?
save, so it did not get uploaded. So give me a second. Let me go back.
Oh,
Yeah, someone
Could we
already
use that
asked for the
Cybertronians?
Autobots.
Because at one point they
Yeah,
were
about
the Grok?
all
One
together.
one person at a time.
Son of a bitch. Why can't I send you money? Ah.
At one point, can't you just use the Cybertronians because they were all one force originally before they split? Because I'm assuming you could choose a specific time of where you take the army.
Well, I mean, I don't
Not-
know if
you
that's
don't have to
really a
choose
good.
that from the
I don't know if
creation.
that's really a good thing because if you go to it before a certain time, you're basically taking over a group that is extremely heavily caste based and is on the verge of revolution.
Oh damn, that's true. Oh no.
Yeah, it's I don't know if that's the good thing. So I would pick Autobots or Decepticons.
What if you just
Something
go further
massive.
back in
well,
time?
then
You
it
just get
comes
the
down to a
prime-
conversation of
the
who is more
Sentinels,
fun to
the
lead.
beginning
Ow.
13.
Well, Decepticons would likely be Decepticon. Well, it depend. I guess it would depend on who you are, but I think Decepticons aren't evil, but I think they're way more willing to do fucked up shit. So I think Decepticons would probably be more fun.
What the hell?
Probably.
So what about the Eve army from Stellar Blade? Why isn't that up there?
Because
it's
the
still
Eve-
stuck on an Earth.
Oh, then
It's
it's
still just stuck on a
the
planet.
Natibas. Well, Eve herself isn't stuck on a planet, but she's not really a part of a military for them. I mean, she is, but it's a very small military. The Natibas are not space based. They are Earth. They're earthbound. That's the main reason for that one.
Or at least satellite. But yeah,
Okay.
we want.
But the
we want to be
Eve
able to.
Evebot army
you think-
specifically.
The Evebot army, there aren't that many.
But that's still a military that would qualify for the list, right?
It would, but it's extremely small military, so I don't think they would go. It's not like you're
I-
literally talking about having
I'm-
a couple hundred people.
I know. Exactly, but I'm pretty sure this is the one time where we can make an exception.
Why? They're gonna automatically go super low because all of these armies are in the millions bare minimum. Some of them are in the trillions, and you're gonna get 100. You're gonna get 100 chicks who are pretty hot, but
You have
it's
the Viltrumites on there. They're like 50, aren't they?
no, because there's the Viltrumite Empire has 50 pure-blooded Viltrumites, then a bunch of half-breeds, then a large military of regular people with guns and shit that the Viltrumites have
Okay.
enslaved or forced into submission. So there actually is a full military there. But with the Eve, it's literally just a couple hundred Eve bots, and that's it. and they're in a satellite. They can't go anywhere. They're just in a satellite above the planet, and they can launch down to the one planet, and that's it. And then once they launch down, I don't even think there's a way to get back up to the satellite. They're just stuck on the planet now. So
Oh, really?
yeah, like
Damn.
it's not like great to have that as your. I don't know. I would feel chipped. Like if all of us got isekai into this world that I'm talking about, and I was the one with the Eve bot, and y'all got literally any of these other armies, I would be like, that's bullshit. That is some
Is the
bullshit.
Freezer Force on the list?
There's
No.
14.
Or Freezer Army, whatever you call it.
Well, I
Is there
looked it up,
nobody to
and
back
it's
it up?
very
Freezer
hard. They don't have
Force.
a quantified number, but he did control most of Universe 7. But like, there's no.
He controlled
quantifiable
most
number.
of a galaxy
Fuck.
in Universe 7. He didn't control, like, the
I looked
entirety
it up
of
and
it.
it said he controlled most of Universe 7.
He controlled most of North Galaxy, not South Galaxy, not East, West. He controlled most of North.
How on earth does a galaxy have directions? It's
Because that's
space.
Dragon Ball's fucking space
Yeah, that's-
garbage, alright?
yeah,
That's just
it's
how it
Dragon
works
Ball.
in that universe.
There's north, south, east, and west Kai, and they're all in control of the galaxy, and there's only 4. So
Yeah.
Let's
So.
see.
Until-
You can add
until
the
they have a
space pirates
frickin-
from Metroid. Maybe Killer Clowns. I don't think is very good because we literally only see like 6 or 7 of them. Like we don't see a lot.
Technically 20. There was a bunch, but there was like 20 at most.
Yeah, but we don't know anything about those other ones. Like the ones that are actually in town, there's like 6 or 7, and then we don't know how big their army is. Are they just one ship?
that
What their
big
planet's like? We don't know nothing.
Yeah, there was that one.
Plus, they're pretty much
big
just
dude at the
aggressive
end.
farmers or
And-
hunters.
yeah,
Lucas
it's
is
just
really
basically
bad.
trying to theorize what they can do, and that's kind of
What
dumb.
about Advent from XCOM?
Avikin says
Advent
I'd
from
be happy.
XCOM?
Avikin said I'd be happy with an Evebot army, and it's like, I mean, I think we know why. It would be a
Yeah,
very
that
short-lived
curve.
life. I hope you
Ooh.
enjoy it. I mean,
I mean, the Eve
Yeah,
bots
got a
can
bunch of
be
hot
made
chicks around you,
faster
so
than
there's that.
light.
Not gonna lie.
Can't you make the Eve bots advanced enough to overcome most of the other forces and be in space travel?
and it would.
Are the dwarves from Deep Rock Galactic an army?
Well, it would depend, because I mean, if we're gonna talk about the Eve bots, it would really depend, because it would depend on if whatever the Eve bots are doing would translate well to a wider universe. Like, would they be able to exist in a universe where there aren't any Nativa? So, for instance, the Eves, they can get energy from Nativa blood using their swords. Their swords absorb the blood, which will allow them to use their burst abilities. This is canonical. This isn't just like a gameplay thing. This is actually how it's explained in the lore. Without Nativa,
Understood.
they don't have any way of charging up their weapons. Ergo, they literally can't use most of their abilities. So
Have they explained the properties of the Nativa blood to
No.
help explain?
Not
Nope.
at all. No, not even a little bit. Not that I'm aware of. We know that the blood is not normal. We know that
Right.
that they as a species they are unbelievably adaptive and they're extremely hard to kill. They can even fuse into each other and become like one being. They have it's weird. It's like flesh that's conscious, that do all kind of different crazy things. But
So isn't there other energy sources that
Fellas?
that Eve absorbs by any chance? Like I'm not.
other Eve bots, yeah, like when she goes down to the planet, she can find dead Eves and then take their cores, and she absorbs their cores into her own and multiplies her power. By the end of the game,
Okay.
she's gotten like 60 or 70 of these bitches, and she becomes.
I thought there were only
insanely
50
powerful.
Eve bots
I
or
forgot.
so.
Maybe I forgot. There's a lot. There's a big number, and like it's shown when she fights characters like Raven and Tacky. That when she takes their cores, which are the only cores that we see take throughout the course of the actual story, as opposed to just collectibles, when she gets the Tacky or Raven's cores, she actually acquires all of their skills and abilities. So like she literally acquires their Tacky's entire fighting style, her powers, even her weapon transforms into Tacky's weapon while she after she steals her core. Like she can literally shape shift her weapon into Tacky's weapon and use her exact same fighting style.
I feel like if there's
Okay.
so little Eve bots, it'd be smarter to just put all the cores in one instead of just spreading it out, since there's so little Eve bots.
I agree.
I think it's an Eve bot.
It's not an Eve bot, it's just Eve.
Oh.
Yeah, we're
What is
calling them
that,
Eve
though?
bots
That's the
because
I don't remember those guys.
we're calling them Eve bots because there's a bunch. Well, they're from Stellar Blade. You play as Eve.
Oh, those things.
Yeah, but
Okay.
also, by the end of the game, there's only one left because Eve kills all of them, except for she's the only one alive by the end of the game.
Well,
Should we consider Halo?
we can still take them at their most numerable. We're not taking all these other factions when they get destroyed.
Yeah, but at their most numerable, you're still only talking about like 100 dudes. Like it's not even an army. It's like a club. Like I don't. Like it's so small. No one would want it.
It's not even really a company. It's more like a single unit, really.
That's fair, but before I knew that they can only absorb the Nativa blood, they sounded superior to having 50 Viltrumites because they could get faster and stronger with the absorption. But we don't know how they absorb the blood.
Yeah, it depends. Like that's what I'm saying. It would really depend on. God damn it! Come on, give me the thing. It would really depend on how that power works. We only see her ever fighting against Nativa. At no point in the game does she fight anything that's not a Nativa. Well, no, that's actually not true. I'm totally lying. Because she does fight against other androids, and when she fights against those androids, she can still build up the burst energy. Now, I don't know if that's a gameplay thing. In the lore, it's explained that it's Nativa blood. But if that were the case, then she shouldn't be able to build up that burst energy when she's fighting non-Nativas, but in gameplay, she actually can. I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe.
What
about Titanfall factions?
I was just asking, like, can we have the IMC?
Wait, are they still on like one planet? Wait.
No, Titanfall's got.
No, it's the IMC. The IMC has like, I think they have like, there's like 3 planets that I'm aware of. I haven't played the campaign in a while.
We don't really know too much about the IMC's numbers specifically.
I mean, not really. We do know that they have a lot of soldiers, like just basic Marines. Well, and then they have like the pilots and stuff.
Aren't there like 8 or sub factions in Titanfall though that are all split up doing shit?
I think. I don't know, but there are 8 factions, but I usually just thought that was for the multiplayer. Like I didn't think that they were separate.
I think some of those factions also have some interconnections.
Well, they're factions, but it's still an entire army, though. They are factions, but they do fight against the main enemy, which I think I forgot the name of that enemy.
I know that in the campaign that it is against one. It's one dude getting revenge on a mercenary pair of dudes. I don't remember who hired them though.
Right, I forgot.
That's about 15.
We're at 15. Yeah, guys, we're at 15.
Yeah.
What about Advent from XCOM?
Okay, I'm gonna repeat myself. We're at 15. We hit the 15.
Oh,
we're
at
at 15. Okay.
We have hit.
Did you have the Metroid Space Pirates?
I did not. I did not add the Metroid Space Pirates.
Darn.
But we're at 15. So from this point on, if you want to add more people, you super chat it, and then we can add more people. But other than that,
YouTube still won't let me do that.
Actually, I haven't even set that up. I need to check.
All right. So who's first? Oh, wonderful. This is great. The first one is the Illuminate. Yay. Okay. Well, let's just. I guess we'll just fucking do this. Is there anybody here who disagrees with me about anything that I have said in my past videos this week about the Illuminate? Because people very hardcore disagree with me, specifically when it came to the Covenant. And I told a lot of people in the comments who were arguing with me, hey, you are free to come to the stream this weekend. We could talk about it.
I have 2 things.
So
I have one thing. Stream? I have
now, to be clear, I'm not correcting every single little bullshit thing that doesn't matter. Overall, the idea that the Illuminate are going to overcome the Covenant, like, is that wrong?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead. Give me your points.
So the thing about the numbers is we actually have an idea of how big their force was, because we see at one point when we take out, what was it, like 2.5 billion, and that ends up being like 25% of their fleet strength.
So they're
we have a rough idea of.
So they're way smaller than Illuminates.
No, we're talking about the Illuminates. That's how we defeat the Illuminates on Super Earth.
The Illuminates have way more than that.
I know they have more than that, but I'm saying when we defeated their main.
25%.
No, when we defeated part of their fleet, and we had a major objective to kill 2.5 billion, we did that, and then they said their fleet has shrunk by 25%.
Yes, but up to that point, we have already killed significantly more than 2 billion in the months prior. That's not their full fleet. That was just the people.
I didn't say that was their full fleet.
But
I was
that's
gonna
not
say
telling
that.
us what their full fleet is.
Well, it's saying it's 25% of their full fleet.
Of their fleet that is currently attacking Super Earth, because we've already killed significantly more than that in the months before. Like, and we will be killing more than that. Like in the next month, we'll kill more than we killed on Super Earth. Like significantly more. We're gonna hit way. That's not 25%. That might be 25% of who they sent to attack Super Earth.
Of their strike force.
Of that one individual strike force. That's not telling us how many people they actually.
Well, that was their
had.
main fleet, according to.
Yeah, Empire, baby.
But they don't know
what
that.
we know.
Yeah, but they don't know that. Well, their main fleet. What do you mean by main? Main could be the fleet that's currently attacking Super Earth.
That's what the developers said. Their main fleet is the one we beat it, but the one was attacking Super Earth.
But we're still at war with them. Like they're still attacking planets right now. Like
we don't know how many. But for all we know,
I'm saying that
we could not.
I'm saying that
we could not see them for ages.
I'm saying that that's not 25%. That can't be 25% because we've literally already killed more than 3 or 4 times that, and that hasn't been a big deal. And they're still attacking planets currently. So like,
no, they're not.
You're telling me?
Wait, but
have they completely wiped them from the map?
Yeah.
Hold on. This is new information.
I got 2 different questions.
We did it like yesterday.
Oh,
well, first, I'm pretty sure the Illuminids got pushed back. I was hearing that kind of stuff online. The Illuminids finally got pushed back, and Super Earth is no longer an attack. And also on the statement of many more than 2 billion of them being killed, aren't the majority of their casualties zombified Super Earth citizens?
They are.
Yes. That's the main point. That's the thing that makes them so strong is that when you kill 2 billion Illuminates, you're not actually killing 2 billion Illuminates. You're probably killing like a couple 100,000 because the vast majority.
I would imagine less than that.
Yeah, the vast majority. Like for every 200-300 fucking voteless you kill, you might be killing 1 overseer. Like they have way more. Most of their army and all of their flying ships are all drones. None of them. There's no people in there. Their warp ships don't have any people, and they don't drop down people from the ship. They teleport them from another location. Like. It's real, like you're not killing a whole lot of Illuminates the whole time.
But we know if we kill that many, it's enough to be a significant number to them.
You know, I'm thinking about
it's clearly significant because it took out a quarter of their fleet size, and that was their main strike force for Super Earth.
I guess, but I don't. I don't buy that. Anymore. I really don't buy that. Like, okay, like look at people. The way that people are, because people are talking about the Illuminate. Like, let me see. Hold up. I'm actually looking at it right now. The Illuminate have retreated from Super Earth battle space. The heart of democracy has been defended. The battle of Super Earth is won. The devastation wrought upon the home is immense. Blah blah. Like 2 mega cities remain standing. Prosperity City and Equality on the Sea. Terrible name for a city. Let me see. The remainder have been vacated from the enemy, having suffered catastrophic damage at their hands. Let me see. Does it say anything about the Illuminate here? Oh, let me actually take a picture of this so I can read it later because I'm probably not going to read this whole thing right now.
No, it's pretty long.
That might be one weakness of the Illuminate is that
you being gay. If only Dan was here.
Just a little gay. I can cure a little bit of the gay. It's fine.
It's not a book.
That is one weakness of the Illuminate because like most of their strength is the things they zombify, and well, if your thing doesn't have anything,
but you put them against stronger factions and makes their weakness less weak because zombified fucking elites are a lot more terrifying than zombified civilians.
So here's the issue. Here's the main issue that I have with the whole Illuminates were fought off and they were defeated by Super Earth and all this kind of stuff. They weren't actually defeated. Like the Illuminates sent a large force at Super Earth, right? Super Earth fought. They attacked 7 megacities, and out of those 7 megacities, 5 of them are eradicated from existence. They don't exist. All of the people there are dead. 2 of those cities survived. 1 of them barely survived. So, Illuminates attacked Super Earth, and they didn't successfully destroy the 7 cities that they wanted to destroy, but they destroyed the vast majority of them. So I don't know.
But they lost their whole fleet doing it.
They didn't lose their whole fleet. I just read it. They just said that their fleet is scattered, not that they lost their whole fleet. And I don't think that Super Earth has enough information to say that that's their entire fleet, because we didn't know that the Vanguard fleet was their Vanguard fleet. Like, we knew the players. But the actual Super Earth government did not know that we were only fighting the Vanguard fleet. And then now that Super Earth was attacked, now Super Earth is telling us, this is the main fleet. We still don't know that. That's not something that I don't think that there's, because we don't know where their home planet is. We don't even know if they exist within this universe. There's just so much information that they don't know. All we know is that this fleet was significantly bigger than the initial Vanguard fleet that attacked Calypso. That's it. That's really all we know, and Super Earth is just sort of throwing out a bunch of guesses for the most part.
We know that like we did enough damage to make them retreat.
Yes, but that's one battle. Like I like it, just because you like if we had lost D-Day, that would have sucked, but that doesn't mean that the U.S.'s entire military force would have just come completely fucked. Like we have more people.
Yeah,
You know,
we obviously don't know for a while.
Like I don't think there's I don't think there's enough evidence to say that we just completely eradicated the Illuminate. I just don't buy that.
Well, we have for now.
I mean, it also.
No, I think we fought them off.
Majority.
I think
it all. That took a
they've left the universe for now.
Let the other non-British guy talk for a second. What were you saying?
Yeah, that took a majority of our forces to even fight off the Illuminated. Like I was saying, the player numbers while I was playing Helldivers.
Not if you disqualify the bug divers that people are really pissed off about.
Oh yeah, divers. That's what I call them.
Bug divers.
I think being a bug diver is more gay than reading. Honestly, that's what I think.
People hate the
more
bug
gay than reading.
What are the bug divers? I'm confused.
People who only dive on the bugs, no matter what else is happening.
Yeah, so well, no, it was specifically recently. So there was this whole thing about the Helldivers. I'm sorry. There was this whole thing about the Illuminate attacking Super Earth, and everybody was supposed to be on Super Earth defending it because the Illuminate were like destroying and toppling whole megacities, and it was like a race against time sort of thing. And you can actually go in the game and see how many Helldivers are fighting in each sector. And a large portion of players were fighting against the bugs for no reason. Like, there's no missions over there. They just wanted to.
And they weren't even capturing any planets either.
Yeah, they were just fighting against the bugs. And then
that sounds very undemocratic.
Yeah, and then Super Earth was like, God, and all the people who were defending Super Earth were like, you assholes, get over here. We need help. And they're just I just like fighting bugs, man.
And the thing is, it'd be one thing if they were actually pushing the bugs back, but during the entirety of the attack on Super Earth, not one bug planet was taken back.
To be fair, I mean, Super Earth wasn't really either. Like, for the most part, okay.
No, we lost the majority.
Because of them.
I don't actually blame them all that much, because the bugs spread stupidly fast. Like, even during the Illuminate invasion, literally the sector next to where Super Earth is that's where the bugs were. Like, their border was now touching our border. So it was like the bugs got far. While we were dealing with the Illuminates the last couple of weeks, the bugs were getting closer. So it didn't really. I didn't find it strange that the bugs. Hey, dude, if you're not gonna talk, just mute yourself because I can hear your dog.
Yeah, Glorbo.
Yeah, but yeah, they're like butting right up against each other. So I mean, I understand it. I can't even really complain because I'm not a bug diver. I don't really like playing against the bugs, but I really like playing against the automatons. And usually when there's some important mission happening over by the bugs, I'm still fighting the automatons because I don't like fighting the bugs. I like fighting the automatons. I like the automatons most, then the Illuminate, and then the bugs. I don't like the bugs. So I mean, it's a game, and at the end of the day, you want to fight whoever you want to fight. So I don't care. It doesn't really, whatever.
Fair enough.
Whatever. I mean,
It would be funny if Super Earth was like permanently lost.
It wouldn't be, because even if it was, because that happened in the first game, that Super Earth was lost, and what ended up happening is the planet was like completely destroyed, and then they just moved it to a different planet. And they just continue. Like, Super Earth isn't a planet; it's a government.
Yeah,
like that's the whole thing. So it's like it doesn't matter wherever the planet is, that will become the beacon of Super Earth, and that's where everyone.
I don't think that's actually canon, because when you look at the
canon.
map,
it's not canon, but we've seen what would happen. Like, we already know what that would have led to.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter. Hold up, we're getting a bunch of super chats. Let me read this. Okay, the United Nations Space Alliance from Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. And not to be a jerk, but Michael has been blowing up the chat. Yeah, I mean, Michael could blow up the chat. I mean, oh shit, the dwarfs. Yeah, wait, I missed a bunch of stuff. Hold up, give me a second. Golden Order.
Hopefully someone got the advent.
Jordan, did Jordan ever say what his replacement was? The Systems Alliance for Mass Effect. We have the Reapers for Mass Effect and the Geth and that. Do you want us to do Systems Alliance too? Because we already have one. Let me see.
Curious why I didn't already have that.
Did you even control those from Mass Effect? The Geth?
Yeah, of course. Why not? The Geth were already under the Geth were already under the control of
I think the Arachne would be a better choice, honestly.
Who?
The Arachne.
The who?
Oh,
the
what?
Why?
The spiders from the first game.
Why the Arachni? The Arachni are basically extinct for the most part. We only see them twice in the whole series.
Well, I thought we were talking about like in their prime, in the prime Arachne.
But we don't know anything about their prime. All we know how powerful they are because we know it took the Krogan to fight them back, but we don't know anything about their military capabilities. We don't know nothing.
No, that's fair enough, I guess.
Let's see. Hold up. The dwarves from Deep Rock
The dwarves from what? Oh, Deep Rock.
Deep.
Do we know enough about their military for the dwarves?
I have no idea. I don't play.
Now, to my understanding, we only really know.
Are they even dwarves? I just thought they were miners.
No, they're dwarves. They're
dwarves.
They are
They're
dwarves.
100%
They
dwarves.
But
at least
aren't they a
midgets.
company? Like that's not. And it's not even like an army company sort of thing. Like
they're more like just a company.
Yeah, like did they fight in wars?
No,
They
they
fight
just
bugs
go
underground.
underground and mine. They fight like space bugs and all that underground.
Oh, he did.
But
He
they,
said the
Why are
Helping
space
Empire.
bugs so
mining
popular as
company.
like a sci-fi enemy?
yeah,
Let me see.
it's more.
Okay, the Call
more
of
like that.
United Nations. Hold up, guys. I'm trying to add all this stuff. Okay, United Nations from
Alliance.
Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. What's that? Infinite
Oh,
Warfare.
I know Infinite Warfare. Yeah, it's one of the
Isn't
least
that the one
popular
that
Sounds like a
Space
Call of
ripoff
Duty
of
games.
the
But I
UNSC.
Oh, Infinite Warfare is actually pretty good. That's one where
know.
Call of Duty is in space.
But everyone talks shit on it because of fucking.
I don't know why. It's really good. It's unfortunate
because it
people
has
drop.
wall
came
riding
out
and
when it
stuff.
came out.
I guess it was a bit out of its time for Call of Duty.
Let's see.
It was that.
Mars.
It was overshadowed. Is all it was.
Oh, that could have been. I think the reason why that game was hated on because wasn't that after Advanced Warfare?
Yeah.
I don't know,
Ow.
but
Oh
yeah, they have a decent fleet in that in the game. Are we using the enemies or the good guys?
All right, let's see. Wait, hold up. 1 second. The Illuminates probably saw that the battle was going to be more trouble than it's worth and decided to leave because even if they destroyed all the cities, the citizens would fight with guerrilla warfare. Yeah, I mean look, they went there with a specific goal was to attack 7 megacities because on Super Earth there exist megacities similar to the megacities that exist within Judge Dredd, but except not quite so end of the world, post-apocalyptic. But basically, there are cities where there's like hundreds of millions, if not billions, of people all within one city. So they attacked these 7 megacities, which I believe is all the megacities that exist on Super Earth. And they completely destroyed 5 out of 7 of them before they were fought off. I just think it's a
One of the
very
7
big
isn't really
leap.
a city, though.
What's up?
One of the 7 isn't really a city; it's an administration center.
Yeah, but I mean, is it city sized?
Yeah.
Okay, then does it matter what it's called? It's that number of people, you know. Wait, did I add?
Sorry, I'm
Okay,
being
let's see.
autistic.
Oh my fucking dog.
Let me see. Someone
When
paid.
did
Okay,
this
so wait.
become a debate between the Illuminates and the Covenant?
When I said so. Hold up, give me a second.
Speaking of, I did have
kinda
something
wanna take a crack
I wanted
at
to
it.
say about those. May I?
Say what about what? There we go. Okay. Hold up. I gotta move these. I gotta move these to the. I gotta move these to the front. Give me a second. Because I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna be listening to you while I'm doing this. Let me see.
Okay. Well, I'll just
The United States Alliance. That's this one, right? That's this symbol. I think maybe we'll put it right behind there, and then we'll do Deep Rock Galactic, and then we'll do Mars Attacks, and then we'll do IMC. Okay, we happy with that order? I don't remember how much money everybody gave. But
We added the IMC. Let's go.
Okay. Anyway, what were you saying? What were you saying?
Okay, so basically, it has to do with how the Illuminate do their space combat.
Well, it's guerrilla warfare with stealth ships.
But their specific way they fight with ships, I think they're going to be at disadvantage with any sci-fi thing with actual fighters and bombers.
Why would
Since
they?
in Helldiver space,
their entire military is stealth ships. Like all of their ships are stealth ships, every single one, and they have instant teleportation capabilities.
There's no fleet battles going on.
how advanced of stealth ships are we talking? Because stealth technology is not uncommon in sci-fi, especially for ships.
Helldivers is not capable of locating them at all. In any way.
Okay.
Super Earth has no
Is that a
clue where they
radar?
are. They have
about people with
they have
the
radars. I mean
power to
you're
predict the
capable of
future?
you're capable of picking up the I mean we can't compare ships because ship combat doesn't exist within the game, but you're capable of picking up some of
That
the
would be so cool.
It would be. I still think it's something I need to add, but you're capable of picking up the stalkers and the predator guys on radar certain times. It depends, but there are times where you could pick them up. So I mean, I don't really. Yeah, I mean, they have stealth capability. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know any other sci-fi universe on this list or that I can think of where the entire military are stealth ships.
I mean, well,
I know the
if
Empire,
they do get
at least
into like
in
a large
Legends,
scale pew
had
pew
shadow
pew battle
troopers.
between
Wait,
other
guys,
ships, that
one
isn't-
at a time. If somebody hears someone else talking, shut up. All right, somebody go.
Okay, so, well, yes, they are stealth ships. If they ever do get like into an actual shooty battle, how Helldiver ships do battle is just kind of sitting there in space and firing back and forth at each other. They don't really have any fighters or bombers.
Yes, they
unless you have
do.
you mean the Stingray?
No, the Stingray. We don't see any of their spaceships. We don't see their stealth ships. That's the thing about Super Earth. So you play as a Helldiver. You only see ground combat. The closest thing you see to actual space combat is when you go to the automaton worlds and you look up and you can see some ships fighting in the sky. We don't see it. But we know by the briefings that they have an entire military. All of their ships are stealth ships, and they use guerrilla tactics as they appear in different. This is why when you look at like the Terminids, the automatons, and the way that their territory spreads, it starts from one point and gets bigger, whereas the Illuminate just appear randomly at random locations because we can't track their movements at all. They just show up on planets and start fucking shit up, and they attack. When they attack Super Earth fleets, they just show up, blow up a bunch of ships, and dip really quickly, kind of like what they did with Super Earth. They showed up on Super Earth, did a full-on assault on Super Earth, trying to hit 7 major points, destroy those 7 points, and then dip. We stopped them from destroying those 7 major points. They destroyed 5, and then they dipped. This is their entire like space combat like philosophy. They get in, they hit hard, they get out, and they spend very little resources doing it, since you're basically fighting all of your own people, and not actual Illuminates.
That does raise a question. Why didn't they just nuke Super Earth like they did Mars?
I mean, my assumption would be because Super Earth is extremely well protected from things like that. I mean, even we have anti-air stuff in like modern day. The odds
like,
of Russia
Mars was the Helldivers. Oh, sorry.
I'm
It was a
just
training
saying.
camp.
Yeah, it's a training camp. But the odds of Russia being able to nuke the United States is very unlikely because we have technology that could shoot them down before they get here. I imagine there's probably something similar to that in Super Earth, where it would be unlikely for them to actually be able to drop any real nukes there.
We do see anti-air with the with those like big guns used to take down like the overships above.
Yeah, like
above
we know the automatons have anti-air shit, because like if you go to an automaton planet, you just look out the front window, you could see that that Super Earth ships Super Destroyer ships just start getting blown out of the air, and that like the Super Destroyers are constantly at war with the down. And you also, when you go down as a Helldiver, quite a few of the missions that you can do are specifically to take out the anti-air fortresses that they have that are shooting down Super Destroyers. So like we know of it. We know of all this. We know all this stuff exists. We just don't see it to its full like form, essentially. Like we get way more of ground combat because we're seeing everything throughout the eyes of the Helldiver that we're playing as and their ground units.
Yeah, that's the thing,
They
because
really should add like Helldivers for like space combat though. They really should add that.
Oh yeah,
I feel like that'd have to be a spin.
Yes.
I feel like that'd have to be a spin-off though. Feels like too way disconnected from regular.
I don't really think so. Like I think I've been saying this for a long time. I'm comparing Helldivers to Warframe. When Warframe first came out, it was very simple. You ran around, you hit people with weapons, you shoot people. Now there actually is just straight up space combats. They added jetpacks where you could fly through space and fight people. They added an RPG mode, and they added a roguelike mode in there that wasn't in the game before. Like you can add all kinds of stuff. over the course of like 10 years, you could basically turn the game into a whole nother game. I don't think it would be that difficult to just have you be in a ship flying around and then like beating a ship, and then once it's beaten, just sort of board it, and then you have like a really quick like 20-minute mission where you just board a ship, kill a couple of dudes on board, steal some shit, and get off. Like I imagine that would take less effort than actually having to create like the massive levels that you jump into on the planet level. I mean, it's just little corridors and shit. I don't think that would be that difficult to do. I'm not a game designer. I know that their Arrowhead is using an older engine, and they say that they don't really know how to use it. They're struggling with it and stuff like that. I get that. But I just feel like this wouldn't be that difficult to do. It's not like that big of a jump.
I feel like with what Warframe can do, they can do it.
I feel like the most difficult thing would be the space combat itself, because it'd be really different from regular Helldivers combat, where you'd have to be going forward.
Hold on, let me read Michael's son thing. The dwarves have 89 space stations across their universe. Outer Rim with 3 unions, one being a dedicated force to wiping out a planet's natural inhabitants that fuck with operations. I think they qualify. Okay.
Damn, they can mass genocide for money.
Nice.
But it's entire mining operation. But I guess it can function as military.
I mean, if they're massacring whole planets and taking their resources, I think you could probably consider that.
I'd say that's our invading force.
Yeah, I would say.
Fair enough. So I am curious though to knowing how the stealth equipment for the Illuminates is stacking up to other things, because I know that in Star Wars, the Rebels use a bunch of stealth equipment to also do hit and run tactics, and in Halo they also have
Republic era. We're doing Old Republic era.
No, he's making an example that it's possible that they could fight against the stealth ships if it's not
Old Republic. Okay.
To be fair, the Rebels stealth shit is shitty. Like they don't actually turn their ships invisible.
That's true.
They just quiet the engines and stuff. Like they don't. According to the
stealth in Star Wars is the Shadow Troopers.
Yeah, according to the briefings that I've seen, I don't want to say it says. I don't remember the exact wording, but when I read it, I believe it heavily implied that you straight up can't see the ships, like it's genuine invisibility.
It sounds almost like what some Covenant stuff does, where they can turn their stuff invisible and teleport to and from places. Which again, they're
the Illuminates are very heavily inspired by the Covenant.
We also know Covenant invisibility is not that good because people can see it.
If people can see it, then it's not invisible.
No, it's like translucent more like anything.
Oh, so it's like Predator shit.
I think they're like bending around it to imitate that it's not there.
Well, a lot of people are coming up with dumb excuses like, well, it's Spartans and obviously they have like enhanced vision, but ODSTs can see it too, so that's not even true.
They also have a thing in their helmets that can highlight shit for them and detect stuff for them.
But again, ODSTs can see it, and ODSTs aren't enhanced.
What about people who are straight up psychic and predict the future?
That's not in Halo.
What's that got to do with that?
No, but that is other people.
Well, that's not in Halo. We're talking about Halo.
We're technically talking about the Illuminates, but
actually, Michael, wait. I do have one question though. So about the Illuminates, can they mind control anyone? Because Helldivers don't get mind controlled randomly.
Well, Helldivers don't live on the planets. This has been confirmed a couple of different times. So basically, the Illuminates show up. They drop their little mind control monoliths, whatever you want to call them. And they have an official name. I don't remember what it is. And then in a very, very short amount of time, the entire population around that little monolith becomes mind controlled. Helldivers mostly live on their ships almost entirely, and they don't live on the surface. Like for instance, people were saying, "Oh, well, why is it Super Earth controlled all the way? Blah blah blah. Why aren't Helldivers being controlled right now?" If you go and you talk to the chick on your ship, she straight up says that to you that she has never been to Super Earth and that she's never met anyone who has been to Super Earth. So like Super Earth is most people haven't been there. Like the Super Earth, the society, the government, whatever, it spans an entire galaxy, and most people live their entire lives without actually going down and stepping foot on the planet.
Yeah.
So the Helldivers aren't getting like we do see the Helldivers get affected when they drop down. If they why do you keep saying yeah?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing and waiting to speak.
It sounds like you're being sarcastic because how many times you said it. But yeah, you go, girl. No,
I do want. I want to speak next. Was try and be vocal. So,
I got you.
Sorry.
Well, hold up. So fuck. What was I saying?
About why the Helldivers
When they
aren't
went down to the
instantly
planet.
controlled.
Okay, yeah. So they go down. They drop down the little monoliths. When the Helldivers actually drop down, they do start to get mind control. When you go close to the monoliths, you have trouble like using your stratagems and stuff, and they get all mixed up. And this is supposed to be the game's way of indicating that your mind is being fucked with at the moment. But you never spend more than like 40 minutes down on a surface of a planet during any mission. So you're just not being mind controlled fully and turned into a voteless. It likely takes longer, probably a couple of hours. But we know it's extremely quick because when we find out our planet gets invaded, by the time we get there and get down to the surface, the entire population has already been turned. Super Earth hasn't been turned because the vast majority of the soldiers that are going down there aren't from the planet. But when you go down to the planet, you could still see thousands of fucking voteless. So clearly they have controlled people. And it happened very, very quickly. It's just not happening.
But then the Seath aren't being controlled.
But the Seath are just like the Helldivers. Most of them are being imported from other planets to come and.
I thought the Seath are mostly on each planet.
No, the Seath are on all. The Seath are on all the planets, just like.
No, I meant like
it's a
stationed.
planetary
Sorry.
defense thing. They're stationed on planets.
Yeah, they're stationed all across. If you go on any planet, you can usually see the corpses of Seath who have gone down to the planet and were killed at some point. You can find them across all over the place.
Do we ever see the Illuminate interact with like the automatons? Does their mind control work on like mechanical creatures, or is it
no?
just...
We've never seen it. That's one thing because they have human brains, or at least the theory is they have human brains.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Maybe.
That's one thing that I also think that they very badly need to add in the game: interactions between the three different factions. I would love to go down to a planet and see like a Terminid and Illuminates going to war with one another. Like that would be great. They've never done it, so we don't know. As of right now,
Monolith get there.
That'd be a sick update.
Dude, imagine Terminated voteless or whatever.
Oh, dude, that would be so cool. Just like like an update where like even just us getting briefs within our ship of different like relations between the other factions. You know, like the automatons and Illuminate have teamed up against Super Earth. You know, I was like, oh fuck. It's like it's just cool shit. You know what I mean? Now all of a sudden the automatons have electric weapons and energy shields that the Illuminates gave that to them and shit. I don't know. They would just be like they would just cool shit. But I think this is also like the game just came out a little over a year ago. This is stuff that's going to be added as the years go by. Like for the longest time, people were asking like, why don't we ever get to see SCAF officers fight? Now we have. It's just stuff they have to add. It's going to take a while for them, years and years and years for that. I mean,
year ago,
that would be sick though.
Warframe's been out for over a decade, and it's a totally different game than it was when it came out.
Yeah, it is.
A decade? Damn.
It's been over a decade. Yeah.
So I'm curious though, how does the monolith get to their targets? Do they shoot them down or teleport them? How does that happen?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How do the monoliths get to their intended target? Do they shoot them down or
we don't know. We know that they're troops. We know that because when we go down to the planet, the monoliths are already there. But because again, you're only seeing out of the eyes of the Helldivers. But when the Helldivers, but we do know that they do have teleportation technology. They're capable of teleporting like whole small armies down on the planet at a given time. So, I mean, it's possible that it's teleportation. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not teleportation. I guess they could just shoot it from space. I don't know why they would want to do that when they have teleportation technology.
Makes sense.
I would imagine it's teleportation, but that's really just a guess. We don't have an indicator. The shit's already
because knowing that it's a monolith, I question how much they can use it against Covenant forces because they don't really have the Covenant and their governing planets that they have. The planets have governing bodies of their own that I guess the Illuminate can go after, but the Covenant have a lot of superstructures and colonies that don't have just a bunch of citizens and their military structures. So I feel like getting the monolith down would be a huge battle because it's not a citizen population. Now I know that Super Earth is very has a well-trained population of themselves, but it sounds like that they took advantage of an unprepared city.
Well, they weren't prepared. The Super Earth knew they were coming for a while. They were preparing.
That makes sense.
Yeah, like they knew. I mean, the black hole was getting launched at Super Earth, and we've been fighting the black hole back for like a month or two. Like it's been a while. Like we all knew they were coming. We just didn't know when or how. And when they did come, they came with a bunch of new types of forces that we had never seen before. That was the issue. They surprised us with what they actually had, because up until recently they've only had like 4 enemy types, and then when they attacked Super Earth they had like 9 enemy types. Like they more than doubled the number of enemies they had, or enemy types they had. Jordan Meso just the super chat. You all switch discussions faster than a kid with ADHD takes some Adderall. That's a joke, guys. I don't know what Adderall does. I've never taken it.
I mean, this is like
depends on who you are.
Consciousness is in one chat, freaking talking about different
Basically.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So wait. So to get to the point of what we're talking about, because we were talking about the whole Covenant versus the Illuminate thing, and then we can move on to the actual tier list. Like no one's telling me why the Covenant would win.
Well, I was trying to get to the point of I don't think the Illuminate have the numbers, because we know if you kill enough of them, they do retreat. And we know the Covenant have tens and tens of billions, and they can repopulate.
That's not a lot.
Much. I'm saying they can
win. Tens and tens of billions aren't a lot to the Helldivers universe at all.
But again, it's not a lot to. Hey, I'm saying it's
a couple trillion. Yeah, I'm pretty. They
have. I was trying to get. I was trying to finish my sentence. I was gonna say, they have billions and billions. They can repopulate constantly.
Again,
so they have just like.
But that's nothing. That's nothing new though. Like that. Like
they would outnumber.
They don't repopulate faster than the Terminids do. They don't repopulate faster than the automatons do. They don't repopulate faster than the Illuminate do, because the Illuminate literally just mind control whole planets at a time, and boom, you just added 20 billion people to your fucking.
Again, we know if you wipe out like enough of the forces, they have to retreat because their soldiers are mixed in there, and they don't have an unlimited amount of soldiers of their own people.
No, you're assuming. They sent a particular number to invade Super Earth. That's not unusual. That doesn't mean that you've wiped out all their forces. And that's.
I didn't say you're wiping out.
Like I don't really see what the argument is. Like it just seems like you're leaning into like, okay, so they had to retreat once, ergo we have more people in the Covenant because they've had to retreat. Like I don't. That's a weird connection.
My point is. My point was we know if you kill enough of them, they're going to retreat, and the number we've seen might not be the number it could be.
Yeah, but retreating is a totally normal tactical thing to do. Like I mean, just like, are you telling me that the Covenant's never retreated?
No.
They've never retreated, or you're not telling me that they've never retreated?
No, they obviously have retreated.
Okay, so who cares? Like I don't see how this is a good point towards the Illuminate. Like not having
I just don't think the Illuminate have the numbers for it.
But based on what?
They mind control people.
We can't. During the Calypso fight, they lost 3.9 billion people in 2 days, and that was the Vanguard fleet. And then they proceeded to attack 4 or 5 more planets afterwards. Tens of billions is not that much for them.
I'm pretty sure that some Covenant fleets have been given 7 billion soldiers within their fleet. I
get that, but I'm saying this was in 2 days. We've been warring with the Illuminates for months.
Man, this is a great tier list.
Yeah, but they haven't been warring on this scale because they only appeared on a couple planets, then they would disappear again. It's not like it was consistent.
It was consistent. They were always, for the last couple of months, there was no point that you couldn't go on to a planet that they were currently invading. And tens of billions of them have died just in the last since they've been like brought up. So like it's like I'm not seeing, just because a lot of them die, I don't get where you're getting that the numbers are more for the Covenant. I don't
got a better argument for that. They could probably glass the monoliths pretty simply with most of their ships, so that it's not an effect.
Sure, but I mean, if you're going to nuke a whole city and kill all your own people anyway.
Well, it wasn't nuking. No, you're not nuking a city by glassing it.
Destroy the city. They could focus down the monolith and just destroy a portion around it.
We've seen they can do that.
How big? Is it destroying a city?
No, we can make it waste.
When it's like a building. Like it's usually.
To be fair, well, I mean, okay. To be fair, the Helldivers have the exact same capabilities, but for some reason they don't. I don't know if this is ever explained as to why they don't. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I think it is. I think wait, because it used to be that like normal attacks wouldn't work on it, and that it was like shielded, and then you have to do this little thing, and then the shield goes down, and then you have to blow it up with a hell bomb. So I guess it's like maybe it's that. I mean, again, this is kind of an assumption, sort of, but like the thing is shielded, and there is things that you need to do before it gives you the ability to set up that hell bomb and then blow it up. Someone needs to correct me if this is wrong, but I'm almost like there is like has there ever been something in the briefs that says why we don't just nuke shit from space?
No, I don't think so.
You have to read the briefs. Most people don't read the briefs. That's where most That's where most of the information lies in the briefs. And because I know like when you go into the Illuminate and you have to destroy the monoliths, I forgot what you have to do something before, and then you end up like activating something, and then you can then call down a hell bomb. What's up?
No, the monoliths.
Thing, like
no, wait, no, you just destroyed the glowing things on the wall, and they stopped working.
Exactly. Conduits, almost. I don't know, whatever you call them.
You just have to go on the ground, destroy the conduits, and there's like 4 of them per monolith, and that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, and then like you shoot them with like your little baby, like even like small arms fire. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you could melee them if you wanted to.
No, I'm not saying that. So you're saying you're saying you would just glass the whole area basically?
No, you just glass that one part.
Yeah.
Do they have like sniper shot glassing abilities?
Basically, yeah, we've seen it in Halo Wars.
That's how glassing.
They can literally hit a person.
I don't know about that, but I know how glassing works is that it's a certain size beam, which is the size of roughly a building, to my understanding. And how they glass a planet is they have dozens of those just beam and start going all around the surface and melting it over. That's how it works. And so they can focus a spot and just glass the shit out they want. They probably have weapons that are more precise for the occasion. I just know the glassing is definitely powerful enough to do the job.
No, I would imagine it would be. Yeah. But I still don't think that would really solve the problem necessarily. Like you still first off, one, it's very, very quick. That's a big one. But two, you're still kind of ignoring that Illuminate do have their own fleet. It's guerrilla style tactics, fine, but they actually do have a fleet.
That's
but we don't know.
It's not like it's. I think it's unfair to the Illuminate to say the Covenant will just pull up over the planet, nuke everything or whatever, blast it with the blasting ability, and then just leave, and then that's it. That the problem's dealt with. You're kind of bypassing the fact that the Illuminate are going to be fighting back this entire time.
Not entirely. I'm just trying to say that the monolith itself can remove the mind control problem so they don't have to deal with fighting their own forces. Like these ships, how the Covenant are set up, they have fleets surrounding all of their superstructures and planets. Like they're going to have to fight to get there, and they're going to be there at the ready to defend. They
don't have to fight to get there. That's the whole point of the teleportation.
Yeah,
could they didn't.
No, they just appear and
and Michael's correct. They can also throw black holes that are the size of planets.
But we don't know if they can make them.
Wait, what's up?
I would also like to say
we don't know if they can make them.
No, we do. It was Illuminate technology that created it in the first place.
In a way, they've never used it, as far as we know.
In a way, they've never.
Mary.
Yeah, but they then showed up and began to use it in ways that we didn't know were possible.
But that's controlling it. That's not necessarily
but if they can control,
it.
Yeah, but if they can control it, if they can make it bigger, if they could speed it up, and they're doing all of this with their technology, they can make it. Like I feel like you're not you, just like that type of argument is sort of like. It's not giving Illuminate what.
Do we know they have
deserve.
the black liquid?
Yes.
Like more of it.
Yes. That's how they were able to increase the speed and make it bigger. Like for the past couple of months, the Super Earth and the Illuminates were feeding it with black fluid to make it bigger and speed it up, and the Super Earth were sapping it. And this was like this constant thing that we were fighting, trying to stop it. We were sort of fighting each other, trying to get it.
But that wouldn't really be useful against Halo because they would just go away from the planet. It's not like they have one planet. They have fucking.
Well, that's still losing ground.
I mean, it doesn't matter. For one, yes, you're losing ground, but also for two, it's still a fucking black hole that's chasing you. Like that's not a problem.
I got a possible counter. So you remember how I've mentioned to you before the idea that there's a brute chieftain that has a vortex that he can make with his gravity hammer.
Yes.
Well, they have the ability to with their shape of the very ship so that it can safely float within the atmosphere of planets so they don't crumble to pieces. The only reason why I bring this up is because they have the technology that already makes those little black holes, and they can affect gravity to a very large scale to put superstructures near planets. They could probably easily whip some engineers, be like, make a bigger version of that, and make a big version so they can have their own black hole weapon. I know this is a Hail Mary stretch, but
no, that's a massive stretch because the Flood had the ability to do that kind of stuff to black holes. I'm sorry, not the Flood. The Forerunners, and we have seen that despite the Covenant having Forerunner technology, they are not capable of doing the same things to black holes.
But they don't understand it either.
They don't understand it even a little bit. Like the Forerunners were capable of actually building massive, like, I don't know, like force fields around black holes and then siphoning energy from it in order to power their own shit. But Covenants, they can't do that. So like I don't know why we would assume that they can build massive black holes.
So the reason why I bring up the possible idea is because they already have the ability to make a smaller black hole-ish thing that can suck up units and buildings on a battlefield. They have the ability to put that in a hammer. If they could just make a bigger device that can be put in a ship or a station and remote control it from there. That's all the idea that I'm proposing.
I don't think they can because they've already been shown that they can't create black holes.
They have. That's kind of the plot hole that I'm bringing up. It is an ability in Halo Wars 1 where it acts like a black hole, and it does what it does, and they don't ever. And the thing is that
they don't call it a black hole. They call it a vortex, not a black hole, which are actually two different things. I mean, even if it behaves like a black hole, like the whole idea is that the Forerunners were capable of doing this stuff, and that the Covenant can't. I don't know. I just don't think they're taking one small ability that's the size of a dude's hammer that he's holding and trying to say, well, maybe they could take that same technology that might or might not be a black hole, but then increase it to the point that it's bigger than a planet, which is what it would have to be in order to in any way challenge the black hole that the Illuminates can make. That's a lot of ifs. That's a lot. That's like being like, I can make a grenade, so I should be able to make a nuke. Because they're like, they're both bombs.
In theory, yes, but in practice, no.
I just think we don't know how many Illuminate there are, so it's sort of speculation.
Well, it's all speculation, but I mean, look, at one point they were all across the entire universe. I know we drove them to near extinction, but we know that we can literally kill tens and tens of billions of them, and they could still keep fighting. Like, I don't know how many Illuminates have died across the entire thing, but there are literally individual players who have killed nearly 1 million Illuminates already.
I know, but I mean, we are also at a point where they have completely withdrawn from combat for a few days now.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, just because you withdraw from combat after a battle, or not necessarily withdraw. Like, there was an invasion that took place. They did not succeed in their goals. They retreated, and now because they didn't instantly, like, the moment they retreated, do the next invasion, that's a weakness for them? That's not a weakness for them.
No, I was gonna say the problem is we don't know if they don't return soon, then we know it must have been something significant because they need to build up their forces again. But we don't know because
they could
we're gonna find out in a week or two.
Strategizing to come up with a different plan. We don't know that purely because they don't show up means that their forces were significantly weak.
Yeah,
the reason why we don't know what they're planning, but by saying we don't know what they're planning, we're actually saying we don't know what Arrowhead is planning, because Arrowhead had everything planned out, and their whole thing was, okay, we're going to do this big event with the thing, and then we don't know what the next thing they're planning is. But I think I'm not saying that part isn't like, okay, they retreated, and let's see. I think coming to the conclusion that they have, whoever's eating, please mute yourself, or whatever that is, whatever that noise is. Chewing guy, stop. Are you not listening?
Are you walking? I'm walking outside, so my bad.
Whatever it is, what a crunching noise, stepping through grass. I don't know. It sounded like you're chewing. What was I saying? Fuck.
Conclusion.
That keeps happening. I don't remember. I don't remember. Anyway,
You're saying about concluding to their numbers.
Yeah, concluding that they have small numbers simply because they invaded a place, lost, and then backed off for a couple of days. I think that's a stretch. I think that's a massive, massive stretch. That doesn't mean that they're about to run out of numbers.
Well, we could also just say that their main assault fleet wasn't as big as a main Halo assault fleet, and we know Covenant.
We don't know if that's a main assault fleet. No, we don't.
What he said, it's their Vanguard, as far as we know.
But also, don't forget, Super Earth is a very skewed understanding. Like, they're always a very skewed source of information. That's just,
This is true.
Don't forget that they're a fascist and they only share.
Well, no, a lot of it they just don't know. It's not necessarily yes, they are fascist.
We don't know.
I get that, but a lot of stuff. Super Earth is just telling you what they believe. Like, as far as the intel that they have, the fact of the matter is that we don't even know where the Illuminates like where their home base are, or if they even have one. For all we know, they don't have a planet, and their fleet is just a bunch of invisible ships that are parked 1 light year away from Super Earth, just watching the planet right now, and we have no idea they're there. Like, we don't know. They could be from another universe. They could be from they're like an actual planet outside of the galaxy. We don't know anything. So everything we're saying, all we know is that we were attacked by a fleet. We fought the fleet off, and now we're like, awesome. Their fleet was in disarray. Blah 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 blah. I mean, the only way I could say you saying that this is the fact is if you think that they're not going to bring the Illuminate back.
No, they are.
Well, they're not repopulating. They're not going to repopulate their numbers in the next couple weeks and then suddenly come back at full force. Like, that's not really. They don't repopulate that quickly. The way that they repopulate is by mind controlling people. So I don't think the numbers is an issue here. I really don't. Now, we could say that their numbers are less because of the way that they work, like their entire. And this is why I think the whole numbers thing isn't even really that much of an argument, because the idea of their entire existence is that most of their army is not them. It's the mind of enslaved people and drones. So that's the big thing, right? Like, if that and the idea that the Illuminate won't be able to show up to a couple of ships or a couple of planets here and there, boom, mind control them, and then take those as their own units, which is kind of the entire way that they attack, because the Covenant will just immediately be on that shit. I just don't see any evidence that that's the case, and that this isn't going to be in any way a threat.
Do you think that
my point is, it would be a prolonged war, and we just know that the Covenant would outlast them.
I don't think we know that the Covenant would outlast them.
Well, you could take out billions of Covenant, doesn't matter. You start taking out hundreds of thousands of Illuminate.
I told you, they took out billion. We took out 3.8 billion in 2 days.
What if they take out the actual soldiers? That's a big deal.
But they're not taking out the actual soldiers, and we don't know.
They're killing Illuminate,
and we don't know how big of a deal that is. Like you said it yourself, for every 4 billion or whatever Illuminate that they're killing, they're actually only killing a couple 100,000 people that are actually Illuminate soldiers. So if you kill 10 billion on our side or 10 billion on the Illuminate side and 10 billion on the Covenant side, the Covenant is losing more people, way more people.
So I want to go. I want to give one last point to the black hole for the rest of this on my part, because I have one last idea. Whenever the Covenant do slip space jumping, it is opening a form of vortex, and it has a slip space explosion, which has all the energy sucking in, going outwards like a fucking
like a black hole.
Implosion.
Not like a black hole. It's what's it called? It's a star nova explosion, where a star implodes and goes outwards.
That's not the slip space. You're trying to argue that the slip space is the same thing as a black hole. Look,
we barely destroy a city.
What I'm trying to say is, where I'm going is, they could suicide bomb and fling a ship into it, so the slip space explosion just sends the energy outwards from within the black hole and undoes it.
It took out a city barely. It's not doing anything to a black hole.
That is a huge theoretical step.
I know. I'm at least trying to think of something that might work here instead of arguing their numbers.
I would like to bring up
the problem is, I don't think either of y'all are doing particularly good job at this. I'm sorry, I don't know your name, Brit guy, but the British guy is arguing numbers when I think he's making massive leaps in logic, trying to say they don't have numbers. We do not have any evidence that they have so. We've seen how many people they can lose in a couple of days. They have a lot of numbers. We know they have a lot of numbers. There isn't a faction in the Helldivers universe that doesn't have tens of billions casually. I mean, shit, just since the war has started, we killed over 200 billion people. No, yeah, it was 200 billion, I think, so far, is what we've killed.
Yep.
Of Super Earth people have killed. And, the numbers are insane in this universe. So to say that they just have a couple tens of billions, like, I think that that's a massive leap in logic. And who the fuck is chewing or walking? Whatever it is.
Is the walking dude
Mute
again?
yourself. Mute it, or I'm gonna permanently mute you. And then Doug is like trying to like come up with theoretical possibilities that the Covenant themselves have never actually done, which is getting into serious fan fiction.
Because you could do the same thing for
you can do it for everything.
Like,
yeah, you can do it for, You could say that they could take the mind control technology and then build a new version that doesn't go on planets, but actually launches on the side of ships. And then now we can control that.
Like follow a train of logic that they can do.
And it instantly brainwashes the
They
entire
have.
planet.
Yeah, well, why can't they just fly their ship stealthily right next to the Covenant ship, still being in stealth, and then just activate the mind control beacon on their own ship and control the ship next to them without the Covenant even knowing they're there? Like there's all kind. If you want to just like throw out random stuff, I could just keep throwing out random stuff for the Illuminats too. But we're gonna be here fucking forever talking about this.
We have so many other races to talk about.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the fucking tier list yet. But I don't think that there's any evidence that the Covenant severely outnumber. The Covenant do not have any real way around the mind control. They're not.
I don't think they severely outnumber. I think they would.
There's
I just meant they would outlast them
There's no
numbers wise.
There's no evidence they outnumber or would outlast them. I don't see how that's the case. The
Their
Illuminate went to war.
repopulation is a lot higher.
Based on what?
Yeah,
we don't know anything about the repopulation abilities of the Illuminate. We have no idea. They at one point they populated the entire galaxy. I don't see how we would say that they completely. What is that? Stop. Who is that?
That's me. I'm waiting for the whole.
Who was that?
Me.
D-boy. Okay, dude, I was about to kick you. Don't fucking Jeopardy music me, please. Anyway, what was that? What were we? Fuck. What was I saying again?
We're talking about the hypotheticals. How you can just say anything for anyone.
Whatever. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. If maybe there's other people in the comment section that think that like y'all are making really good points. I just don't think that any of the. I think that a lot of this is assuming shit about the Illuminats that we don't.
No, there is a lot of assumptions. I'm not going to deny there is a lot of assumptions in it.
Yeah, like.
We know nothing about the Illuminate, really.
We know a lot. No, we do know a lot. There's just it was the first major assault by the Illuminates on Super Earth, and like I just don't think you can make the claim that you can understand their numbers.
We just have no idea if that's a. We don't know if that's a big blow to them or not.
Yeah, I mean, kinda. Yeah, for the most part. I mean, Calypso. You would think the Calypso would have been a really big blow to them. Again, that was almost 4
I guess
billion
my
people.
bias would be my logic would be it is, but I can't obviously know it for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't. And honestly, if you're arguing, if your only argument is that they would outlast them and they have more numbers, and that's something that you can't prove, and that's really your only argument, then you're kind of sort of already giving up the point that if they
already lost.
Oh no, I think they stalemate. I don't think either faction can beat.
But I'm saying if your argument isn't that the Covenant can overcome them via technology, tactics, anything like that, and your argument is that because they would outnumber them, you're already giving up the idea that they would be killing them at a fast enough pace that the Illuminates could win. Like.
Oh no, I don't think that at all. I don't think they could do that.
I don't see.
Not a chance.
I don't see why not. If they're mind controlling and turning the Covenant against their own, I think that there's no reason why they wouldn't be able to do that.
The grunts can reproduce at an absolutely insane
yes, but they
rate.
can mind control the grunts.
The Golo.
And then they can have the grunts and then the Lumens will have the grunts and they will be able to mind control, and then they will be able to populate
But they can't do that to every planet to the galaxy at once.
They can't do it at once, but they could do it.
Do you know that? Do you know that they can't do that all?
I'm not saying they could do it at once, but they can do it whole planet worth of populations in a couple of hours.
If I'm not mistaken.
I was talking about the other dude. He said they can't. Like, what proof do you have that what they can and can't do?
Well, I'm not gonna say. Well, no, because if they
only been
didn't
around
do
for a
that,
couple
well, no,
weeks.
because if they could do that, no, he's right. Because if they could do it to the whole galaxy in a single, like they would have done it already. Obviously, they can't do it, but they could do it to individual planets, and they could do it very quickly. So I'm not really seeing the issue here. The thing about the Illuminates, one of the things that make them dangerous is that it doesn't matter how fast you can repopulate with your other species. If you can repopulate that fast now, so can the Illuminates. Because they can literally just take your people from you and do it too. They wanted to, they can build grunt farms, and there's nothing the grunts can say about it because they're literally being fucking brainwashed into just going with it. They just do whatever the Illuminates say.
Aren't the Lagolo? I need some confirmation before I make a point. Are the Hunter Lagolo worms? Can they be infected by the flood? They're hive mind, but can they be infected by the flood?
I don't think so. We've never seen a hunter flood.
I know we haven't, but is it because the worms can't be infected, or because there's too many worms to infect? Because there's a difference there.
The only reason they can't be infected is because they don't have a central nervous system. I think that's the only reason.
It's a different meaning of infection to mind control then, so I imagine they could.
It takes over their mind, so I think it would be qualified. But the Lagolo's ability to infiltrate and understand Forerunner technology could allow them to probably not be mind controlled and take down monoliths and swarms for the Covenant.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
I don't know about that. Maybe
they do fight in swarms. Like they do that. There was a movie that
Wait,
showed them being like that.
Oh yeah, no, I reckon you could hypothetically, but you said they were high mind, right?
They are, but can we honestly get to the end of this argument?
Okay, yeah, no, everyone's look. Jordan's actually paying for us to move on. A lot of people in the comments are saying that we should.
I made some money by arguing, I guess.
We're gonna move on. It's a good tactic.
I saw that comment and it's like, I feel bad.
Just randomly start like, hey, let's argue fucking Teletubbies versus Care Bears for a half hour, so people pay us.
I'll come up with a good argument for the next stream.
No, I'm not doing that. Okay, let me say they can. It's just used as biomass because individuals they're small. Stop lying. All right, so let's actually get to like how cool would it be? So basically, if you were in this particular scenario, and for people who weren't here at the beginning when I explained it, because I'm sure there are quite a few people. Most of those people probably dipped. Basically, the idea of this is that you are going into a universe where every single space military faction all exists at the same time in this massive infinite universe, and you are being gifted one of these military forces that you will be able to command within this universe, and we are going to put them on the tier list based on which ones would be the best to have, which ones would be the worst to have, knowing that you are in a universe that is just populated with a bunch of different crazy evil factions. Like a sort of Warhammer universe, but instead of just Warhammer with all these different factions, it's literally all factions of fiction that you can think of at the same time. Now, what was I going to say? Yeah, what you do with that faction is entirely up to you. You don't have to go and try and take over the galaxy or take over the universe. That's not, like, you could just, if you just want to live on your planet in peace and fortify and be like, you guys come over here, I'm going to kill you, just leave me alone. You can do that, doesn't matter.
But if you want, you can.
Yeah, you do it, whoever's got the dark, it's cool, just mute yourself, it's fine. Okay. When it comes to the barking dogs and stuff, it's fine, but like mute yourself. A lot of times people will stop to try and shut their dog up, and they'll be on there for like 2 minutes straight, like trying to shut. It's like, don't try and shut your dog up. Like mute yourself and then try to shut your dog up. You know. But anyway, so basically what we're saying, like, did mute yourself? Did you mute yourself? Okay. Jesus. Okay, so
he muted himself when he thought his dog stopped. Probably.
Don't. If you're not talking, if you guys have a problem like that, if you're not talking, just mute yourself. If you only unmute to talk, like there's no reason to even risk it. Why? Like the dude who was walking through the grass. Like if you're not talking, there's no reason for you to be unmuted anyway. Okay, so for this case, you would essentially replace like the High Council. Does anyone know like how the Illuminates work? Basically, there's like a High Council, and the High Council makes decisions, and then they tell this AI to essentially mind fuck the entire civilization, just go along with it. So you would basically be replacing the High Council. Whatever decisions you want, whatever you want the entire Illuminate to believe, you would just tell the AI, and the AI would then make those decisions for you. You can go to war with whoever you want, you can do whatever you want. Where on this particular tier list should they go? Where would be a good place for them?
I would say S tier, because it sounds like you have no one... Oops, sorry, go ahead.
Because we're at the start, and just looking at from the rest of the ones that we have that I know and don't know, I reckon they are a pretty good B tier army.
Well,
Just
B
when I
is in
look
the
at
middle, so there's no F on this one because I've been putting F on here, but then there's 6 tiers, and then there's not a middle, and I got tired of there not being a middle. So there's no. So B is the middle. So B would be like the C, right? I should actually. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
No, you're good. So
on.
B is kind of like the C tier. So I would probably put the Illuminates in A. I don't feel comfortable enough to put them in S because I think like some like badass factions are going to be in S. But I do think that they're really good, and I wouldn't say they're average because there are some shitty armies on this list that are going to go very low.
Yeah, actually, now that I look at the list again, I would agree.
There's some trash ass armies on this
so
list.
A point against Illuminate that I think we should consider is the fact that everyone is mind controlled, and while they'll have them under your will, I don't know how fun it would be to be sharing minds with an entire population.
You're not sharing minds. You're telling them what to believe, and they believe it.
No, they're not. They're not a hive. But
they're not a hive mind. They're not a hive mind.
I would say it's kind of like a robot army.
It's not a robot. They're living beings.
No,
it would be more. It would be more like if you're like I don't know if you're like a Democrat and you're like I don't like conservatives. I'm just gonna make everyone in the world a Democrat.
It's like the managing democracy.
Yeah, it's kind of, sort of. It's not. No, it's not managing democracy.
Direct.
It's not. Yeah, it's not managing democracy because there's no democracy because everybody agrees on everything. There's no voting because we're all everyone's on the same page. Imagine a world where literally everyone agrees and believes all the same stuff that you believe in.
Would it be a dictatorship?
Oh, North Korea democracy.
That'd be so boring.
No, there's no democracy. They just all they're on the same. Well, I'm not saying that they don't have individuality. Because because I don't think the population is aware that they're being mind controlled. Like I think the population are just all on the same page about certain things. But like you might have this Illuminate who likes the color green most, and this Illuminate likes the color blue most. This Illuminate likes long legs, but this Illuminate's more of an ass man. Like they still have differences. But when it comes to the actual important things about like the political side of it, whether or not we're going to war, morale during time of war. Political decisions that affect everybody's lives. All of that, everyone's on the same page. Like they literally aren't allowed to be off on the same page.
The control isn't constant, but it's targeted so that on an individual level they can have their own unique things, but as a whole, whenever something big happens,
it's mind control. It's mind control that's guiding the society. It's not just a bunch of.
So you could have generals, and they would have their own ideas for you.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't be the sole decision maker, because that's what I thought it was going to be.
Well, if you don't want to be, I mean, you don't have.
That's what I meant. Like you can choose to like.
If you're controlling,
I want an advisor.
If you're controlling the mind control, well, we've seen like with the vote list that you could just straight up strip them of all will, but they don't do that for the Illuminate. The Illuminate aren't turned into vote lists. So like it would really be up to you how you want to control them. It could be a minor. It could be a very sort of minor like like I just kind of want to influence you in your decisions, or it could be like. I just straight up want you to just completely.
Okay, I think that sounded like an A, and then like depending on the other factions, it probably goes up to S.
I wouldn't put it on. I'm not gonna put anything on S as the first thing because I want to get.
No, that's what I meant. That's why I said depending on the other factions.
Yeah, we're gonna.
I think it goes up.
Does anyone disagree that it should be on A and think it should be lower or higher for any particular reason?
I think A is perfectly good.
No, actually, A is really good, especially after the explanation.
What is the downside of it? I can't think of any.
Well, I mean, the downside of it is just going to be based. The downside is just going to be based on, like what their what other factions have that they don't, for the most part. Which is like the Covenant aren't on here, but the Covenant can glass planets. We don't know if the Illuminate can glass planets. In fact, we don't know if the Illuminates have.
The Covenant are here.
No, they're not. Are they? No,
is that not them?
No, they're not.
What? Next to Star Wars, is that not them?
The Covenant?
That is the Covenant. Okay, is that the Covenant? That is the Covenant, isn't it? Okay, I guess the Covenant are here. Never mind.
I'm looking on a small screen. I wasn't sure.
No, you're right. I forgot I put them on here. Okay, so whatever. The Covenant are here. So yeah, like the Covenant can glass planets. The Covenant have like a very very strong. I don't know if you would call it a navy, but like a space navy. The Illuminate, a fleet. The Illuminate aren't heavily fleet based. Like I said, they use guerrilla style tactics. That's going to be something that's like not necessarily a bonus for them. The stealth ships are. Having an entire fleet of stealth ships is a bonus, but not being able to like stand up and fight in open warfare to the same degree that some of the other people here, that's probably going to be a downside. it's really not going to be so much what their weaknesses are, more so what they can't do that other people can, for the most part.
You're more limited on how you can control them because you can't really just go face to face, like head on fighting. You have to be more tactical and more.
Well, it depends. I think you can go head on fighting with quite a few of the factions here. They're not weak when it comes to head on fighting. It just depends. You just have to lean on your strengths.
Guerrilla warfare.
No, lean on your strengths of what you can do with head on fighting. Like if you they're really good at ground combat. Like they're really good at ground combat. So, but see, that's kind of the thing about the universe of Helldivers is that all of the other factions have gotten really good at ground combat because Super Earth has just completely dominated space combat. None of the other factions can even compete with them in space combat, so they've all gotten really good at ground combat. What's up?
I didn't interrupt, but there's super chats, and there's a couple people in the chat kind of complaining about reading them. Just want to let you know.
Okay, we were talking. I was gonna read it when I got to it. Let me see. What does he say?
Yeah, okay.
Jordan Meso, make a poll for A or S tier because it depends if you're good with mind controlling people, and you're welcome, everyone. I used capitalism to get the conversation go. We were having the conversation. You interrupted the conversation. Is what you did. That's what we were literally having that conversation. I'm so confused. Whatever. Okay. Okay. So I'm not gonna make a poll for S quite yet. We're gonna put unless, like I said, if anyone agrees that it should be at S and thinks that strongly it should be at S, then let me know. But I think everyone's pretty much for A because I think there's going to be characters that we're gonna meet later on that are basically gods, and I wouldn't necessarily justify putting them.
Yeah, like the
S
Martians.
Yeah, they're the
Martians.
Sure.
Yeah, sure, pal. Definitely gods.
All right, so
there should be a special tier for them that is just like failure tier or something, because there's no way they stack up to any of these other
Someone
ones.
paid to have them on the list. Someone gave their hard-earned money.
Failure.
Well, someone paid for them. That doesn't mean they have to they have to go in S tier. So
don't say that, dude. Don't say that. You're gonna tempt them. Okay, so what's this next one? I don't even remember. I don't even remember what the next one is. This one's from Call of Duty.
I think so. Yeah.
UN. What are they called?
Does anyone know what this symbol is? I don't remember.
What symbol?
Wait.
You're not watching the stream.
Hold on, I am. I just paused for you. What is
this
it?
symbol right here.
I have no idea what that symbol is.
It's from Call of Duty, right? Am I wrong?
That looks like
I am wrong, or is it from Call of Duty?
I don't think it's Call of Duty.
From Call of Duty.
I don't know. I don't know.
Someone in the chat paid.
UNSC? I don't think that's the UNSC, is it?
No, it's not. Someone in the chat paid to have
Starship
this here.
Troopers.
It's not.
Okay, yeah, that's the Call of Duty then.
Someone on the chat paid to have this here.
Okay, yeah, Jordan Meso just said it's Call of Duty Infinite Warfare.
Okay, does anyone know anything about this faction?
They're basically good guys. That's all I know.
What can they do?
Okay, I will be the advocate for Infinite Warfare.
You didn't even know what the symbol was.
Well, because Dude, I didn't see the symbol, okay? My screen is like smaller than your goddamn Apple smartphone, whatever the hell the thing is called.
I don't have any of those things.
Everything on my screen is microscopic.
Which Fister VO? Okay. It's a super chat. All of you are wrong. All of you are wrong. A harem of Drukhari witches is enough to conquer most medieval isekai worlds. Did he just enter the stream? I feel like he just entered the stream. I have no idea.
I don't think.
This is space armies. Yeah, ironically, yes, Drukhari is a space army.
You can just read the video. It's on the title of the thing.
I'm pretty sure they were in this chat for a while.
Where did he get the medieval stuff in?
I don't know. That's what I need clarification on that message. I don't know.
Hera was.
Anyway, okay. So whoever knows Infinite Warfare, where on the list should it be? What can they? I mean, aren't they like they're not a galactic?
Okay, they actually have some decent stuff. They don't. I think the only thing they take care of is like the main solar system. In the main game, they don't go outside the solar system, but they are able to travel to like each planet very quickly because they have like those little warps. And they have a really giant ships, like heavily equipped with guns and all sorts of like cannons.
Like every ship ever made by
Like
any
almost
military.
well, not every ship. They have like TIE fighters basically, and then but they're like they look like the jets from our real world. It's basically just if our military in Call of Duty just went to space. That's basically what it is, but it's just slightly more advanced.
So this sounds like D. It sounds like a D.
Yeah.
Well,
I would say B.
I reckon
not
they
B,
could still
C.
take on the
B?
Martians, and
You
so-
think that normal military that's stranded in our own solar system, with just like slightly advanced stuff over what we already have today is B?
Well,
I
they
meant
could probably go over out of our solar system. We just don't see it happen, but they are pretty advanced. Like they have like bases on like next to Mercury, which is close to like the sun, and they have like heat protective shields, robots and stuff.
Some
It's not that crazy in comparison to everything else that's going to be here.
Stop. Some nerd is saying, that's his name, nerd, I'm not insulting him, is saying
His name is
that you're not bringing up the exosuits.
The exosuits. I was just literally about to bring that up. Yes, they have exosuits, and that helps them in space kind of breathe. They have like oxygen tanks though. It's not really.
They're
all
weak
that
ones
crazy.
though, right?
They do actually improve
Like
their
an
strength
astronaut.
by a good margin. So like, and they have like a hover ability and stuff. Like you can wall run. Not sure how useful that is, but they do.
It's not.
Mainly the Earth that they live on is heavily equipped with like these giant turrets, which protect against pretty much any like aerial combat.
How big of a turret are we talking?
It is pretty fucking big.
I can't
I
believe
couldn't tell you like its exact measurements, but if you look at the game, it's pretty big.
I
Is
can't
it bigger
believe
than
a
a
house?
skyscraper or what?
I can't believe people are
not like
saying that it should be
skyscraper
C. Like, why are people saying this should be C?
It's D, right?
Isn't D meant to be
I
for the
think
work?
People are saying C, but I don't get why they're saying C. So one person said it's because it's similar to our own, so it'll be easier to command. But it doesn't matter if you wiped out.
They
wiped
are
out 'cause you
only
suck.
humans though. They are
Hold
just
on.
only humans though.
Fair.
Most of them, at least technically.
What else are they?
Well, what are the other ones?
Well, the other ones are the enemies, and those guys were born on Mars, but they were human settlers.
Look, I'm just saying, if
before.
I'm going to be chucked into a universe where I'm told Decepticons and demons exist, I don't want to be just a regular human military that can kind of go into
fair
space.
enough. If I have to fight fucking space
Well,
robots,
I mean, yeah,
wanna be just
basically all
dude.
this is just humans with high tech. That's.
But it's
that's
not
it.
that high tech. It's just
Michael says, put them in D. They do not remotely compare to any other faction on this list. It doesn't seem like
Agreed.
y'all's explanation of it is not selling me on this at all.
it's they honestly sound worse than the Martians.
Which
I'm
is
pretty sure
which
the
is
exosuits
where
are
we're on the
shitty,
Martians.
No, they are not worse than the Martians. I don't know what you are on. The Martians are were able to be taken out by 90s military. These are guys in like 2050 military.
Wait, hold up.
These guys would absolutely demolish them.
2050?
Hold up, Jordan Meso
I don't know
says
the timing
they
on it.
fight with the enemy in the same solar system. And fun fact, the pilots have augmented reality helmets that make sounds and stuff that make sounds that stuff should make, but it's in space. Okay, that's fun.
That sounds like a word salad if I heard one.
That's not a word salad. No,
Well, they're actually kind of they're a decent faction because their own like
Not on this list,
military
they're
was
not.
fighting against.
No, it's shit. It's unfortunate.
Not on this list, they aren't. I don't see how they could
I guess
possibly.
compared to the rest of these, yeah, but I mean, I'd say like a D tier would be fine.
I mean, it's
like
the lowest
against all
tier.
these other factions, like against the Illuminate, they're not like as crazy and can't really compare to counter the Illuminates. So like, it's clear that they would probably lose if they were invaded by them.
Gotcha.
Especially with
Okay.
the whole black hole thing.
So,
like they only have giant lasers.
Without even asking anyone's opinions or having any conversation about this, Martians go in D at the very bottom, right? Does anyone disagree with
How
that?
much does it cost to make
No,
an
go
Elden
ahead.
Ring?
I say put them in the disappointment tier.
That's kind of what D tier is. We're gonna call it that. We're gonna say no.
I mean,
What's
the
a
Martians and
worse
the
word
human
than
would have to work
disappointment?
together.
Like what's a word that starts with D
retarded.
but like
Disgusting.
Oh wait, D
but like
disgusting.
Disaster.
but like
Done.
means,
Disaster. Disrespectful.
Oh no, I got one.
Disdain.
Dunce.
Perfect. Y'all are disappointing for not coming up with it. There we go. Boom.
What is it?
What is it?
I don't know. Maybe watch the stream.
Dog shit.
Yeah, there you go.
How much is it to make it put it in S tier? How much do I have to pay?
Well, okay, so
Throw it in S
so
tier?
someone's saying that the problem with the Martians is the weakness to sound. No, one of them was literally beaten in a boxing match by an old man who was like in his late 60s, and he was able to beat his ass.
An old man is crazy.
And he was able to beat his ass in a boxing match. That they suck. They're physically weaker and crappier than we are. Our guns work against them just fine. They don't seem to have any armor whatsoever. They're not good.
I get your point that it was a retired man, but I'm pretty sure that was Larry Holmes that was boxing that guy, and he is
It's a
not.
it's a 60-year-old man, bro.
I'm pretty sure he could still knock a man out pretty easily. Like, it's Larry Holmes.
He
fought Muhammad Ali.
But he didn't play Larry Holmes in the movie.
Okay, fair enough.
He was that actor was Larry Holmes playing somebody else who was this old retired dude. He worked at a casino, and he was a retired old amateur boxer. Like, he wasn't no, that's not. And he was able to beat at 60. And he was able to beat the commander, one of the commanders of the Martian army.
That's
bad. Put him up against an average
surprising.
Navy SEAL. Let's see how he does. Probably not.
Then he also beat the entire rest of the unit who decided to dogpile
That's
him
true.
too.
He got attacked by 40 of them right after that. And he was
20.
He was knocking them all out, and then we don't see him. And we think he's dead, and at the end of the movie, he appears. He's got a couple scratches on him. Like, this dude successfully got out of that alive. Yeah, he beat all of their asses because they're so. No, that's
really
no. I even feel bad putting this army.
Yeah, can we put this lower?
We need a lower tier, but then we won't have a middle tier again.
Oh, it's gonna ruin it. Yeah.
We won't have
I mean, don't they kind of make up for it with very devastating weapons?
No, they got some guns that shoot electricity shit that turns people to ash. Okay, cool, whatever.
Wasn't it based in the 60s or 70s, and they lost? So.
A solution to
Was
the
it
tier thing.
was it based in the past?
Phantom Zone or something.
I know the movie came out in the 90s, but I never thought that it took place in an earlier time period. Maybe it does.
They lost to us. That's enough.
Video games, so it couldn't be any.
They lost to us. There's not much said.
Jordan Meso
they lost to the 90s army. What the hell are they going to do in this?
Jordan Meso said, make a poll for where whoever that is, mute it. For where the United Nations Space Alliance should be A, B, or C. Okay, I will make a poll so that your shitty Space Alliance
can get into C.
I actually think that they could at least be C, but when it comes to coming up against other C tier, they might be.
If no one votes, does it just stay in Diva?
I'm still adding D.
I guess.
D. There you go.
People are gonna vote for D just to spite Jordan.
Everyone can vote.
Vote.
If the average human military with some jets that can go into space deserve to be above the dog shit tier, where we have alien races like the Decepticons and the Borg and Star Wars. Jesus.
I mean, if you think about it, though, if they do go into C tier, they would at least be towards the bottom of C tier as it fills up, because they're not as bad as the fucking Martians.
They wouldn't be in C tier. Okay, so I am C star. What is that? What's this one? I don't know what this is.
John Helldiver.
I want to say this real quick.
From Space Trooper?
G-Drum got some
John Helldiver just joined, guys. Look.
Real good, when you told him to mute earlier because of the dog, it almost to me I laughed because it sounded like you're telling him to euthanize it.
That's fine. Either one, whatever works.
Damn.
It's I believe.
How much to put Mars Attacks in S tier?
I can't hear either of you. What's up?
How much to put Mars Attacks in S tier? How much?
$500.
Fuck.
The actual max. Damn.
Wait.
Is that the max?
Maybe.
Yeah, that is max.
I didn't even know that. That's funny.
Pay him like $1,000.
What?
Oh, it's the Titanfall people.
Oh, Titanfall. Okay,
Doug,
these
what the
guys
hell?
are better than
Why didn't you know
UNSC.
that?
I looked it up. I typed
Doug.
in,
Why
I
didn't
am
Doug
looking
know
at
that?
video game.
Because I just
said
played
that
the
like
shit
10
out of
minutes
the
ago.
multiplayer without reading
Or not
much
10
into the
minutes,
names
5
of
minutes
everything.
Then why
And
did you
I'm
have me add him to the list if you don't?
First I didn't think you had him on there, and if you were going to, I was gonna pull up the game and look at the information while we talked about it. Didn't see that you did.
That's not viable. You should know this stuff beforehand. Not reading off a wiki. What's even the point? Does anyone know anything about the IMC?
Reading in wiki.
I know nothing.
They
Never
have
played
a
the
couple
game.
planets in a small.
I literally had to look it up, so I know nothing.
Oh, they do have the time
They got
travel. They
time
do have
travel.
that time manipulation.
And giant robots.
Time manipulation is kind of confusing, but yeah, they do have that.
Well, the time manipulation kind of works specifically for like the singular person because it doesn't like rewind or fast forward.
No.
It takes you to the different time. Like
Yeah.
you physically, it will rewind yourself to a time wherever it was or back to your original time. I don't think it can go forward. I don't think it does that, but it does bring you back. But everything around.
How I understand it is you basically just kind of stop existing for a brief moment. That's how, bless you, it's how it is.
That sounds very confusing.
It's not really that confusing. It
How
just takes your
effective would
body
it be?
and brings it back in time.
Isn't that
in
what
combat?
the Terminators earlier and how they can go
timeline?
through time, but in the exact same spot? That's what these guys
Yeah,
have.
when they go through time and they are in the same spot.
Okay, how I understand it, because when you play Ronin, when he activates his phase ability, he literally disappears and is not there, and then
Right.
he can reappear wherever he wants. He has a few seconds where he is like in an alternate
I
space.
think the way that works is that it literally just takes you into a different dimension for a few seconds.
Yeah.
Wait,
so that you get away.
how far in time can you go?
It doesn't.
Well, we don't know.
How far have we seen it go
When the
back?
campaign
It
takes
lasts a
place,
couple
the time
seconds.
travel. Yeah, when you use the time travel mechanic, I think you are only brought back to when the facility that you are using it in
How long is that?
just not
Oh, yeah.
destroyed. We don't know because I don't know when the facility is destroyed.
Yeah, if I'm not
Do you-
mistaken, the whole facility incident, the time shit was acting up because the facility had a malfunction, and that's why he was going back and forth. And they had simulations that they were trying to do.
I don't
days?
I don't see.
It's funny
Wait,
playing the
I
game
don't.
'cause
Hold
you
up.
also get
Stop,
to
stop,
mess
stop,
with
stop,
them.
I don't. Why does this even matter? Them being able to send one dude back in time is not going to save their civilization from being gunned down by another larger, more powerful civilization. So
But
I
they
don't think this
might
is
be-
useful.
but they
No,
can
but it
pass
can act like
intel.
it could be like a smart tactic. Because think about it like this: you have like a couple of pilots.
Literal
flying, like,
best
say,
case
I don't know.
scenario is they go back in time and warn themselves that an attack is coming before the attack comes. Literally, they can't do anything else.
They can probably do that, but I don't think that's how it works.
Well, you can set up ambushes with like literal future knowledge.
If you're being invaded, I mean, what's the ambush? Like it's a
you-
full-on planetary invasion. You can prepare for the invasion, but you
You know
can't
where their
ambush.
ships are gonna
You
be. You
can't
can literally
ambush
just wait
someone.
above them.
You can't ambush someone who are coming at you in preparations for war.
You could leave bombs where they're gonna teleport. You could do loads of stuff.
It's space, and you're assuming
It just-
teleportation, and you're assuming that they even know where they would
You know,
teleport from. Like
knowing exactly what someone's gonna do, I think is a very useful.
No, because at the moment you do something alternate than that, you have now changed the timeline, and now what happens is all up in the air. It's only good for one decision, and unless you can use that one decision to completely win the fight, it's not going to matter.
You would have to go back in time like thousands of times to actually survive.
Yeah, you have to keep going back over and over and over and over and over again. And honestly, there is going to be a certain point.
Multiple people can use the time travel though.
There
It's not
is
like
going to
one
be
single
then you're just
person.
gonna fuck shit up beyond repair. But there is going to be a point where you are invaded by a force that's so overpowered that your time shit's not gonna matter.
Yeah, like
Yeah, fair
I don't
enough.
know, the Decepticons. You're
The
screwed.
Decepticons, well, they have giant robots that are arguably bigger than the Decepticons.
Doesn't matter
and
if they're
they
bigger.
fight
The
just as-
Decepticons can literally be on exploding planets, and they just sort of like play. They're like fine.
Yeah,
they're on a different wave.
They're Decepticons
like,
like Decepticons who are freaking huge, anyways. They're basically cities. They're walking cities.
There are very big Decepticons, but that's like the specific ones. Like Devastator is like 5 of them combined. And
Wait, we're not talking about the
Singular
Decepticons right now. We're talking about the IMC. Don't get off.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you
Yeah.
brought up the
Wait,
Decepticons. Okay, so my
No,
point
but
is
I'm
that
saying
the
you
Titans
were.
and like the time travel stuff will help them a lot.
I don't think.
I
No, I don't
think
think
it's very
it'll. I
strong.
don't think it'll help them a lot. I think, especially considering that you guys haven't given anything else that they have. So you're giving me the idea that they're just like a pretty basic military force, but they just happen to have one time control thing. I don't
They
think
also
that's.
have robots.
I
They
don't
have
think
big
that's.
robots.
I don't think that's going to overcome.
Sure, they have
I don't
robots,
think
and so did the UNSC.
I think they're B. I think time travel carries them.
The time travel is definitely going to be a carry, but I also think the Titans will be the carry because that's like most of the pilots.
Will time travel?
Marines and stuff.
Will time travel allow them to overcome the Imperium of Man? Will it allow them to overcome the Borg? Will it allow them to overcome the Night Sentinels, the Decepticons,
The Galactic
Hellgas, the Galactic Empire?
Imperium of Man.
Yeah, some of these
I can
guys
see
can
the
actually
Imperium of
predict
Man
the
being
future
fought
naturally.
off.
Wait, what's up?
But like not being defeated. I could see like the Imperium of Man struggling to catch them, considering that first off they have giant Titans and the basic little and the blue dudes can
Are they stuck
die
to
from those giant bugs.
Do they have Do they have a Galactic Empire?
No, they don't
They have,
have
like,
a galactic.
3 planets.
They're just a very big galactic like space force. They aren't like an empire of sorts. They just have like a bunch of like drop ships
They
in
probably
space.
have
The
a
Imperial
handful of
Man
solar
have
systems at best.
Don't they?
Then they'll be wiped. Then
They
they'll
have
be,
the
then they'll be
dreadnoughts.
then they'll be wiped out by all of these other much bigger, much larger, much more powerful forces. I don't think time control is really going to help them all that much. If all they could do is go back
Maybe.
and like tell themselves of something that might happen, like it's not going to help. Like how
But
you say?
but you're using the time travel as its main weapon. It's not their
No,
main
y'all are
weapon. It's just
arguing that the
something to
time.
help
No,
them.
y'all are the ones. That's the only thing that
No,
y'all have
that's
brought
me.
up. Y'all have
I
literally
think it's the
only.
most powerful asset.
Well, that's the only thing any of y'all have talked about is the time travel. No one's talking about
They
anything
have
else.
much else for like some robots.
Y'all talked about a robot.
They
Y'all
have
talked
a bunch
about
of them.
robots and time travel, and robots are like most of these have robots. Like this is sci-fi shit. They all have robots except for maybe predators. So like.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to talk about is
So-
that wait, they would absolutely throttle the predators. Just want to let you know.
Jordan brought up a point in a super
Everyone
chat about
does.
the IMC being farmers and the PMC group that they're fighting against being militia. We're not even really seeing the full scope of the military. We're just seeing
I don't
people
remember them
fight
being
within their
farmers.
territory.
They have
They're
like actual
farmers?
wars.
That's the lore
with
he
them.
gives.
That's not what they. I don't remember that ever being a thing. Last time I checked,
Yeah.
you begin the campaign straight up fighting in a war zone, not as a farmer. Wait,
No,
I
that
remember you saying
training
something that the
montage,
Titans were
IMC are the
used for
farmers,
farming
first off,
once.
person.
I think I remember you saying something like that. I'm not sure I still believe that though, considering that if they are farmers, they were able to go from peaceful farmers to war fighters really quickly because of
You
how
have
the.
not met a farmer if you think that's weird for them to go to war.
Yeah, they do it. They
I
do it.
didn't,
They do
I
it a
didn't say it
lot.
was weird. I didn't say it was weird. I said it
all the
was.
You
time.
literally said it was
I
weird.
said you think it.
quick.
I said you think it.
Okay,
I
hold
know- I
on.
know
Hold on.
that,
We got a
so-
couple. We got a couple of super chats. Let me read through. Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, since y'all were expecting a real answer, both the Principality of Xeon and the Earth Federation from the original Gundam series, are you asking me to add those to the list? I'm assuming.
Huh?
I'm assuming he's asking me to add those to the list. I don't know.
Love Gundams.
Gundam's
That makes
pretty
sense.
powerful.
Would Frieza Force be
Gundam's
added?
also robots though,
Earth
so you're making his point for this one weaker.
But very
Like,
Well, no, he's not arguing.
Hey,
He's not,
giant
he's not
robots.
arguing for the
Stab it.
point. He's not arguing for the point. He's just.
Oh.
I think he just wants to add one of them to the list. I don't know either of them, so it doesn't matter to me.
I don't know
Michael
Gundam either. I just
paid
know
for
they
me
have
to.
some strong stuff.
Michael paid for me to put it in D, $5, but Jordan paid me $20 to put it in B. so capitalism. This might be the first time Michael's ever lost to capitalism.
Wow.
It's never been a.
Give it 30
He's never
seconds.
lost. He's never been able to lose in this category. Oh man. That's, okay, but so the Federate. I don't know. Does anyone here know anything about Gundams that we can even talk about that?
I know they are giant mechs.
Mechs
Bigger
are.
than Transformers. That's all I know.
Okay, I'm gonna ask one more time. The answer would be yes or silence if the answer is no. Does anybody here know anything about Gundam that's actually that they can actually talk about it?
You hurt Michael's pride.
Huh? I hurt Michael's pride. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Get the fuck out of D tier.
Okay.
Okay. Getting moved back down to D.
No, not my Titans.
Yeah, no. I mean,
I would argue
at least he
C,
gave them
at
top
least.
of D. I mean, dude, look, he could, if he wanted to, he could have just said, "Hey, make a new bottom tier below dog shit" and put him there. But he's a good top of D. That's not, he's actually being relatively kind. He's,
God damn it, Michael! Why would you do this to me, Michael?
So yeah,
you traitor.
because you're a cheap ass.
30. Wait a minute.
Oh,
Wait a minute.
What?
Oh, okay, never mind. It's 30. It's still more money. 30. It's $34. Is that 500 yen? It's still $15 more. Oh, wait a minute. Jordan just upped up. Well, it's still not more. So
the IMC were farmers and turned into a pretty effective militia.
The IMC were farmers and turned into pretty effective militia, and then Apex Predators. The enemy attacked, and they were unprepared and still put up a good fight and have smart pistols. And the pole. Oh, right, the pole's still going on.
The smart pistols are completely broken.
And the pole.
They are pretty busted. Yeah, they can kill. They can do all the aiming for you. So that's the thing.
They do everything for you.
Their Titans are able to like just grab people and squish you, like your jelly. Like it.
They have a handful of things that are really like good and powerful.
I mean, the Ion himself is able to basically pull an Iron Man and laser you into oblivion.
Right, but they still that Titanfall gets outdone in most of their things. They have plasma weapons, which are really effective, but that'll get outdone. They have a variety of robots and drones and autopilot mechs.
Yeah, I also forgot the cloak drones. They have cloak drones. If it hovers above you, you go completely invisible within its radius, and they are incredibly hard to hit for some reason.
They sound like Wimpy or
So
Tau.
that's probably just gameplay.
They also have sabotage drones, which will fuck up your systems when they get close enough. They have a couple of different things like that to help.
Yeah,
but I just
they
feel
also
like they're
have
gonna get
like
outdone. They're pretty small compared to most.
They would probably be outdone. Like I feel like as a faction against all these other ones, they would probably be one of the first few to drop. Not like immediately, because they could still put up like a good fight, but like against like the Imperium of Man, they can handle against like maybe a couple of dreadnoughts and some normal army men, but eventually they'll probably just be overrun.
I mean, are any of these other factions capable of not defeating them? I mean, I don't think I see a single.
The Martians wouldn't defeat them.
No, I'm talking about the ones
That's
that we.
for sure.
I'm talking about the ones that we haven't put on the list yet. Like I don't see
I would
any.
say that the mining company, the
mining company could probably.
I don't know about that. According to Michael, the mining company are actually kind of badasses, and they fucking wipe out whole planets with life. So I don't know. Well, I don't know enough.
The militia from IMC took planets themselves instead of the military, so they're on par. If I would argue.
Well, it would depend on how they wipe out. Look, does anyone know anything about the mining shit? Deep Rock Galactic.
Never played it.
Okay.
I played it like a couple times.
I mean,
I just remember they go rock and stone.
I didn't know. I don't know anything past like gameplay. I haven't read the lore at all.
Michael, we may need your expertise on the Deep Rock Galactic shit.
They said they had like 90 outposts basically, which is already bigger than anything in D tier.
That's fair.
I didn't.
That's fair. 90's a lot of planets. But I so what? Just I don't want to just place it and see. Michael's not answering right now. We'll move it back a little bit, and then when Michael shows up, we'll let him talk because he's the one who added it to the list. And I can't. And I don't want to just place it because nobody here knows anything about it. I played the game one time and I did not dig the gameplay.
And it's all about digging.
I actually that was funny. I actually played it on stream. You could watch me for the first time ever playing Deep Rock Galactic, and I was just like, I don't know,
He's here.
Dan was like roasting me the whole time because apparently I kept digging in the wrong direction of where I was supposed to be digging and shit. I was like building tunnels out of the map. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is the way I want to dig. And he's like, you gotta dig the other way. I was like, stupid
I'm
game.
here.
All right, Michael, talk about Deep Rock
the whole reason why we play that game is because. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Talk about Deep Rock Galactic.
I already mentioned that this is just the mining company and not the actual like dwarf government. But even just for the mining company having 89 fucking space stations with, basically Helldivers logic, as many players there are as how many fucking dwarfs are on these fucking space stations with the unions. Like, they're fucking it seems low key because all you're doing is mining for gold. But when you really start digging into some of this shit, it's insane. Like, one, the dwarfs are casually lifting up 2-ton fucking autocannon turrets and just blasting holes through shit. Like, I don't
Damn.
like. You got fucking
Like
double
squats.
barrel shotguns that shoot nukes, like mini nukes. I'd put them at least C tier.
So
I
they're
did not
going
know
one.
they
So
shot
you're telling me a dwarf is going 1v1 with the Titans in Titanfall? Because that's what it sounds like they're doing.
Yes.
Easily. Have you seen the weaponry the miners have? Like, goddamn.
I mean, I think
Like, the
a dwarf
Titans
could
get
take
taken
on-
out by, like, regular rocket launchers and javelins, and then you got dwarfs over here with fucking, like, mounted, like, turrets that the fucking Titans are using as just regular weapons. And they're just, like, miners. They're not even, the actual military.
That's fair, but there's definitely a couple ways the Titans can avoid getting hit by the projectiles and avoid taking the damage. Each of them have a number of methods.
But they still get fucked up in their own universe.
I didn't even
like,
mention.
same shit.
Yeah, sure, but I didn't even mention the fact that like 3 of the Titan types have shields that one incinerates all projectiles, and 2 of the others just reflect all of the like ammo and like different types of like gunfire back at the enemy.
That shit lasts like 3 seconds, and you can overpower.
That's like gameplay, bro. That's gameplay, bro.
It's
No,
based on the
I
power
imagine-
it has.
That's definitely intrinsic to the power capacity of the Titans,
Fair
which
enough.
is
Oh, wait.
because it is lore canon that pilots can just hop on a fucking Titan, rip out
No.
a power core, and throw a grenade in it.
Fair, but dwarf can't do that, and they would only need to do the reflectability
dwarf
once.
could fucking take a pickaxe to its leg, like. You're
And it
talking
could get
about
A pickaxe
dudes
to its
that-
leg, bro. What is it gonna do when it gets stepped on by like 20
takes
whole
away,
tons
yeah.
of metal?
I
It can still
guarantee
get fucked
the
up.
dwarves can fight that. They have armor
I mean, fair
designed
enough,
to
but,
go
like-
against fucking 5-ton dreadnoughts. They take
5-ton
hits.
dreadnoughts. What is
It's still
this? They
4
can't fight
times-
against a dude.
That's
Are
still
you
4 times
nuts?
lighter than the Titans, yeah.
What are you talking about?
Dude,
The
if a
Titans
Titan can go
No,
up against a
wait, no.
dreadnought, which is arguably shorter than the Titan and has less mobility than the Titan, then
Yeah.
how do you think a
Sure,
dwarf is?
that
If a
doesn't
dwarf can
dis-
beat,
that
I don't think a
doesn't
dwarf can beat the
discredit-
dreadnought.
That doesn't discredit that a dwarf with a fucking pickaxe can still kill this fucking, you know.
I imagine there's a lot more
Fair.
dwarfs than Titans.
Like, don't get me wrong, it could
there's-
probably do
like,
some
this is the
damage,
bait.
but then again, it would,
And that's
it's
their
not as
melee
mobile.
weapon. They don't use melee
It's not as
weapons.
mobile. But it's
That's
not as mobile.
The
The
point.
fact- like,
The point is, it has the mass and it produces more fucking force.
But I don't
In
think that would
melee.
be enough to win the fight against the Titan, which is the point. Like for all the other equipment
I'm not-
that you're bringing up, that's what I want to get at because it really does sound really busted what they can
like
do.
brute strength alone may be what helps it, but it's not going to be its main winning factor against Titans, which are arguably stronger. Like
and
They're
faster.
not.
Like, dude, they can chuck one of these doors across the whole
faster.
map.
I give you faster. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
will.
could.
I will say this. I didn't play the game
But the
long,
dwarves
but
are
the
just as
dwarves are slow
mobile.
as shit. They're really slow.
Well,
yeah, and I didn't
they used
also
to
notice,
be.
and I didn't mention this. I just kind of realized this. They do own multiple planets, and I don't know if there's any Apex lore that goes into it. I just
Yeah,
thought I'd
and to
bring
what
that up.
Michael was about to say, where he's saying they're more mobile, they are a little more mobile, but that mobility only really works if they're underground.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to, because I'm assuming none of y'all have really played the game.
I play a little bit.
That's a good point.
They got like high powered jet fucking boots now that once they're equipped they can literally fucking fling themselves thousands of meters into the sky. They got fucking
and the pilots have
What would be the point? Wait, what would be the point of what
air
would
boots themselves?
What would be the point of flinging yourself thousands of feet in the sky in a game where you
Yeah.
spend it all underground?
Yeah, that sounds
Exactly.
Well, they have a thing. The new thing they added in.
Wait, let Michael answer. Let Michael answer. What were you saying?
The new thing they added in is where you like dig deeper than you ever have before, which requires
What
like,
is that
a
guy?
massive drill system. And instead of just like recalling the fucking platform back out, even though you're digging, I think the deepest is like 4,500 something meters into these like deep ore veins. You
That's
fucking
deep as
instead of
fuck.
like instead of
ore
recalling. Instead of recalling the machine back out or anything, they're just like, oh, here's some jet boots. Fucking propel yourself out of the hole.
Okay, so basically what this argument is just miners versus farmers. Who wins?
Yeah,
I'm gonna say the
mine-
farmers.
The dwarfs have, although they can't wall run in between like the jet boots, jet packs, in between the.
And that's not to discredit the
and the
fact that the pilots
grappling
have
hooks.
weapons that
Do
just
they have-
shoot like balls of lightning.
Okay, here's an important question because we haven't even touched on this. Do the miners or the dwarves have like a legitimate fleet that they can go to war?
I mean,
If they don't have a fleet and it's
they
just
have the
them on the
space
ground, they
stations
could just
that
be
they can
bombed.
move around.
Yeah, but 90 space stations.
Oh, that's true.
90 space
And-
stations is likely not going to be enough if you're fighting like an entire fleet that owns, several solar
Planets.
systems or whatever, planets or whatever. Yeah,
the
like
answer I have to that is their fucking drop ships, which are just massive drills that they can recall back to the space stations.
But
They would
can they
just
go
shoot-
other ways besides up and down?
yeah, but that's not
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that they'll be able to.
Yeah.
So they can use this as a weapon and fire it at other ships.
Yeah, because you can
Oh.
kill like anything on the planet
On
by
the
fucking
ground.
landslide.
It's a drill. It's a drop thing. It's like
Yeah.
it's like saying
Fucking
it's
drill.
like it sounds like you're
With
making.
it's a rocket ship with a drill on it.
Yeah, I get it, but it's a drop thing. It would be like if I said that it sounds like it would be like if I said the super destroyers can fire the hell pods at other ships as a weapon. There's no evidence they could fire hell pods at other ships in like a space battle. Like, there's really no evidence for that. Is there evidence for this in the miners that they could fire the drills at other ships as an actual like weapon to defend themselves?
No, but I don't know.
It's
Our
just
basic artillery.
It
was
I'm
such a
just
sad
saying, like,
it was super sad the way you said that. Very depressing though.
well, it's the same thing. It's like in the Helldivers, you only see the perspective of the divers themselves. In this, you only see the perspective of the miners.
Yeah, but the difference is that the Super Earth they don't go into huge detail about it, but we do know that they have an entire fleet and they have complete superiority of space. To the point that none of the other factions even really have a good fleet because there's no point.
I mean,
unless we have something like that for
Look.
the dwarves, where the dwarves are actually have like a legitimately
the
large
DRP
fleet that they go to war with other fleets. Because if they don't,
I don't know about
and they're just stuck on the planet,
large.
most of these other species are just going to they can essentially just bomb the planet or bomb the space stations and be done with it. And 90. I think they thought you were saying 90 planets. 90 space stations is super small compared to most of these. I mean, it might be right over dog shit, maybe. Like, it's.
Well, that's what I said at the start of this. Was like they at least deserve C tier.
Well, then we got to give C tier to the Titans because they can fight on
Yeah,
both.
the Titans need to be moved out to C tier.
A dwarf.
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
basic
saying. But
dwarf
then
has
bribery
weaponry
took
that
over
would
Rouga.
destroy
Oh, wait.
the Titans.
Oh wait. Here's
They
the thing,
might
though. Here's
be
the
able
thing.
to fight one-on-one.
Look, I'll
Here's
tell
the
you. I'll
thing,
give you
though.
this. I feel like in regards to like space warfare, maybe the dwarves have better because of just I don't know a giant fucking drill. I
Also,
don't know.
we
like
do have evidence that the dwarfs did the elves or whatever tried to encroach on the planet they're mining, and the dwarfs kicked them out of the space. I don't know how.
Okay.
They don't say
Elves
how.
are
but they did.
pansies.
Okay, but either way,
Oh,
I still
wait.
think the ground forces of the IMC are better than the fucking dwarves.
Definitely not.
But you're saying a
Because
dwarf can fight.
even if we
individual
discount the
troops
pilots and the
that
Titans, there's still
would
Spectres,
eradicate
the
dwarves.
Reapers.
They would
Like
do
the
nothing.
Reapers are basically just mini Titans, like mini Titans that just shoot
you
like
s-
electricity
Plasma
and
balls,
stuff.
yeah.
Like, yeah,
But-
plasma
Yeah,
balls.
and the
They have mini
dwarves have
Titans,
shielding
Spectres.
for that. The
They have
dwarves
bomb
are
spiders, like bomb spiders, dude. What are they gonna do
The
when a bomb
dwarves
spider
have bomb
latches onto their
spiders.
face?
The dwarves have drones themselves. They have little drones that fly around and shoot rockets.
How well
Like
are they
javelin
against
missiles.
sabotage? How well do they work against sabotage equipment? There's sabotage equipment within the Titanfall universe.
And what if the Titan just decides to go full nuclear and just explodes the entire area?
Yeah, they can make it
dwarf
not only
shields
nuke.
take their nukes.
Take their nukes. That's
What
how that
proof?
works. The
What
bomb,
proof
the
do you have
Titans
to say
themselves
this?
are the walking nukes. Titans are
This-
walking
Yeah.
nukes.
This is
dwarves
isometric
there's
radiation.
dwarf
It's real nuke.
weaponry that specifies they're shooting out radiation bombs, like actual nukes, and that it leaves an area
No,
of
it's not just
radiation.
that. They're
and
not
the
just
dwarfs
shooting
are
bombs.
fine
They
in that
are the
damage.
bomb.
They're
No, they aren't.
self-destructing.
Yeah, they are
Yeah, but they're
self-destructing,
not
and
fucking.
they.
They're self-destructing, and they very clearly don't like. I mean, you can argue it's gameplay, but they don't fucking. It's not a
But it's
big
described
explosion.
as a nuclear explosion. It's literally called nuclear explosion.
Not all nukes
Nuclear
are the same
self-destruct. That's what
fucking
it's called.
size.
That's
But I mean, that's sure, but it's still a nuke. I mean, like it could be like a little boy nuke, and that thing did like as a lot of damage
Yeah,
to
but
fucking
the
Hiroshima.
Titans are clearly not
very
little.
clearly are not that fucking level of like
You
self-destruct.
can still have
They're
that
like a
much
building.
Okay, how about this? Okay, in the campaign, give me a second. In the campaign, what's his face? BT sacrificed himself to go destroy the giant fucking ring that was in the middle of the facility, and it destroyed the entire facility when he
Wait,
self-destructed.
guys, stop for a
That was
second.
because he
Stop.
was disrupting
Stop.
the
Michael,
time
Michael,
travel
Michael, stop
bullshit.
talking. Someone named Gavin Pugh said that the IMC can destroy planets. Is this true?
I am unaware of that.
Not to my knowledge. Someone asked me that question, and I was curious because I don't remember them ever doing that. But because I just assume they don't, because I don't see a purpose why they would need to.
Someone
but
said
if they
he
could, I
he said the fold weapon.
The
That's
fold
the
weapon?
Titanfall 2. That's the
I
time
thought-
travel weapon that these
yeah.
guys keep talking about.
I
Which
thought
That's
BT
not really a
destroys.
destroying. That's not a planet destroying
Yeah,
like
I
weapon.
thought that was
It's-
the device going, malfunctioning and just ripping apart
That's
things.
the
I don't
ring
think that was
BT
the
blows
weapon.
himself up to.
I mean, technically, it
of
would
it
have
is to
would have
destroy
destroyed the planet, but that was like when it was destabilized, and that
Guys,
not like
I
a
think
thing that
you're
happened on the
forgetting a
regular.
few things. I
No,
think
no,
Sorry,
the
I didn't
whole
hear you there.
purpose of the
Holy shit.
designation of the weapons was to make it and shoot the home planet of the farmers and destroy their home planet. And that's
Okay,
why
well, in
the
that case,
last
they
mission
can
was
destroy
so
planets
severe.
then.
Gavin,
did
he said they stuffed it in and they blew it up.
Yeah, I saw some. I just did a quick search. It's an ancient super weapon that is of alien origin. They didn't even make it, so
Oh.
it's a thing that they
Oh.
have. That does that.
Oh, so they're just harnessing. Okay,
it's
so
all the
if
time
they
travel
have it, then I
bullshit.
guess yes, they can destroy a planet now.
Okay, that's a thing. Yeah, it is
But
capable.
the weapon was already
Outright said-
broken, destabilized, and BT destroyed it. So.
So is it something that they
Guys,
can utilize in a long war engagement, or is it a one-time thing? and they
As
can't
of
do
right
anything?
now, no, because it's broken and gone.
got
But if
destroyed,
they had it
yeah.
again, they probably could.
They could have more because we don't know if there's we don't know what goes
the
on
only
past
one that was there.
That was the one that
Like,
they had. We don't know what goes on past the like. I can't give them any more, but I'm just
But
saying
they
that
don't
we
have-
don't know past
Look,
the story.
I could say that maybe it could be used in a war, like if they have it at the point where it's not broken, and maybe they have others out there, but we don't know that.
That's fair. It's just a point brought up as a possibility because the story came to an end
Yeah.
without clarifying.
Still waiting for Titanfall 3, guys.
It ain't coming out.
They canceled it though. That means they were going to make it.
I know that means
So-
the story's there, but we gotta dig for it. I hate it.
Well, it'll happen someday. It'll happen someday. Trust me.
When we're elderly.
I'm just saying. Looking at the
GTA 6 comes out.
anti-Titan weaponry, that pilots and all the little ground troops use, the dwarfs definitely have bigger weaponry, or at the very least on par weaponry with the anti-Titan weaponry, and it's their regular firearms that they use. So
I mean,
it's not even
sure,
special.
but like, what are they gonna do against a weapon that'll turn them into jelly?
One very big thing, and you want
What's
to know
the
what that
Titan
is?
gonna do when it gets hit with a fucking barrage of fucking,
Obviously.
80mm fucking missiles and shot with fucking 18 of them?
I mean,
So guys,
They get blown up,
depending on the
that's what
Titan, it
happens
could
in
just
the
hold
game.
a shield.
Guys, stop.
It could just hold a shield and reflect
Hold
it.
your horses.
Or
Okay,
dash.
so hold your when I say stop, y'all gotta stop. I'm gonna start muting people. Okay. So I just made a poll online for people who are listening and not watching the screen. I made a poll: Dwarves versus IMC. Vote who would win, and then based on that, we'll IMC is dominating. IMC is dominating, and I would appreciate if no one in the Discord voted and allowed the viewers to vote because it wouldn't be fair.
Okay, apparently Gavin is saying the planet blew up.
Well, yeah, that's what he said a
It
while.
doesn't blow up; it gets shattered.
I mean,
Okay.
that's a very small difference, to be honest with you. It's not like
No one's surviving on it. No one's living
the
on
planet's
that anymore.
the planet's destroyed. It's not like
I'm muted.
Uh,
No, I'm not. I'm not.
In which case, it's still a weapon that could be used. I could see it being like similar to like a lesser Death Star at least.
Okay.
Yeah. So far, it looks like IMC is dominating. I seriously doubt the dwarves are going to catch up, but I'll wait a little while longer. So that means the dwarves also go in dog shit tier underneath IMC.
Oh, sorry. What are we talking
Why
about?
can't we
We're
just
talking
put
about
them
the dwarves
into
and
like
Frosty
C
Stone?
tier or
Know what the funny part is?
I
No,
really think
this is the funny part. This is the funny part. Michael fucked himself because he paid to have IMC in dog shit. It was gonna go in C. He actually outpaid fucking Meso
Jordan,
in order to
I
put
think.
it in Jordan Meso to put it in dog shit, and now his faction is getting put in dog shit because if he didn't pay to have IMC in dog shit,
it wouldn't be like
it would
this.
be in C
Someone
right
paid
now.
to just bring it into C. Can we just like revert Jordan's like claim as if he never voted for this?
No, Jordan wanted it in C. The thing that makes it funny is Michael wanted it in dog shit.
Oh, it was Michael who wanted it? Okay, well, can we just ignore Michael and just put it into C tier? Like, put both into C tier.
Nope.
Like, screw Michael. Let's not worry about him.
Nope.
He's not here no more.
He is. You're talking to him right now.
Yeah.
No, that's not Michael. That's not Michael.
That is Michael.
That's definitely not Michael. Rouga, you're crazy.
That's my. No, I feel like you don't get why I think this is so funny. If it wasn't for
No,
him challenging Meso to have IMC put in dog shit, then his faction, the dwarves, would now be in C. Because he had IMC moved to dog shit, now the dwarves are being moved. He fucked himself. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's funny.
Look, Michael, I'm gonna tell you right now though, just a good game. Like honestly, this is just funny.
MAD, mutually assured destruction. We both lose. That's a good.
Nice.
That was from Jordan. My vengeance.
Nice, Jordan.
No, I just came in. What was the debate again?
Huh?
Are we doing are you doing a tier list this time, Rouga?
No, we were trying to find out how big Michael Jordan's cock is.
Yeah, we're measuring the girth, the length. Like
we're measuring every basketball player, even LeBron.
Yeah, LeBron. Yeah. Anyways,
LeBron
guys,
has a
I think you're
micropenis.
missing-
It's
there's
an innie.
something everyone has been
LeBron.
looking over for the past, basically the entire stream. The dwarves don't have to fight. They can they don't have to fight, man. They can just mine.
They are just miners. They can mine
ores
people
and
and not have it into confrontation.
Actually, okay, yeah. Hold up. Everyone, stop. That is a good point. The idea that this is not a who would win against who in a fight tier list. It's like which faction would you want to run if you were in this universe. However, if you can just mine, that could be cool, but you still have the possibility that your entire fucking planet, your entire company might get taken over by and be considered heretics by the Imperium of Man.
Actually,
or you
what
might.
If we
Or you might want to.
They might accept the dwarves.
Or they might want to. Or
Rouga, I
the
have a
fucking
question.
Reapers might show up and try to kill you because you're biological creatures. Or they still have those issues, and you might still have to defend yourself. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go to war and be conquerors necessarily.
Yeah, but Rouga, I have a question.
Or even
could the benefit
one person at a time. One person, please.
Okay.
You could pay for example, the Decepticons.
Hire the Decepticons as bodyguards.
Wouldn't be your worst option.
They could mine Energon for the Decepticons and then use that for protection.
That's actually a really good one. I like that one.
Actually, a very valid reason. Okay, but I was just about to say, Rouga.
If they're a company, and their whole focus is, I mean, you know what, Michael, for a guy who leans on capitalism so much, you could have used capitalism as a solid argument this whole time, and you're going with the war part.
Just about to say.
I think he's right.
No.
He might be right. Like leaning into the business mindset of the dwarves and being like, hey, we're gonna go and we're not gonna get invaded by the Imperium of Man. We're gonna work for them, and we're gonna make contracts with the Imperium of Man to mine their stuff for them. And we're way better than regular humans would be at it. Like they actually might we might actually be able to set. Now maybe they might not want to because you'd be considered heretics or whatever. But I mean,
the Imperium has dwarves.
Okay, so there you go.
Yes, what? Ironically, yes.
I was more thinking of the problem with the Decepticons.
But could work from hell. They sometimes hire orc mercenaries.
Yeah, so I actually think
Maybe
this might move them up in the list Because they're not.
Yeah.
Because the fact that they're not actually a genuine military and they're more of a business means that they could possibly work with any other faction other than like people like the Borg or the Reapers who just want to wipe them out. For the most
Also
part,
probably like the Illuminates.
yeah, for the most part, they should be able to work with the other factions, and they can kind of bypass the whole having to go to war with people because they're not a military. I actually like
they
this.
could probably work with the
Okay, but
IMC.
Ruga, I was
There's
just about
no
to
reason
ask,
for them to fight.
wouldn't it would obviously improve the each faction's chances of being in a higher tier based on like alliances, right? Because that could be a factor that plays into the rankings, right?
Not
necessarily. Alliances would help each.
It would help everyone the same amount. The problem with that is it's more so going to help the Dwarf than it's going to help the other ones. Like the IMC is still a military. The Dwarves are not a military. They're a business. They're outside of the
only military because of the militia that fought against them.
I understand.
If the IMC were just left to their own devices, they would have stayed farmers.
But they're still loyal to Earth, and they're still loyal to their government, and they're still part of a military structure, and they're still go to war with invaders. The Dwarves don't. They're not interested in that. It's not really. It's not something. Yeah, it's all about profit, and that's
profit and booze.
Yeah, they'll live wherever they can go under the flags of other empires. I don't think the IMC would go under flags of other empires.
I mean, but they aren't
sure
peaceful.
that
They probably wouldn't. They would be willing to like align themselves with people if they were.
But a lot of the people we're talking about alliances it's not something they would accept. The Viltrumites are not going to accept an alliance. The Reapers are not going to accept an alliance. The Illuminates are not going to. I'm sorry. The Illuminates either. The Imperium of Man is not going to accept a military alliance because they would consider them heretics. But they will accept a business transaction. That's why I'm saying I think that they have more.
Look like dwarves because there's abhumans and the dwarves could get abhuman status easily. I mean that's what happened to the squats.
Exactly.
Yeah, like the Leagues of Votan are basically the same thing. The dwarves are basically just the Leagues of Votan.
Yeah. So I'm changing my because we didn't bring that up before. I'm actually thinking this is probably gonna go a lot higher, maybe even B.
And of course, the Sith
I think
Empire
it's B2, yeah. I think this
similar.
is a
They
solid
just have
B2.
What faction couldn't they align with? Would be like
a lot. They're not.
Reaper.
No, a ton. Reapers, Borgs, probably Predators. The Cabal most likely. The Viltrumites probably not.
No, they can align the Viltrumites.
No, they can go under the Viltrumites.
The Predators.
Would that not count?
No, the Viltrumites conquer. The Viltrumites specifically
Okay, fair enough.
I don't
enough.
Again, I don't know enough about. I don't know enough about
themselves with the Predators.
I don't know enough about the Dwarves, but maybe Michael could say something. But would they literally allow themselves to be conquered? Because Viltrumites are conquerors.
So long as they're not trying to interfere with like profit and making money and mining.
That's all we care. We're just here to mine, baby. Anyway, the point is that there's quite a few people. Like they'll probably work with the Empire from Star Wars just fine. You know, there's a lot of groups they'll probably work with perfectly okay. It's really just the ones that are just inherently over the top evil who just like straight up we just want to wipe people out. You know, like they might have trouble doing it with the Helghast because they're literally just Nazis. Like, and pretty sure the Helghast are socialists or communists, which I think will be automatically.
The Dwarves, congratulations, are also communists.
Oh shit! Never mind. Then that means we gotta make another tier lower, way lower.
It's heavily.
How could you all you care about is profit and capitalism? But like capitalism and communism are two completely opposing belief systems. That doesn't make sense.
So this is how it works with the Dwarves.
This is another automaton situation.
All the lower class citizens, right? All the lower guys, the actual miners and shit, they're all like it's all social economic value that's put in their face and all like the propaganda posters and shit. But then you have the bureaucrats and the admin guys who are like, no, we're only doing this profit only, baby, capitalism all the way.
So they're communists. It's like real world communism. It's just exactly real world communism.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
No, that is
more like a socialist system.
That is exactly how communism works. The people in charge of the government are not making the same amount as the people who are down. Well, not making because they're not making money.
No, the main Yeah, but if we want to get technical,
They
it
have
sounds
more
more like a
means.
socialist government.
Not really. I mean,
Well, socialism still allows a capitalist exchange of goods and trades, but under a government control of the economy. They don't equally distribute wealth, and they don't equally distribute wealth, but they do have welfare programs. That's the main distinction. Is it's not forceful spreading of equity. It is you still allow a trade system.
Well, I mean, it is a forceful
and
taking
most of
of
these
equity.
factions I don't think are commies.
Main difference between communism and socialism is how the government decides to allow equity to spread throughout society.
Well,
Yes.
the difference between communism and socialism is that communism doesn't have money. They actually don't use money at all.
Well,
I'm sorry. Isn't socialism described and defined by Marxism as the stepping stone in between capitalism and
It is.
communism?
That's also
Yes, it is.
socialism is like the not war way of trying to get a country to become communist. It's the soft way of
the
spreading
Nazi way.
communism. Yeah.
It's basically what the Nazis were doing.
Whiskey dick.
Okay,
What?
so I had
So we agree that the dwarves go even below dog shit then.
You said soft. You said soft. So like the dwarfs in that case would be like 60-40, 60% capitalism, 40% fucking communism.
I think.
So why are the
Okay,
dwarves
but like if it was teaming up with the Imperium of Man and the dwarves were like trying to slowly spread the influence of communism, that's gonna be noticed very quickly.
I don't think there's no evidence. Well, yeah, there's no evidence. I don't think there's any evidence that the dwarves, again, don't know enough about the series, but it doesn't sound like they're saying that they're trying to spread communism among the people they're working with. It's just
They're
that
just
the
a
people,
mining company.
Yeah, the people underneath are being manipulated through socialist propaganda, while the people on top are the ones who are benefiting from it. I don't think that needs to change, or they need to try and spread that to more people.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just to keep the factory in order.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah.
Alright.
I mean, unless
sorry,
there's
how
something
do
wrong, unless
dwarves-
there's some example of the dwarves trying to spread propaganda to other places.
There's not.
No, there's not really much in that game. In the game, it's just you're just killing bugs.
Let me see, Jordan.
Wait,
so
how
Jordan
are
Mesa,
the-
hold up. Jordan Mesa
We'll
puts.
take weapons.
Hold up. I'll admit the dwarves could probably work with or under some of the factions like the Imperium and be a subspecies for mining on planets with Death World like conditions. Yeah. Yeah, I can see something
I'm
like that too.
confused. Wait, did dwarves go up because of the idea of them coexisting with other factions?
Yeah, the fact
Yes.
that the fact that they're not a military and don't actually own and don't actually have rule over planets and govern them, they're just sort of a mining corporation, means that they can technically make business transactions with any other faction without the whole we're a military with our own territory getting in the way of that. So even the most war-hungry factions like the Imperium of Man and the Viltrumites could possibly work with them without actually having to like dominate over them or subjugate them underneath them.
They
But
might
I
even
thought we were
get
looking at
planets
these
from
factions
the
in a
mechan-
vacuum.
No, we're looking at these factions as if they exist alongside all of the other factions.
Yeah, they're
Alright.
they're all in the same setting now.
Yeah.
That is awesome, and I wish I
I
had
still
that
think we should
preference.
put
That would have
Titanfall-
changed many of what I've been saying if I had known that.
That's what I
advance.
said at the beginning of the. Oh, were
Hey,
you
you
not
want to
here?
know something hilarious?
No,
You might
They
not.
might
I
even
wasn't here
get
at the beginning.
planets from the
Yeah.
I still
Imperium
think
if they
IMC
find
should go in
something
C tier.
interesting.
Yeah, just to update on everybody who weren't here from the beginning. The idea is we're in this massive infinite universe, multiverse, whatever you want to call it, and every single space faction that you can think of in all of fiction all exists at the same time, and it's basically
Okay.
if you got to command
all
one of
of
these,
fiction?
every single one, if you got to command one of these factions, which ones would be like really cool to command, and which ones would really fucking suck to command? Like it would really suck to be in charge of the Martians.
I'm not gonna lie. Wouldn't you want to command a
Okay,
faction
well, I'm
where you
gonna say-
have control over like giant robots?
Well,
Wait,
the
wait,
Gundam
wait,
the
wait,
problem
wait,
is
wait,
there are
wait.
multiple factions of Gundams. There's so many different factions of Gundams.
We're not
and
talking
there's
about Gundam. We're not
also
talking about
different-
Gundams yet.
We're not on. Wait, Gundams aren't on the list.
Yes,
Are
they're on
Yes,
here.
Or
they're
did they get
Next
added?
one,
We
actually.
haven't got
Just
to
wanted to
them
make
yet.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
But either way, we're only using one faction of Gundam, and either way,
We're not
like,
talking about
come
Gundam
on,
right now. We're
it's
talking about the dwarves.
We're not talking about Gundam.
Stay on topic.
I have
I'm
been
sorry,
waiting
I'm
for a
sorry.
discussion like this to turn up for a while. I'm glad that this is happening. I wish I knew in advance, but holy shit.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I
okay,
really,
that
I
changed a
really
lot.
think that
Holy
Titanfall should
shit.
go in C tier.
John held at
Yeah,
or
put
bribed them to
Titanfall
deceased.
up. Like they have military
Like, you have to move
factions that
Titanfall
could work
2 up.
together.
Like you have to move it up
Titanfall's only
into C tier.
22nd century technology.
Hey guys, we're all talking at the same time. Stop.
Yeah, thank you, Tim.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trip. One
Well,
person, please.
I'll go. There are
How
factions
humble of you.
within. Yeah, I'm tired of waiting. I'm sorry, not gonna lie. I'm waiting a lot on you people. But there are many different factions
Whoa,
within
whoa, whoa,
Titanfall
you
who give the
people.
services out.
What do you mean, you
yeah,
people?
you people.
Yeah,
You
trying to say,
internet
dog?
folk.
English
You
doesn't have
internet
a
folk with no
world
manners. You people.
Alright.
I wasn't thinking that
Go
much
ahead,
of a
Doug.
language.
Say what I don't give a shit. Go say what you want to say.
I'm saying that this advantage for the Titanfall factions can be that the Deep Rock faction can be given to many of them because they are mercenaries that only give their services to the highest payer. Like they would be
IMC.
very loved.
Thought you said that they were
IMC, no.
No, you
the
said
IMC is the
are not
corporation.
valid.
You said that they were
They're
a
the guys
militia.
fighting the militia.
If they're a militia, then they're not mercenaries.
Okay, not the IMC. We definitely
No. The IMC
No,
is
the
the
IMC
guys
are not the militia. They are fighting against militia.
So what are the IMC? Are they mercenaries?
The IMC are just they
No.
were farmers, and then they turned into people who had to go to war against the militia because they were under threat.
To defend
That's a
their
rebellion?
specific home. That's not a mercenary.
Yeah, those are rebels.
I don't think there's any.
I never said they were, but I'm not sure what
No,
he's
but
talking about.
Doug sounds like he's
Yeah.
trying to defend that they would be able to fight for other militaries. I don't think that's the case
They
at all.
probably could, and if not, maybe they could be like farmers
No, because they
for
would
the other militaries.
No,
Think
because
about it.
because then they would be traitors to their own. Like you can't be an American citizen and go fight for Russia. You can't do that. Like they would literally have to. They would literally have to. They would literally have to commit treason for their own government in order to do that. That's why the dwarves work here, because they're not soldiers. They're not loyal. They aren't. No, militia. Militia are not mercenaries. Militia specifically fight for a specific country.
That's true, but
No,
if
but they're not. They only went to war because they were under threat. If they weren't under threat, they could very much well align with other like factions.
No,
to
they
fight with them
can't,
as
because
long as
then
it keeps
they
them
would be
safe.
committing treason.
Wait. Hold on.
But if you're saying
How's it treason if you're aligning with a different faction,
Because you said the IMC are not the military. The IMC are the farmers that create a rebellion. If a bunch of farmers in the United States come together and then go and decide to go fight for Russia, they are committing treason against the United States government.
Also, the IMC is the corporations. They are what the militia's fighting. The farmers are the militia. You got it backwards. The IMC is the government. The IMC is the people taking over the militia's homeworld.
My argument goes, I was gonna make the argument the IMC are independent people, then they could work with others. But if they're the government, yeah, it's not even.
Oh, I always thought the IMC were the farmers who fought against militia.
No.
Y'all were arguing that they were the farmers for like 30 minutes. You're telling me that the whole thing was wrong?
Hey, I said they got beat by farmers. I did not say they were farmers.
Whatever. I don't know. So no one corrected Doug and them about arguing they were farmers. Point is, the reason why this works for the dwarves and it doesn't work for any of the ones that we've talked about so far is because all of these other ports are in some way loyal to some sort of government body, some sort of planet, something like that, or they're part of a military. That means alliances are going to be a lot harder because you'd have to make alliances with people who aren't conquerors. The thing that makes the dwarves work is that they can literally make business contracts with conquerors, and it's fine. They don't have to worry about going to war. All these other factions have to worry about going to war.
That's the nice thing about.
Well, I still think that they should at least be C tier because
B
they
currently.
have big robots.
You talking about the IMC?
Well, wait. Yeah.
They're in dog shit.
Yes, you should bring them to C tier.
Okay, I'm gonna put them lower on dog shit.
The most powerful weapon is are we talking about Titanfall?
Don't do it, Rouga. It's not worth it.
Too late. It's been done.
No, God damn it! He put it behind the Call of Duty.
I'll put him back. I put him back. But like, yeah, if you want them to be higher than dog shit, then you had to defend them, and you have failed to. Everybody was like,
I was defending them, but then what's
they're all like,
nah.
Wait a minute.
You were saying they were
conclusion they had.
That's bribery. That ain't
Planet
fair.
destroying equipment.
No, but you were saying they were farmers.
Capitalism is number one.
No, but
capitalism is number one.
No, you were saying I thought you said capitalism has never won. I'm like, the fuck? Okay.
No,
capitalism
is number one. Yeah. No, but I mean, you were arguing about them being freaking farmers. Like you didn't even get their whole faction correct, so you weren't doing a very good job defending them. Anyway,
well, I was only doing that because Doug said that they were farmers, and I did not realize that.
Well, stop following.
Because I swear.
If Doug was sucking a dick, would you too? Like that doesn't make any like don't. Like come on.
Either way, the
If I'm
faction of
sucking a
it doesn't
dick, it is a
matter. They
dick
are
worth
still
sucking.
great fighters and such. And even if they aren't farmers, who gives a crap? They are. If they were fighting against farmers.
No, I
they
didn't
still
bring
have,
up
like,
the farmer.
titans and
I didn't bring
stuff.
up the farmer point as a hit against the faction. I brought up the farmer point because you did, showing that you don't really know the faction all that well. Then you were arguing it. That's why you lost. It wasn't because he put up money. I mean, him putting up money didn't hurt the situation, but you were already kind of losing that to begin with.
No.
You're pretty hard. You're pretty hardcore. Okay,
You
let's
didn't know who your faction
Well, either
was.
way, I guess it's fine.
You got to know your own faction. You got to know if they're farmers or not. Okay, so next up we have
sorry, man.
I don't even know what this faction's called. It's the Gundam faction. Someone paid to have it brought up. I don't know anything about Gundam. Does anyone know anything about Gundam?
Yes,
There's
I do.
something Empire.
Anime mechs.
So Gundam is many different types of factions. There are
No. This is he specifically said something Xeno or a Federation.
Oh,
I think.
Oh, okay. So the Federation is essentially like the Space UN. The Gundam Federation, basically, Zeta is the Federation is in a civil war, and they are trying to just wrangle up the solar system empire that they've developed, and they're basically like the Empire, but with Gundams. Like they have big ships, they have big fleets, they have a lot of Gundams, and but they're like very much. Like they don't have the best when it comes to individuals, like massive quantities of soldiers, but they still have pretty good individual pilots. Like some of them are like worth maybe a medium to large starship at the very top end. But if you're like a decent pilot, you're at least worth a smaller star, like basically like a small, like a destroyer class.
It's basically
smaller
robot kaijus, basically.
Well, they're about 30 feet tall, so if 30 to 50 feet tall, they're not giants.
I mean, that's a kaiju.
But they're
That's
large.
kaiju size.
That's a kaiju.
If I saw
They're the same height as Optimus Prime. They're not 30 feet tall. They're the same height as Optimus Prime.
Some get pretty big.
No,
bigger.
Look, I haven't seen a whole lot of Gundam, but I've seen fights where they tower over like 3-4 story buildings. I've seen pretty big Gundams.
Yeah, they're pretty big. Some Gundams they get like stupid ridiculous. Like they have like weapons that can cut right through like multi-foot space metal armor, or beams that can blow up fleets. Like some Gundams get pretty crazy, but I don't think the Federation itself has that level of crazy Gundams. On the top of my head, I would have to go back and rewatch the main series.
I would say that it doesn't matter their power because it would be horrible to be in charge of the United Nations of anything.
So
Put the UN in
Federation
the bottom of dog shit. I don't want to be a part of this.
No. But here's where I'm going to say Here's what I'm going to say about the Federation. They are sleazy, and they will bribe, and they will make deals. They will do things to try and
That
remain
sounds worse.
in some semblance
Sounds
of
like you're
power.
arguing against them being good.
No, I'm not arguing against them being good. Like
Being
even
honest.
like they're only they're bound within the solar system, but they're going to be like the dwarves, where they're going to try and make deals of being, hey, if you need a backup shock force, because they're going to be an amazing shock force in this. They're going to be quite good, because like on
So
top
you're
of
gonna
the
give up?
Gundams, they also have regular soldiers who have weaponry that is designed to take down these kaiju, on the level to take down some of these kaiju, like RPGs that can damage these things, or like some ground troops that are designed to fight alongside, designed to fight these almost sub 400 mile per hour giant 50 foot tall robots.
Jordan Meso said, so it's Code Geass with the Mechazords from Power Rangers in space, baby Gurren Lagann.
It's geese.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't understand a word he said.
That was the word salad of anime. I actually
I
took
know.
track of that, but oh boy.
I don't see
Oh,
how
boy.
Gurren Lagann.
Pretty much what he's trying to explain is like major like some abilities with some of the Gundams, like literally it's like space laser, like 8 to 10 space lasers that can cut right through like space marines or stuff like that.
It's sounding like Gundam, the Federation should be in C. Because it sounds like that they could
not
fight
gonna
it. They could fight against anyone in dog shit, but they have too small of forces, and the fact that they're bound into the solar system means that they don't have like really viable space travel or anything like that.
They have
they fling themselves through space as fast as they can to try and get to other planets.
Okay, yeah. So
They have
I would say
They have no
probably. I would say
faster
probably
Wi-Fi.
C
still
since.
has multiple solar systems.
So far I would say
It's got
C
300
since.
colonies.
Yeah. So far I would say
Yeah.
C since their Gundams can probably take on the fleets of all of the ones below them, but they
Yeah.
can't take on anyone above them really. Well, they might be able to take on the miners, but again, the miners won't have to worry about war, so
The
they'll be
miners,
a lot
well,
easier
in a
surviving.
ground or space war, I don't think the miners are winning.
No, I'm not saying. I'm
Yeah,
not saying
against
the
them,
miners
but-
are there because their ability to survive is that they don't have to fight. That's why
Oh,
they're
yeah.
so high.
The
The Federation is a
Federation-
government, ergo it will have to deal with possible invading forces. And if those
But the
forces
gov-
do
but that-
invade,
yeah.
it'll probably fall to pretty much all of the other ones on here, with some exceptions. We'll get
Yeah,
which we'll get to.
It's pretty much UNSC, but if Spartans were like in the hundreds of thousands, or if not millions, and they were giants.
Yeah. So okay, I'm gonna put them. Does anyone think they should be anywhere that isn't C?
No, that sounds good.
I would argue B because some Gundams are like literally fleet killers.
And that, I
Like they
just
have,
want to
and then the
Yeah,
Federation
they
do
don't
have
they don't have
a
that many.
handful of those.
They
They
don't
have
have
a
that
handful.
Okay,
They
guys,
have
guys,
a
guys,
handful of
guys,
those.
guys,
One at a time.
guys.
One at a time.
I don't know how many times I've had to say this. Like I waited a solid 15 seconds. Y'all just kept going. So y'all know that y'all are talking over other people and are choosing to keep doing it. Stop doing it. If people's talking, show some fucking humility and stop talking, please. Okay, one person speak.
Okay. They do have powerful weapons, but yeah, they can destroy ships in their own universe, and they don't exactly have shields like other universes do. So that's
Also, being able to destroy fleets. I mean, it sounds cool, but like, it would depend on the fleet. Like just because Gundams can destroy the fleets within their universe, you take that same Gundam and put them up against a much stronger fleet. Like, for instance, would they be able to destroy the Covenant fleet? Probably not. There's levels to this. So I think as of right now, I think C is fine. Maybe when we get through the list, we'll like move things around, because we're gonna. I mean, even the next one, like with the next couple, the next four, I think are going to be easily over Gundam. So
what's the next four? Reapers and what?
Reapers, Covenant, Star Wars, which we're doing the Old Republic era, Sith Empire, and and the Imperium of Man. So
okay, yeah, I'll take Gundam under those then.
Yeah, it's like those are all should be a lot stronger. So yeah, I think yeah, but let's actually talk about. Okay, next up we have the Reapers, who I actually would probably have guessed would be really low on this list, but I think it's probably going to do relatively well. Their guns are great, their technology's great, their hacking abilities are probably one of the best on this entire list. Their space travel would normally be lacking if we're talking about the Alliance, but we're not. We're talking about the Reapers, who actually have really solid space travel. I mean, is there any reason they should be at C and not B? Like, I'm trying to think of.
I think they should be at C because I think you've even pointed out in your videos that they're even very slow at trying to bombard even like Earth, right? In their universe. I don't know the universe that well.
Yeah,
the only thing I know is from your videos.
They're not as strong. My argument is they're not as strong as people think they are, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not strong. I mean, just the basic handheld weapons within Mass Effect are actually really powerful. Like, I've talked about this before, but essentially,
because of the Mass Effect relays.
Yeah, they use mass relays. There's little mini mass relays in the gun that basically you shoot, and it shoots a little piece of metal that's about the size of a grain of sand, and it hits it, and then it speeds up the shot to being it's like a percentage of the speed of light. It's not quite the speed of light, but it's close-ish to the speed of light. And then but it decreases the mass of it so that you can shoot something that fast without like blowing your fucking arms off. And it will increase the force of the bullet is firing dependent on how strong you are capable of holding it. Considering that it's being shot by collectors and Geth, who are both considerably stronger than normal humans, I mean, they will be shooting guns that literally humans will not be capable of firing at all times.
more to that, but the idea if that technology can be applied to their ships in any way, the
can.
amount of firepower, the amount of firepower that can be put behind those would be ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, the Normandy upgrades its ships to be able to take out a Reaper in like a single shot. They get really. I mean, you could say that it was weakened because it was fighting a whole fleet by itself, but the final shot was being done by a single ship, and it shot right through the top and went right through the bottom. I think it would be hard to say that that gun, didn't do some serious damage, but But yeah, I'm trying to think about. We also, I mean, biotics are unbelievably important. Like biotics are a big one.
Do the Reapers have a lot of them, don't they?
What's up?
Don't the Reapers just have the Asari biotics?
They have the Asari biotics, but I want to say the Collectors have biotics. Am I lying?
No, I don't think they do.
The Collectors have biotics, right?
No, they have like some psychic connection to each other, but
no,
nothing.
I get that, but I thought they had biotic abilities as well.
I'm like 95% sure they don't.
No, they do.
I'm pretty
sure.
Hey, I have a question.
There's certain collector enemies or whatever that will use biotic attacks.
I'm almost positive they do. The collectors are the most technologically advanced biological species in the galaxy. So I would be surprised if they didn't have access to biotics as well as everybody else. But
I thought the Reapers had it through the Asari.
Well, the Reapers are in charge of the Geth have it through the Asari, not necessarily the Reapers, but the Reapers are in control.
Well, no, because the Reapers took over Asari.
The Reapers took over.
Reapers
yes,
made the tech.
Yeah, the Reapers with the help of the Geth with the help of the Reapers basically they were gifted the Geth by the Reapers in order to basically create host bodies or the fucking the husks and shit, putting them and turning them and basically mind controlling them. That's their whole thing. The Collectors are a completely different faction, but still serve the Reapers. So, like the technology they have is completely different. They are capable of using biotics themselves. The Geth are not capable of using biotics themselves because they're synthetic. They're not organic. Only organics, I believe, are capable of using biotics.
But they're still really crazy dudes to have.
Oh yeah, no, they're like I said, their hacking abilities are like insanely good,
The Reapers can't reproduce though, can they? Or like it takes a lot.
They could build more machines.
No, but I mean, like we see, like when they make a Reaper, they're making like human Reapers, like in the first
Well,
game.
They were making a human Reaper, but they take the corpses of a bunch of people and make other Reapers, but it really doesn't matter. They have a whole army of Reapers out there. I mean, the entirety of our galaxy couldn't fight against and wipe out all the Reapers. They do have a relatively large number, but it doesn't really matter because they do have ways of constantly resupplying Geth, and Geth have their own fleets. They can keep building Geth, keep building Geth ships. So just because they can't make Reapers doesn't mean that, or they can make Reapers slowly. You're not really going to fight that many Reapers, and when a Reaper shows up, it's going to be a problem. It's not like it's going to be nothing. They are capable of taking on whole fleets by themselves, or Mass Effect fleets. Yes, that's true. But also, we haven't even talked about the heavy weapons. Like there are guns in the Mass Effect universe that could shoot black holes, that could freeze shit, that could do all kinds of crazy stuff like that we haven't even touched on. But that's also stuff that would be that the Reaper factions would have access to. What were you saying, Michael?
I was gonna say, can we bring up the timeline of how long it takes for an almost fully human Reaper to get made? Because it's not that long. Because Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 takes a course of like what, a couple of years, 4 years.
Well, to be fair, we don't know when. Well, we can't say because we don't know when they started, but we know that colonies started being kidnapped as far as we know, a little before Mass Effect 2 started. Not before the 2-year time skip. Before like you meet the Elusive Man and he says the colonies are being attacked and have been being attacked for a while. We don't know how long. Maybe it was weeks. Maybe it was months. And then at the end of the game, the human Reaper awakens, and you have to fight like a unfinished version of it. So I mean, maybe you say it take a couple months to make a Reaper. Maybe you say it takes a couple of weeks to make a Reaper. We're not really sure, but I don't think there's any evidence that it was like years and years.
I was just saying the time scale itself can't go over years because
I don't think I think even if you said a year, it would be pushing it. This is
God damn
the
it.
whole capturing of people that the Collectors are doing is something that is it's talked about as if it's something that's a recent phenomenon. It's not talked about as if it's something that's been going on for over a year.
So I think they should be at the very bottom of A tier, and this is because if they get plopped into this setting where they are one of many of these factions, they have the ability to sit out of most factions' attentions and start picking off people and building up their ranks as quietly as they can while there is chaos going off between the other factions. The only other faction on the list I see that can challenge that are the Borg. Like, I know them, I don't know the rest. And I'm pretty sure the Geth could out-hack their machinery to overcome them if they become a problem.
I actually
So
think they belong in C underneath Gundam. Not because of how that they're not good or whatever. I actually think they're a stronger force than Gundams. I think they belong that long because of their philosophy. Their philosophy demands that they go to war and destroy biotics or destroy biological creatures because they don't like the destruction of the universe.
But they
and
can
destruction
wait.
of the Earth. They can wait. They can wait so long, but the entire idea, their entire philosophy is that they don't want the universe to be destroyed by biological creatures.
But aren't we the ones taking control of these guys, using them to our own advantages, to whatever we want?
I mean, I think to some degree, culture has to sort of be a factor, right? Like, if you're going to take control of the Imperium Man, you are now the commander of the Imperium Man. You can't now suddenly be like, turn your back on all of your religious practices and all of this stuff. You'd be a fucking mutiny, and they would all attack you, would kill you.
You're right.
Like with the Illuminate, you could do that, which is probably one reason why they're also very high. You can literally just reprogram them. But with the Reapers and all of these they have like the Geth worship the Reapers because they believe in a philosophy. The Reapers themselves are doing what they're doing due to a philosophy.
Yeah.
The Collectors are serving them due to a philosophy. Well,
Yeah.
that's not true. That they actually are kind of mind fucked a little bit. So that's a bad example. But it's like this kind of philosophy, and I think you can probably go against it a little bit. You could maybe you have to work within that already existing philosophy.
Yeah. I think with that, they could still still be placed higher because, you could still guide them with their philosophy to go at a slower pace and actually just be on the sidelines and try and gut everyone while they're all distracted. Like, they have the potential to just start building up everyone else's forces to make unique variations of all the factions for themselves and do it on the sidelines undetected.
That is one thing. They're extremely patient, but that's actually also kind of goes against them. So the Reapers they wipe out the universe every 50,000 years, or the galaxy.
Yeah.
The Milky Way. They wipe it out of all of life every 50,000 years. The problem with that, within those 50,000 years, they don't advance their technology at all. They're not particularly good at advancing their technology, and if they want to be patient here, that's gonna really suck because a lot of these species really advance their technology.
Different technologies,
so you're thinking more patiently than what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking that they actually. So if they're in the scenario where they all get stuck suddenly with all these other factions that are not under their plan that they would normally have, I'm pretty sure they would be inclined to act now and do something, but do something intelligently, not to just immediately start attacking. Let's blow the cover and just risk strongest versus strongest. Let's outsmart these guys.
Well, what I usually say about fighting kind of applies here as well. It's like fighting is kind of like a door, right? You get to decide normally if you want to punch someone or slap someone or do any sort of aggressive thing. You're opening that door, and you don't get to decide what's on the other side of that door, right? So you walk up and you punch someone, they pull out a gun and kill you. It's the same way when it comes to war. You can be as patient as you want, and you can specifically decide to go to war with people who you know you can overcome. But if you're going around the galaxy going to war with people, you don't get to decide who decides to look at you and be like, hey, who are these fucking assholes going to war with people? Let's fucking like there's a reason why countries don't just out of nowhere it's a big deal that Russia invaded Ukraine, because now all of these other countries are like all of NATO is gonna fuck you up now. You know what I mean? It's kind of a situation. There's only so in terms of power, the Reapers aren't that strong compared to a lot of other people on this list. And they're strong, but they're not as strong as a lot of the people on this list. A lot of people on this list are very war hungry, and the Reapers, I just don't see them. If they start attacking people, they're going to draw unwanted attention, I suppose, is kind of the way that.
Right.
I have a question.
Wait, let Michael ask his question real quick.
Does the Mass Effect 3 endings play any part in this, and maybe change the scenario up a little bit?
It would depend. It would depend on how. It would depend on what you mean.
I recall one ending being that Shepard, like, what unites both biological and machine somehow together. I don't know too much on how that works, but like,
no, neither does anyone else. It's really stupid endings.
But yeah, but like the Reaper's very clear, like, oh shit, never mind, dog. Apparently you're machine life, and they all form one faction. I think. I'm not too good on the lore. I just recall that.
No, it made no sense when it happened, to be honest with you, because it doesn't solve the problem that they were having. Like, like the original idea of the Reapers was that they had to come and kill biologicals because biologicals eventually would grow to discover essentially like dark matter technology, and when they discovered dark matter technology, that dark matter technology like causes the destruction of planets and stars, and it destroys the universe, and it would have eventually ended all life in the galaxy anyway. So they had to keep coming in, wiping them out before they discovered the dark matter technology, and that was sort of how they kept life continuing. They just had to make sure that they couldn't get past a certain level of technological advancement. At the end of the game, when they use the synthetic ending, that doesn't actually solve the Reaper's issues with humanity. That doesn't, like, I don't want, because they kind of throw out that reveal that dark matter technology was going to destroy the universe, and now we don't really know why the Reapers were attacking humanity because Mass Effect 3 was very poorly written.
Wasn't it just because they're machines poorly programmed by those like Cthulhu like Leviathan?
No, that's what you. That's all you. They don't say that. I mean, that's all you just have to infer that because the game doesn't actually tell you why the Reapers are trying to attack all of humanity. They never gave us a legitimate answer. The original answer.
What was that DLC? What was that DLC I'm thinking of?
Which one?
The one with the Cthulhu being that's like, oh, we created the Reapers.
The Promethean. The Prothean? Sorry, not Promethean. The Prothean?
No, it was like Leviathan or something.
Yeah, isn't that in the first game? I know that we talked to one
No, it's definitely the third game where you go in like the big old mech and you go in this sea and you have a game ending screen if you're like Shepard doesn't meet the requirements or whatever.
I don't remember. I can't tell you. I don't remember that one. I didn't play the DLCs for 3 because I hated the game and I've only beaten it once.
I'm pretty sure
I don't like
in
that
one
game.
of the DLCs you meet the creator of the Reapers, which are basically just giant squid monsters.
Well, no, the creator of the Reaper, well, were the creator of the Reapers the Protheans? Am I getting that wrong?
No, because they were part of the cycle, but there's been multiple cycles before them.
No, you're right. Yeah, they were the last cycle, the 50,000 years ago, and yeah, because in the first game they talk about the Protheans and all this, and I thought they said something about them, or they alluded to the idea that they created them, but no, I'm wrong. Okay, but yeah, so they were created by somebody.
I don't think it changes much, but
But like I said, we know what the original ending was supposed to be. The creator of Mass Effect 1 and 2 just straight up came out and said it. He said it was supposed to be a whole dark matter thing. Like the mission with Tali, where the sun was dying and destroying that planet. You can't go out in the sun.
Best girl.
Yeah, she's great. You can't go out. For me, it's between her and Jack. I think that Tali's the best all the way through, but I think Jack is the absolute best in 3. And she's better than any of the other love interests in 1, 2, or 3.
Liara?
Yes, better than Liara.
Liara's fucking trash.
Liara's not that great. I don't care for Liara that much. I think Tali's the best. I actually think that Tali is kind of ruined in 3, and it makes her whole romance a lot worse. Because in 3, they reveal that ever since she was a little girl, she had like a kink with interracial relationships, and it just kind of just muddied the relationship you were having with Tali. Like, this was a nice sweet, and then you found out
it's a fetish.
It's like a fetish. Like, thanks for ruining.
If you think about it, she still chose Shepard specifically. So
when
out of the multiple other races,
she became attracted to Shepard when he was a grown man and she was a teenager. Because she was a teenager in the first Mass Effect game, as far as the Quarian aging goes, She wasn't literally a teenager like in human years, but in her people years, she was technically considered like a 16, 17-year-old girl. That's why she wasn't romanceable in the first game. In the second game, 2 years pass, and now she's old enough to romance. So you kind of groom her in a way. And then after and then after she gets you do technically.
I retract my statement.
You do technically, and then you technically groom her, and then in 3 it's ended up revealed that it was actually a fetish. Ever since she was young, she wanted to get with someone who wasn't human, and this is also ruined if you don't.
Human?
No, it's not human. If you don't get with her, she gets with Garrus, because her whole thing is that she's just attracted
Once
to
we assume it's not
non-Quarians.
Quarians.
As long as it's not Quarians, she's just attracted to non-Quarians. It 3 totally polluted the relationship for me. I was just like, this. You just fucked up this whole.
Damn, I did not know that.
Oh,
That
dude,
kind of ruins that.
yeah. It's in
shocking.
I think it's in the Citadel DLC, where like you have more scenes with her, and she ends up showing you her favorite movie as a child, and it was about a relationship between.
I'm glad I didn't go into that DLC very much.
Between it's still there, it still exists, it's canon. Between a
Yeah,
Turian.
but I didn't know about it.
It showed a relationship between a Turian and it's a really good DLC actually. I just think they ruined her romance. But it shows a relationship between the movie. Y'all watch a movie together, and the movie is about a relationship between a Quarian and a Turian, and they're like love story. It's a musical, and then she wants you to get up and sing the musical with her as she pretends to be the Quarian woman, and you pretend to be the Turian dude in the movie. And like you're just watching this, and I'm like, this is so weird. Like this is so weird. Like
That's so awkward.
Like imagine.
Kinks are kinks.
Like
what
imagine.
the
Like, just
hell
think.
is Mass Effect?
Just think about how you would think about this if it wasn't species and it was race, and how weird it would be. Like if I was like a white dude dating a black girl, and then I find out the black girl had like this white dude kink, and then like we watch
Or not even
interracial.
white dude kink, just non-black.
Yeah, just anything. Yeah, and then it's just. And then we watch like an interracial movie, and she's like, "Hey, you pretend to be the dude," and I was like, "This is weird."
Doesn't that happen?
Hey man,
It's
different
not even the
strokes.
same race.
It just sounds
Like,
like a West Side Story. It'd be one thing your girlfriend asks you to roleplay a West Side Story, doesn't it?
It'd be one thing if, and also it'd be one thing if the love interest in the movie was also a human, but it's not. It's a fucking so like it'd be
It's
like
Turian.
you, a white guy, and a black girl asking you to play as a Mexican
Yeah,
or something.
And the idea, like I said, if you don't get with Tally, she winds up with Garrus, who is a Turian, just like in that movie. But also, she's the only she's literally the only romantic option that if you don't romance, she winds up with someone else. She's the only one across the entire series that does that. Kind of, sort of. Ashley Williams has a fling with Freddie Prinze Jr.'s character, Vega, I think. What's his name? It's Vega, right?
Vega.
The big muscle-bound Spanish guy.
Yeah, Vega.
Who's in 3? Yeah. So if you don't wind up with Ashley, she has a fling with Vega at the party in Citadel. They don't get together, but like it implies that they slept together at that night, like a one-night stand, and they just never have a relationship after that. But that's it. That's the closest you get. But it's just, I don't know. It's just something about the Citadel DLC and 3 as a whole. It just super corrupted, like the Tally relationship. And I ended up coming out at the end of it being like, Jack's the best romance in the whole game. Because while I think Jack is super mediocre in 2, she is the best romance in 3. And she's better than any of the romances in 2 or 1. Like, she's the best romance in 3. She's so good. There are some scenes between you and Jack that are like legitimately like heartwarming and very touching. The scene where y'all go out on a date and then y'all like have to y'all shoot. It's a very Jack like date. Y'all blow a bunch of shit up and then she kisses you while there's an explosion in the background. It's because she's still wild, you know. She's all over it. But afterwards, she tattoos you. And like you don't know why she's doing this. She's just like tattooing you. But then she starts crying, and then you realize that she's tattooing you because if you die in battle, she wants to be able to find your body essentially. And she starts crying thinking about like losing you in battle. I'm like, this is like legitimately sweet. And the character development between her in 2 and 1 is like really, really solid. And she's also the only one who, when you meet, who did not leave you in any of the games. She didn't abandon you. She didn't go off anywhere. Like, she was waiting for you. Actually abandon her between 2 and 3, and when she sees you, the first thing she does is slap you in the face and then kiss you immediately and say, "Where the fuck were you? You should have been back here with me." And I was like, dude, this is great. Like, this is the best relationship by far. And it's with arguably the most toxic character in the entire series. It's so sweet.
The most toxic character. Don't get it wrong now.
No,
if you
what's up?
Can we move on? Like, I'm like, I
so
don't
first
mean
off,
to like
there's
be
like
rude
an
or
argument
anything.
going on in chat saying let him move on, and then someone saying let him cook.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
You crazy.
I don't know if they
I'm
want
on
you to
let him
move
move
on or
on.
keep going about this.
I'm on move
Oh,
on.
Red saying let him cook. That's funny.
I'm talking about Jack and Mass Effect and shit. It's a good fucking fuck you guys.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just blacking out.
Well, okay,
I'm just zoning out.
Well, then zone out. There's fucking how many
Yeah.
people are in this chat? Like, there's fucking 44 people here. You don't matter that much. Just be real. Just be honest with you. You don't
matter, man.
like you don't matter at all. There's like
all right, Mr. Boot. Us and show gracefully be squished.
All right. Now, okay. So to get back and go with the fucking tyrants here. You don't like me talking about Jack. Anyway, point is, if you never romance Jack, the fucking Legendary Edition is like, I think it's free on PSN or whatever. It's very cheap. Get it and try and play through the game and romance Jack. Like, it's even if you don't want to do all that, go on YouTube and just watch the full romance. It's really, really heartwarming and sweet. It's the best romance. The only issue I have with the romance with Jack in 3 is that she's not there with you in the final battle because she's with her students. So the last conversation between you and her is like over a hologram, which I think is a super weak ending to it. Yeah, because the only people who are actually with you, if you romance them, they were like there on the battlefield, are I think Liara, Garrus, and Tally. They're the only ones that are actually on the field, like where you put Tally on the ship and the ship's about to fly off, and then she tells you like I love you, and then you tell her Kila Salai, which basically kind of means the same thing, and then she flies off. Like that's like it's a really touching like goodbye. You don't have that touching goodbye with Jack because she's not in the battle. That's the one issue that I have with the Jack romance in 3. Other than that, it's done basically perfectly. It's really great. Anyway,
yeah, I still think Tali is best girl.
Okay, fucking weird groomer who likes to get in weird fetish relationships. Fucking. Okay.
Well, you would have agreed with
That's not the reason.
that part, so you would have been agreeing though.
Yeah, I'm still no. She was my favorite romance when I played the first and
So you were
second
just
game.
a groomer.
In the first and second game, I don't care. I'm not the one that has issues with the grooming shit. That's a very modern.
In the name of super.
That's a very modern thing. Like, well, I mean,
if you think about it, she was consenting, and she's probably older than Shepard in her own race
Don't
years.
say it like that.
No.
Say it
No.
like that.
Look. No. I mean, it's look.
You don't even have the option to romance her in the first
No, it's not.
game.
No,
Like,
Shepard is not looking at her as a romance option in the first game. It's just that he dies, he comes back 2 years later, and now she's old enough, and then you start a romance. It's not actually grooming. I just think it's funny to call it grooming. At one point, I went on just as a troll move. I went on Reddit like years ago, and I made a post saying that Shepard is a groomer, and then I like on the Mass Effect Reddit. I got thousands of thumbs down on that. Thousands of thumbs down on that post. People hated that fucking post and I explained it to him. Like, he's not a groomer. I'm like, he's kind of a groomer. But no, it's a joke. It's something I just say about the series. But it's not, he's not legitimately a groomer. But to be honest with you, I don't really care that much. I think that people have allowed Twitter to fucking manipulate and control relationships, and I think that like giving a name to grooming of like a dude who's like 21 being attracted to a woman who's like 17, like I don't think that's that weird or odd, and I don't consider it grooming, especially considering that like the majority of the country is 16 is the actually the legal age, not 18, even though people keep saying that it's 18. Like way more of the country
In England it's 16.
Yeah, in England it's 16, and most of Europe it's 16. Like I don't.
In Kansas, the age of consent is 16.
Like me personally, I wouldn't want to date a 15-year-old. Like I'm over 30. But when I was 15 years old, I had no issues with dating women who were in their 20s. I didn't think it was weird. I didn't think it was a problem. Even though I would probably have a problem if like my 15-year-old son was doing that, I that's more so my personal feelings and not so much that I actually have an issue with it, because I didn't have an issue with it at the time, and if I could do it all over again with my same mind, I wouldn't have changed anything, and I still would have been getting with 20-year-olds. So it's like I don't care. Like I think people I've considered myself an adult since I was like 14. Like my first job was when I was 11. Like I've been relatively
Old lady.
I've been relatively old for a while. So it's like I don't know. It seems weird to me that we're treating 16 and 17-year-olds like children when they used to go to war and get married and own houses. And it's just I think we're treating people
At 14.
Yeah, now it's getting to the point where it's like, okay, you're 35 and you're dating a 25-year-old. Why are you dating such a young girl? And I'm like, that's a fucking grown woman. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, no shit.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, people, it's just really weird. Like, I hear people talk about how like it's super weird for a 30-year-old man to date a 21-year-old. And it's like, okay, so wait, where is the cutoff exactly? We have all decided.
Exactly what it's about.
Yeah,
it's
like
just older women not getting a man. They're complaining about younger chicks getting men. That is a thing that is going around quite a bit online. It's funny to see because it's their version of short man syndrome.
I don't know, but
Isn't it all just a psyop?
I don't know.
It's
all I'm
getting
saying
really weird
all I'm
when it's
saying
like
is
a
that
50 or late 40-year-old starting to date in like a young 20.
My whole thing is like we need to come to a conclusion of when it is okay to have sex with this person and when it isn't, and we need to agree with it. We don't agree with it. Like everyone thinks different things. Like some people are like, oh, 22 is like too young or whatever. Or 21 is too. It's like we've all decided that's an adult. So like whatever the cutoff is, it just seems like wherever we put the cutoff, even if you do date someone at that cutoff, people are going to think you're like some group of people, not most people. Some people are going to think you're weird, and other people need to agree with it and just say that it's weird, even though it's not weird, because they don't want to be looked at as a pedophile. Even though if you're dating a fucking 20-year-old woman or a 19-year-old woman, you are absolutely not a pedophile. Like that is a grown fucking person. Like I don't know. It seems very odd to me. Like I said, I wouldn't want to date someone that young. Because I'm 30-something, like I don't want to date a 17-year-old.
Yeah.
I have absolutely nothing to gain from dating a 17-year-old. But like it's just I don't actually have any issues. Like if I found out a 25-year-old was dating a 17-year-old, I wouldn't look at that like that he was Satan. Like I wouldn't think that would be that weird. To be honest with you, I just don't care. It's very strange. Anyway, let's get back to the actual tier list.
Yeah, John Helldiver has been losing his shit for a while.
Well,
Put respect on John's name.
Well, I mean, John. I mean, I think that's like the third time I've seen that same dude say "move on." Like, he just doesn't seem like he likes any topic, bro. If you don't like tangents, I don't even know why you're on my channel. It's kind of a big thing here. And that's sort of what we do here.
Yeah, Rouga, you are the king of tangents on YouTube. Like I've never heard, like maybe Markiplier, used to be that, but you have taken his throne.
King.
The tangerine, king of tangerines. Wonderful.
Tangerines.
Tangerine king. You go on the most passionate and heartfelt. I'm gonna go off for a bit, and it's gonna sound like I'm crazy. But I have a point at the end of it every single time for like a good 5 to 10 minutes, and they're always.
Apparently, it's about space fucking. That's John Helldiver's problem.
He doesn't like space. Well, I mean, technically, we have been talking about. We were talking about space fucking, and then we were talking about underage fucking. So it's like kind of a little bit of both. Whatever.
All right. So where do we place the Reapers? C or B tier?
Well, wait. We have to talk about how old is it okay to have sex with a Reaper? Like this is important information that we need to get through before we can list them. No, I'm kidding. So the Reapers, I still think they would probably go low C below the Gundam, because
really?
because specifically because of their philosophy of
Their
having
doctrine.
to wipe of
Yeah.
their
Okay,
doctrine
then
of
I'll
having to wipe out other
They're
biological
too conservative.
creatures.
But you can make them wait
That's a weird way of
50,000 years.
Wait, what's up?
It's the only way
and
to put it.
the fact they have no. Go ahead.
You could make them play the long game and do it very gradually and slowly over like 50,000 years.
But by that point, most of these technologically advanced series will be like people will be even more technologically advanced and even more difficult to kill.
Yeah,
but so would you.
The 40K will be 90K by that point.
So would you, because there's more technology for you to absorb.
The Reaper's entire tactics are always going to war with people who are less technologically advanced than themselves. They place the Mass Effect relays out in space so that people can discover them and then base their technology off of Reaper technology. This will be the first time the Reapers have ever gone to war with people who are using technology that's not theirs. And that technology in some cases is far more advanced. Even the Reapers do not have slip space technology. The Covenant do. We're about to talk about the Covenant next. The Covenant would dominate the Reapers.
That's true. Yeah. Okay.
Like they would dominate.
We
the
also
Reapers. The only thing that the
bring
Reapers
up-
would have is the hacking technology against the Covenant. That would be actually a pain. But even the Covenant have insane hacking. Don't they have like Cortana
Yeah, they have
level
AI.
shit? They have like
the
Cortana level
Covenant-
shit.
Not Cortana, but
Not
like
Cortana
close.
herself, but like
not Cortana, but
stuff in
the
the same
Covenant,
ballpark, you know.
The Covenant pretty much the only way the Covenant they're going to be A tier. I'm not gonna lie, they are
Well,
arguably even stronger than they are almost
We
as
should
strong as
get
the
through
Illuminate factions
the Reapers
because
first.
of the Reapers were
I just
were
placed
mid to
I
low
placed
C.
them I placed them to low C. I mean, unless somebody thinks they should be somewhere else.
I think they should be lower because they're only
You
a
and
galaxy.
putting everything
whereas
in
some
dog
of these
shit.
guys are universe.
No, they're definitely higher than everything in dog shit.
Well, no, he's not
So-
wrong. He's not wrong in the idea that like a lot of like their characters. Well, yeah, he's not. Well, I don't know, because Star Wars is galaxy, Covenant's galaxy, Predator's universe, believe it or not, but they'll probably be pretty low for universe, to be honest with you. But a lot of these are. There's some solar system in here too. I don't think he should be lower because he's galaxies, because there's a lot of people in here who are galaxy, and a lot of the people in here are even lower than that. So I mean C is the second to last tier. Like we're not gonna play. He's already at the bottom of C. We're not gonna place him in dog shit. Then like I think there's still people who are worse than him. You know.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't think they deserve to go next to Mars Attacks. Let's just. They're not.
No.
Wait, there is a problem.
You get beaten by Opera.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I totally missed this, but
but,
Jordan Meso did say it was Leviathan DLC in Mass Effect 3.
Okay.
Yeah, so he did. I totally missed that. Sorry, man. All right, next up we have the Covenant. I guess
Covenant A tier.
A. You think it's A?
I'm just gonna go out.
Bottom of
A tier.
don't sound bad.
I think A tier because not one Covenant fleets are absolutely massive. Two Covenant, like one of their smaller ships are a planet killer, or like a surface planet killer.
No,
Completely
not
destroys
one
a
ship.
planet.
It takes longer.
It does.
That. Stop the
It
cap.
would, but no, like, but on Harvest, they only encountered one Covenant ship, and it was one of the more medium-sized ships. And everyone on Harvest was dead. The entire planet was considered inhabitable for a bit of time.
I think that was a
and
colony.
that was one of their ships.
Not everyone died.
I think that was a colony, not a whole planet.
It was a
but
colony. It was a
they do
colony.
have
It was a
fleets.
colony world.
But
It
they
was
do
a
have
colony world
fleets.
with a few moons.
Sure.
Yeah, they do have
Fair, but
fleets.
We
they
have
still
one
had-
colony on a world. It's a colony world.
You're really overblowing how strong the
There's a
glassing
lot of
is.
context you're missing in that, and besides, you don't want to go that route because the Covenant have billions of soldiers in their fleets. Like they have a planet's population worth
Sure,
of guys
but their
in a fleet.
fleets only number in a couple thousand with ships.
Oh wait, they also have another.
They don't have billions of ships.
Yeah, see, this
They
is
have
okay. So
billions
this is
of
something.
ships.
This is something that we need to touch on, because I have heard so many things from people about the Covenant. Someone told me that the Covenant have tens of millions of ground troops. Someone else told me that they have billions of in their fleet. And like everyone keeps telling me something different. Now
What?
Michael's saying thousands. What are the fucking numbers? Because it seems like none of the fans of Halo can agree.
Each fleet
Well,
of the
because they
Covenant
never
has a couple thousand in the fleet. The biggest fleet they have is the fleet guarding High Charity, which does not exceed 8,000, and that's highball.
Are you talking
Too much
You're
ships.
talking ships? You're
They
talking
have
ships?
tens
He was
of- I know
talking.
they have tens of
talking
thousands.
ships.
I've never.
Roga's
yeah,
talking
I
people.
know.
No, I'm talking both. I'm talking.
Both?
I'm
Okay,
talking
well,
both.
he's right about ships.
People, it
Each
is.
fleet roughly has 2,000, like 500.
Okay,
maybe
you're gradually
more,
going up.
depending on the fleet. No. High Charity, their biggest fleet, I said maybe has like highballing 8,000 fleet. Each fleet they have is maybe in the.
Well, how many
right?
fleets they have? I mean, they have 1 million fleets.
I'm pretty sure they only
do
have
have-
like 8 or 9.
Oh
Fleets?
shit!
No, they do not. They have multiple planets in. They have.
Yeah,
They
that doesn't mean
own a
they have the
majority of the
spaceship.
Orion belts. Yes, they have. They have multiple superstructures that
Bruh,
are
I'm gonna Google
equivalent
this
with.
shit right now. How many
Go right
fleets
ahead,
does
and I
Covenant
guarantee.
have?
So the Illuminate, I mean, not the Illuminate, I mean, the Covenant, they have a
Numerous.
lot of ships. They have tens of thousands, and they have people numbering in the tens of billions easily. Like that's the balling in terms of their numbers. But what really makes them like really over a longer period of time is the fact that they're going to keep trying to get more and more technology, more and more advanced technology. That's the main goal of the Covenant. Get more of the godlike technology.
Ella
they're gonna put them in this sort of
Ella
scenario.
7 Tech. I don't know. I'm just gonna call you Tech. Tech says the entirety of Halo only happens in the Orion arm, and not even a big chunk of it. So the Covenant don't own the entire Orion arm, according to him.
Wait, how
are.
is anything
They,
happen near Earth if that's the case? We're not in the
yeah,
Orion
no, a
arm.
lot of things happen. No,
Yeah.
everything.
Are
They
we?
go
Are
into
we?
Earth.
We are.
We're in the Orion arm.
No, we're not in the Orion
You can
arm.
see Orion from
Yes, we
here.
are.
Wait, you can
Yeah.
see Orion from here though. How are we in the Orion
No,
arm?
we
are
are
not.
in the base of it. We are in the middle of the
The
Orion.
entirety of Halo does not take place in the Orion arm because we do
Wait,
fight
what?
at Earth, and it goes very far away from the Orion arm. The Covenant come from the Orion arm, and a lot of conflict does take place there, where they owned a fuck ton of planets in that location. Like, I'm pretty sure there are rings and shit we fight over.
We're
that
in the
it's-
Orion arm. Specifically, we're in the Virgo supercluster.
Okay, so I guess he's right. Well,
right. Yeah, our Earth
Well,
is
it's
in
way
the
bigger than what we are all thinking right now. It is way bigger. Because
They do have another problem. There's a lot of tension. I mean, the Jackals are not fans of the Grunts, and
That's
there's
true.
Yeah, you're doomed
constant.
to
You do have
fucking
the
Civil
internal
War.
conflict to deal with. That's
Yeah,
true.
true.
Yeah, and then
I
the
forgot about
prophets
that
are always
aspect.
got
That's
some
good.
tensions with
Isn't that only
the elite.
earlier in the series? Like, isn't that only earlier in the series? Like after
No, because you
That
have the
is-
Grunt Rebellion, the Jackals
That
are
was-
like
yeah.
out for the highest bidder.
Guys, the Orion
the
arm.
Brutes rebel.
Guys,
Wait,
just-
is Orion talk?
Hold on.
Orion
Would
talk.
shut the fuck up. Okay. It says here that the Orion arm is 3,500 light years wide and 25,000 light years long. So
Holy fuck.
it's big. It's big. And yeah, apparently we're in it. So yeah, I mean it's like a section of our galaxy. It's not the galaxy, but it's it's a small section of the galaxy. So yeah, because I think the galaxy is about 100 light years. I think. I'm sorry, 100,000 light years, not 100 light years. It's 100,000.
Yeah.
So it's like a fifth of the size of our galaxy or something. All right, continue.
The rebellion issues.
The rebellion.
Yeah. That's what we're talking about. All the rebellion stuff.
That's it.
So
no, that's just the
yeah.
issue. Covenant be very unstable, even if they had the massive number.
It is, but
whenever I think of the Covenant, the only thing I can ever think about is the very rare instance when you leave a single grunt alone and it panics and starts to ask if you are still like there.
So wait, do we have clear? Do we have clear numbers of their like numbers?
Not clear. We know it's
like half of the
several
entirety of Orion
hundreds
built, and maybe
to several thousands of warships.
Hey, I got
No,
a
we don't
list
have an
of
exact.
their fleets.
Okay, so you guys
I got
are.
a list of their fleets.
Wait, what?
I got a list of their fleets.
Probably
There's
a list
bunch
of appearances.
Of known fleets.
There's
or all
of
their
known
fleets.
of known fleets, not all fleets.
Well, that
Yeah,
doesn't
known
it doesn't really matter then. It's like if we're trying to find out what they actually have.
it would be their minimum number.
I mean, is there 1,000 in that list? I doubt it.
Hell no.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. So it doesn't really matter.
How many Covenant per ship? That's the question.
Well, no, it doesn't matter. Look, people y'all were Doug and British guy. I keep calling you British guy. What is your fucking name?
Liam.
Look at the Liam.
Oh, Liam.
It's fucking Liam.
That's fucking Liam. Okay.
It's fucking Liam MMA.
I feel like a dick. Yeah, I know Liam. Whatever. Okay. Okay. Whatever.
Rouga just getting them guys. It's starting to kick into effect.
Hey, well, his name is fucking. Look, if I look at his thing, it just says L ... because he has the streamer mode on. Okay, so I can't read his name. like a lot of you guys.
Okay, Liam, remove streamer mode.
I don't even know how I do.
He cut off. He removed himself from.
Oh.
No,
I don't know how I don't know how I do that.
Because Doug and Liam were arguing with me earlier that they literally have billions and that their fleet is so massive and so now you're saying it's like a couple thousand. If that was the case, they don't stand that's nothing. That's small.
Well, I was saying their fleet to tens of thousands and their
That's
population.
not a lot.
What if you're talking about like
Halo
very,
Reach?
I mean,
very
maybe
small
because like in Halo Reach, like no matter how many like Covenant members you killed, they just kept coming. Now I don't think that was just gameplay. I'm pretty sure that is canon.
Like that's very I mean we're about to talk about we're not talking about the Empire because we replaced the Empire with the Old Republic Sith, but the Empire has like 60,000 just Star Destroyers alone. That doesn't include
a lot of Star Destroyers.
Yeah, that doesn't include the rest of their fleet. There's trillions of Space Marines. You're talking about very small numbers.
Oh, I don't think they compete the Space Marines at all in terms of numbers.
You were making an argument earlier that they competed with the Illuminate, but tens of thousands is shitty. That's not a lot at all.
I wasn't saying on a space level. I was saying on a
compete with the Illuminate, but they would have to first take out the main Illuminate, and even
No,
then
They wouldn't compete. They wouldn't compete in ground.
themselves.
They wouldn't compete in ground forces or space or fleet, as based on what you're saying. I mean, these are very small. I mean, think about it. They're capable of going to war in space with super. Now they use guerrilla tactics, obviously, so you know there's a limitation. But like for instance, Super Earth has about 650,000 active super destroyers. That's only super destroyers. That doesn't include the rest of their fleets that are actually built for warfare in space. I mean, you're talking about billions upon billions of ships here. Just ships.
I mean, we don't really know anything about them.
Or millions. Sorry, I didn't mean billions. Millions
All
of
we
ships.
really know about the Illuminate fleets is that they were able to build up a fleet with about 10 billion ground forces. Because if you count up all the deaths on the planet, and the Helldivers completely destroyed the fleet.
They didn't destroy the fleet. They destroyed 25% of the fleet.
No, they destroyed 100%.
25%
They didn't.
left of the fleet.
Oh, left? So they destroyed
No.
70. We know they didn't destroy the whole fleet because the fleet fled. And they said that the fleet scattered after the battle. So they didn't
It was
destroy the whole
about
fleet.
the actual counter. The actual counter was like maybe 10%. Because I was playing on it when they did do.
Still though, they had enough to escape.
Yeah, but that was one. But that's lose. But that wasn't that we were talking about this earlier. That wasn't the whole fleet. That was one battle. That's one battle. So like that's the numbers we're talking about.
One fleet.
Yeah, and they I mean, like I said, they lost 4 billion people during the fight. On it was 3.8 billion. During the fight on Calypso that happened just like a month or two ago. They can lose these numbers in every single battle and still.
I'm not saying that they're winning against the. I'm not saying they're winning against.
No, but I'm
I
saying
said they're definitely competing.
in a number comparison, the Covenant don't even seem to be a fraction of what the Illuminate have. They're not even close.
No, but the main thing is that their ship, the Navy, even outnumbered. They even some of the commanders, like when they were fighting the brutes, like they were saying they outnumber us 10-1, and they were like, "Good, it's a fair fight." So it's man. Like it is a number of tactics too. I'm saying that tactically the Covenant are probably better.
That was because of a Civil War. They were still part of the same fleet. I got a list here of all the confirmed fleets of both the Covenant and its remnants, and it only amounts to 29, with 3 only not even being fleets, just flotillas. 29 times, like what, 2,500 besides like High Charity? That's nowhere near the numbers of the Illuminati.
Again, we don't know how many actual fleets there are, and we don't know how many Illuminate there actually are.
At minimum,
I'm just basing it more. I'm basing it more on speculation.
At minimum, the fleets of the Covenant nowhere near the remote capabilities of how many Illuminate.
Yeah,
because you're talking. No.
You have to highball the shit out of the Covenant.
No, you're doing something very weird, which is you're counting the ground troops we killed versus the fleet ship numbers.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't know how many ships they have. We know how many ground troops we killed.
Fleet. It's one fleet, and it's not just ground troops. It's all the fucking Overlord fucking mothership ships. It's all the fucking jets. It's the drones. It's those goddamn fucking centipede fucking aircraft crawling through cities, blowing it up.
Also,
blowing.
This isn't going to add that many numbers to it technically, but when you kill a flesh mob, you're technically killing like 20 people, or just fused into one person.
But aren't the troops also being directly teleported onto the battlefield from drones and stuff?
They are.
Yeah, so the ship, but they have to do it through flying saucers.
Fair.
Is that
but also the thing is that like you go, the Illuminate have big numbers, but they're kind of like Helldivers and they're glass cannons. The Stingrays, they can be taken out through handguns.
I wouldn't say they're
handguns, and the Illuminate.
I wouldn't say they're glass cannon. I would not say they're glass cannons. Helldivers are glass cannons. They're regular people, but a fucking Illuminate can punch a Helldiver's head clean off. I mean, you have to fire like 3 or 4 shots of a Scorcher, not at their shields, but directly at their bodies, just to take one down. I mean. The Scorcher is a fucking explosive superheated plasma. The explosion is like a solid 5-foot radius, and it does. They don't. The fact that they don't get immediately blown to pieces from that shows that they're very clearly not glass cannons.
Yeah, I don't think there's much discussion to be had.
I was more trying to just make it more like relatively, like how relatively Super Earth are like they're almost like bullet ants. Like you could squish them, but if they get you, it's gonna be one hell of a hit.
I think it's a bad. I think unless you have some very hard evidence on insane numbers for a particular faction, I think it's dumb to even try and compare numbers to Helldivers universe. The Helldivers factions are so ridiculous in terms of their numbers. They can in each battle they can lose billions of people and just be fine. Like the numbers are insane. Like you would have to have some serious proof that the Covenants have like damn near trillions of people in order for us to really be able to say that their numbers are even slightly comparable.
So someone's trying to say that that they destroyed at Reach. They destroyed it with bombarding. No, they didn't destroy it by bombarding it. They destroyed it by putting a nuke in its very reactor core.
Okay.
I thought that was they used the slip space drive, and they used the nuke to blow up the slip space drive of the core.
Yes,
That's what destroyed the
but that
destroyer.
just triggered hundreds of ships coming.
Well, I
in.
don't think it matters in the context of this
but that
list.
was all one fleet. It does matter. It does matter because it's a numbers game.
Fair, but the problem
for some of these factions, because the Covenant would not surrender to any any of these factions.
No, they wouldn't. Inside. They're going to fall apart from their own internal
let Doug
conflict.
finish what he's saying. Go ahead, Doug.
The Covenant have so much internal conflict that it's going to ruin their chances of long-term success.
I disagree.
They're going to divide and destroy each other from the inside out like they do in the story. There's no work around it.
I disagree.
Look, they have. It's not. This isn't a Covenant versus Illuminate fight because it's possible that you're in control of the Covenant. You never even come into contact with the Illuminate, so it's not really even necessary. But if we are talking about that, their numbers don't compete. Their ship power, I suppose, does compete, but that doesn't mean their technology competes because you're still having teleportation and black hole shit and stuff. Yeah. They don't have any resistance to the mind control abilities.
Different technology.
It's not more advanced technology.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's just different.
No, but I would say in far of big guns, I would say the Illuminati have bigger guns. Creating a black hole is the biggest gun that the fucking Covenant, or they can't do anything like that or anything even close to that level of power. They have better travel with teleportation and the mind control. That's all better. None of that is just different. That's straight up better technology.
Yeah.
There are certain things that the Covenant have, like glassing planets and the fact that they're basic guns on their ships. There's no evidence that the basic guns on the Illuminate ship, so that would be something that's better in the Covenant's favor. I just think the stuff that is in the Illuminate's favor are just so better, and it makes them a far more difficult thing to deal with. Being able to mind control the entire population of an opponent, I feel y'all are not putting nearly enough credit into how ridiculously overpowered that is.
So we
don't know if it's the whole population because there are still people on the planet which
we
have
do
them
know.
being
I explained that though when we were having it before. That's because the people aren't on the planet when the battle started.
Well, no, because you have civilians still on the planet you're rescuing.
That's true. Yeah. Well, you're talking specifically. Well, let me finish.
sorry,
Let me
Ruby, you
finish with.
missed-
Let me finish with Liam real quick. You're talking specifically about Super Earth, a place that we were prepared for, and we landed the moment that that Illuminate hit. When
No, because
Illuminate
other planets have rescue civilian missions.
they don't. Not well. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. But
On the Illuminated ones, they do.
very limited ones. They're hiding underground. Like that's. But when we went to Calypso.
This one's not everyone.
Yeah, but it's still.
Because they had to get underground.
What?
Because they do just appear out. They just appear out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, they're like in these other underground facilities. I mean, that's fine, but you go down to the population immediately after the Illuminate get there. It's not like they were there for days or anything. They just got there. We show up. 99.9% of the planet has been turned into fucking voteless. I mean, is that really an argument that you're trying to say that you had to rescue 6 people and you just had to kill like 10,000? Like that's not a good argument on your side
No, I'm saying we don't know if it's 90%.
I'm trying to say that
We
your
do.
interpretation of how the vote lists are created are they kidnap them. They literally abduct them from
They
planets.
how?
And they in a
how
they go
Based
like
on
the
what?
beaming. That's literally in the lore. They literally said that colonies were going missing and they don't know where they were going to. And then boom, the voteless show up and they say, "Oh, the Illuminate they kidnap you and they put you in a lab and then they turn you into a voteless and then they send you in as a ground troop." That's how they do it.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense because when you go down,
that's how they explained it.
But
That's
when
how they
you-
explained it in the lore.
No, that's how
don't know.
Super Earth explained it to you. When you actually go to the urban areas within all of the planets, the entire population of those cities are turned into voteless. You're telling me that they took the entire population of cities and then returned them back to the cities afterwards?
I mean,
Yes,
it's
that's
not
how they
impossible.
explained it.
No, that's how
they
Super
literally
Earth. That's how
explained-
Super Earth told you in a briefing, which Super Earth often takes secrets. Like we know this. This
But
is the
then
thing. This is
you're-
the thing that's the thing that's happening. When you actually look at how it works on the ground, you go to cities. The cities are fucking demolished, and the entire population of those cities are now turned into voteless. Unless you want to say that they went in, kidnapped the entire population of the city, mind-fucked them, and then there's no corpses. Like there's no the whole population
we
was
don't
taken.
know it's the whole population.
It is. When you go into cities, you're the only person there that isn't voteless.
Well, no, because people are underground, and you don't know how many people are underground.
Yes, you
You're
do.
making an assumption.
I'm not.
How many people are underground?
Wait. I'm making an assumption that the people on that we see are all turned into voteless, and
No, 'cause
you're
there are
making an
people
assumption that
no.
there's an underground city underneath the city that's already there. How is my assumption worse than yours?
Because if you
What's
do
like
the
the
extraction
argument here? I
missions
don't get it.
and they
I don't
civilians
even
die, they
think
just keep
Ruga trying to
coming.
say that the
It's not like they
Illuminate, they
stop.
just-
There's more people
That's
than you
right.
get in the bunker. You're only taking a small section of the bunker.
What
So
bunker are
there's
you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
on
You're
the
talking-
extraction mission.
The extraction mission,
Yeah, and-
the extraction mission, you launched down to save like 5 dudes out of a doorway. It's not like I don't understand how that's in any way going against the fact that they just turned an entire population of a city into voteless.
Well, because that's part of the population they didn't turn.
So there's 5 people. Oh, okay.
But there's
I don't
more than
under-
5.
No, not on those missions. They're
taken
not.
over by the Illuminates. Is,
No, 'cause if
is a
you kill-
down, is a down docking points off of the Illuminates. How does that
you-
make sense? Make it make sense. How is having an entire population be taken over and just have 5 lucky dudes not like that doesn't make sense.
It does if they're underground in facilities and bunkers, which is where they are.
But you're assuming it's 5 lucky dudes because if you kill them
I'm
as
not
they come out, they
assuming
just
that's what
keep
the
coming.
mission. I'm not assuming that's what the mission is. The mission is to save 5 people and blah blah blah. That's the mission. It's a
No,
mission.
to save the 20 to 30.
However many you have to save. Whatever the number is.
20 to 30, depending on the mission.
It doesn't. It
Show
could
a
be.
lack of success rate from the monolith, if that's what you're
Look,
trying to argue.
the extracting civilians thing is a mission type that is across all factions. You can do it with the Terminids. They have the extraction of people. It's just a mission type that they have. I don't understand the argument that you're making that you go to the surface of the planet and literally everyone you come into cross are completely voteless. They're all been turned. Everybody's mind controlled, and because there's one not even common
On Super
mission
Earth, there's
type.
civilians running around.
Yes, because the invasion literally just started. You're literally
And it
getting
also
there the
might
moment it
go
starts,
ideas to all
and
Super Earth.
and you still have like half the population being voteless.
But again, wouldn't that
I'm
put more
just-
credence to it being they get abducted and transformed? Because why would some people be
It wouldn't-
transformed and not others?
It wouldn't bring up because it would take. What do you mean? Why would not people? That's
Why
because
do
that's
some
how it
people-
works in all of fiction.
Some people take longer.
Yes.
Mm.
Name a fiction where that's not the case. That if that was the case, then mind control resistance wouldn't be a thing. Like the idea that you, I mean, they break down the beacons. The beacons have a range. If you're a Helldiver and you are outside of that range, you don't even feel the effects of it.
What's the physical change
is
too?
that
It's at
Even in the
150
Doom
meters.
universe-
If you're 150 meters from a beacon, you're not affected by it. If you get within that 150 meters, you start getting mind fucked. So yeah, it makes sense that there would be sections of the population that are controlled and sections of the population that aren't.
But it's not just a psychic thing, because they literally change shape.
Even in a universe where like Doom, where the corruption is still gonna kill you either way, resistance to it is still there. Like how would there not be a resistance in any other fiction, just like this one with the Illuminates?
I don't
know where you're
I don't
going
understand what the
for.
question. Yeah, I don't get the question.
I'll say this with the Illuminate, right? Even if you're over here trying to argue they're abducting people, transforming them, bringing them back, the Illuminate have a bigger, like the monoliths affect more than just 150 meters. You see the whole little force field in some of the missions where the whole goal is to take down this psychological field barrier that covers like a shit ton of blocks of a mega city. Like it's not just 150 meters. That's just what affects the super soldiers, the trained doctrine members.
Like the actual. I'm basing that off of the actual programming within the game. In the game, the programming is that if you're within 150 meters of the fucking monoliths. I know that's not their official name. They actually do have an official name, but I call them monoliths because they look like monoliths. If you're within 150 meters, yeah,
that's what they're called.
If it's within 150, if you're within 150 meters, it starts fucking with your stratagems and all that starts messing up. So like that's why I'm saying 150 because that's literally gameplay. But I mean,
but that's for a super soldier.
Technically, I mean, he is right. It's possible that like the closer you get to the monolith, the more effective it is. If you're outside of the range of the monolith, it won't affect you. So like they corrupt like. There's 1,000 different explanations as to why certain people aren't corrupted and other people are, but I think the idea that you're coming with, which there's like a city of people living underground in the bunkers, that aren't being affected. Ergo, I don't get what you're trying to say. I feel like you're making pretty big leaps.
I'm saying I don't think it's as effective as you put it down and it changes everyone.
Well, it does. I mean, if we see how it changes them, that's what a voteless is.
But again,
I just realized what the word for voteless is.
Yeah, voteless. Yeah, they don't vote.
Yeah, because they can't vote anymore.
Yeah, in the news, there's a news thing that happens in Helldivers where it's I believe they actually use it for the trailer too, but it's basically
Carrie Perry.
It's counting all of the deaths that happen on Super Earth, and it doesn't say it doesn't say like the casualties. It's like 8 million votes lost. It's like they literally consider humans.
Vote was the only thing that matters.
Yeah, like they literally consider them just.
If you Google it, they even say they were experimented on. They say the Illuminated are warped by Illuminate experiments into the mindless soldiers.
Yeah, I don't.
Sure,
I mean, I don't.
That's not psychic. That's not the psychic energy. That's them experimenting on them.
But we know it's psychic energy because because it literally invades your mind. Even in the first game, they had units that were being mind controlled. Even in the first one, and that was due to the psychic energy. The
voteless are clearly physically different.
Fine, but that doesn't change the fact that they can psychically mind control you because they've been doing it since the first Galactic War, and now it's even stronger than it used to be. This is something that's always been the case for the Illuminates. Like
the way the lore always was they just people just started going missing across planets, and then all of a sudden the Illuminate showed up and they throw voteless at you.
But they show us that show us that the voteless weren't. That's not true because the voteless weren't even in the first game. So
where did they show this? I'm actually like being really curious right now, Rouga. I actually really want to side with you because that makes Helldivers and the Illuminate much more interesting.
Well,
but
even when you go near the monolith, it starts fucking with your head. Like the mind control powers is something that they've had since the first game. Like it's literally something they have. And again, it doesn't
We
make
only
any
have what's written. That's the problem. Like we
But
only
we-
have
but that's
what is actually stated.
But that's the case across all of Held. That's across. If we just went by that and only that, then you would say that the automatons were just communists who were trying to kill democracy, and that's not what happened. Like there's a true story.
That's what they are.
But that's not what they are. There's actually no evidence that they're actually.
They ground up
I was being
human
sarcastic.
beings to turn into more cyborgs.
Yeah, but no.
What are
They're
you
clearly.
talking about?
What me?
But no,
they're
can I
clearly
get back to
evil.
why
I'm not
I
saying
think
they're
the
bad.
Covenant
not
are really
you,
good?
Rouga.
Oh,
Not you,
okay.
Rouga. I'm talking to this
Sorry,
other
sorry.
guy.
No,
Mike, what the fuck are you on?
No, I'm just saying.
Like the
I'm just saying.
Terminants are eating people. The
I was being
automatons are grounding
sarcastic.
people
One of the things that makes he was kidding. One of the things that makes Helldivers an interesting series is the fact that the information that we're giving is kind of manipulated. So you sort of have to look at it and kind of determine for yourself what exactly happens. We don't get the true story of what happened with the Illuminate. If we actually look at it, like the story that they tell you is that the Illuminate came with a fake offer of peace, but had weapons of mass destruction that they wanted to use on us. Even to this point, we've never found that weapon of mass destruction because we haven't. No, that wasn't. No, they said it was a nanobomb. We never found the nanobomb.
Well, sure, but
Alright,
that doesn't.
but,
That's like,
I wanna get back
we
to
don't
why-
have that mass destruction weapon, but we have a.
But that was what Helldiver. The whole reason why we started the war is because Super Earth told its people that the Illuminate had a nanobomb that they wanted to use against Super Earth. We never found a nanobomb. A nanobomb was never used. Even to this day, we don't know anything of it. Like it's never been seen because it was a lie. And you have to come to the conclusion by yourself that the nanobomb was a lie and not actually a real thing, that Super Earth told them just to allow us to go to war. And this happens constantly throughout the whole series. That's why everything needs to be taken with a grain of salt. And you actually have to look at what is happening. And when you actually see what's happening, you go into a city, the city's fucking destroyed, and the entire population has become voteless. There aren't any dead corpses anywhere. There's no bodies.
Well, no, there are.
They
There
didn't
actually are.
There's a couple of SCAF officers, but you find those across every planet. The entire population of a city is gone. It's not there.
Rouga, I've seen but Rouga, I played the game quite a lot, and I've seen there are civilian corpses even in Illuminate missions.
Fine, but it's a city. Where did the entire city's
I
population go?
I understand what you're trying to say. The voteless takeover is a big thing, but can I go back to why I think the Covenant are A tier? The main thing is that the Covenant have the elites and the brutes. They have pretty good military tactics. Like even like the elite commanders, they even go like many times. Like Halo 3, one of the most favorite quote. We're outnumbered like 12-1, and they go good. It's an even fight. Like they can, even though they may not have the advantage in terms of numbers, elite commanders like the species elites. They can't. The only time they really ever lost was against a 7-foot super soldier who has the ultimate plot armor.
That's not true at all. Halo War, regular fucking
Halo Wars.
Marine takes out an Arbiter. You need to stop the cap right now.
Wow.
Well, he took him out because he was like overconfident as hell. So like that, I understand. Like they wouldn't.
It's an even fight. Overconfidence is a common trait throughout all militaries. You have constant leaders who are like, "Oh no, we can win this," and they get fucked up in response.
But the problem is that the elite normally the elite like they literally normally win. Like that's what I'm trying to say. They have they do have. Yes, they do.
Yes, they literally wiping out
I have to be honest
massive
with you guys.
portions.
Completely defeated humanity.
Kind of ass
one at a time, people.
They're kind of ass in space
Oh,
fighting.
yeah, that's the ones we see. There are more fights that we don't see. That it's usually the Covenant actually kick stomping the UFC.
UFC. The UFC.
UFC.
That's a fight I want to see. Covenant versus the UFC.
I mean, like there was like one ship where it fought like 50 UNSC ships.
Arbiter versus Rampage Jackson.
Okay, so I did just look at some stuff, by the way, and I'm convinced they are just kidnapping colonies and then experimenting on them, then transporting them there, not turning them in with mind control.
I don't buy it because it goes against the history of what they were doing throughout the first game. That's
mind control. They're warping their physical being, and they're saying they have different DNA in the lore. their altered DNA.
Sure, but they mind control people using nanomachines, and nanomachines literally alter their DNA. That's how the nanomachines worked, even in the first game.
There's that nano bomb.
No, that's not a nano bomb. We never found the nano bomb.
Just sarcasm again. Sarcasm again.
Yeah, no, I got you. But yeah, they
Sorry.
never found the nano bomb. But the way it works is that the monoliths release nanomachines that then crawl inside of people's bodies and alter their biology in order to. That's how the mind control works. That's how they control their own people as well. They use the nanomachines.
Yeah,
This is just it just seems like
that's your interpretation of it. Yeah,
no,
that's your grain of salt.
That's not my grain of salt. That's literally what it is. It's literally
Wait,
described as nanomachines.
I thought it was.
That's how it
so
works.
It's not.
Maybe
Okay,
it's
I
easier
did
to work around
not. I thought it was psychic energy, not robots.
What is psychic energy? It's science. It's not magic. What's psychic energy?
Well,
all right. Well, anyway,
depends on the fiction.
They also can't control. Also, an individual Illuminate cannot control a human being. It's got to come from their tech. Their tech it works via nanomachines.
We keep getting off. What I'm trying to say is, I'm just trying to say, if I was in charge of the Covenant, I would be very confident in my commanding structure. Like my commanders, I'd be very confident in, because the elites, they proved themselves over millennia. They didn't fall. The elites contained what part of the Covenant was left after the Great Schism.
The elites did. There were a lot of Covenant.
The elites remained a huge.
The UNSC demons shamed the Arbiter before when he was just a fleet commander. What are you talking about?
What are you on about? The ring got destroyed, and then he got punished.
No, I'm talking about the
Arbiter is shamed, and so he has to chase after the surviving humans of Reach.
So he
was shamed after Halo Combat.
One guy beat him.
But didn't that lead to the events of Halo 1 where he got
Hang on. That's a whole fleet getting destroyed, though.
Destroyed.
The ring wasn't destroyed.
Guys, one at a time, or I will mute you all. Go ahead.
Okay. Can I go?
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So the Halo timeline, the Arbiter was disgraced after CE, where the fleet was not destroyed. It was the ring that was destroyed. But what I'm trying to say is, even after the Great Schism in Halo 3, the elites, even in Halo 4 and 5, the elites are stated they are the dominant main faction after the Schism. They maintained the most out of the Covenant.
The Banished?
The Banished came out. The Banished were not immediately. The Banished came afterward. The Banished, what Atriox did was he came in after, and he was like, rally to me humans, rally to me those who feel disgraced, rally to me those who feel betrayed. After the Great Schism, and when they started rebuilding, that's when the Banished really began to build up their thing. But I'm talking,
Mate, you realize that the Sangheili and the Covenant formed two different factions after Halo 3, yeah?
Okay,
they're
but again,
not the same faction, and even then,
but they took the biggest,
or even the dominant faction of the Covenant after the time, because the dominant faction after Halo 3 is the humans. It is the UNSC until Cortana does her bullshit.
What are you snorting? What do you mean they're the dominant faction? They are struggling to contend with the
UNSC.
I mean, at the time. I think he was talking at the time.
Go ahead.
Guys, that's not really the point, because at the end of the day, you're controlling the Covenant as itself, and you can easily avoid the Schism. Just don't betray the elites. Just don't betray the elites.
You could. The prophets were trying to replace the brutes. I mean, not the elites. I mean, the elites. Yeah.
Just don't betray the elites enough, and the Schism won't happen. That's literally the whole cause of the Schism.
The conflict will still exist in between.
But it won't. But it's not gonna. It wasn't that bad.
Use the religion. Use the religion.
Stop shouting over us. Calm down.
Okay. Listen, you can't just erase all the racial conflicts that the Covenant have, and the only thing forming them together is their religious doctrine. Their religious doctrine would make it almost nigh impossible to any of these other factions that would not subscribe to it, because they already have their own religious doctrine. You
Okay.
cannot tell
You're
me
right there, but I
that.
have some disagreements.
No one's telling you that.
The elites kept the covenant together for the most part because a lot of the species didn't subscribe to the Great Schism, not the Great Schism. My bad, the Great Journey.
Great
They didn't
Journey.
subscribe to that, yeah. But the elites, however, were able to find a way to maintain their respect and control over them and keep the covenant together. It was ultimately their betrayal that led to the downfall because they were running everything with their muscle, so to say, while the prophets were while the prophets were the brains, their species. Sang Shayam.
So if you don't betray them, you don't have that problem.
You still
Yeah,
got racial
that's what I'm trying to
but you
say.
still have them together, and you have the elites, which have a very honorable system, who can earn the respect of others. And also, you could not screw over humans because the Great Journey's a lie. You know that it's the truth, and that humans are the ones who are supposed to inherit the Great Journey. You could actually have the humans be indoctrinated into it and actually be just a
So we're the
You're
prophets, I'm
gonna
guessing, in this
indoctrinate
situation.
the
Everyone.
Imperium of Man.
We're not
They probably
not-
won't accept you, but you could take some people who hate the Imperium out of there.
You could
Sure,
convert to
but
civilians.
it's not just the Imperium of Man. It's all these
Yeah.
different factions.
Exactly. You got all these
that
people
also
who can
doesn't
join together.
explain. That
They
also
can be the
doesn't
hub
help
for all the
fact
factions
that
together.
The Covenant itself is doomed to fail because
No, it's not.
none of the grunts want to fucking be there. None of the engineers want to be there. The brutes and the elites, no matter what you want to do, are going to be beefing with each other because that's just the nature of.
But as long as you don't betray them, they're not going to kill each other.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's
they do.
problems.
They do it.
No,
as
after
engineers
betrayal.
can-
Only after betrayal is
Just
allowed.
where the engineers.
No. As a whole, as a faction as a whole, you have multiple of the aliens coming up with multiple different rebellions throughout multiple different times of the Covenant. You're always going to have internal fighting with the Covenant.
But that's because of poor leadership. If you just manage them better, you don't get these problems.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the reason why these rebellions.
No, you don't.
Reveal the truth
Hold
of
on,
the
can
You're
Great
not going to
Journey.
be able to stop the brutes from eating fucking grunts and the jackals. You're not going to stop.
No, but you can treat them. You can.
You can just have the elites punish them for it.
No, get them
And
cattle.
that's just
so it's
going to
not
make
necessary.
it worse.
Haram. Just call it
You're
haram
right.
or something
You're
like
right.
that.
You're right. But get them
Like, I'm
cattle. There's
saying
ways
this
to work
from
around
the-
this.
I'm just saying from me being in control of the Covenant, with the elites holding the ground and me not being dumbass truth, you can
Who's
the
actively
Covenant
working
were
against
going
them, by
to
the way.
win the war. The Covenant were going to win that war. They only lost because Truth was being a bit of a dumbass. And he decided, I'm gonna usurp the elites with the brutes because I need a yes men faction on my
Because the
side.
elites were already trying to rebel.
No, they weren't.
What are you on about?
That's where all the
Sure,
banished faction comes from. That's where
The
all
banished
the
are
militant,
the banished are
arbiters
mostly
come from.
brutes.
Hobo,
Dude,
I
you don't know what
cannot
you're talking
deal
about.
with you.
Everyone,
You are just
one at a time.
spouting.
One at a time.
Guys, I got bad news for y'all. It doesn't matter because everyone's voting B. So.
Oh, I can't see the number.
One vote just put
That's
it
a lot
at
better than
B.
expected, honestly.
I was paying attention. It can be
Okay,
offset with 2
if they're
votes.
at the top of B, I'm okay with that.
Do it for England, boys. Vote for the Covenant on A. Do it for England.
I'm gonna see if they
See,
can.
now you're gonna make them all. Now you're gonna make them all vote D because you had to bring.
Do it to go against Rouga. That's what you got to do,
Do
man.
it for America. Do it for a real.
Yeah.
Do it for a real
No.
country.
But yeah,
What are you talking about?
but I'm just- yeah. All right, let's go to the next Let's go to the next faction.
You guys have fun with that. I got a call tonight so I can get up early tomorrow. Have
No,
fun,
it's
y'all.
summer. Fuck, you getting up early for?
Church.
It's the weekend.
Tomorrow's Sunday.
Sunday's church. Sunday church.
Yeah.
The disrespect.
I have my prayer,
vulgar, but I'm
prayer
still
book
a
here.
Christian.
I can read prayers for you.
Actually,
Wow.
the super chats have slowed down significantly, so I'm probably gonna do like 1 or 2 more and get off if it doesn't speed back up anyway. So
right.
let's. I'll see
have
you,
fun
Doug.
with that.
Yeah, have a good night.
Yep, see you.
Uh,
We all have a good night.
All right, so next up, this looks like it's the Empire, but they actually wanted it to be the Sith Sith Empire from the Old Republic era, which are considerably more powerful, considering that they have an entire army of Force users. That's going to change things a little bit.
Can I start first?
I don't care. Yeah, go for it. Why not?
Yeah, I kind of just don't really trust being like a Sith, especially with all the backstabbing, right? So
I mean, there's some backstabbing, but it's not so much that it ever caused the fall of
it
the...
is as bad as it is.
It's
think
not.
It is.
Hold
No,
on.
it's not. It's
Hold
not.
on.
There's
Okay,
the
Time
Imperial
out.
agent. You know what his job is?
Time out.
Look, I'm saying...
This is the Old Republic, right?
Yes, the Old Republic.
Yes.
Yes, this is
So
before the
this
rule
is
two.
before the Rule of Two. There's
No,
way
but
less
backstabbing...
backstabbing.
No, well, there's actually more
No, there's
backstabbing
not.
because there's more Sith. But that's not... The backstabbing is not so much so that it actually causes the fall of the Empire. The Empire still goes fine, and as long as you yourself aren't Sith, it doesn't really matter. Like, nobody's trying to fucking backstab, what's his name, Tarkatan or whatever? Not Tarkatan, that's not the one.
Darth Raven.
No, the dude who's fucking ordering around Vader in the original trilogy. I'm forgetting his name. Actor died.
What, Emperor Palpatine?
Magnus?
Yes.
Whatever.
No, the dude who blows up
Tarkin.
The dude who blows up Alderaan.
General Tarkin.
Tarkin, thank you. Like nobody's trying to backstab Tarkin. That's specifically a Sith thing that Sith do. You don't necessarily have to be a part of that backstabbing situation if you don't want to be. And
I thought you would be like, okay.
Actually,
I thought you were.
There's the Imperial agent. His entire job is actually to mitigate the problem of the Sith infighting.
Yes, but the Sith infighting are among the Sith. And it has never caused the fall of the Empire because there's always two in control. It's not like any individual little bitch Sith that's gonna rise up and stab, fucking Palpatine or Malgus in the back. It's only going to be the person who is directly under Malgus.
Wait, hold on.
I thought you'd be like a Sith.
I've got a question.
I thought we were talking about Darth Craven.
Very important question.
All right, ask your question.
So, my question is, for stuff like stuff later for like the Viltrumites, are you going to be like Isekai like as you are, or are you going to be Isekai like as the race you are controlling? Just got to make sure on
You're just
this.
you're just in command. Like you would be in command of the military, of the army, of the forces. But I'm not giving, like
So I have a question too.
What?
So in that case, would I be under somebody else, or would I just command the whole Sith Empire?
No, you're a boss.
You would be in command of the Sith Empire, including the Sith themselves.
What if someone tried to backstab me and try to take my power?
Possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Just don't have a strong apprentice.
Wait, if the would I still be human if I were trying to rule the Viltrumite Empire? They wouldn't respect me at all. They would any basic bit.
They actually do respect. If you're the royalty, they actually do respect that overpower.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
They swore no, and even though he was weak
well,
with
if you
Thrag.
convince from royalty, then yeah, you could be fine.
They did respect Argo or whatever that guy name was for his intelligence and strategy.
Mago said put him in C because the Empire always come back because they're the good guys. Yeah, well, we were talking about this last time. We were talking about this last time. They were saying that in Star Wars, there's this sort of fate situation that when you're the bad guy, the good guys always win because it's fated that way. And it's actually written into the lore of Star Wars that fate will always have, basically, the dark side cannot rule forever. Because the Force itself wills it not to, which is what he's referring to. So it basically means that it doesn't matter, even if I do make you, the fucking Revan or whatever, and you're in control, it's just a matter of time before you fall and someone else who's good takes your place, because you are literally being manipulated by fate.
I mean, didn't the Jedi fall too?
Good.
The Jedi did fall, but yeah, they just keep falling because movies. But well, technically, by the end of the Return of the Jedi, that was supposed to be the end of the series total. That was their initial plan, but they kept going and made a sequel trilogy and all that. But yeah, but the idea is that you literally can't. By very fate itself, if you're a dark side user and have an empire and all that, you cannot stay in control. The Force itself will bend to make balance come to the Force.
But yeah, so the Sith Empire. Are we talking about the one with Malgus, like the Old Republic games?
Yeah,
Empire,
they were saying
or-
Old Republic. Yeah, they were saying Old Republic.
Okay, so Old Republic one, the ships are significantly smaller.
Should I?
in the
Well,
Old
so
Republic
wait.
era.
I don't want to make this a whole thing about you having superpowers. I want to make it more about the faction. But should I just give you guys?
Yeah.
Should I just give you guys the power of the people who are in charge?
Yeah.
Would
that make more sense?
So I don't get backstabbed. Yeah.
Okay, so
you're
a fucking
you
Sith.
are
You're a fucking Sith now.
person.
Congratulations. Keep
You-
your shitty Sith powers. Hold up. We got some super chats. Give me a second. I'd say B because even though they infight, if you're smart and cunning, you can lead them well. The Old Republic Sith are much stronger than current Sith, and if you are also Force sensitive, you can pull a Valkorion and reincarnate. Well, is it true that the Old Republic Sith are stronger than the current?
Oh, way stronger.
No, well, because the idea
Darth Revan was stronger.
the idea is that the Sith powers are divided by the amount of people of Sith they are. The less Sith they are, the stronger they are. That's why there's always only 2 Sith, and they're always like 2 of the strongest.
That's not actually
Force users.
true.
That's what
modern-
that is what so many Star Wars fans have told me, and that's the explanation that they have why Palpatine and Vader are so much stronger than Jedi. That's what they keep telling me.
My understanding of it is that the way it works is the reason the rule of 2 makes stronger Sith is because you have to be stronger than the Master to overtake it, or where it was a bunch of different Sith.
Well, no,
you
it's
would
like
gang up on a stronger person.
Yeah, but it's even in the newer movies with Rey and shit. Like there hasn't been any Force users for a while. Luke's not really using it anymore, and that's why Rey and Kylo were so powerful because all the other Force users had gone away, and it sort of amplified both of their powers.
I really think it's quality.
Can I get a
Training pause. In the new movies, isn't Ahsoka still alive and shit? Isn't like multiple Jedi and Force sensitive people?
That's not a lot. That's not a lot.
No, but the Force itself was diminished because you had
that doesn't
like for a long time Yoda was just hiding out in the swamp and Ahsoka wasn't really doing anything. So Luke showed up, and then Luke became super powerful and was strong enough to fight against Vader. And then Luke went into hiding. Vader was dead. Palpatine was dead, and no one was using the Force for decades. And then all of a sudden, Rey and Kylo came into being, and they became like super powerful because nobody this is the theory that people not theory, but this is what people have been telling me, that basically the Force power is based on how essentially everyone is pulling from the same energy source, which is the Force, and the less Force users there are, the more powerful individual Force users can be because they can literally control like more of it because it's not they're basically they don't have to share it. It's kind of like the Speed Force, I guess, is how the Speed Force is described.
Say that.
The more Speed Force users there are, the
description. I've never heard that description of the Force ever.
I've heard that.
That's the first time I've heard it.
I've heard that so many times.
I've heard it.
So the Force, what makes you more powerful with the Force is the more attuned you are with your aspect of it. Like Yoda, he is literally, that too. Midichlorians, but that doesn't make any sense because Yoda and Palpatine, they are relatively around equal, but at the time Yoda, where in the lore?
The lore is midichlorians. They changed it to midichlorians. The lore is midichlorians. The lore is you're predetermined.
I heard that. I heard one of the shows changed it back.
I was also about to. No, I don't think they. I think it's still a bit of midichlorians. Midichlorians are the scientific way to explain it.
Like they backstepped on it in one of the shows, is what I heard.
I haven't heard that.
I just want to throw this out here that we're over here being like, oh, the Force will always determine that the Sith will lose. But like it's equal both ways because every time the Sith lose and the Jedi take over, the Jedi eventually Sith take over.
Yeah,
the
no one
Force
can win.
wants balance. Yeah, the Force wants balance. The Force wants like the father and the son and it to be equal.
The sister. They want the father, the son, and the sister to be balanced.
Oh, I thought you were making like a weird incest joke.
No.
They're literal Force gods.
There are literal Force gods.
I'm talking the real like Star Wars lore or whatever. And so
it gets complicated.
Ultimately, the best choice you have as the Empire is to not rely on the Jedi, magical, spiritual, all-powerful beings that can get their brains blown out with fucking 22. And instead, we should focus on more of like the actual
military
might of the Old Republic.
I think the Empire is stronger than the Sith Empire.
Yeah, the Empire.
Yeah, technologies might be a little better
actually.
Yeah,
No,
that's
I think
actually another problem.
no, that's not. It's not the technology. It's the stormtroopers, because the Sith get taken out by clone troopers, and you see that. And stormtroopers outnumber them vastly.
But they're worse than the clone troopers in every way.
They are, but there's more of them.
Mm-hmm. But can I just say this, that if we're talking about Old Republic, the ship sizes and ship like power of the cannons are lesser.
Well, I think a lot of people. I saw people talking about. I saw people talking about it in the comments earlier. I think they were expecting us to bring up the Star Forge, which I don't think is
even earlier.
I don't think it's no. That's the Old Republic era, but I don't think it's fair to bring up the Star Forge because, like, Malik has it for 10 minutes, and then it gets taken away from him, and he doesn't have it anymore. So I don't think it's even fair.
Including black hole. I think we're including black holes from the Illuminate, right?
Is it the
kind of fair?
Is it one of the MMO
weapons?
Well, the Illuminate didn't do the black hole. It was the Helldivers by accident, but it's a capability.
Well, the issue with that is that the Illuminate still have the black hole. Meridian black hole singularity, whatever, is still active. It is still on the map. Whereas the Star Forge is destroyed and can't be destroyed by conventional.
And Super Earth created the black hole using Illuminate technology, and it's technology that they don't understand nearly as well as the Illuminates do.
Don't forget the majority of old Rabid Sith are warriors because they're in many wars against the Jedi, and they have people like Nihilus who not only use Force Drain on planets, but yeah, Nihilus could use Force Drain, but it came at dear cost to himself, to the point where he was literally nothing but a hollow robe and a mask. Like, he even drained himself by accident, and he had to keep draining other things.
The man gooned too hard in a cave. That doesn't change the fact that you still, in regular Star Wars lore, have like not Death Stars, just regular.
Okay, let's talk about like the
eradicating the surface of planets. That happens in the Old Republic.
Hold up, Jordan Meso put a thing. Don't forget the majority of the old Republic Sith are warriors because they were in many wars against the Jedi, and they had people like Nihilus who not only used Force Drain on planets but could use the dark side to resurrect ships.
He was basically keeping a ship together with the Force. Yes.
Yeah, but
they were also completely separate factions. Because like Darth Nihilus and Darth Sion were in a totally different faction than Revan was, who was a totally different faction than Malik was. Like, they were all separate. And then there was another, and then there was also an emperor who lived outside of the galaxy, who we ended up finding out was eventually enslaved Revan after he turned good, and that was a totally different faction outside of the Sith. So a lot of the stuff that I think y'all are attributing to the Sith Empire during the Old Republic weren't actually part of the Sith Empire at all.
I'm trying to get to the ships and because they have droidica looking things, and they also have weird black regular people in armor with blasters, but led by Sith lords, almost like how generals in the Clone Wars. So the Sith Empire in the Old Republic, they had a weird mix of droids and
I don't think their ground troops are that strong though either. Like, their Sith weren't that strong.
No, thermal walkers are strong as fuck.
Do they have walkers?
Some walkers. Yeah, they had everything. They basically were like a evil version of the Clone Wars, but not as good, and the ships are nowhere near as big.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a chance. I don't know. The Covenant could defeat them in ground force fairly easily. They're not that strong.
What do you guys think of the possibility that if you took Anakin and chucked him in the Old Republic, he would get his ass beat because he's only really...
No, he would. No, he's kicking everyone's ass.
He's kicking a lot of people's asses.
Hell no.
Hold up. Let let me
One's the chosen
finish.
one.
Let me finish my goddamn point. Jesus fucking Christ.
Sorry.
The idea, well, this is a common thing, and this is kind of like what Jordan just said, where it's like back then whoever's got their TV running or something, mute yourself. Back then there was like a bunch of Jedi and Sith who were all constantly at war with each other, all extremely used to fighting other Force users. Even at the height of Anakin's time, he's really only experienced fighting against 2-3 Force users, I think, at the most.
Three.
I'm thinking Dooku, Ventress. He doesn't fight against Yoda. Dooku, Ventress.
He fights against the Jedi who turns dark. I can't remember her name.
Agile Press.
Yeah. Does he ever fight against Maul? I don't recall. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
No, he doesn't.
It's a very small number of Sith.
But he's more powerful than all of them.
Yes,
The thing.
but he's only ever fought against 3, and I mean Maul. Yeah, really, it's only 3 or 4. And if you go into the Old Republic, there's literally thousands of Sith, and you're talking about, and they're all like constantly in war with Jedi. It's possible that it's not possible. I think it's factual that they all have way more experience. And I think
which is why Obi-Wan was able to beat Anakin.
Obi-Wan was only able to beat Anakin because he knew everything. He knew all of Anakin's moves, and he was like him and Anakin. They knew each other based on practically second nature.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair. Obi-Wan beat Anakin because of bad writing. Writing and bad choreography. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Anakin got cocky and paid the price.
Obi-Wan beats Anakin not once, but twice. And maybe 3 times.
Because the Force makes him win.
No, because
bad writing makes him win.
Because if you look at the Obi-Wan show,
sarcasm.
Anakin beats his ass in the first place and like drags him through the fire, going with shit.
Vader almost lost that black chick from Jedi Survivor.
Yeah, like sometimes the writing's just awful.
Like she nearly killed him. He was limping by the time he.
Doesn't she impale him with a lightsaber?
She doesn't impale him, but she fucks him up. Like his armor's all broken. He's sparking. Like he's limping away from the fight. Like she messed him up. And she's
back to the.
She's very
the
basic.
Sith. I would think they're.
Okay.
So that just agrees to my.
Alongside the Covenant, I think the old Sith Empire simply the ship. No, because I'm saying based on like ship capability and ground forces capabilities, the Sith won't be able to be there. If a Sith is there, it's going to be definitely a much more even fight. It's going to be like throwing a Spartan into the mix, but there's not that many Sith for a fight similar to that, and like they have similar capabilities to the Covenant, but their ships are small. But the ships are smaller, and they more rely on fleet, and they're also even more reliant on fleet tactics and relying on going back to planets for base and resupply.
I'll be honest with you. I would kill all the Sith and change the Sith philosophy for newer generations of Sith.
That'd probably be best.
I mean, it really is a self-destructive philosophy. Yeah. It's basically the religion of evil with the serial numbers filed.
I would completely change the entire philosophy and make it a more warlike philosophy.
But I'm just saying
and a more like warrior type.
Honorable.
Basically, make a third philosophy outside of Sith and Jedi because I think they're both extremely flawed, and then raise the new generation under that sort of newer umbrella. Because I feel like if you just introduce the Sith, even whether it's the Empire or whatever, you introduce the Sith philosophy, you're basically dooming yourself to fail.
What canon are we using?
It's a very self-destructive philosophy.
Republic canon.
I have a question.
Don't matter.
How would you kill all the Sith? How would you kill all the Sith anyways?
Same way the Jedi. Same way all the Jedi were wiped out.
A bunch of blasters is not that difficult.
Order 66.
Regular guns.
No.
You don't have to make
people of Star Wars.
You can even make it.
You can even Sith to kill themselves.
You can even make it.
That actually works.
You can even make it easier than that. You can invite all the Sith to the Sith Academy, and then once they're like, "Oh, the Emperor's gonna come and meet with us," they go to the Sith Academy, lock the fucking doors, and just bomb bomb the whole thing to shit.
I was in gas chamber, but
That'll work too. That'll work too. And then boom, you wiped out pretty much all of them.
Bane
And then if you
poisoned
want to,
everybody, so yeah, you could do it.
No, I think he used the thought bomb or something like that.
And then if you want to go in afterwards, you can collect their DNA and then make a bunch of clone Sith. And then you
don't want to do that.
Then you can alter their
No,
personality any way you want. What happens?
No, you don't want to do that.
What happens if you do that?
The Force gets really pissed.
aren't reliable.
The Force gets really pissed. Sorry.
Y'all are all saying different things. Like one person.
If you clone a Force sensitive, they get a connection to the original, even if they're dead. They'll get their memories because you're essentially cloning a psychic being.
That's not good.
It never works out well.
Is this a Star Killer scenario?
That's one of it. And then there's the Luke and Luke scenario where they were making each other crazier.
Okay, so we got to bring slavery back. And then we're just gotta have to enslave the clones.
All right, but
anyway, the point is, I think you could do it. Well, technically, if you kill all the Sith, you can kind of still deal with it because I mean, isn't the whole thing is like even if you kill the Sith, like more people will come to being that are Force users, like to replace them. So
but, Force user, you can try to start over that
but
way.
Anyway, what was going?
Maybe build like a sub. Maybe. Okay, how about you not try and take control of my stream? And we just talk about whatever we're talking about. How about that? Anyway, what was I saying? I was saying something. Fuck. What the fuck was I saying?
The Sith were going.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually build a sub faction within the actual like Sith, just sort of before you wipe out the ones. Then you can have like a loyalists, and then kind of create that little thing, and then just kill off the ones that aren't, and then you just save those, and then those you can like, okay, now we'll expand the Sith Empire, because you really have to kill the philosophy of the Sith. Like that's what if you want to succeed being the leader of the Sith, you need to kill the philosophy. Otherwise, I just don't really see how this would be a viable option, because Trip's right, they're extremely self-destructive. Hold on, let me read Jordan sent some stuff. Sith like Darth Bane also created weapons like the Thought Bomb, which could cut Force sensitives from the Force, and the Sith had duelists like Xar Kun, who killed thousands of Jedi just with lightsabers.
I don't think that's impressive though.
Thousands?
It says thousands. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
It's a lot, but like.
That's impressive, then.
Everything we have with Star Wars is
Force
kind of
user.
fucking
They're
pussyfoot.
I mean,
Force users are generally better fighters than normal people. Almost.
And thousands is a lot.
But they're not.
Killing a.
But they're really not.
They really are, though.
They're really not.
I feel like
not in their own lore. And their own lore, they're
like...
getting beat by people like Boba Fett, who is just a regular
one
dude.
of the greatest bounty hunters in the universe. Yeah.
Literally.
Great example.
Literally from a race that.
Literally
from a group that hunts Jedi for a living.
Y'all are both talking at the same time. Okay, so where exactly? Just like to get to actually the point. Where do you guys think that this should go?
Bottom of B.
B tier. B tier.
D tier.
C. I'm on B.
They're not going to work together with any other faction. At most, they're Star Destroyers, maybe a little.
Well, if you're guiding them, you can make them do whatever you want. It's more so if people will side with you, more so than
Will they though? Because it seems kind of fucked. It seems like everybody's out trying to take over for number one.
I think the biggest issue.
I was talking about that earlier.
I think the biggest issue that I would have, like, imagine you're Isekai into the world. There's all these other factions. You get put in charge of the Sith Empire, and you're like, Jesus Christ, I got like thousands of Sith underneath me, and they all want me dead. Like that's you have to deal with that issue immediately. Once you like the moment you come into control, you have to like. That's what I'm saying. You would have to actually alter the philosophy and wipe out the current Sith. And then basically rebuild from scratch. It's like a whole side project you have to do on top of having to possibly go to war with other factions within the galaxy. So it's like
that could put them in C, honestly. I think that's a lot of fucking.
It adds this new level of bullshit on top of what you have to deal with.
I did say
the thing about the other ones in B is the Covenant. If you just manage them correctly, it's not a fucking massive deal. And obviously the other one's just you basically just become miners for hire. So they're quite easy to manage.
Yeah, I actually think the miners are looking pretty good right now.
Yeah,
No, they are.
They're
I think
starting to look a lot better.
They're starting to look a lot
That's the
better.
problem with
Well, the
Sith
thing is-
Empire. One of their strengths is the Sith, but it's also one of their major weaknesses.
That's why you need to change
have
the philosophy.
Yeah,
But they're not
true.
that powerful,
You have to-
though. Like,
you have to spend time dealing with that. It's like that's
And then
ironically
you have
the next group we're going to talk because
omnipresent force, which is always going to be like, nah, fuck you.
well, no, because
changed the
again, this is
philosophy,
a.
but now there's other force incentives coming in.
It's not the
between, like,
Star Wars
witches
universe, is
and
it? It's
other
different.
shit.
This is
So
like a
they don't
crossover
have the force
universe.
at all.
No, it's the Force isn't
Because
gonna
the force
fucking.
is what affects like everything that has to do with the force sensitive.
Yeah, so this is something that I usually ignore when it comes to this kind of stuff, because in reality, if you did
It doesn't
any,
make sense.
if you did any sort of like versus battle or any sort of scenario where you take Star Wars Force users outside of the Star Wars universe, they literally don't have access to their powers. So like you kind of just have to pretend that the Force exists in every universe, just so that they can even utilize
Which would
it.
work
Just don't
against
think about it too hard. Just don't think about it too hard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to think about it, but it just kind of is what it is. But yeah. So they would. Yeah. I don't know. It's a weird situation, but it's just kind of something you have to ignore. Otherwise, Force users can't be used in any of these sort of situations. So we're just gonna pretend the Force exists in this amalgam.
And it's not against them.
I wouldn't say it's against them.
So, what are
Well,
we
here's what
gonna
he's
rank it
saying.
as?
That's what he's constantly saying.
Sith that have
Yeah,
it
because
really
like
work
the
against
force
them.
actively works against both sides.
Yeah,
of light and dark.
His argument for it working against him is that like I said before, the Force makes it so that the dark side cannot be in control of the universe. It has to be balanced. So the Force will actually work against you if you acquire too much power. That's his argument. And if it's true that it actually works in a sort of fate kind of way where the Force won't allow you to be in control, then I think you can argue it would work against them if that's indeed true.
But then you'd have to say they'd be winning in this universe pretty hard for that to happen. Then.
Well, no, they would just have to. They would just have. Well, maybe. But well,
if they're losing, then they wouldn't be getting. The Force isn't going to be like, "Fuck you, you're losing."
Not necessarily. I mean, all you would have to do is start taking over too much. Like all you would have to do is outnumber the light side, not necessarily outnumber.
But it works against the light side as well.
The Imperium man, which
I
sucks.
have to be honest with you. I don't.
The light side is
don't feel any
balanced according to
guys
Lucas.
besides the Federation or other groups of people in this universe.
Then why
Where
does the
everyone's
Empire keep coming back?
Yeah, but if you say it
Bad
works like that, does
Because
that mean it's?
I'm talking about the crossover.
Is it going to fight against the Imperium too? Like, is the Force going to attack the Imperium?
I don't see why it would if they're not utilizing it. They're not a part of it. They're outside of the Force. Like with the Force, like if the Sith Empire wasn't controlled by Sith, if it was just like a dude, like a space pirate who was taking over the galaxy, would the Force fight against him because he's not in any way tied to it? He doesn't have any midichlorians. He's just doing his space piratey thing,
Probably not, because the Hutts took over the Outer Rim or whatever.
Yeah, does it work against Thrawn when Thrawn does all his bullshit? Like I don't know if it's so I don't see why it would affect the Imperium of Man if it's only affecting like Force users and people who actually utilize it and are tied to it.
It's kind of like saying that the warp affects the Force users. To be honest, yeah.
Well, two
The
different.
warp affects the reality though.
That'd be interesting.
Like you have, like whole planets getting corrupted by the warp and like portals opening up and shit. Almost to the level of the Doom.
This is our next topic.
So are we gonna add warp?
Go ahead.
Are we gonna add the warp? Are we gonna add the warp into this scenario?
Not now.
Besides the
I mean, we're
Skype?
getting to the Imperium of Man next, but right now we're still on the Sith Empire. So I'm seeing a lot of people saying all different kinds of things. Looks like I'm seeing, one dude said poll like 17 times. Okay, so all of the stuff is coming from one person. Never mind.
I think it's either mid to low B, or top C.
I vote for top C. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going.
Well, okay. Well, let me just ask you this. I gave you the option. I'm going to put you in charge of the Reapers, the Geth, the Collectors, or I'm going to put you in charge of like Gundam Federation, or I'm going to put you in charge of the Star Wars Sith, knowing the Sith are going to be there and you're going to be gunned for. Which one would you rather? Would you willingly choose to be in charge of the Sith rather than say the Reapers?
Hell no.
Right.
Because if the answer is no,
probably not the Reapers,
if the
because I
answer
would
is
have to go
no,
to
then
war or something like that.
if the answer is
You
no,
probably
then
pick
it would
this.
be
Oh,
less.
if it is it, are you saying Sith or Reapers?
What?
Or
No, I'm not saying you're going to war. I'm saying I'm putting you in charge of one of these factions. If I put you in charge of the Star Wars faction, you're going to have to deal with the fucking Sith trying to assassinate you, and you don't have to deal with that when it comes to the Reapers or the Federation in Gundam. So if I said you get to choose, you could be the leader of the Sith, you could be the leader of the Reapers, or you could be the leader of the Gundams. Would you willingly choose to be the leader of the Sith over those other two, knowing that you would be hunted by other Sith?
Over the Reapers, yes. Over the Gundams, no.
Yeah, you could command the Reapers, can you? So they.
Yeah,
they
you can
all
command the
attack.
Reaper. Yeah, you'd be able to command the Reapers.
Yep, I'll go with Reapers. Honestly.
I would go Star Wars over the Reapers. I put them in between them.
Even though you're being hunted by assassins and you have an army of Sith who want you dead.
Oh yeah, you can deal with it.
Can you though?
Yeah, you get Sith powers.
I mean,
You
if
get
you-
Sith powers.
Just to be
Trust
clear,
me, bro, I'm him.
just to be clear, most people have never had one person trying to assassinate them. You'll be having thousands of people trying to assassinate you. So
I'm
I
in-
can deal.
5 different people at the same time.
Lock in, bro. I got it.
Not the greatest feeling in the world to have someone want to try and kill you.
You're about to get jumped by 5 people, bro.
No, isn't because in this hypothetical, right? I'm the most powerful Sith, right?
I mean, you're you as a
a
Sith.
Sith.
You're you as a Sith. It depends on. I mean, do your fucking studying, man. Like
mediocre 20 IQ.
You still have to be. You still have to like study.
I mean, you have the advantage of the lore. I mean,
Like
you
you
have
still
advantage
need to. You still need to practice your sword. Learn your lightsaber techniques and get good.
Have you ever held a sword? I
Yeah.
hold mine every day.
I use a baseball bat. Is it similar to a baseball bat?
I mean, it's pretty light though, right?
I mean, according to
pretty
the new choreography, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, like I mean, if I could just wield that shit like a baseball bat, just whacking the shit out of fucking Seth, dude, it'll be fine.
You could learn Force Lightning too, I guess.
I'm just saying, if you're alive during the Old Republic era, dude, you got Revan there, you got Malgus there.
Yeah, Malgus is probably the worst of them all.
It's like this is
Trying
well.
to wrangle him.
Well,
Got it, bro. I swear. I did 3 years of fencing.
Do y'all think Malgus is stronger than Revan at his peak?
Probably.
No.
Because Malgus was able
He
to
has more
dominate
destructive-
with an iron fist the Sith Empire, where Raven was constantly battling for control.
Raven.
That's right,
Revan. He just meant
I
Revan,
pronounce
yeah.
it Raven.
Wasn't constantly battling for control. Revan he went to war with the Mandalorians, and he went to war with the Jedi, and then he was betrayed. So like he never really was just able to stand as like being ahead of the Sith Empire, really. I mean, Malik kind of took him out before he had a chance to. But that's not even. But when he was betrayed, he wasn't even at his most powerful. He becomes more powerful after he leaves the Sith Empire. So it's kind of like you're even if you were to take Sith at the time that even if you were to take Revan at the time he was in control of the Sith, you're taking a much weaker version of the character. I hate how they ended his story in Old Republic though. That was fucking shitty of them. They just
I never finished the Old Republic games, sadly.
Good. Sucked.
He wears a leash. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, they like take control of Revan. They enslave him for hundreds of years. Like basically after the events of the Knights of the Old Republic game.
How do they enslave him for hundreds of years? Is he immortal?
They like lock him in this weird thing. Yeah. Anyway, so Revan, like all of the stuff that you played through in Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2, and when Revan goes off and marries Bastila and has a daughter and all that night and goes and lives happily ever after. No, he actually only stays with Bastila for a couple of years. When his daughter is like 4 or 5 years old, he leaves, and then he gets captured and enslaved and tortured for hundreds of years. Never sees Bastila again. She dies. That whole story build up. It didn't matter. You only knew her for a couple years after that. Yeah, they completely ruined the story. And then they bring him back, but And then when they bring him back, because of all of the torture that he was given by the Emperor, his mind is fractured. So he like goes insane and wants to destroy the entire galaxy. And then you have to fight him and beat him. And he's like a totally different person because he's just like this crazy madman with a split personality. And it's just like, I hate this. This is all awful. It sucks.
They did bro dirty, bro.
It was terrible. And he has one of the coolest stories.
I'm taking like Prime Sith Revan and Prime Sith Malgus, like both ruling the Sith empires. I think Malgus is winning that either politically or if he just goes and just wants to kill Revan.
Is he though?
Could.
Because isn't the whole reason why Malgus comes into power is because of Raven's action?
Why do I keep saying Raven? It's fucking Revan.
Revan, whatever.
Jordan, hold up,
Crow boy.
Hold up.
I don't give a shit.
Jordan Meso. Hold up. Jordan Meso said, to be honest, I'd rather be a Force sensitive than a psyker because I'd rather not have the possibility of a demon use me as a portal every time I use my powers.
Don't demons exist in Star Wars though?
Do they?
No.
Star Weirds, but they're not nearly as prevalent.
There's Abeloth, I guess.
I mean,
so
I think
there
there's
are
some.
things in Lightspeed that do hunt you if you're a Force user, but it's very rare, and that's the closest thing they got to a demon from the
So no.
No, don't they have like the creatures or whatever that the Jedi and Sith are afraid of that actively hunt down like Force sensitive people?
Well,
They're
people
like
make monsters like that, but no, not naturally.
They're very, 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 very rare.
Too many,
Like,
way too many
1 in
berries.
trillions.
Ridiculous
Like 1 in
amount of
trillion.
berries. There's no reason for that.
1 in
many berries.
trillion.
That's like one.
It's like 1 in.
Okay.
It's like there's only a few times even in the.
Everybody, shush your faces. Okay, so I just made a poll. So far, I might make a second poll. As of right now, it's a Sith Empire. Should you go above the Reapers or below the Reapers? Would you rather be in control of a Sith Empire where you have a bunch of different Force-based assassins that want to kill you and take your spot, and you have to deal with that shit somehow? Or the Reapers, who they also have a pretty big negative. They kind of want to destroy all biologicals. Now we're going to put this. We're going to in this particular situation, you will not be counted as one of those biologicals. You could be technically the Reapers are like biomachines, so I guess you could be like a biomachine. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe a person-sized biomachine. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You're not on their.
No.
You're not on their hit list.
You're one of the good ones.
What?
You're one of the good ones.
You're one of the good ones. You're one of the good. Yeah. You're one of the good ones. Yeah. But it's like what do people say? It's like you're very articulate. You're very articulate. So yeah, but like decide which of those situations. It's 50-50. You are gotta be fucking kidding me. I hate it when it's 50-50.
I'd rather be a Reaper, honestly.
I'm gonna be honest. I'd rather be the Sith. I'd rather be the Sith because it's cooler.
14 votes out of 45 watchers.
Well, it depends. I think if you're a human Reaper, like you're a human-sized Reaper who is human-sized, you look like a human, but you're like a Reaper, like a machine biological thing, and you still have a penis. You know, I don't know if they can do that, but they are biological machines, so maybe they
penis is a big plus.
That penis would be a big plus. And literally you just have a bunch of biotic powers and hacking abilities and crazy awesome guns. Like that's fucking cool. I would do that. Why not?
The optics are basically the Force.
Don't take my No, I would actually argue the biotics in a lot of ways are better than the Force in certain areas.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Like a little areas are way better.
I mean, the only thing I'd say the Force has is precognition.
Yeah, and you don't have the whole fate thing. Like you can't like everything's just up to you and your own decisions, which is a pretty big bonus for it, you know. Also, I mean, this might be a stretch. I don't think it's a stretch, but just inherently the Reaper army is just cooler than the Sith army. Like the Sith Force users are cool, but outside of any Force users, I think Star Wars is a boring fucking universe, man. It just doesn't have anything interesting outside of Force users. When the Reapers are conceptually cool, the Geth are conceptually cool, the Collectors are conceptually cool, the universe of Mass Effect is conceptually cool, and it's interesting and it's unique in a way that I think Star Wars isn't. Again, only when I'm talking about outside of the Force users. I'm not interested in any Star Wars story that doesn't have Force users in it. I find them boring.
Poor Mando.
Who gives a fuck? Yeah, I didn't Mando. I watched Mando because everybody was like, "No, this is the best show." Like, oh, it's so amazing. You gotta watch.
It was okay.
It's the best. It was so it was so middle of the road. I was like, dude, like, are Star Wars fans so starved of entertainment that this is what y'all are considering to be like the greatest thing ever? Because that wasn't the best show that I saw that week. I was watching better stuff that week than I was Shogun. They didn't come out the same year.
It came out similar.
No, Shogun
Shogun
was like a year or two ago. I feel like I just watched Shogun. Like Shogun just came out.
It came out in 2024.
Yeah,
it came out last year.
Yeah.
Was Shogun last year?
Yes.
It was 2024. It says right here, Google Shogun. Historical yada yada yada. Shogun is American historical drama. It created in 1975.
No, you know, that's not necessary. That's not necessary. That's not necessary. It came out last year. That's not necessary. Okay, it came out last year.
Well, no, it's
really good show.
1975 novel.
Did I not just? You don't need to fucking finish. Why you gotta finish? What was the point of that? Okay.
I have like an OCD shit.
Okay, well, it'll be hard to do that when you're muted. Okay, so the Shogun's an amazing show. You should watch it. But yeah, it's way better. Like way better than Mandalorian. That's just not even close.
Mandalorian was just
Well, that's kind of the way.
There's no Star Wars content. There's no good Star Wars content.
I like Jedi Survivor and Jedi Fallen Order.
Okay, the games are good.
I think that those are pretty good. I think that's the best Star Wars.
I meant like non-game, like movies, shows. Like it was all pretty bad.
Yeah, I didn't like anything I've seen from them. Yeah, no, well, I kind of feel that way about all of Disney. Like everyone told me Loki's amazing. Everyone told me WandaVision's good. I thought they were both shit. Like really, like I just thought they were so. I was like, this is what. Again, are you guys this starved of content that this is what you guys are considering to be quality?
The answer is always yes if you ask that.
Yeah, no.
Always love your hot take, bro.
I don't think it's a hot take. I think they're trash. Like
I thought Loki was pretty good.
It would be extreme.
At least.
Loki was awful. Loki was so bad. I didn't see season 2. I don't know, maybe it got better, but I didn't.
Season 2
did not.
Has been Deadpool. All right, like Marvel has been downhill consistently. Like let's get the facts real.
Okay, so it looks like everyone thinks that he should be above Reapers. So I'll put
not capitalism.
Oh, Empire belongs to the bottom of C. Well, that's some weak ass capitalism with that fucking $1.50.
No, my bad. My bad.
Star Wars isn't worth.
Hold up.
It's over, bro.
This is worth the least amount of my effort. No. This is how little I give a shit about the Star Wars universe. Okay.
If it was the Empire, it would have been totally different.
Well, I originally had the Empire, and everyone told me to change it.
Yeah, it got changed.
They told
I don't
me to
like
change
that.
Why did they change it?
Because they wanted a bunch of Force users, but that turned out to be a bad thing for the Empire.
I think they thought that the more Force users means stronger armies. And I honestly,
That's
I think
stupid.
when you not really, not if you're just looking at the series on a surface level. I mean, I think if you just play the Coder games in the Old Republic and just see the trailers and you look at like an army of Jedis against an army of Sith, and that's all you do is play the games and watch the movies and don't really dive into anything.
Yeah,
they definitely look stronger in the Old Republic by far. Like that's where your mind would go. I mean, yeah, if you're fucking reading wikis and reading the books and shit because you're gay, then fine. But like if you're just watching shit. But it's it's kind
Well, if you watch the fucking mainstream movies, all the 66 fucking 5 clones take out masters with blasters.
What? Oh, yeah, but I mean they're not thinking of that. They're just thinking of cool armies with lightsabers and shit. Sith belong at the top of B. God damn it! Now I'm having a war. Okay, so Jordan paid 20. Now it goes to the top of B. It's above the Covenant.
Oh, what's some bullshit, bro?
Sith are above the Covenant.
Corruption. It's corruption.
Okay. I mean, he could have moved it to S if he wanted to, technically. I mean, if he really...
He should have. If he's going to put it above the Covenant, it should at least be S.
Alright. Okay. So, next we have the Imperium of Man.
Oh, boy.
This is gonna...
It's gonna be a long one.
Okay.
Really long.
I mean, not for me really. Wait, hold up. Star Wars Dog Tier, Emperor of Man, Bottom of Tier, Predators. Wait, hold up. Star Wars Dog Tier. Okay. Did he say bottom or top? He did not. So it's just we'll put it at the top. And then he said Emperor of Man, of a tier, Predators D tier. Wait. Emperor of Man, bottom of a tier. A tier. Okay, he didn't capitalize it, so it was confusing. Okay, there you go. And then Predators. Tier, Predators D tier, again, doesn't specify. He seems to have a serious hard-on for the hatred of Star Wars, so we'll put Predators above Star Wars, so that he can enjoy his hard-on. Really fuel the heart. We're still gonna talk about them, even though they've been placed. We're still gonna talk about them, despite them being placed.
Actually, I have an interesting period for the Imperium of Man.
You have a period? Well, you gotta go put your tampons in. We're talking about
what's going on, man?
Shit here, man.
Anyways, how about before the Emperor dubbed Horus as the War Master?
Can someone translate what he just said, please?
Okay, so pretty much
over here. Talking about the Great Crusade.
In the lore, Rouga, there is a point in time where it's the 30th millennia, and that is when the Emperor is going across the entire galaxy, uniting all of humanity that shattered around the mid-20th millennia.
The Empire Man is not an S tier. Get the fuck out of here, John Helldiver. They suck. They suck dick.
Okay.
They're regular dudes with a couple of high-powered individuals.
Yeah.
Who would still get fucking killed.
Oh wait, okay. Sith belong B. Imperium of Man get A tier at least. All right, Sith goes up.
Yeah,
to
that
B.
ain't $100.
Where we go?
Would we be the Emperor? We would be the Emperor.
Goes
right?
up in A tier. Well, no, wait, hold up.
No,
Imperium was already in A tier. That's where he placed them. So you got what you want.
Who you are.
I think you should be an advisor who has very accurate information, especially with all the other factions that come in the equation. There, you don't have to die with your psyker bullshit.
bureaucracy or whatever it's called. Yeah, bureaucracy, whatever they call it. I can't say it right.
I'm just saying, red's better than pink.
Okay, so I'm gonna give my opinions on the Imperium of Man. You guys could disagree or agree. I think the only real benefit they've got over all of these other places is the fact that their army is really, really big. I think pretty much in every other category, I don't think they're necessarily doing anything all that impressive. Everybody always says Exterminatus. Exterminatus is not that impressive of a thing to do. Like, it's fine. Okay, there's a lot of series that could do similar stuff. The weapons are powerful, sure. They're not like I've said this before. I think Helldiver's weapons are more powerful, generally speaking, than your average even Space Marine weapon. Space Marines are physically powerful, but they're not as physically powerful as people say. Like, I think you can easily argue that Jedi and Sith can fight against and defeat them pretty easily, like without really even trying all that hard. Yeah, their space travel sucks. They're not capable of traveling long distances in any knowable amount of time, because when they use the warp, it might take them months, or it might take them days, or they might actually appear before they were supposed to. Like, it's just super random, and it's really good. They're completely refuse to upgrade their technology in any way and use other forms of technology. The only people who do are the Adeptus Mechanicus, and they fucking hate them, and they don't like working with them. Their most powerful forces, the Psychers, they actually, again, they consider them like tainted and evil or whatever. They sacrifice them by the thousands for the Emperor, and they don't utilize any of their best shit. They kind of actively work against themselves. The only thing that they're really, really good with is the numbers, and that's about it. And yeah, so I think they should be relatively high because of those numbers.
That's accurate.
But outside of those numbers, like in pretty much every other category, I think they're getting beat by a lot of these other people. It's really just the numbers.
Here's the thing. This isn't just about the fight, right? This is about like how it would be to rule them. So I think it depends on.
It would suck dick.
It would suck dick to rule them. It really
would.
would.
Say,
you're acting as an advisor to
wars. You got different Primarchs
depends on
trying
where
to take
you are in the
control.
rank of military.
You got chaos insurgencies. It's very easy for your people to be corrupted by any of these other factions. And the ability to corrupt. Come on, bro.
Well, I
Wait, I thought this was 40k Imperium, not 30k Imperium. You want to have like...
Well, this is the 40k. The 40k, it's worse than the 30k when it comes
Yeah,
to
what
corruption.
if it's worse?
No, I'm talking about the Primarch.
You really
What about
want to
him?
mangle
Well, of course.
20
I mean,
you
you
only
tell
have
the
like
Emperor to take-
testosterone man-childs. You
I
really
mean,
want
you
to
have
mangle
like
20
two-
testosterone demigod
you have two
man-childs.
Primarchs.
I do not want that.
To be fair, you'll solve about 80% of your problems if you tell the Emperor to take Erebus and use him to beat to death poor Pharaon. I know you don't know who any of those are, but trust me, if you do that, everything is going to go a lot easier.
I have a question. How many of these like really quote hard problems would be solved with like knowing how it actually happens with like obviously foresight? Like in the Covenant?
Some of them would, but I think a lot wouldn't. Like it doesn't matter how much foresight you have, you can't really deal with the fact they're all religiously obsessed. And want to kill heretics and won't upgrade any of their technology.
They're not religious.
Well, I mean,
except
well,
they
y'all,
are.
well,
They
y'all,
are in the 40k.
y'all keep
You gotta
switching
get
it.
correct.
Y'all keep switching it
Yeah.
because y'all were
Yeah,
talking
you
about
choose- you
40.
gotta
Now
choose a
you're jumping
period.
back to 30. If we're talking about 40, we're talking about 40. And since 40 is where the story is currently taking place, we'll just use 40.
Okay.
So in the 40th millennium, as far as I know, as far as everybody knows, they're fucking extremely religious. They murder heretics. They conquer planets. They're not nice dudes. And
But to be fair, they do. There is a reason why they murder heretics.
Doesn't matter.
It only
We're
takes
not talking
one
about the reason
heretic.
why. We're not talking about the reason.
Okay.
We're talking about that is an issue that you're gonna have to get over, and I don't think it's one that you can get over. You have any idea how difficult it is to get people who are like to completely turn their back on their own theology? Like, you have any idea how it doesn't matter, like, how, like, maybe you can kind of guide the Reapers away from their whole goals, possibly with logic. You can't do that. You can't use logic to get someone to stop like believing in a certain religious belief.
I mean, what rank are you in this Imperium? What rank are you in this Imperium, Rouga?
Wait, what?
Are you the Emperor or
What rank are you in? What rank are we in?
Okay.
What is being
I don't know what.
talking
Yeah,
about
I
right
have no
now?
idea.
What the fuck?
You got two people talking. One sounds like he's on the other side of the room. The other one sounds like he's talking
He's
through
asking what rank you
a
would be.
funnel or something.
Yeah,
oh,
what rank?
You'd be the boss.
You're in charge.
You're
be the Emperor?
Yeah, you would essentially be the
You
Emperor.
would be the religion then.
It would be pretty easy to
The entire
convert.
religion is
Who
based
is?
around
Wait. One of you is talking from underwater, and that you can fix it. Like something.
Sorry.
And there's something going on in someone's background where it actually sounds like you're near a waterfall. I don't know if that's the same person or two different people.
It
but,
could be
like,
my air
That's
conditioner.
somebody
Hold
else.
up.
That ain't me.
No,
That ain't me.
no, that was Mind Killer. He muted him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, my quality isn't that good.
Yeah, that's loud as hell. Yeah. No, you're fine. Yeah, but there was also another dude who sounds like he's literally talking from underwater. I don't know what's going on with that. But
Sorry, I was mumbling.
that was
Mind Killer, mute yourself.
Yeah, it's because it's loud. All right.
I don't know
is
if
it
that's
muted?
me. Is that me?
No, I could hear you fine. It was somebody else. I don't know who it was. Anyway, doesn't matter. What are we talking about? Okay, so wait. Right now we have him at above A. I mean, I know we're not really moving him because he was paid to be there. But does anybody? Well, no, actually, he wasn't paid to be there. Was he paid to be there?
Yeah,
he was.
I think so, yeah.
He was paid to be in A, but I don't know if he was paid to be in top of A. So the only argument we would
He was
really
paid
make.
twice.
He was
Oh, I
paid
was gonna say
twice.
put him in B.
He was paid twice to be in A, so he's gonna be in A.
And at the very top.
He was
that
paid
list.
to be A tier at the least.
Oh,
Okay.
at the least, my bad.
He's not
My
going to be.
bad.
I'll tell you this right now.
$50.
He's not going to be an S. I would not want to be in control of the Imperium of Man.
Oh,
That's
no.
that's a nightmare.
I
Well,
would
too much of a
rather
headache.
the
first off, well,
Illuminates.
okay. So
Yeah.
first off, Michael, you're one of the people who paid to have him in A. So it's weird
Yeah.
that you're saying hell no
A.
now.
Well, no. I'm saying A because realistically, military-wise, you stomp a lot of these factions just because of numbers and like that's just the nature of the beast. I don't think they'd be of the Illuminate in control of controlling the faction, because even if you do become the Emperor Man, one, you're a fucking dead corpse that's actively being kept alive and can't reincarnate. Two, you have to deal with like the High Lords and the Nobles, each of your fucking planets that all have their own fucking personal beliefs.
I actually don't.
Different chapters.
I actually don't think that the Imperium of Man can beat nearly as many of these factions as you think they can. I think they would actually. Again, they have the numbers, sure, but with the slowness of their travel speed, the limitations of their actual like technology, where basically it's really just like shooting like different powerful weapons. Like that's really all they don't like. Again, if you put them against the Illuminate, they have mind control, throwing black holes, teleportation, and a bunch of stealth ships. With those 4 things used properly, they could be at war against the Imperial Man
that's
forever.
Why I'm saying they would be below
like if
the
you're
Illuminate.
Yeah, like if you're talking about the Borg, like if the Borg invade a single world that the Imperium have and just start Borging all of their fucking people, and then like that's going to be a massive
We
problem
haven't
for
put
them
on the list yet, though.
No, I understand that, but like we kind of have to look. Okay, even if we're talking about people like, do you think that the Imperium of Man would just be able to completely throttle the power of a lot of the ships and stuff of, say, the Covenant, or like their technology won't be completely fucking taken from them of like the Geth and the shit the Reaper can do, and they would just hack into all their technology and basically shut everything they have off?
Is hacking a thing in 40k?
Depends on how well the Mean Spirits work for the Imperium.
Hold up. Please let me speak. In the 40k, the whole AI tech trying to hack fucking Imperium Man shit already happens. The Tau do it all the time. All these people do it all the time. But for some fucking reason, whether it's because of the Adeptus Mechanicus or just like the religion and faith belief with how the warp works with like, I don't know, concept or psychic matter, a lot of the machines and AI of the Empire Man are actual like souls embodied into the machines, and they're not affected by the Tau or the the Eldar.
Now, is it because is it because of the souls of the machines, or is it just because it's somehow because when you have something? Because I think even if you want to argue that, I think there's still a really good argument to be made that the AI from the Halo universe or the Reapers from Mass Effect could still have hacking that's way more advanced than anything the Tau has, like way more advanced.
I think you're fighting actual magic. That's the problem.
Okay. Well, okay.
Yeah, I don't think the AI. Yeah, what he said. I don't think the AI of Halo can compete with. Oh, this machine AI now has a soul and is an actual.
Cortana might.
Yeah.
Cortana,
to be fair, specifically Cortana, well, not like everybody. I think specifically Cortana, she might be able to do something.
Because even
Cortana, the Flood, and
you have
Forerunner AIs.
Yeah, the Flood's not even on the list. I should have put the Flood on the list. That would have been interesting.
I was surprised at
Weird
Cortana.
army, but yeah.
Yeah, I think
I mean, it would have been an army that listens to you absolutely, and it would have been like Illuminate taking over planet.
But you would also have to be. You would basically have to be a key mind.
A key mind, yeah.
Yeah, like you wouldn't be a human anymore. You would be a part
of
an
AI.
You would be the hive.
I think it'll be worth it.
You think it'd be worth it to be a fucking mutated monstrosity that's the size of like
Fuck
a moon?
that.
I'm good.
Watch Hentai?
I'll be scary. I'll be scary.
You got a bunch of tentacles? I don't know, man. Maybe.
I'm
But
good.
yeah,
Wait,
I would argue that.
hold up. We got a thing. Especially in the case of the Imperium, the Eclipse. I don't know what that is. And their worship of the Emperor is the only thing keeping them together because so many divisions have so much autonomy on the verge of independence. Gulliman called it a rooting body empire.
Rotting.
I think he means
Rotting.
Ah, that makes more sense. I didn't know what a rooting body was. All right. So yeah, no, that's yeah. I don't know. I feel like even in terms of like warfare, I feel like they're being outmatched by a lot of these. In terms of travel, they're being outmatched by a lot of these. In terms of just like if we're even talking about a lot of the starships and star destroyers and shit that the Star Wars has, I mean that would outmatch most of what of what the ships have that the Imperium have. Like, a lot of these people are militarily more powerful. It's literally just numbers. That's the only thing they have, and numbers have a limit. They could still only populate as fast as humans can populate. And if you're just going around wiping out the populations of whole planets, I mean, I know they have 1 million planets, but you'll get them eventually. Like, it's time consuming.
Glassing a planet a day is going to be pretty quick.
Well, I mean, you gotta remember something. They can tell the future sometimes.
Hey.
Well, we haven't gotten there yet, but we actually have someone on here who has way better future sight than anything the Imperium
Oh
has.
yeah, the faction I put on there.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun. I hope we get to it. No, we're gonna get to it.
I'll keep paying money.
Maybe. I don't know.
No, we'll probably get to it. No, but the Imperium of Man. Okay, does anyone think that it should be anywhere other than A? I would actually put it a lot lower than A.
I would put it B. I'd put it below the Covenant.
One more thing I want to say. One more
Guys, one at a time.
I think it should go below the Covenant.
Below
the Covenant? You think the Covenant can defeat the Empire of Man?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well,
the Covenant
remember,
is easier to
it's not necessarily defeating.
Yeah.
It's
just an easier command.
Yeah, like which one would be more of a pain in the ass to command overall, and like which would pay? Like,
I think. Hold up.
Fair enough.
Let me explain my reasoning of why the Imperium of Man would be easier to control via religious doctrine than the religious doctrine of the Covenant. The religious doctrine of the Covenant leads to multiple civil wars, whereas the religious doctrine of the Imperium of Man, I feel like, has, because of the numbers and how easy it is to control them, if you simply lean into the Emperor of Man being a god, I feel like it's far easier to manipulate than it would be the Covenant, because even if the Covenant at the peak of pure, like, oh hey, don't be assholes to each other, don't eat the grunts, they're still
But they never did that.
Yeah, but
That's
the problem with the Imperium of Man is there are literal entire sagas of books that are just Space Marines battling the Inquisition, or the Commissars battling command over Space Marines, and like there's so much infighting. It's the Covenant
that's just
don't
how
even
it
compare.
is in any
The
military
Covenant don't
doctrine.
even.
Period.
Well,
you had to rely on that's a mechanic.
You're always going to have
the Emperor.
You're always going to have specialized forces and officers butting heads. We deal with that with modern military. You have officers who are just got out of college believing they know better than fucking somebody who's been serving.
They're not murdering each other.
For 8 years.
They're not like, this isn't like full on open conflict.
But it is. It very
I mean,
is.
that's
You know what the term fragging means?
There is no open conflict between, at least in America.
There is. Yes, most predominantly in America. It happens all the time.
Open conflict with gunfire. That happens in any modern developed military.
Do you know what's happened since World War I? Since fucking Yemen?
Oh my god, bro! What is?
Do you understand what fragging is? Do you understand that fragging still exists even to this day?
But they're not. They're not having 20 men shooting each other in an open battlefield.
Yeah,
you don't need 20 men to shoot 20 men in an open battlefield. You need one man to throw a grenade.
No,
it's only a conflict between like
the army and the navy.
You have boot camp recruits who aren't even a part of the military turning their rifle and blowing the brains out of their trainers.
What the hell?
That's no relevance.
Wait, what?
It is of relevance.
Hold up, I tuned out. What the fuck are y'all talking about?
I don't know. He's on some.
He's going on some weird.
In the U.S. military now.
One at a time.
Yeah, I didn't understand what anyone was trying to say.
Saying that fragging is basically like the equivalent of two entire factions going to war with each other. This would be like if the army and the navy went to war with each other.
What does this have to do with the Imperium of Man?
We're talking about the Covenant.
How the Space Marines
war
and the Inquisition.
Let one person speak. Trip, let the
he's talking about he's talking about how like the Inquisition and the Space Marines sometimes fight.
or like commissars or whatever.
Okay, why does it
Like,
matter if America does anything like that? How is that relevant to the list? Like,
I don't know.
I don't know
People
why these guys
saying
brought
that
it
every
up.
other
I'm just
faction
saying
You
would have
that
brought
it
it up.
exists
What?
in
He
modern
was
day
comparing it and
America.
fighting with.
No, y'all brought it up the fucking first. Don't get it
Well, we
twisted.
brought it
Y'all
up, but then you
said
did the
you
whole.
have sagas of entire factions in the Empire of Man fighting against each other. What I'm trying to explain is that these entire sagas only revolve about very small subsects, which would be comparable to the fragging we face against nowadays America. Y'all
oh,
are
I
blown
thought you
out
were
of
talking
proportion.
like. I thought you said it must have been someone else then, because I thought you said that like everyone else would have that problem too.
Well, the Covenant would.
No, they really
To the same
wouldn't.
Groot
degree.
constantly
It'll be a
eating
lot easier to
grunts.
control the Covenant than Imperium.
But again, the Covenant is much more manageable because it's just simple problems if you have a competent leader who's not trying to actively betray one of the factions.
Are you saying they have competent leaders? Because the Arbiter
They
was
don't, but
betrayed.
well, you
in
would
this
be the
analogy,
leader in this scenario.
yeah, they don't have competent leaders because Truth's literally trying to
Okay,
turn on the
let's look
elites.
at this. Let's look at this, Michael. Everybody, let's look at this. Like, would it be easier to fix all of the internal strife and bullshit within the Imperium of Man or within the Covenant?
The Covenant.
I think.
Well,
I think it'd be
Covenant.
easier with the Imperium Man because
No,
of how
wouldn't.
ingrained the religious doctrine is.
But that's why I think it would be harder because of how ingrained the religious doctrine is. Not easier.
They're fanatics, man.
Yeah, they're
fanatics.
fanatical.
Not
They're
their
all.
lead.
They're all like. They would all be like clinically. Insane is not a clinical term, but I'm going to use it anyway. They're like clinically insane. Like they're none of the insane is a legal term, not a clinical one. So, but it doesn't like they're not right in the head because they're all fanatically brainwashed like equally. And it's like that's something you're going to have to fight against. At least the Covenant aren't brainwashed. Like you can if someone's not brainwashed and they're at war, you can use things like, well, most of the time you could just give them the things that they want, or you can utilize some form of logic. But when it comes to people who are brainwashed over a certain theology, that you can't use logic, and there's nothing you can give them. There's no way to make them happy. They just want to have their thing overtake the other thing. That's all they're there for. So it's like, I think just based on that, it would be easier to deal with the Covenant than it would be the Imperium of Man. But you also have the fact that the Imperium of Man is a lot larger, so the odds of you getting taken out is also like a lot less.
A
just
lot
because you have way
lower.
more, you just have way more people.
Yeah.
So it's like you just kind of have to balance it, which one's more important to you. Are you okay with having an extremely stressful eternity dealing with the fucking Imperium of Man forever, just like having constant heart attacks because it's just like Jesus Christ. It's like working at the busiest of restaurants, you know, under like Gordon Ramsay or something.
We're Illuminate now.
Yeah.
Except we're not the ultimate quadratic thinker and logistics master.
Yeah, it's just like fuck.
Yeah, I was about to say you're not like a logistics master. Like you have to deal with all that on top of everything.
Yeah.
That's basic.
What I'm predisposing though is it's a lot easier for you to go with the Warhammer guys and factions and be like, oh hey, the Golden Throne requires more skulls, go kill these guys, than it would be with Covenant.
You just give what the Covenant wants.
Because of the religious doctrine being a lot more powerful, I feel like you can lean into that and use that to your advantage more than you can with the Covenant. Because even with the religious doctrine of the Covenant, you see actual internal strife that causes a collapse of the Covenant, whereas you don't.
That's not from the religion. That's from truth. Literally betraying the elites.
Who is the leader of the entire faction?
But you would be.
He cut off.
It's kind of like a council.
You would be the betray the elites.
Yeah, but you still have to deal with the council of the elites.
Yeah, which never caused a problem because you didn't betray them. They were loyal.
Well, it's not even the council of the elites; it's the council of the Covenant. And even with the elites being loyal, they're still not really loyal, even in.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
They are completely.
The elites really are. They're literally the first race to join the Covenant. Actually,
It's like
they might be the most loyal.
Shoguns and samurai loyalty, they are dedicated to that.
Don't the Covenant have it? Haven't the Covenant enslaved a bunch of engineers that want to fucking rise up and go to war with them?
Well,
the
yes,
engineers
they
and the grunts
literally
and
help
the
us.
brutes
with
and the
significantly
and the
better
Yalta
technology than they have, because the engineers have
The,
Forerunner
the
technology.
the engineers aren't capable of doing it, and the grunts and the brutes wouldn't really be a problem if you just didn't fuck with them all the time and just gave them what they want.
Okay.
The brutes want to eat the grunts and the jackals.
Well,
Know what
they
the
just
funny
want
part?
food.
Know what the funny part
You
about
just
this
feed
is?
them.
No, know what the funny part about this is? This conversation doesn't actually matter because people have already paid to have him in A, so he's not going to be in B
True.
anyway. So it's not really even
Yeah.
relevant. Really, the only question that's relevant right now is whether or not it should be above or below the Illuminate. I think it's pretty obvious it should be below the Illuminate because the Illuminate are
agreed.
literally
Agreed.
perfectly they are as perfectly in sync as they possibly can be. There's no stress whatsoever because you can literally write all of their personalities to be the way you want them to be. There's literally no stress. Everyone just follows.
Would the AI affect you?
No, you're the one. Well, the High Council use the AI to control the rest of the population. So you would essentially be in control of the AI that takes control of the population.
And that was something not even the Emperor wanted to do.
Yeah,
but hey,
the Illuminate
it's yours now.
The Illuminate.
Yeah.
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 I'm gonna say a hot take though. I think they should be like Imperial Man is like for at least commanding wise, will definitely be in dog shit. I'm not gonna lie to you
You
guys.
got the money?
I might.
No.
I might.
You got the money. Yeah, you got the money to move it there.
This is what you do. This is what you do. You pick the Imperium of Man.
$1,000.
You pick the Imperium of Man, and then you search the entire universe for the Illuminate, and you steal their fucking mind control technology, and then you use it on all your people, and be like, all right, problems solved.
Living the dream,
just
yeah.
There you go. That can work. That can work.
Travel.
Pretty damn good.
It'll
Just get
take
any form of You just find any form of travel that doesn't use the warp, and actually, the Emperor would probably give you half the Empire just for doing that.
They'll be hard as shit to actually find them, because they're an entirely invisible fleet. So.
Well, no, you could bully the Covenant for their technology.
Maybe. I mean, some people think that they could take it, that they would take them on and beat them. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think the Illuminate should be above them. Does anyone think that the Illuminate should be less? That it's a better deal to be fucking in charge of the stress-filled nightmare that is the Imperium of Man? I still think it's crazy. I still think it's crazy that it's an A.
Illuminate are above.
I think it's nuts that it's an
Illuminate are
A.
above.
Money talks.
Popular. They're powerful and popular, but that's pretty much the only thing they got.
I don't even think they're that powerful. I think people who think they're people. Yeah, they have a lot of numbers. I'll say that. But I think people who say they're powerful either are like just
They see the
exaggerating because they
Titans
like
and
it, or
stuff,
they're
and
just like they don't read a lot of stuff and they're just not into a lot of different series.
There's certain things that definitely put the Imperium above some of these other factions. Like they
Some,
have
sure, but
logistics. Believe it or not,
have
their
the-
logistics are good.
People compare.
The logistics are good.
People
the knights,
compare. Yeah, but I've seen.
You got Titans.
I've seen people.
Titans.
I've seen people say that the Warhammer 40k is stronger than Dragon Ball Z and the Lovecraftian universe.
Hell no!
It's
Hell
ridiculous.
no! Get the fuck out of here!
It's ridiculous what
I
people
mean, I
have
think
said.
Magnus could probably take on many Lovecraftian things, but not the entire thing.
Yeah, no, they compare.
One
dude.
I've
the
legitimately.
whole faction can do it.
I've legitimately heard multiple people talk about like, oh, can you do like one of the like most powerful series in the war, like the most powerful series ever, like and then they describe it as one of the most powerful universes in fiction. I've seen many people describe it in that manner, and it's crazy.
Maybe.
It's like no.
Maybe if you combined all the factions into one.
No.
Maybe.
Still no. There are so many other universes where you could put a single character into the universe and completely dominate the whole thing.
I feel like it would be up there though.
I don't.
Like if every single faction of Warhammer 40k was like one faction.
No.
You have like crazy shit.
They're not now not even as powerful as Warhammer was.
They're not beating Dragon Ball Z. They're not beating Marvel. They're not beating DC. They're not beating Doom. There's so many I can name, but they're just not beating. I don't think they're beating the fucking Cybertronians. They're not even coming close to beating the Cybertronians. They're not beating the Viltrumites. They're not beating the Night Sentinels. There's a lot of people on this list they're not beating in a fight.
The Viltrumites are kind
They're
of
not beating Halo's Forerunners or Flood.
No, they're not beating. They're not beating the Forerunners for sure. No. I don't think you could. I think that you could take one Gundam and put them up against basically all the Space Marines, and they're wiping all of them out, every single one.
Oh yeah,
Like
Yeah,
all.
you probably need the Titans for taking a Gundam down, and that thing's gonna
Yeah,
be a
but
long
the
while.
Imperium and Man have the Titans, you know.
They have Titans. The Mechanics make a lot of Titans, and they're part of the.
They're pretty rare too.
They can't even
Not
make
for the
them,
Titans. They have entire knight families dedicated to.
That's a knight, but yeah. I mean,
Knights are different than the Titans,
were-
technically.
There's entire Titan legions, multiple of them. One was even
Yeah,
called
and
Galactic.
a legion of Titans led by a knight is still way more Gundams than what fucking Gundam has. Because Gundam is like what Earth taking over in the Federation. That's the way we put them. Not the insane ones, just the Federation.
And like the 3000 and like the year 3000.
Yeah, but they still
Because, like,
really only have
they've been
control of less than the Milky Way because they don't even have control.
Hey, Rouga, do you want to hear something funny about Warhammer power? You know how people say it's the most powerful thing? It's not even the most powerful currently. The War in Heaven was better, and humanity actually was much more powerful than it was even in 30K.
I don't know.
Oh, he's probably zoned out.
20K smokes.
I didn't zone out. I heard.
20K smokes 40K.
I heard you.
You didn't think it was funny?
Sorry, but I just find it funny because it's like, yeah, people are trying to build up current 40K. But yeah, 40K is not even as powerful as 40K was. That's the irony.
Jorman says, I agree with Rouga. There are many factions or one person that could solo the Imperium. At least one is Jackie Estacado, and I could see the Drakari from being jealous and hating him. I don't know who the Drakari are, but Jackie Estacado is strong as shit.
Is that the Star Wars?
First
faction?
I don't
Who's
know.
Who's Jackie what?
Jackie Estacado is the darkness. I've talked about him a lot.
Put respect in his name, motherfucker.
He would wreck the entire Warhammer universe. Like the only like
he would wreck everybody on this list.
Yeah, I think he would. Yeah, no, he would. Yeah, he would. But we're not.
that's not a comparison.
Fair. Well, technically, Jackie Estacado is sort of in the same multiverse that the Invincible is. Because Top Cow, and they're both owned by Image. So they're both an Image. I mean, they're not going to be a part of Viltrumite or nothing.
Oh, and
I just don't do that.
Psycho Space Elves. That's what the Drukari are. They're in 40K, but yeah.
Fun. All right, let's move
they're
on.
The reasons why they're the reason why the Cenobite demons in 40K exist.
There's Cenobites. What you say?
No,
Mike?
I was talking about Slanesh, but yeah.
I got yeah. I see the connection. What's up, Mike?
I'm gonna be real. I paid for them to have them up there. I say put them up and be above the Covenant.
Nah, man, you gotta stick to your purchases. We don't do returns here. No.
Hey, right.
I'm gonna be real, because looking, these guys are talking about these other plating, like actually ruling.
No, I don't do it at all.
Them. And I'm gonna be real from that perspective.
It's a pain in the ass.
All in the same universe, the Illuminate would be a lot better.
Like honestly,
I'm gonna be real. The 40K would probably be harder than the fucking Reaper to rule over.
Yeah,
and I think the Covenant would be lower too.
I would rather. But the way we were kind of selling the miners, I would rather do the miners. The miners seem like it seemed like it'd be like the easiest one.
Well, I think the miners should be the top of the
the miners should be an S tier at this point.
Honestly, they're the only people that could exist with everybody besides the.
Well, no, because if someone wants to wipe you out, they wipe you out.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to exist with the Reapers for sure. They're not going to be able to exist with the Borg. Basically, all the machine races are going to fucking kill them.
That's what three races.
The Illuminate. The Illuminate might be a problem, possibly. I don't know enough about the Cabal. I don't know enough about a couple of these. I think the Viltrumites will probably they'll demand they serve them, and be a part of the Viltrumite
Which wouldn't
Empire.
be an issue though.
No, but only serve them. Not like work with them and make contracts. Like you're gonna do this shit for us, and we're gonna you are going to be a part of our empire.
But that's not an issue so long as they can make a profit. Like they could be like, oh yes, we serve the Viltrum
Yeah, but if
Empire,
they're
but they
no,
can
but if
still
they're
make
limit,
a profit to other companies because like it's not.
if
like,
are those other companies also under the Viltrumites?
Yeah, sure. That's how business works.
Well, I don't know, because I don't know, because you have an entire sprawling universe, and it's like it's going to be limiting. Like, what if you could make more money other places outside of the Viltrumite Empire? You know, especially considering the Viltrumites
mining raw ore and resources.
Especially considering the Viltrumites
very
are
powerful.
I also wouldn't want to serve the Viltrumites because the Viltrumites I feel like are a dying empire, which is.
I mean, that's what they are.
Yeah, I mean they're a dying empire. So anyway, we're not there yet. Does anyone know anything about the Cabal from Destiny?
No.
Nope.
Assholes.
Okay, so no one knows anything. We'll move them back. Someone wanted them there, but if no one knows anything, we're not gonna just fucking talk about nothing. Next up, we have the Borg.
Oh, yeah.
The Borg
Star Trek.
is so fucking depressing to rule over. I kind of want to put it in dog shit just based on that alone. like
really? I thought they'd be they're pretty dang easy. They're pretty easy going. In terms of trying to corral a faction.
No, it's not stressful. It's depressing. Have you seen the Borg ships and the Borg people?
Yes, I know.
And the Borg society. It's so
depression.
Fucking depressing. Like,
didn't you mention a queen before though?
Yeah, there's a
who's
queen.
like.
There's a queen.
So you got. Isn't she like? You said she is like a personality.
Yeah, she's got a personality.
Does she have a pussy?
So you got one. You got one person.
She's not a normal person. She's like a robot with like a
Well,
human head.
you have
Just
you have
the
a
robo
you have
vacuum cleaner.
She has sex.
you have a.
She has sex with Data,
you
but
ha-
it doesn't matter. No one in the Borg has emotions or like they're all like very logical based. They don't have humor. It doesn't exist among them. They're like all of their ships are just black metal and just all samey looking bullshit. And it's just like, oh god, this is so depressing. And also, your entire society is based on kidnapping biological people and then mutilating them and turning them into machines. It's just this is depressing. I wouldn't want to be the Borg.
I mean, you could make the ship as fancy as you want because since you rule them, you can make the ship as fancy as you want.
I mean, I
I guess you can.
But it doesn't matter. The issues that you guys were having with the possibility that the Illuminate, where you would just be stuck in like a bunch of hive mind dudes who were just all act the same and stuff. That's actually what the Borg is.
Yeah.
Like that's.
But I think the Borg. I mean, if you get over the fact you have no flavor in your faction, the Borg, they're tying the Illuminate at least.
No, they're not. They suck.
Okay, well, I got a counter argument.
They have multiple. They travel through across galaxies,
so?
And like they have lasers that can blow
so
up
does
ships.
like most of these factions.
Yeah.
Almost all.
Then they multiply, and they have so many numbers.
7 of 9.
What about her?
Yeah. What about her?
That's one person.
Well, I mean, that's
in an
the thing.
entire
These
empire.
guys can have personalities, and
because 7 and 9 is an outlier, and she also leaves their group and joins the Federation. Specifically, she's a traitor, and she was kind of fixed, like she's disconnected from the rest of the collective. That's a very unusual thing.
Yeah, but you're in control of them, and they don't have a personality to say no to.
But once they're disconnected from the collective, they leave.
Bro, are you? Wait, hold up.
7 and 9, when she was disconnected,
right?
she assaulted. She went against the Borg. What? Michael?
No, this man said they don't have a chance to say no. Are we talking about a boat situation, taking a girl out on a boat? Like, what's she gonna do to say no?
Implication.
Like, what are you talking about?
I meant that they literally can't say no because it's not part of their.
It's the implication. It's the implication.
The implication.
Yeah. I got that reference. No, it's the implication. No, I mean, you can say that you rule them, but at the end of the day, the Borg are still a collective that still mutilate people and turn them into machines. I mean, what are you gonna do? No longer have them be the Borg? No longer will they be machines that are in a part of a hive mind?
You can't grow an empire anymore.
Like, it wouldn't even be an empire anymore. You wouldn't be the Borg. You'd be like a totally different faction at that point. Like their entire society is built around this way of running. Like if you start messing with the programming of everything, I mean, you can cause all sorts of fucking problems.
No, but I'm just trying to say, like, in like terms, but also it's like not only is it a good faction to mangle and stuff, but it's also just like the numbers deal. They're gonna win a numbers game.
Not necessarily. I mean, they have
There's-
big numbers, but their numbers don't necessarily match things like Warhammer. I mean, they're not bad numbers, but they're not that good of numbers either. Like,
I mean, they're really good at adapting and multiplying. That's like their one thing that they're constantly
they adapt
repeatedly
and
stated.
multiply the exact same way the automatons do, where they kill humans, they take humans, they mutilate them, and I would actually say it's less effective than just building robots.
They do. They actually do have. There was Borg babies. They actually have like artificial wombs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know. I understand, and they mutilate the babies when they're born. But I'm saying like it's
it's terrifying. Yeah,
it's slower than just making machines. Like I think the Geth would
It's like
repopulate.
Matrix style.
The Geth would repopulate faster than the Borg would because they could just build robots. Like the Borg still has to either mutilate people, turning them into Borg, or creating them from scratch and incubating them in something the same way humans do. Now maybe the growth is a little faster. I don't actually remember, but it's not like it's there are things on this list that repopulate considerably faster than they do. Like
I think we've leaned too far in the other direction now. What about power? Like, because these guys,
I don't think I think that but I think this direction is the most important one because I think despite power, despite success, despite all the fighting stuff, this faction would absolutely suck to rule over. Because you would literally just be in a giant black shitty ship with a bunch of humorous shitty people that can't talk to you or do anything of any value because they're all the same person in a constant hive mind. Everyone always knows what everybody's thinking. Everyone's boring. There's no music. Everything sucks. It's the Borg. The Borg suck. Like, who the fuck wants to rule over the Borg? The Borg are the worst. It's dull and awful.
You know, you got the Queen
You're
here.
really having my Star Trek fanboy here, man. You just keep twisting that knife.
I'm not twisting the knife. This is like the Borg are shown to be this way in the series of Star Trek. It's not like the main it's not like the main characters of Star Trek are the Borg and they're awesome in the show and I'm shitting on it. Like they're shitty in the show. I don't think Picard or Kirk would be disagreeing with me right now. Like I don't think they're shown this way on purpose.
Picard
literally was a Borg, and he hated it.
Yeah,
it's awful.
Yeah, and he machine gun Borg, and he like just grabbed a Tommy gun and like his James Bond tuxedo, machine gunning Borg at the dinner party in a scene.
Wait, was that the one he didn't see? Wait, it was somebody else.
Okay, does anyone have anywhere want to put this anywhere but dog shit?
I would put mid B.
Dog shit.
I would put C or B because of the capability that you would have with the Borg.
But would it be worth what's happening to you?
Oh, okay, it's because of the capability, but the dog. Okay, so bottom C.
No, I wouldn't. I'd put it in dog shit.
I think dog shit.
Better the outros because at least they got.
And honestly, their capabilities aren't that impressive either. Like the Star Trek universe isn't really that impressive in terms of what they're capable of doing.
Replicators.
Who gives a shit?
They create things out of almost nothing.
So
they create things out of nothing.
So
the Warhammer
that is ahead of anything ahead of the. What? Okay, I'm just gonna give up on this.
Their weapons aren't that. Their actual weapons and military aren't that powerful. Yeah, they can't make anything, but they can make a lot of stuff. But the stuff they make aren't nearly as powerful as half the shit on this list. Their ships aren't as advanced or as powerful as the Covenant's stuff or Star Wars. I mean, it's not like I think you could probably put them more along the line of possibly the strength of the Reapers and the Geth ships, but the ground forces wouldn't be anywhere near as strong as your average ground force. Your Geth ground. The Geth would destroy the Borg. Oh my God, would the Geth destroy the fucking Borg?
Well, wait. What about the shields that they always have? That's better against energy, but it does stop kinetic rounds too.
Yeah, but the Geth also have shield. But the Geth also have shielding, and it's better.
What?
I mean, don't the Borg have like one of the best shields in fiction because it keeps adapting to everything?
No.
Yeah, like
In Star Trek, like one of the major plot points was we only have X amount of time to actually do damage to the ships before they adapt and their shields and defenses overcome our weapons.
Yeah, but their weapons are
like,
shitty.
become completely
That's what I'm
immune.
saying. The Star Trek weapons are way shittier than a lot of the people on this list.
Actually, they're very powerful.
They're not. They're
No,
they're
they're not.
very shitty. Like what is the what like I'm sure there's probably some comic book somewhere that shows them doing some crazy shit, but if you just watch the show and you just follow
one
it,
ship
they're
last
super
planet
weak.
better than any Covenant ship. I can show you the video.
Doesn't matter. Like when you actually
One-off chance.
when you actually look at what all of the Federation ships can do and what the Borg ships actually can do on screen, 99.99999% of the time, it doesn't. Like, they're not that strong. Even though they're little, they're little, yeah, like even their guns are like super shitty, and like the fucking even the soldiers of the Federation, they go and they get into gunfights with the Borg, and they don't even have armor on. They're wearing t-shirts and slacks, and they're firing these little shitty phaser pistol things.
Maybe because phasers can basically just go burrow through steel like it's nothing.
So
that doesn't change
That
the
doesn't
fact
change
that they're wearing
anything.
cotton t-shirts.
They're wearing
with
cotton.
slacks.
Yeah, they're wearing cotton t-shirts. You think that the Geth guns don't go through steel? That's why they have energy shields.
Can't 7.62 also go through shields, or am I tweaking? Like
The
modern
Borg
bullets can go through
shields.
steel.
Borg shields.
go through steel.
It's the plot point that they constantly try to adapt to the weapons. Like that's the thing. They would be a constant. It's like Helldivers. They constantly be trying to adapt and adapt and adapt and adapt. That's the thing about the Borg that makes them so dangerous.
But yeah,
That's what being an active military is.
That's true. Like he's true to an extent, but you also have the fact that the Borg is going to have to adapt to shit that's so far beyond it. Like there is nothing. There's no weapon in Star Trek that fires up bullets like almost to the speed of light, that uses mass relay technology. That technology doesn't even exist in the Star Trek universe. It's like they can and like I said, Michael is right. Like all of these people are going to be constantly adapting their technology and updating it to be better and better and better and better. I mean, shit. Just between Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2, they upgraded the guns. So that they got rid of the whole heat thing, where it's like your guns used to overload, you have to wait for them to cool down. Now they have the magazines that they're not really magazines. They basically replace the coolant in it. So it's like you can immediately fire your gun. Yeah, it was heat sink. Thank you. I couldn't remember the name. And that was the technology that was added between 1 and 2. That was a 2-year gap, and they introduced technology that completely revolutionized how their guns fire. And it's like this happens across all of. They have a fucking black hole gun. Has a Borg shield ever adapted to a black hole gun? I think there's a limit, dude. Like that shit.
Or a lightsaber.
Actually,
a nuke launcher.
Or a nuke launcher. That's true. They also have a nuke launcher, and lightsabers are really just only plasma. I think that lightsabers are another weapon.
Lightsabers are dog.
They're super overplayed. The lightsabers. They're just plasma swords basically. But
the magic plasma swords.
They're just they're plasma swords. They are literally plasma swords.
To further bolster your point, Rouga, the Tali brought back parts of Geth, and from those small parts, they were able to rebuild a small force to take over a Quarian ship.
Yeah,
just from small parts.
Yeah, they can just keep creating shit over and over. Like they're really good at making new people. The hacking technology is again way better than anything that exists in Star Trek. It's even, you can even argue that they could probably hack into the ships as well as the Borg themselves and just lower the shields manually, and then they could just fucking shoot them.
That's not even the main concern. The Geth are fucking AI. Most Cybertronic can have like an access to a like collective Wi-Fi based entity. You're telling me that a fucking AI race can't fucking interact with that shit? Get out of here.
You also have the fact that you can't even argue that the Borg aren't like Wi-Fi. Like they're not Bluetooth type technology, because the fact that they're a hive mind means they have to be connected somehow wirelessly, which means it also means that if the Geth hack into one Borg, you can essentially hack into all of them. Which is another pretty fucking destructive thing. Like,
I'm pretty sure, isn't that the way how they destroy the Borg too? They hack into one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not great. Like the Star Trek universe is not that advanced. There's some stuff that's really like the fact that like Q is in it. He's like a god. You know, there's like some like
the
almost
photonic cannon, but
There's some
the Borg don't have. I
things.
didn't bring up the photonic cannon is like basically like the mobile Death Stars that they brought up in like episode, what was it, 9, where Palpatine comes back. Terrible, god awful movie. But yeah, but I didn't bring that up because the Borg don't have that, the photonic cannon.
Yeah, I mean there is stuff within the Star Trek universe that is impressive, but I mean,
No, yeah.
at the end of the day, it would suck to be a Borg. They're not that strong. Their multiplication is not like way better than a lot of the other characters here that can multiply a lot faster. They're fine. I mean, I think that just the shittiness of the life that you would have ruling over them automatically puts them. I don't think Predator belongs in dog shit. That's just there because Mike wanted him there. But I do think the Borg probably belongs in dog shit. I would actually put the
power
Borg.
of the wallet.
The Borg is probably the only one that I would put just because of how shitty it would be below the Martians. The only reason why I wouldn't put it below the Martians is because I think that if you're the Martians, it's pretty damn well guaranteed that you're gonna be murdered by more powerful beings.
Anyone?
But, yeah. So I would say because you won't be murdered as easily, you're probably going above the Martians. But you might want to be murdered because you're a fucking Borg and it would suck. I don't know. I'll put you above the Martians for now. I don't think Predator belongs here. I don't know why Predator is here.
Predator's elite.
They're not really going to be able to truly fight just about anyone else on this. Like, maybe the Martians, but that's about it. They don't...
No, Predators are a bit more... Why are you disagreeing? You're the one who put them there. Keep disagreeing with yourself.
No, I put them at the top of D because they would beat the fucking Martians.
This is dog shit. D is dog shit. That's what D is on this list. You put them at the top of dog shit, which means you put them under the Reapers, you put them under the Gundam, you put them under you put them in dog shit.
See, they're not going to win against the Reapers.
But you put them in dog shit.
Yeah, because they're...
You put them in the same tier as the Martians. And the fucking regular humans with jets that can go in space. That's where you put the Predators.
I feel like they're closer to the Martians than they are the Reapers.
80s and 70s humans were fucking killed one, so I don't think
they didn't go to war with the entire species. We're talking about an entire faction.
Well, but from that one, we understand that like.
They hunt trying to be as fair as possible. That's not. So that's a bad representation of what they can do.
But being unfair is just like plasma casters and shit, or using their spaceships.
No, they'll use plasma casters against regular humans, but I mean they have factions of predators that go to war with other predators. They've had. I mean
that's another issue.
Canonically, the predators have actually fought fucking Wolverine. Like it's like technically because they're owned by Marvel now. So like that's.
Are they?
Yeah, Disney bought Fox.
Yeah, Fox is owned by Disney.
Fox owned the Predator. Wow. So now they're a part of the Marvel universe officially.
Yeah, I believe there was a
Disney has brought us actual. And Disney's bringing us actual Predator movies.
Doing the Marvel argument?
No, I'm not using the Marvel argument.
No,
I'm not using the Marvel. But I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like, I mean, the movies only show individual predators going down to a planet and fighting individual people and different various levels of whatnot. But that's one dude. It's one dude. That's like saying if you put a single Illuminate overseer down there and had him fight against 10 Rambos.
Are the video games not canon?
I kind of don't think anything but the movies are canon, or like everything's kind of its own canon. I know that
I'm thinking of
because the people who make
Aliens movie games or whatever, where it's like in the future mankind.
Well, okay, look at Alien versus Predator, which I think is absolutely canon to the Alien franchise, especially considering that they're both owned by the same people now. They have to be. There's no way they're not. The one Predator.
No, they admitted. They said they weren't. I'm sorry. They actually said that the director said that no.
What director?
These are
what director?
The director of the. They literally admitted that they're not canon.
What director of what movie?
I don't of the one of the Alien versus Predator. They actually said no. It's not canon.
He doesn't get to decide whether it's canon or not. That's up to Disney. And in Badlands, which is a sequel to the Predator movies, there's an android in that movie that is a part of the Alien universe.
Yeah.
We know that. That's introduced with the Predator Badlands, so they're canon. They're making them canonical. Disney owns both Aliens and Predator. They could do whatever the fuck they want with it. The director from 20 years ago in a movie that was for a completely different company, it doesn't matter anything he said. Because they could take his movie and they can make it canon if they want. And in Predator Badlands, we see an android from Aliens. That's a sequel to the current Predator movies. It's canonical.
I'm agreeing with you right now. I didn't know that. Okay.
Okay. Well, no, I'm gonna fucking humiliate you in front. No, I'm kidding. What was I saying? Predator. Yeah. In Alien vs Predator, Scar literally like picks up a Predator, swings him by the tail, and just swings him through like 3 or 4 fucking stone pillars, and then tosses him like 40 feet across the room. Like, and that's
and
clearly.
He gets back up though.
Yeah, but I'm saying
he gets back up and he throws hands, and then he gets killed by a different.
No, Scar doesn't die until the end of the movie. That's Scar. Scar dies at the end of the movie to the Queen.
Are you talking about Grid? Are you talking about Grid, the one with the net pattern on his head? That's a
no, that's Alien. I'm talking about the Predator. I'm talking about the Predator who swung him.
Yeah, but
no, the big ass.
No. Grid won that fight against that Predator.
But
that was a different. Okay, fair enough. Okay, whatever. The point is, my point isn't that he won or lost. My point is that that's the type of strength that some Predators are capable of doing. They could pick a dude up for the tail, a 200 fucking pound thing, whatever it is, and then swing him through several layers of thick, multiple foot concrete pillars, and then chuck him 40 feet away. That's not a human being. That's not a human level strength character. And you also have to think of the fact that they fight.
Arnold fucking punched his ass.
That's a different Predator. Totally different Predator. We already.
That's what I'm saying.
We already know that there are different species and subspecies of Predators. Some are stronger, some are weaker. There's in Predators, we actually find out that they're literally running experiments on themselves to create stronger versions of Predators, and we actually see like a fucking super Predator who's literally bulletproof. So it's like there's all different types of Predators of different levels of strength. So I don't think it's necessarily fair to see the first Predator movie and then.
Doesn't his eye get blown out?
What, the one in Predators? Or in the Predator
movie?
Ugh, these names suck.
No, that's a different one. In the AVP, that's a different one. I'm talking about the Predator. In the
Predator. No. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
One of them in AVP.
The 8-foot tall one.
Yeah, his eye doesn't get blown out. I'm like, no. Oh, you're talking about the end of at the end of the movie. Yeah, but they hit him with all sorts of stuff. They hit him with rockets and all kinds of shit to take him down. And they eventually.
Yeah,
I forget how they actually.
40 Mike grenade launcher.
No, but they hit him with multiple shit. Like throughout the last 20 minutes of that movie, he's fighting like 2 whole platoons. Because he's fighting the good guy platoon, and he's fighting like the bad guy platoon, and they're firing him with rockets, grenades. At one point, I think 2 dudes, one on one side and one on the other side, both fire explosives on 2 different sides of him, and he gets hit in the back and chest with explosive at the same time, and he's still like fine. It's like there's all kinds of crazy shit.
Fine.
He is fine. It's not until the end of the movie that they actually. No, it's not until the end of the movie that they actually start doing damage to him.
But it's the same weapons.
So, but I mean, let me hit you like 1 time soft and then hit you 20 times the same way. So I mean, eventually it's gonna fucking start hurting.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. Is like regular modern day Earth weapons work against them, even
so regular modern day Earth weapons will work on a fucking space marine if you shoot him in the face. Like I don't understand how that's like modern day Earth weapons are really powerful. They're not bitch weapons.
I'm not saying like.
And it took explosive after explosive after explosive and high caliber military grade weapons being shot at him from all sides for several, I don't know, dozen minutes before he actually went down and it started being shown to damage him. He was also attacked. He was also. They also
remembering this movie different because
he was hit by.
Starting to use explosives.
Yeah, they shot him with
actually hitting him.
Yeah, they shot him with multiple. Yeah, they shot him with multiple explosives. If I remember correctly, I'm almost positive they shot this motherfucker with multiple explosives. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that only happens after the end finale when they crash.
Hold up, I'm not losing my fucking mind. I know this motherfucker was hit with explosives. I'm looking this shit up. I'm almost positive.
In the original Predator?
No, the Predator.
No, the 2018.
Oh, he says a stupid name.
The one no one likes.
My gosh, I am lost.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure he
I
doesn't
have my
start
hands
getting
on
hit
my
with
head
harder.
right now. I'm like,
I mean,
oh,
have
gosh.
you seen the Predator?
I've heard about it. I heard there's a Predator Iron Man suit, and it's also pretty
Yes.
crappy characters.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, that's also actually that is a really good point. The Predator Iron Man suit was created by the Predators to give to humanity so they can defend themselves. The Predators have the technology to create fucking Iron Man suits. They just don't use it during the hunts. Think about that.
Yeah. That would bring it up, even if the one we're talking about
There
doesn't
you go.
get like actually damaged till the end.
Bitch.
God damn. Fuck. Okay. I see how it is. Fuck my money. God damn.
No, I'm trying to find. I watched this movie relatively recently.
The
and I
Autism Predator movie.
I don't
Yeah.
remember. Yeah.
Autism's a superpower, guys.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it. That was so
Isn't it
stupid.
written by the? Sorry, but isn't it written by the guy who's like making all those pussy jokes in the original?
Yes.
It was written by Shane Black, who wrote the original movie. That's why everyone thought it was going to be good, because Shane Black is actually a really good writer. I mean, he made what was it called? Oh shit, with Ryan Gosling and fuck, it was such a good movie. Not The New Guys. God damn it, this is gonna bother me. Now I gotta-
Ryan, don't worry. The Nice Guys.
Yes, I love that movie. Yeah, The Nice Guys. He made it. That was great. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang was great. Like, the dude's a good writer. So everyone thought when they found out he was writing, they're like, "Oh, this is gonna be the fucking first good Predator movie in a while." And then it came out, and we were like, "Fuck, were you doing, man? Like, what? Did you forget how to write a Predator movie? Because you did pretty good the first time." It doesn't look like it's coming up on any of the fucking streaming services. Nobody wants to let me watch. Oh, here it is. Found it. The Predator. I'm gonna find this dude get hit with rockets. Because I know he got hit.
Pretty sure it's at the end of the movie, and even if it's not at the end of the movie,
it is at the end of the movie.
Like,
Why does it matter if it was at the end of the movie or not?
because of Prey. Is Prey not canon? Because then Flintlocks work.
Well, that was a different. That was a different
Predator.
Predator again.
He wasn't Super Predator.
Same race.
Well,
no,
I mean,
just
that's
told
literally
you that
200 years of difference.
Well, it's 200 years. It's not only 200 years of difference, but it's also, I told you, there are different variations of predators. There are multiple species.
Doesn't that
of
work
predators.
against the predators though? Because of all the Civil War conflict strifes in between the big and small.
The
and
Civil
like
War,
the desert and the
Civil War.
jungle?
Well, Civil Wars would work against the predators for sure, but not necessarily there being multiple species. I mean, there are some that can. There are some predators that can literally they live in completely dark environments. They can see in the dark. There's some predators that are bigger.
Oh, the bio ones, the action figures.
Yeah, it's so stupid, but it does exist.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Well, how about?
Well, yeah. I was just.
Hey.
What's up?
I just wanted to mention the. Oh, someone else is here. My bad.
Are you okay?
Are you good?
I feel like he's being serial murdered.
Weed?
Is he being serial
The
murdered?
guy with the shield. Who's this guy with the shield? Trip?
Well, he's tripping.
You know, someone
right
below
now.
me.
But
Yeah, like there's a lot of stuff helping this dude out. I mean, I'm watching in the movie right now. He is being shot in the face with a 45, and it's hitting him in the face, and he's still coming. Like look, he's being shot in the top of his head right now by what's her fucking face? Attack of the Show. Yeah.
Olivia Munn.
Olivia Munn just shot him in the top of the head like 4 fucking times, and he's still coming.
Wasn't that with a? Wait, okay.
I didn't see what
remember
gun she was using.
One.
No, this was a pistol. I couldn't see what caliber it was, but she's on his shoulders.
I think that was
and she's shooting it in the top of his head, and then it's just not. Let me see. I don't remember how they kill this dude. Let me find out how they kill him.
I'm pretty sure it's with the 4D mic.
Hold up, about to find out right. Nope. Looks like it's an explosive, but I gotta see what the explosive is from.
Okay.
Sorry, people.
A rotary grenade launcher.
All right, let's see. Toss it. Boop. What is this? It's some kind of.
Oh no, yeah.
Oh, it's C4. Looks like it's C4.
It's.
Hold up. Let me see.
Okay.
I'm trying to see what he's holding. It looks like it might be C4. Sorry, I'm not watching the reason why I'm not watching this on the whole. Oh, Oh, I was wrong. Oh, it's not C4. It's a fucking alien explosive.
Yeah, they're using the alien gauntlet. I'm looking at it. I'm seeing it
I'm
right now.
watching
They
it right
grabbed one
now.
of the alien
It's an
gauntlets.
alien gauntlet. It's an explosive that he ties to an alien gauntlet. He then shoots the gauntlet's blade through. It sticks through the fucking predator's leg and then explodes when it's inside his leg and blows his legs off. And then when he's on the ground, he's still alive. And let's see how they do the finishing touches.
They just
Okay.
shoot him in the face.
He's got a 45. Let's see what happens here. Come on. Come on, man. Let's see it. He's not shooting him. He's not fucking shooting him.
They just shoot him in the face.
You're
on
one
the screen.
ugly son of a bitch.
He does not shoot him in the face. He unloads his pistol into his face. Different. It's very different. But this is also while he's after
Okay,
he's
fine,
he's still fucking moving. Okay, he's dead now. But anyway, the point is, it's a lot. It's not like we just spent so much time doing that
on paid for rankings.
This is how you.
I completely forgot about that movie's existence.
No, I think most people did. I think people were trying to, but point is, there's a fucking super predator, and that is evidence that the predators are actually like experimenting on predators to make stronger, bigger, more powerful predators, making super predators. Nobody likes the super predators, so I don't know how much they're going to use them in the future. But we do know that this also explains why the predators have so many different variations and why some are so much stronger than others and some are weaker than others because they're actually doing experimentations. Point is, I mean, I don't think it's not a D. You know, it's not dog shit. It's probably like a.
It's not better than the Reapers because you like.
I think you put it below the Reapers. You know, I think you put it below the Reapers on C.
Ugh.
I just don't like. It doesn't belong with the fucking. It would suck to be the Borg. It would absolutely suck to be the Martians. It wouldn't suck that much to be Predators. Predators sounds like it'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, Predator actually sounds like you're a bad, and also you gotta have a wife too.
But you have like no chance of ever like surviving any battle.
Why not?
Like a war.
Why not?
Well,
You think they beat the Reapers?
All we see is the hunts. I don't think they beat the Reapers. Their whole society is focused on good, honorable hunts, unless we're talking about the
But they have a planet, right? How are they gonna defend their
which is a
planet from
fringe
anyone who wants it?
Well, that's the thing.
Well,
Well,
it's
I told you.
on the ships are kind of powerful.
You're saying that you can't beat the Reapers, but if all of the Predators have that fucking Iron Man suit or something similar to that, yeah, I think they could probably. They're beating all the Geth.
The Iron Man
that
suit
thing.
only give humanity the same capability as the Predators, though. We see that in the comic books with the old boy from the 2016 Predators
Oh,
movie, where
yeah.
they're on the alien hunting world.
Yeah,
the
but
sequel to that.
True, but that's because they created a technology that gave humans the Predator. Well, to be fair, we're not 100% sure that's the same thing. The movies and the comics don't really align. Like the movies have gone away from the comics a while ago. Like they literally wrote in a different origin for the pistol that was handed to Danny Glover in Predator 2. Like for the longest time, that was like a pirate.
Did they?
Yeah, they completely. Yeah, Prey.
I thought that was supposed to be the French pirate guy.
No, if you watch Prey, the pistol was in Prey. It shows you the origin of the pistol in Prey.
Then how does the pistol end up back with the?
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's in the United States. A bunch of Spaniards have it, and the freaking Native American chick gets it from the Spaniards.
But the writing's
How the
French.
Predator gets it.
The writing on the pistol's French.
Well, maybe the Spaniard killed a Frenchman and took it. Whatever, it's the same pistol.
But the pistol ends up with the chief. How does the chief get it back?
I don't remember the end of Prey. I don't remember the movie, but I'm saying that they have the pistol in that movie. Like it shows up as like a reference.
Are you sure it's not just another flintlock?
No, I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's the same pistol. Unless I'm wrong, it's just they spent a lot of time focusing on it and like referencing it a lot and going back to it. It's like that's a pistol from the second movie. Like I think the implication is it's the. I mean maybe I'm wrong, but I when I watched the movie I'm like, is that the pistol? Is it the fucking pistol from the second movie? And I thought it was. I don't know. Maybe someone can prove me wrong. It's like, nah, it's a different pistol. But it's the way it's filmed. It's filmed in that sort of referencing kind of way. You know what I mean? where it's like clearly trying to be like, hey, you remember this from that other thing? You know what I'm talking about.
Nostalgia demons.
Yeah, kind of. It's sort of filmed in that way. But yeah, and Demos Mars in the comments is saying they have full body suits in their military. Yeah, because when we see them on hunts, they try to hunt as fairly as possible. We don't see the full brunt of their military, but they do.
As possible.
They do actually
Thermals
have
and
yeah,
invisibility.
but they do have an actual like full-on like galaxy spanning, possibly I don't know, might be universe spanning, but galaxy spanning.
I'm pretty sure it's just galaxy.
Galaxy spanning like empire that has whole hunting world. Like they devote whole planets just like hunting planets where they just put people on there like we're gonna hunt you later. You know, it's just I don't know. It sounds like it'd be kind of fun. It kind of seems like a sort of orcs kind of situation where it'd just be like a bunch of bros broing out. You know, I kind of get that. Maybe they're like humorless, stoic, not bros. So maybe they're not like.
Do they
orcs.
have brew?
What's up?
Do they have brew?
Maybe.
I'm sure they have something.
You're just doing your predator shit and like calling on all the predator honeys. They're like, come on, babe, look at me. Look at me hunting.
The female Yashuas exist or whatever, but
I know.
like, do they got the booze? Because if they ain't got booze, I don't think it's
booze. I mean, I don't drink, so it don't matter to me. But
I'm surprised you haven't done
I'm with you with that, Rouga.
Nerd.
I'm surprised you haven't done a Predators the Predator survival challenge.
I have.
A few times.
Really?
Twice.
Wolverine.
Wolverine was in one of them, yeah.
Hmm.
Female Preds are like 12 foot tall. Is that true?
I like climbing trees.
Why would they be like that much taller than the dudes? Because the dudes are only like 7 feet or something, or 8 feet.
Well, some of the bigger ones are like 9 feet, right?
Like the Super Predator was like 9 feet, but that was the Super Predator. All the other ones, none of the other ones have been that tall. I think most of them are like 7.
No, I'm like females are normally they're slightly shorter, but they're leaner and faster. That's
Yeah.
I thought the females were depicted as more powerful than the males.
Someone's
in
telling.
the Predator game, there was a Predator game that had the female Yautja. They were smaller and they weren't as stocky, but they had the speed abilities.
Yeah.
If we're going to take that
hunting
ground.
ground.
And then you can like go up and like wrap your mandibles around their mandibles and be like, "Hey, girl, what you doing?"
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that'd be crazy. A little tickle in the tum tum and a little tickle in the tank.
No, it'll be great. Predator. It says there's multiple versions. Predators has a lot of inconsistencies to be on, but it's not an inconsistency. They have multiple variations of Predator types. That's not an inconsistency. Like people keep saying it's inconsistent. It's not inconsistent. There's they've always sold the idea.
Very consistent.
It's consistently inconsistent, but it's written that, like it's supposed to be. Like the Predator that we got in Prey looked totally different than the Predator that we got in the movie before that. It looked totally different than like their mandibles don't even all look the same. Everyone has slightly different variations of their mandibles because they're all different variations of Predators. It's all over the place.
It's like the elites then. Each game has a different design for the elites, so it's like them, and because the elites are all canon, each design is all canon.
Let me see.
They're just different types of elites.
It says the new Alien movie trailer has teased that humanity brought some of the most dangerous creatures in the universe, so the Predators do have evidence to support them being galaxy-spanning empire. Okay. Oh, because they said wait. No, if it's the dangerous creatures in the universe, then it's not evidence of a galaxy spanning. It's evidence of a universe spanning. Predators are reptiles. Female reptiles are bigger than male reptiles. They're not reptiles. Who says they're reptiles?
Scales.
But they don't have scales.
They say because the way the pattern is of their skin.
They don't have scales. They have oddly colored skin, but it's not scales.
Yeah.
No, they definitely have scales.
They
like
don't have scales.
And their back.
They don't have scales.
What? When do you see their back?
It's not scales. Maybe a comic. I don't know. That predators do not have scales. Hold up.
They have like leathery skin.
Yeah, it's not scales.
I mean, they're much more like a. It's much more like a. What are those things? Those Komodo dragons, like, or the alligators.
Oh god, that new predator looks awful.
No, I mean like alligator. They're much
Look,
more
this
like
is not
alligators.
Yeah, alligators don't have scales, but this is not. Yeah, these are not scales. Like if anyone's looking at my pull up.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, that's why I mentioned a new predator. It looks awful.
Open image in new tab. Boop, look at that. I'm learning things. Yeah, that's not scales. I don't see
Yeah,
no
no,
scales
that's a
in this thing.
mesh. They have like a weird fishnet mesh.
No, that's not his
mesh
skin. I'm talking
over
about his
his
skin
abs.
underneath it. I'm not.
That's clothes.
Yeah,
not talking about the
that's
clothes.
why
I'm
I
talking
think
about.
people.
But if you look at the skin,
Yeah,
that's
no.
not scales.
It's like leathery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This dude don't have scales. He's not a fucking reptile. Also, what reptile has mandibles like that? Like I'm not seeing anything reptilian. His eyes aren't reptilian. The mandibles aren't reptilian. The flesh isn't reptilian.
The dreadlocks aren't.
Actually,
It's almost
technically
like a
not.
man
They're actually not dreadlocks. They're actually like tentacles.
Aren't those like air tubes?
Oh.
They actually explain what they are in The Predator, the movie that everybody hates. I forgot what they said. It's like they said something about like it's a way of like tracking prey or something. It like senses. It's like sensors, so it senses his environment or something.
That's not what I expected.
I forgot exactly what they said, but there's like actual. They actually gave like a scientific explanation for what they are, but they're not scales. Let's see. All right. Helps with. Let me see. Wait. Someone helps with balance too. Oh, there you go. Forgot what it was. Like I said, they gave it. I'll be okay. So we got this next one. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't remember what this was.
It's the Protoss.
This is the
from
Protoss.
Starcraft.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Where do you think it should be?
Earlier, me and one other guy added that those guys on, and I think from what I know, they're basically like not like the Illuminate. They're like a warrior race, but like they're like good guys, like extremely honorable. Like they don't I can't even remember where the fuck I'm going with this.
You're acting like that explanation was super complicated, but like that was the most generic, simplistic explanation of a
honorable
faction.
warriors.
Honorable warrior alien
Yeah, honorable
faction. Like,
honorable warriors. They I just off that alone, I think from what I know, I think they would be
okay.
like in
Is this accurate? Is this accurate? It sounds like you don't really know.
How?
Yeah.
How many of them are there?
Okay, we'll move him.
Is there a lot of them?
We'll move him back. It doesn't matter. If he doesn't really know anything about them, we'll move him back, and we'll I don't know. If someone shows up, which I doubt, if someone shows up who does know him, we'll talk about him then. But for now, we'll just move on to the next faction, which is Dune. The I guess the Empire or the Sadakar. I don't know. The Sadakar is weird because that's just one faction. Like, what's the whole Empire called?
So Dune so the Empire is just referred to as the Empire. Dune has, I think, almost a dozen or 13 houses.
Yes.
That are each like the Holy Roman Empire. And there's a bunch of kingdoms ruled under an empire, but
yeah, I just wish the
it's
Empire
more
had
of
a
a
name that we could
confederation.
more easily refer to it.
I don't think it has any other name. Not to my knowledge.
Sucks. It should have another name.
I've only read
I hate that. That's like
I've
the
only
Empire
read,
in
like,
Star
one of the-
Wars just being called.
Wait, it's literally just called the Empire.
I hate that. Well,
I think it might- I
Star
think-
Wars is a ripoff of Dune, so that would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
only thing I
Corino
want to bring up.
Empire. It's
Well,
known
two
as
things.
the
Wait, one person at a
Corino.
time. One person at a time.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mike.
The two things I want to bring up when it comes to the Dune faction is one, even if we're taking it as not just taking it as the Dune Empire, Atreus or whatever becoming the God Emperor, the Worm King or whatever the fuck, you have multiple people within this faction that can take some drugs and have like the most potent form of like, what do they call it when you see through the future and you can see the future?
Precognition.
Precognition, foresight, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Not real.
don't-
Mentats. Are you talking about the Mentats? Because they don't have foresight. Not legitimate foresight. They're able to predict shit.
Yeah, they take the drugs. They see through time. That's how they pilot their fucking spacecraft.
I guess. I mean, I suppose, but
That's
even
how
that
they avoid meteorites and other bullshit.
that would be
throughout the
that's
universe.
separate from the Mentats, though, right? That's not like that's a different thing.
Well, we're looking at the Empire as a whole, not just.
No. I know.
No,
the Mentats aren't a faction. The Mentat is there are certain humans that just happen to be Mentats. They're all across the Empire.
But yeah, the one thing with Dune is that they have these really trippy shields in which anything with any kinetic force.
That's not true.
Is like any.
Oh, kinetic
it's
force.
Like
yeah, no,
any,
I'm sorry. I thought
anything with any serious.
Yeah.
It has to be. It has to be slow, like actually, like almost to like you're almost like not even trying.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be within. I think it's it's like 6 and 9 centimeters a second or something
of movement.
Yeah, it's something. It's super slow. When you actually like narrow it down to like miles per hour, it's like you have to be going at like 5 miles per hour or something with your attack in order to get through the shield. It does not stop force. It specifically stops speed. So it doesn't matter how much force you apply to the shield, it will come to a dead stop if you're going over a certain speed. This stops all projectiles. This stops all physical attacks. Everything. You have to slowly put your knife through the shield and stab them slowly, which makes all of the fights basically a mind game as opposed to actually a legitimate fight. The only weakness the shield has are laser-based weapons. If it's light, it has to specifically be light-based weaponry. It causes a blast that is it is no different than a nuclear explosion, essentially. So if you hit someone with a I think it's called las shield or something. I forget what kind of shield it's called. If you hit someone with a laser weapon in this shield, it will cause this massive explosion that could basically take out a whole city. So it's just not smart to use those types of guns against that shield, and literally anything else that you try to use against it is going like it has to go slow paced. And in terms of that,
hand to hand.
Basically, yeah, you have to go hand to hand. Not only do you have to go hand to hand, but you have to kind of like there's specific fighting styles that are designed in the Dune universe to make it more viable to that type of fighting.
How strong are they? Like, are they just normal people?
No,
they're enhanced.
No,
there are characters. There are characters that are said to go so fast that people can't see them moving. Characters are super fast. The Mentats, as I said before, have the minds of supercomputers, and they can essentially think. Yeah, it's not precog. They have minds like supercomputers. It's literally they are capable of calculating information at a significantly faster speed than normal people. Paul Atreides is one of these people. He's a Mentat. It's not precog. It's processing information in a faster pace. They actually do have like legitimate future sight, which actually, and this is the kind of thing. If you're doing this, would you have the abilities of Paul Atreides? Because if you're doing it with the abilities of Paul Atreides, it means that you could see across all timelines, every timeline, future, present, and past, limitlessly, and you know everything that's going to happen, and you can make any decision you need to put yourself on the right path to basically saving as many people or putting yourself in as good of a position as you possibly can. He is also a Mentat, which allows him, again, super high processing power, on top of just being physically enhanced generally and being like the most skilled fighter in the entire universe. So a lot of good stuff going on for Paul. I might be the only person on Earth that thinks that Paul Atreides would actually whoop the shit out of Luke Skywalker. I've said that on a couple of instances, and people always argue with me.
It sounds like it. He sounds kind of OP.
I mean, with the future
human,
sight, yeah. I mean, physically and like immediate hacks, like environment manipulation. I mean, Luke has that, but the future sight part, I mean, like
force choke.
Luke is pretty gullible.
Only ends up in scenarios he wants to end up in after he gains ability.
How does would the shield? Wouldn't you could force choke him through a shield though? Surely
you could, but no.
Why not?
Are we gonna say magic
shields
needs to go slow through the shield?
In the Old Republic.
Do they?
Yes.
No.
Yes, they do.
No, but that's force push. That's not the same as force choke.
It is, because in fucking
No, it's
KOTOR
literally
1,
not.
if some dude has their shield still active, you can't use force powers against him. Whether it's choke or any of the
Oh,
other like
okay.
physical altering ones.
He's talking about the games.
The regular.
I
Yeah,
was
but
gonna
it's
say-
still the same shielding.
Yeah, shields aren't that common in Star Wars, obviously, so it's a bit.
It was in the Old
There's no
Republic.
shields.
What? Yeah, well, I meant every other version of Star Wars.
Also, the Droidekas in the
Yeah, they
modern
never
Republic-
use force powers on the Droidekas when they show up with their shields. That's true. Because we've
No,
seen
they
multiple
don't.
instances of the Jedi's fighting the Droidekas, and you would think that would be the go-to.
No, they wait for their shields to go down, then they do it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually.
The
But
shields
I was,
block
yeah, I
force
don't.
powers.
That's weird.
It wouldn't work.
And
Because if they could,
which-
the Droidekas wouldn't be a threat.
And if that's the case, and he has to fight him just like normally, that would mean it really doesn't matter how physically superior any of the Jedi would be or the Sith would be to, because now you have to fight using his, like you have to go slowly.
What's it? The level of physical superiority would have to be literally ridiculous. It couldn't be like.
Yeah, and he's already, and like
You'd
I
have
said,
to be invincible to him, essentially.
kind of. He would have to be so much stronger that it really doesn't matter what he can do even though he can look into the future, even though he can calculate shit like a supercomputer, and even though he's at like all that stuff and the super speed and all that, none of that's relevant because he's just so strong. He could just like hold him with one hand, put the lightsaber through, and then there's nothing he could do about it. But yeah, Paul is like stupidly skilled and smart, and like all of them fight.
I don't realize how OP that is.
What's up?
I didn't realize how OP it was and how much of a counter it is. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's a pretty hard counter. But if you've ever seen the Dune movies are really good too. But
I saw the Doom movies, but I don't remember them very well.
The books completely ignore, like they kind of imply mentats, but they don't really explain it. Paul isn't even a mentat in the movies. They don't go into it. In the books, he's just straight up a mentat. I think in the entirety of the movies, there's one scene where they show a mentat do something mentat-like. There's like in the first movie, there's like a scene where he's like, "Hey, how long did it take them to get here, or whatever?" And then the black guy, I'm forgetting his name, forget what character he plays. Anyway, he like puts his eyes back in his head. He's like, "Oh, it took them this long to get here, and they had to spend this much money on fuel." And he like gives them the rundown of like everything that happened. And that's the only scene that we see mentats. I'm like, mentats are a huge thing in the books, and in the movies, it's like there's like one instance of a mentat. I feel like
And
Paul should have been a mentat. What's up?
Also, don't they also skip over like a lot of the internal politics of they call it the Imperium. I googled it. They call it the Imperium. Oh gosh, so many things are ripped out from it. But they also skip over like a lot of Paul trying to learn about being a politician in this world too, and him using his mentat abilities to kind of outmaneuver people in a chess game because he's playing dozens of chess games at the same time, but he's trying to win them all at the same time.
Yeah, they skip all kinds of shit. They skip everything. I mean, it's still a good movie. I mean, there's no way there was no way they were gonna cover it all. But
it's like the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films. Great movies, great books, just can't. It doesn't translate.
Yeah,
one to one.
I just would have preferred if they at least mentioned in the movies that he was a mentat. But I feel like they kind of just completely took him being a mentat off the table entirely. I wish they would have at least mentioned it.
I think they kind of show it a little bit.
No, they
with,
don't.
him
There's not a
seeing
single
the little
scene.
spy droid and the dude in the.
What's the thing with the voice then?
That's
Like-
the voice.
No, how useful would that be?
Very.
Very, but it's almost like trying to Jedi mind trick on a Jedi.
It's
Essentially-
considerably stronger than the Jedi mind trick.
Well, the mind trick's really weak.
Yeah, it's
when you
way
actually think
strong.
about it.
It's way stronger than that. And Paul Atreides specifically is capable of using it even on the Reverend Mother, which is like one of the most powerful users of the voice, if not the most powerful user of the voice. But like even if you want to take that off the table, yeah. But even if you want to take that off the table and entirely the fact that like I don't think there's any characters who are immune to the voice. Like everyone has to wear these ear things. Like I think even two users of the voice can both use the voice on each other. Like it basically is just shown to work on everybody. It's not like you can have it's not like your willpower can overcome it, which is the case for Star Wars. Only the weak-minded people can be affected.
Paul kind of. I think that's a fringe case.
I don't think it
but
ever
he
gets
kind
used.
of
I don't think it ever
resists
gets used on him though. When is the voice ever used on him? After he
the
becomes
box.
the God Emperor.
Well, not after he becomes a god.
That's what I'm
but
saying. No one ever
beforehand.
uses on him. I don't remember them using on him. The movie is more clear in my mind than the book is, but I don't recall in the book after he like, you know, like starts his rebellion and stuff. I don't remember anybody ever actually trying to use it on him. The only time anyone uses it on him is before that, and it works. So
there's no counter
has
to it.
some level of resistance, though.
We don't know.
It's not.
We've never seen anyone try to use it on him.
We don't know. We don't. It's
no,
like
he
basically
fucks with
it's
the box. He's like, "Oh, fuck you," and then the bitch is like, "Oh,
No,
if you
he does
wouldn't
not.
have
He
survived
just
this if you
he
thought
no no
you
that
could
he
kill
she
me."
no she wasn't using the voice on him. She used the voice on him to get him to come to her, which he did, and then the whole him sticking his hand, that was of his own decision. That had nothing to do with the voice. That was because the needle was up against his neck. Yeah, that wasn't a voice thing. Because when the voice is used on you, you black out. You don't know what's going on. You just sort of follow the orders. But no, he like the way he stuck his in the books, they go into like really deep detail of exactly what is happening when he puts his hand in there, and you know what he's experiencing, and you actually like get to see like all of the thoughts going through his head. Basically, he could feel the flesh like melting off his hand while it's in there, and he's like extreme levels of pain that he's feeling. Like he can actually feel all of his nerves feel like they're exploding and boiling and shit. It's very graphic what he's feeling when he sticks it, but he's completely aware. The whole idea is that like he's not supposed to be he needs to be someone who is so logical and who's so in control of themselves and their emotions that he will not act on instinct no matter what, and he succeeds in that goal, which makes it super interesting when he interacts with Rautha, because Rautha is the exact opposite. He is only instinct. He's instinct to the point of being fucking superhuman with how amazing his instincts are. So it's like it's like just pure logic and common sense and stuff against just pure raw instinct and aggression, and that's why they kind of play off each other really well, which also wasn't in the movie as much as I would have liked it to be. Or the movie.
Sounds like they're
yeah. So the spice is also one of the most interesting parts of Dune in the way that they travel, because it doesn't like mutates you into the like almost not even human anymore. But they completely do not rely on computers. The computers are like almost not even a factor in their backbone.
No, because they're not allowed to. Before the start of the Doom novels, there was a AI uprising, and they went to war. And there is a law across the entire solar system. I'm pretty sure Dune's only a solar system. I don't think it's a whole galaxy.
No, Doom is it's a galaxy.
I thought it was a solar
because they go
system.
to
It's a galaxy because they discover like old remnants of the old civilization all the time.
Okay, fair enough. I remember it being relatively small. It's only like a handful of planets. It's not like a whole thing. Like I think in the entire one there's like 12 planets or something. There's a very small number of planets. Anyway,
the main factions only cover a small few planets, but yeah.
But what was I saying? What was I talking about? I was talking about something. What were we talking about?
Wiping the floor with Jedi.
No. What I was just saying. Fuck. God damn it. I don't remember.
AI Rebellion.
Yes, thank you. No, AI Rebellion. Before the start of the Doom books, there was an AI Rebellion, and there was a war between humans and AI machines, and they destroyed them. So there's a law that's been passed across the entire galaxy that it is illegal. No one is allowed to create a machine with the mind of a man. It's not allowed. Basically, no AI. So that's why they started. Utilizing biological and genetic mutations, and basically, since they can't build robots anymore, they started experimenting with biological shit, and that's why mentats exist. Mentats are people who have computer-like minds because they're literally not allowed to make computers because they were afraid. They're afraid that it might cause another AI uprising. That's all part of the backstory. The history of the Dune and the story of Dune is very carefully written to essentially like make the whole world be a sci-fi universe that's also technically works in a very medieval way. So like it has a bunch of shit that's sci-fi, but it's also like very heavily like medieval, which is another.
It takes us 8 years to travel from planet to planet, and we need this much spice to be able to predict the cognitive reaction of maybe we'll run into a meteorite or small
Well,
rock
that's it.
storm.
Yeah, like
So
they literally
like
have to have
travel capabilities are awful.
not awful. I don't think it takes 8 years to get to places. No, I don't. I think that's an exaggeration, but they're not awful. But it is entirely reliant on spice, and like they don't have like he one thing he was right about is that they don't have like navigation systems because again no AI, so the navigation is completely through space, through like light years and light years. The navigation is completely done with mentats, who are just people with brains who can work that well that they could just navigate through the fucking infinite space.
But you could still hack one of their ships, though, right?
No, you
there's no computers. Technically,
computers.
It would be like running. It would be like old. They're kind of run like old timely cars.
Well, like the mechanic, or it's all mechanical.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
There's no computers. They don't exist.
Well, yeah, no, they don't, because even
don't.
the drones have to be operated by like a dude.
Yes. Yeah, even the little fucking mosquito drone thing that they tried to kill him with, it had to have an automated. It had to have a person who was controlling it be within the vicinity to actually use it. So in that way, the technology is kind of very far behind because they purposefully limit themselves from using that, even though they had the technology to create it. They just refuse.
But they're biologically ahead for the most part.
They're biologically yes,
way ahead,
significantly ahead. Yeah, like I said, with the prediction stuff, physically they are. Like I said, they're shielding.
Well, I don't know.
Honestly,
I don't know that physically, like the elites or stuff.
The Kadar could take out a fucking Illuminate, like an actual what are they called? Control.
I don't know. I don't know what you're someone's got a TV on in the background or something. Can you do me a favor, like mute it, or turn it off, or mute yourself or something? What were you saying, Mike?
Honestly, I think some of like the Sigadar specifically, I think they're physically capable enough to, because they're just the one elite faction, right? They're not the whole empire. I think even the what is Atreus' faction called? His whole like
Atreides. House Atreides.
House Atreides.
House Atreides.
Yeah.
I think they alone, like, not necessarily like, oh, I can lift more than you can, but I definitely think in a fight with how their shields work and shit, that like one of them would be able to slip one of the very obvious joints in the Illuminate armor. You can even see them in the picture you have of the, and just like stab their little vibro blades or what the fuck they're called through and kill them.
I don't know I don't know about that because the Helldivers have theirs are made out of titanium alloy. Their entire costumes, like all of their suits, even the cloth sections. So I don't think it's like that weird to say that they probably have something similar to that in them. But even so,
the blades aren't they vibrating so fast that they disrupt molecules, and that's why
the blades.
That's why the silt suits don't have.
They're just the
armor
teeth.
that
They're
affect...
they're the teeth of sandworms. The blades are literally the teeth of sandworms.
All of them? Really?
Yeah.
All of them?
No,
not all of them. Not all of them. Paul Atreides are. And the majority
I'm talking about the Sigadar and the actual Empire forces.
I don't know.
Aren't they just vibro blades where like they vibrate so fast that your armor is just
That's a Star Wars thing.
They're just
the Fremens have
space blades.
The Fremens have are the teeth of sandworms. I don't know about I don't know they're not teeth of sandworms in the Empire, but I'm not sure what it's made out of. I don't.
They're just like really fancy, like uber sharp space sci-fi metal.
But they do the vibrating thing.
No, they don't. I don't think they do.
Yeah, they do.
Are you taking
it's either they vibrate or they have the same shields that's applied to them.
They have the same shields.
The armor.
The shields, yeah. It goes around their weapon too. It's not the
This shield is
That
so
still works in my
OP.
case, though.
Yeah, it's
that
broken.
still works in my case, though, that they could just like push the shield into.
Sure, I mean, it'd just be if it can get through the armor, which, I mean,
so
all of the weapons that...
And the multiple gaps in the Illuminate armor.
No, but like I said, the Hell... We don't have a guarantee on what the Illuminate armor are made out of, but for Helldivers, the
I'm
armor
not
is
talking about the armor. I'm talking about the gaps.
But the gaps, there's still armor underneath there. It's not like that's just flesh. They're still wearing something under the armor.
Yes, it is.
Like even
No,
if
it's not.
you
No,
Because you get the
Michael,
critical hits when you break away the armor.
That's because you're hitting soft
Michael, the
points
only
of the
thing-
armor.
Yeah.
Michael,
No.
even
Once
if like
you break away
I
the
play,
armor, it definitely is just like any damage works.
Yeah, once you
No.
break the armor.
No, I
Yeah,
play
yeah.
Helldivers a lot, and I was fighting the Illuminate. Even if you break the armor, it still takes like a, it still takes a good, it takes a good chunk of bullets before
I
it
don't
even
necess-
drops.
But it's
I don't
not,
necessarily
it no
think that
longer
you-
holds the property of armor resistance.
I don't
could
think that you
use,
can
like,
argue-
light armor penetration against him.
I don't think
Game
that you can
mechanics.
argue that your average warrior or soldier in the House of Traders or whatever is going to be able to push a knife through an alien species whose skin is so hard that firing with a scorcher doesn't immediately blow them to pieces. Like, they have very hard flesh. I mean, you have to think about it. The automaton fall apart in one fucking shot, and they're literally made out of titanium. So it's like, I mean, they're pretty durable. Like they're more durable than the automaton were made out of metal. Do you think that Paul Atreides could take his little fucking tooth dagger and stab it through the steel, titanium, whatever the fuck they're made out of, body of a automaton? Because they break apart like they're made of fucking styrofoam when you fire at them with the Helldivers. The Helldivers aren't human.
Well, I
people,
mean, you
though.
know, yeah, they're eugenics and whatever. Fuck, they got superior genetics. And
Yeah, but I'm saying,
superior strength
but like the Helldivers, we see the Helldivers being able to hit things that are metal and break it to pieces. We've never seen anyone like that do anything because nobody's like armored like that. The armor is good; it's really, really good, but we don't. Because of that, they don't have like hard armor that'll stop a knife from going through it like steel. I don't think anyone wears like steel armor. Not that I could think of.
I don't know. I'm thinking too much about titanium in the real world and its physical properties. It's really shitty compared to anything else.
Well, no, it's not
medication.
titanium. It's titanium alloy, which means it's a mixture of different metals. And titanium and alloys are almost always harder than just the metal by themselves. Otherwise, why would you even mix it? The whole reason why you mix metals is to get a property that the metal by itself doesn't have, whether it be hardness or heat resistance or something like that.
Yeah, I don't see the
Facts, true. Because I'm just thinking about like modern shit that is of titanium, and it's 100%.
I think the Dune is a really cool series, and I'm bummed out that the show that came out on Max was a piece of shit because I was really hoping that
they came out with a TV show.
Yeah,
I heard it was awful. Like
it
you
was.
said.
It was based on. Well, okay, so the books that were written by Frank Herbert were really, really good, and then after he died, his piece of shit son couldn't just let his dad's work be alone, so he started taking over and writing a bunch of like spin-off books and explaining shit that didn't need to be explained, and he kind of ruined a lot of characters and things like this because he was like basically taking, he was like skirting the success of his father, to make money and shit. Fuck him. Anyway, the show they made was based off of one of his books, not Frank Herbert's. It was based off one of Brian Herbert's, and that was enough for me to be like, I'm not watching this shit. But let me see, what was it's like
Rings of Power scenario.
I don't know if it's that bad, but it's not good. It
It has good actors at least.
Yeah, the dude from Vikings is in it.
Yeah, Ragnar Rathbrook.
That guy cannot get a fucking he cannot not get typecasted. Like this dude just he doesn't get a break. I kind of knew it was gonna be shitty. It's about the dude, it's too late.
Power?
No, well, I mean, I guess, but it's about I'm forgetting the name. Bene Gesserit. It's about the Bene Gesserit, but it's like a prequel, and it's supposed to cover the creation of the Bene Gesserit, which is something I never wanted to be explained. It's like the creation of the Jedi. I don't want to know. I don't want to see that. Like,
just let it be a mystery.
Oh, the alien race.
No, the Bene
Jedi Sith.
No, the what? Oh, they explained it. that was bad.
Yeah.
I'm not looking into that. But they did it for the Bene Gesserit too in Dune Prophecy, and it's based off of one of the novels that Brian Herbert wrote, and that's why I'm like, I'm not watching this. And then when it came out, everybody was like, oh, it's a piece of shit. And I'm like, yeah, Brian Herbert wrote it. So I hate it when I hate this. You go to Dune Prophecy and you read the description of the show. I'm looking at it right now. From Arthur Frank Herbert's expansive Dune. Oh, see, it doesn't see. It's tricky. It says from Arthur Frank Herbert's expansive Dune universe, a prequel to Dune. Okay, but it doesn't say from Arthur Frank Herbert. So technically, it should say from Arthur Frank Herbert's shitty son Brian Herbert. That's what. And then continue with the explanation. But it's okay. I see what you're fucking saying. Yeah, but no, this is the same thing that like they gave a backstory to Baron Harkonnen, which was trash. He did a bunch of stuff that I was like, why? Just leave it. Just leave it. Fuck, dude. But now, yeah, and they decided to make the first Dune show that was based off the really good Dune movies. Fucking Dune Prophecy based on a goddamn Frank. Just ignore the Frank Herbert stuff. Like, come on. It's not like Frank. It's not like Frank Herbert. I'm sorry.
Just ignore Disney, bro.
Ignore the
Brian.
Ignoring the Brian Herbert stuff. Like, he just tries to explain shit that doesn't. It's all of the subtlety and the just all the really cool, interesting ideas that the show has is just made into this blatant, loud, obnoxious sort of writing style where everything has to be told you all the time and everything has to always have an obvious answer, and he doesn't just let things sit and allow you to just be like, oh wow, these are really interesting. No, it's just like exactly what you think happens is what Frank writes in the fucking book. Like just the most obvious, straightforward answers you can think of for everything.
Paul was just allowed to say silence.
I don't even know if it's a girl power thing. I haven't seen the show, but it's just I saw people didn't like it, and I wasn't expecting anyone to like it because it's a fucking Frank Herbert show. Of course, we're not gonna like it.
I'm just assuming because every show that's come out that's been like that and it's been off.
Well, yeah, it's also the main characters of the show are all women. So see, that's the thing.
Isn't the guy who plays Ragnar Lothbrok the main character?
No.
He's the most popular actor on the show.
No, he's in it, but no. Well, no, Mark Strong is in the show.
Oh yeah.
He's the most popular actor, but no, I don't even know the chick who's in the main. I've never seen.
I didn't even know any of the chick. All the posters I saw were of the actor.
Probably.
Two guy
actors. That's a common tactic.
That is very common in film. Yeah, like if I'm looking at the Dune Prophecy right now, it's got the chick's face in front, but right behind her is like the second biggest face is like Ragnar Lothbrok, and I've heard that he's actually not even in the show that long.
Well,
it's
that's
the
fucking
same shit
disappointing.
with The Last of Us. Like,
the
Joel
show's-
used to be the main character, and now it's Ellie. Like,
The
you
show's
see
not
all
that
of the
long. I mean,
remakes,
the
it's
show-
like
Well, no,
Joel
that's-
becomes smaller and smaller in the story.
Well, that's because he's dead, and that's how the second game
even
works.
before that, I'm not just
Spoilers,
talking
man.
about
Now I don't even feel like I
I'm
want to
talking-
play the game.
Oh.
Ever.
Even the
Spoilers, bro.
remakes
What do you
of
mean
the
you haven't
first
played
Last
like
of
a
Us.
5-year-old game?
I beat it. I was kidding. I beat it already.
Yeah,
okay.
you understand.
No,
though,
I'm
like, even
I'm getting tired, so my brain's
how
like
many
collapsing.
remakes has The Last of Us gone through? Like,
Two, I
a shit
think.
ton. And,
Two, right?
nah, I
Yeah,
think
two.
there's more.
Thought I had two.
I think 2.
Where are you
of the
getting the 4
original,
from?
and I'm getting 3.
Because they just remastered
they-
it again, did they not?
No, I remember two.
Yeah.
I think there was 2 remasters.
No, they remastered the first one, the second one, then they did a current remaster where they're remastering them both, but they're making them
No,
one
because they did
super
an
long
HD
game. Am I right?
remaster of the classic one. Then they did the next generation remaster, and I'm pretty sure they just came out with another one.
See, that's the only one I'm talking about. I'm talking about the HD re-release, and then I'm talking about the actual one where they like rebuilt it from the ground up or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Why
those.
didn't-
Two.
All right.
Those are the
I'm
two
hopping
that
off. I can't. I'm too tired for this.
You could just go. You don't have to tell us.
I'm just going.
You could. That's what you're supposed to
I'm
do.
going.
Womp womp, get out of here.
If you say you're going one more
Go to
time,
bed.
I'm muting you. Like everybody knows the fucking rules. If you leave, just leave. Don't tell me
announce
you're
it.
leaving. I can't. Jesus. Okay.
I'm tired. I gotta go to sleep.
No, I'm fine with just going, but it's like these streams get like 20 fucking people in them sometimes, and I can't have everybody telling me I'm going. And if you tell me you're going, and I say yeah, just go, and then you're like okay, I'm going. I'm like I okay, but just go. You don't have to say anything. And he's like oh yeah, but I'm going. And I'm like, are you fucking retarded? Like are you not listening to what I'm saying? Like just go.
Hey, bro, I'm heading out. Don't worry about me. I'm just
like Jesus. I don't get it.
So with how OP the armor is, can they just not lose the ground fights than ever? Surely.
Yeah, because everybody has those armors.
No, I mean if you put them against like 40k and shit, they just win, right? Surely.
40k shield, like
well,
honestly,
the guns shouldn't get through the
over.
The guns shouldn't get through the shielding, and neither should the explosions. Technically, no. Like even they shouldn't even really feel the shockwaves of it, and I don't think it would even knock. It might knock them back, but then when they land into rocks or something, it wouldn't actually damage their body. I don't know. It would really depend. They don't really usually get hit by shit that big, like rocket launchers and
What
stuff.
fire? How does fire work?
It goes around.
I never even thought about that.
It
goes
slow?
around them?
Is it slow?
No,
I don't know.
you see the
Is a
fire
flamethrower
just
slow?
like erupt over.
If it's going faster than I believe it's like 9 centimeters a second or something like that, then it won't go through.
But they
You
just
have
might
to
kind of
hit
just.
somebody with like a liquid like.
Do they have good? Do they have?
napalm
Oh,
that's
besides their
very,
like
very
knives,
slow
do they
burning.
have guns?
Yeah.
They do, but they barely use them because again, they don't go through the shield.
Do you
You have to
do you
get
think
the
they would
jump on
like? Do you think they would do damage to like people who do have normal armor?
No, because the normal armor is the shields.
No, I meant obviously to other factions.
No, he's talking about would they be able to damage that? Well, they like I said, they use the little swords. So if they could physically push their swords through it or through the like skin or flesh or a weak point, then sure. Could they stab through
But
like,
they
a,
also
like a
have,
straight up
like-
steel armor? I don't know. I'd have
They
to
No, I
also
meant
have,
no, sorry, I meant could their guns go through normal armor?
Oh, I don't know.
They have the guns of Doom are very interesting in the fact that they're very slow moving, but they spin at very high speeds.
They have laser guns. Like they have guns that have light based laser attacks. They don't use them because again, it causes like fucking nuclear explosions when it hits the
Yeah,
shields.
but obviously in this time they would, and if they did, I guess they would just be invincible on the ground by the sound of it. It's kind of fucking insane.
You also you also the fact that specifically on Arrakis, they can't use the energy shields because the energy shields have like this constant vibrating that happens when you use them, and the sandworms are attracted to any movement. So like if you walk well, that's another thing. It'll be very hard to invade Arrakis. Like it would be extremely difficult to invade Arrakis.
Most of these factions should just blow out the sky, sure, like from orbit.
It's a desert planet.
Well, they
that
mostly
already happened.
they mostly live underground, but even so, like
It's glass to surface.
that won't kill
It
them.
already happened.
That won't work.
They all live
That's
underground.
why it's a desert planet. It used to be an ocean planet.
Yeah, it was
and
all
it got turned into a desert.
Yeah, it was already mostly destroyed, and everything that lives in the planet lives inside the planet, including the Fremen. They all live underground. Blowing it from the top is going to do virtually nothing.
Because by the sounds of it, they couldn't be offensive because I know their ships don't sound very good for combat.
I don't.
Not any less than the Space Marines. Or
The book. Well, the book doesn't. Well, no, because the problem is that the first book is the start of a rebellion, and then the second book, the war already happened, and Paul Atreides won, so we didn't get to see the war. So I'm not sure how powerful their ships are. Like we know the war I think lasted 12 years, or something, and Paul went to war with literally all
15.
of maybe it was somewhere around there, and Paul went to war with all of the other houses at the same time and defeated all of them. It was literally like a 1 versus like fucking 8 houses or something. He took them all out, but so like again we didn't see like space combat. But there's no reason why they wouldn't have space combat because they have very advanced weapons that they just don't use again because of the shielding, and they have the ability to travel across space. So I don't see why they wouldn't have guns on their space. We just don't see it. Like they have ships that could fly through space pretty casually. It's like it's not a hard thing. Like that's the thing about Dune. They have extremely advanced technology, but there's all these little details within the universe that make it not viable as an
Difficult to
option.
use.
Not necessarily difficult, but a lot of rules that just say, like we don't want to use AI because we don't want an AI uprising. We have these awesome guns. We don't want to use them because they cause nuclear explosions if they hit our shields. Like there's all these little things. It's like we could.
Does that matter in space though?
No, unless you're using a shield around your spaceship, which that would be nuts. You would essentially make your spaceship completely invulnerable.
That's what I'm thinking. Like,
unless you want to
technology.
slowly drive your ship through the shield and bump into them, like bumper cars.
Their shields, honestly, if they use their shields right.
Dwarves are sounding a lot better right now.
Yeah, so I mean, the shields right.
Trails.
In theory, they could practically be invincible to minus to like maybe like brutes who could probably slowly just choke them to death. But like something just completely physically superior.
Yeah.
But besides that, they just win.
Yeah. Against any I mean he's beating the Predators easily. I think he's beating. I don't know because he doesn't. The problem is that he doesn't fight like metal things. So like would he be able to beat the Geth? They're completely made of metal. Well, can he stick his fucking little dagger through the steel armor?
Probably not.
It's not.
Yeah, probably
It's
not.
not just the dagger though. They have weapons that would work.
What do they use other than the knives and the daggers and the swords? They have guns and stuff, but they never use them. Like
Well,
what other?
Didn't they use like a rocket launcher in the movie, right? Yeah.
The rocket launcher, like sure, it slows down so it can penetrate and spin at a rapid.
Yeah,
Oh no! In the movie, he shoots a rocket at something flying. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, he does shoot a rocket at something flying, but he shoots it at something flying because it wouldn't work on somebody running on the ground with a shield. Well, to be fair,
no, the rockets slow down very significantly and spin at a rapid pace, so they can
to be
slow
fair,
as possible.
that battle
while
was
slowly penetrating.
Yeah, but to be fair, that battle was also on Arrakis, and again, they can't use the energy shields on Arrakis.
But they do.
No, they don't. Not on Arrakis, they don't.
All the faction that's not their friend do though.
No, they don't. The Sadakor don't use it when they show up. The only time they use it is at the end of the well, I was going to say the movie, but if you read the books, the only time they really use it is when they specifically attack the capital, and the capital is built on a foundation where they can use it. But actually, out on the desert when they're like walking through the sand, they cannot use it.
Yeah, you
all
can't
the
use
flying shit definitely uses it.
I don't think so.
Yeah, the little what are they called? The dragonfly helicopters.
They don't use they're not shown to have any shielding on them.
I'm pretty sure in the first movie.
In the movie, you
shoot
going at a rock and it blows up.
Shooting rockets.
No, they don't have shielding on them. The dragon.
They don't have shielding on them.
Yeah, they don't have any shielding.
But we also even see maybe not in the desert, but like on the mountain plateaus, the Starcraft.
But to be fair,
in physical combat.
To be fair, those Mosquito ships are also not ships made for war. They don't even have weapons on them. Like there's no guns on those ships. They're just transport ships. That's like there's a reason that it would not have a shielding. I don't know if the bigger ships that are actually made for war would have shielding. I have no idea. I'm not aware of that.
So
where do you think these guys belong, man?
They seem pretty OP on the fucking in combat.
We haven't even talked about the Sardaukar. Which is
we haven't.
Which is like
the
arguably
child soldiers rage from the year of 8 and up.
Other than the Fremen, they're probably the most powerful faction. The Sardaukar are brokenly powerful. And they're super fascinating. Do you know about the Sardaukar, Mike?
A little bit. I know like.
They're awesome. So
they belong to.
No, they're great. They were an elite fighting force that worked for the Emperor, and they were trained from childhood.
Didn't they rebel?
They didn't rebel. What happened was, they were trained by the Emperor from childhood. All they knew was war, and then they fought the Emperor's war for him. They won, and then afterwards they took over the entire galaxy, and there was they had no other fight to fight. So he's like, okay, I'm going to give you this little island or whatever over on this planet. It's y'all's. Thank you for helping me. Go over there and just wait until I need you. But they didn't need him for generations. They just didn't need these guys. So you had a bunch of people who were raised from babies to all you know is war, all on this on a planet where they had no idea how to function or live outside of that, and they went insane. They started like murdering each other. They started doing like blood cults and started inventing gods that didn't exist and like.
Can I get a timeout?
What do you mean?
I just want to point out that the photo we're using for faction, the main guy in the front is using one of the
what?
The guns of the Dune universe to pierce through their shield. He's got the rifle ready to shoot.
That's because that scene is happening on Arrakis. You can't use shields on Arrakis, so the guns are viable.
But they still have shields on Arrakis.
The Fremen do not use shields. They don't have shielding.
But
you cannot find a Fremen that has shielding. Because you literally cannot use them on the planet.
The whole part of part 2 is they use the shields to call in the guys, and the shields while actively fighting, while the sandworms encroach on.
Oh, at the end of the movie, because of Paul Atreides, that's because he had this whole plan made, but he's not a Fremen. He's from House Atreides. But the Fremen don't actually have them.
I digress. I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure that's just a car using one of the guns to.
Yeah, but that's No, but it doesn't fuck with the shields. The Fremen don't use shielding, and that's also from the first movie. I know exactly what scene. That's when they drop in, and the moment they hit the ground, a bunch of dudes pop out of the sand and immediately kill them. But the what was I saying? Right, the Sardaukar go fucking insane, and they create blood cults, and they start sacrificing people, and they just become crazy. And then when the Emperor went to war with the House Atreides, he was like, "Hey, Sardaukar, we need you again." So, and they hadn't warred in centuries. They've just been killing each other that whole time. So like they're basically all just a bunch of like insane, like ritualistic human sacrifice cannibals, and he just like sends them after. But they're the best fighters in the whole of the Empire. The only fighters that even come close to the Fremen.
Are they the Fremen, or are they the fucking goddamn who Paul Atreides belongs to? Because I thought the Fremen, the only reason why they're so successful
House
is
Atreides
specifically because of the like shortcomings of the planet, and whereas the Atreides are actually like they had to be taken out because they were a threat to the Empire.
No, forgetting his fucking. It's too late. I'm forgetting everybody's name. Something. Utah or something. His name's Estate. I'm forgetting. He was played by Aquaman in the movie. I'm totally slipping on his name. He's the greatest swordsman in the entirety of the Empire and all of the houses. His swordsmanship is legendary. He also trained Paul Atreides, which is why Paul Atreides is so
Jason
good.
Momoa.
That's the actor's name. That's not the character's name. He's the best sword fighter in the entire Dune universe, and he directly states that the Fremen are the greatest warriors he's ever seen. And he himself was able to take on like 20 Sardaukars by himself. So, I mean, the general assumption is that the Fremen are better than the Sardaukars. To be fair, at that point in the series, he had never fought against a Sardaukar. But when he does fight against a Sardaukar, like I said, he beats like 20 of them. And he directly states that when he fought against a Fremen, it was the closest he ever came to dying, fighting against a Fremen. So yeah, no, the Fremen are no joke. They're insanely skilled, but the Sardaukar are the most skilled fighter, and it should be noted that dude, Jason Momoa, the character, trained all of House Atreides, but even House Atreides that he trained are not on average as good as the Sardaukar. So there's a couple different, but the Sardaukar are awesome. The Fremen are really cool, and Star Wars ripped all of it off. Because they suck. Fuck you, Star Wars.
No, so where would you place them?
I don't fucking know, bro. I don't even know. Let's see.
If you were the Empire, or if you were Paul Atreides and you had control.
They sound like B, right?
They're really small. It's a very small empire. That's one thing that's going to be an issue. The fact they mostly are not big on warring despite the fact that it's about a giant religious war. They're not that big on warring, which sounds surprising.
The benefit.
I do think they're going to be limited by their. I feel like they're almost going to turn their back on the whole no AI, no this, no that, because they're going to be entering a universe where everybody else is using AI. So they're going to have no choice but to start using AI, or at least having a good replacement for it.
Aren't they as good as AI? Not as good.
Mentats are. Specifically,
so would they just not start relying on them more?
Well, not everybody's a mentat.
Oh.
Yeah,
But I mean, like, they would just become more valuable, right? Like the mentats would be very valuable.
Sure, but when you're comparing it to other civilizations that have literally AI supercomputers in their pockets and like in their hands, where they all have access to it, and then you're gonna have like if you how would you feel
often,
like every time
how common are mentats?
Pause.
Not very common. What's up?
We're not even talking about the trade that the Empire itself deals with, and that the fact of the matter is you don't need to be a mentat to use spice because it's an extremely addictive substance.
No, you don't need to be. A mentat has nothing to do with spice.
Yeah, but like the spice itself is what like enhances a lot of these abilities and like gets people.
Not the mentat abilities.
No,
like,
no
I think the only person
shit.
I think Paul Atreides is probably the only mentat that we actually see use the spice. Like, I don't think any other mentats are even shown using it.
Yeah, but other characters are using the spice and seeing through time just the same, like his mother.
Yeah.
With the whole daughter and bullshit, like, so I think like you could definitely make a drug and
but okay, so that's where the issue is. Not everybody who takes spice can see into the future. That's specifically something that's like she can do it because she's a Bene Gesserit. She already has mental and like crazy like superhuman abilities. Paul is literally like the chosen one. He's the I'm never gonna remember that word. It's the chosen one, whatever you want to call it. There's a specific word for it. I'm forgetting. He's that, so he could do it. But most people who take spice, they do have some sort of mental enhancements. They'll see visions and things like this, but it doesn't allow them to see throughout all the timelines and shit. That's something that specifically certain characters can do. And it should be noted that the Bene Gesserit can look into the future without using the spice. Yeah, it's just something that they're capable of doing. Like in the first movie,
that would play.
In the first movie, Lady Jessica is able to see that she's. Oh no, I'm sorry. No. In the first movie, he's able to see into the future and see that she was pregnant. And in the second movie, she was able to see her daughter when she was older, but only after she got the spice. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, the Bene Gesserit are capable of looking into the future. That's why the whole prophecy exists. The whole prophecy that he will become the Al-Gabaid or whatever, I'm forgetting the name, and basically become yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. He's gonna lead the people to paradise. That was all a prophecy that was created by the Bene Gesserit because they have the ability to look into the future and they could see that would happen. Like, it was tied to a previous ability.
The spice.
Before this, yeah, that was before the spice. That was before they didn't use the spice to get their powers. As far as I'm aware, again, I didn't watch the fucking Dune Prophecy show or read the book. But as far as the original is considered, spice was not a new thing, but the Bene Gesserit are older than spice. The discovery of spices. They've been around for a really long time. Yeah. Also, this might be the only universe that I think is... No, I'm lying. I was about to say it's the only universe that's farther in the future than 40K, but I actually think it's not farther in the future than 40K. I think it's like year 10,000 or 12,000 or something. 40K is 40,000. So this is actually like 30,000 years in the past from 40K. Not quite there yet.
So where are you plopping them?
I don't fucking know, dude.
Would you rather rule as Paul Atreides or as the God Emperor Meg? Or Palpatine?
Being the God Emperor, being Paul Atreides and being able to see into every timeline is super useful. Like, that you could see the exact specific route that you need to take in order to save your people. Honestly, I would give up a lot for that.
Do you think you could win against the Illuminate with that?
I don't think you have to win. I mean, you said it yourself. The whole point of Paul Atreides is he puts himself into situations where he doesn't have to win. Or he puts himself into situations where he can't lose.
So
he should be
being able to see the future is like OP, but
It's
the
not
fucking
just it's
Titanfall
it's not just the,
characters who could literally go back from the future.
it's not just see the future.
The Titans can't go back into the future though. They
it's
lost
not-
it. That's not their technique.
It's not just
Oh,
seeing it. It's not just seeing into the future. He could see into literally every timeline, into past, the present, and future at all times. He basically becomes omniscient. It's like straight, and he can say any location, anywhere in the universe. He is
So
completely.
it'd be
He knows
S,
everything.
but there's no way you can loot.
Well, I mean,
You make the perfect scenario for yourself.
Well, that's what Dune is about, though. The entire story of Dune is about Paul Atreides, who has all of the best intentions and has all of the skills and powers he possibly can to lead his people to paradise. And despite that, he still causes a fucking holy war that wipes out billions and billions of people because there's no other path
Because of
forward.
pussy.
No, that's not why. That's no.
That's why.
The holy war. No, the holy war would have went down.
Man to man. That's why.
The holy war would have happened either way. He wouldn't have been able to stop the holy war. He did turn his back on becoming the fucking worm god thing. That's true. That was because of pussy. Well, that was because of connections with humans. He didn't want to lose his connections with people. But other like outside. That's another thing. You can also become a worm god. And at that point,
I have no issue losing my connection with
the
people.
little flippy arms.
Yeah, he becomes a worm god who basically just becomes God. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got no issues with that. I'll be God.
It's a weird mutated worm god, but he had to give up a lot. Like he had to give up his family, his connections to people. Like he basically had to
I'm already giving that up
No,
just
you're
by
not.
going there.
No, you're not. You're lying.
Just by being Isekai.
No, you're lying. You're
Stop
lying.
the cap.
You're lying. No, like he had to basically say goodbye, and you would be immortal, not being able to like have any sort of attachments and stuff. You would stop caring about the people you care about, all this kind of stuff. This was stuff that Paul Atreides couldn't give up in order to do this, so he refused to do it, which led to a lot of people dying. His son eventually does do it, and his son actually becomes the ruler that he refused to be. That's another thing. This is a series of like 6 or 7 books. I forget. I think it's 7. That where Paul Atreides is the main character for only the first 2 books, and then after that he's like an old man or he dies, and then his son takes over, and then his son is arguably a better but also a more vicious ruler than he is. Like it's the entire series as a whole is about Messiah figures, and how even the Messiah figures with the best intentions will cause like untold pain and suffering to those underneath them, whether they want to or not. It just kind of is the way, and it's like don't rely on Messiah figures. Basically, is the whole message of the books. So yeah, good series. You should definitely watch the movies. But
I feel like this is like a Predator situation.
What do you mean?
In terms of like where they would like fit in this universe, where they're not like big enough to really be a threat, but they're still quite.
I think it could be a threat. They could be
well off.
I think they'd still be.
No, I think they'd beat the
still be a threat.
Predators.
They'd still be a threat. They'd still be a challenge.
Well, I just don't think. I think any of the bigger factions would just outnumber them too much.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I can't recall. Billions of people died during their whole Galactic War, but billions are pretty small numbers for a lot of these guys. So I think that's just a problem in of itself. I think the natural defenses of Arrakis are pretty awesome. Like just the fact that they could just go hide underground, and anybody who comes down to the planet's going to immediately get freaking ripped apart by the goddamn sandworms is pretty crazy. And these sandworms, some of these sandworms are fucking massive. Many of them are miles long.
None of these species yet, besides the Illuminate, who have black holes, can actually destroy a planet. They can just basically make it uninhabitable. But if you live under it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean the Illuminate can throw a black hole at it.
Yeah, but I mean, like every other faction, they make it uninhabitable, but it already is.
Yeah, glassing it wouldn't work. The Exterminatus wouldn't work. That's all true.
Well, I mean, if you could glass it like a whole lot, like if you glassed it like
it's a desert planet already. You're not ready.
I bet you that would kill them.
Say that again.
If you glassed the planet down to like its molten core, I bet you that would kill them.
I don't know if they can do that.
Why would you glass it? Why would that even be an option? How would you do that?
Is it already a desert planet?
It's a desert planet.
Yeah, you just make the surface uninhabitable, but it already basically is.
They already did that though. It's already inhabitable.
Well, once they figured out that like glassing the surface wouldn't work, they could just like
We have
keep
no proof.
blasting it
We have no
until
proof it would do anything.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. One thing I wouldn't want to do if the one thing I wouldn't be about Paul Atreides, I would never want to live on Arrakis.
Yeah,
Arrakis is probably it's one of the worst
What?
planets you could possibly imagine living
It's
on.
the only one you're truly safe on from most of the bigger threats.
True, but I mean, Arrakis sucks. Like they literally eat.
It does.
They literally drink their own piss and sweat.
What? So
Because there's no
you're
water
gonna.
on the planet.
So you're basically what's just gonna happen is one of the bigger factions is probably gonna come along, take you out. You're gonna be forced to live on Arrakis forever.
Oh, Jesus Christ! No, I would. Well, no, because you would know they were coming.
But what can he really do?
Yeah, I don't know. That would be up to you when you become omniscient. Like
I
that's
don't
the
think
whole.
there's much he can do. I think the numbers would be too much.
Yeah, but
But
that's
you
that's
know
only if you're
where
that's only
every
if you're forced.
single troop
That's
is
only if
gonna
you're
be.
forced into war. Like you literally,
Yeah.
if there is any possible way that you can avoid it, you will know what that possible way is.
We'll say it's like the Covenant, and you just end up working for them, or glassed.
Possible. Yeah, well, I mean, I
Or
don't know.
40K, I imagine it'd be the similar.
I'm not omniscient, but if we're omniscient and you literally know every single possibility that exists, then you would be able to know exactly what to do.
But there's sometimes there's a no-win situation, even if you are omniscient.
How would you know that?
Well, okay,
How
say
would
you
you know?
get in a fight with Superman, but you're omniscient
Why am I in a fight with Superman?
because he wants to be.
If I'm omniscient, why am I in a fight with Superman?
Yeah,
Because he wants to kill you.
Okay, why does he want to kill me?
Because he does. Because do what he says or fucking die. Basically, is what the Covenant would say.
But why? Why does he want to kill me?
Because
What did I do to get into this situation?
because he's a conqueror,
Okay, but how did he even meet me?
Yeah.
exploring the galaxy.
Okay, but why was I there when he showed up?
That's what
you get
omniscience is.
This is what omniscience
Yeah,
is.
I mean, like,
you're
yeah.
trying to force me in a situation, but you're taking away my omniscience up to the point that I'm already screwed. But that's not how omniscience works.
Yeah.
He's omniscient.
I don't really know what he does in this situation because I just don't see how he could beat something that much bigger.
Because you keep saying beat.
Avoid every
It's not saying like he
Keep
can
saying
beat him. It's just saying
not beat. So he would just survive it.
And there's 1,000 different ways. I mean, if you're talking about a universe where there's a bunch of different people all existing, he can make alliances. He can have all of his people hide underground. He'll know what kind of technologies, what kind of scanning technology they have. He can prepare for it. When the people come by and scan the planet, it'll just look at a desert planet like there's nobody who even lives there.
He'll know
no life
what
on the planet.
Illuminate could
Why do we
are
even need to do there?
capable of.
He can do all kinds of. He'll know what the Illuminate are capable of. He'll know what technology exists where. Be like, oh, this technology is over here in this galaxy.
How it works.
We can go take this technology.
You'll know.
He would literally have limitless options to what he can do. Literally anything, because he is all-knowing. He's an all-knowing being.
Well, I mean, technically, this is you because it's an isekai, but
you're getting his powers, so you would
be getting his powers, so you would still be an all-knowing being.
So yeah, that's what I mean. So yeah, you would know exactly what to do.
Yeah,
that would be.
Even if you weren't him, Paul Atreides would still know exactly.
Yeah, even if you weren't him. So.
I would know every single time you touched yourself to incest porn.
And that's
why do we
so 0?
35.
31.
In the last week.
How did you know?
The last day.
Mostly grandma. No,
How many?
I want them to
How many times to grandma?
I don't like gilfs unless it's my gilf. No,
There you go.
No, but I think this is one where it's like not necessarily the faction is the awesome thing. It's
the power.
It's the position that you're put in as the whatever it's called, Again, I'm forgetting. It's too late for me to remember all
Isn't
these.
like Mujahideen or something? I don't know.
Mushahadeen?
I thought you guys just gonna start being super racist with the words, just saying some random.
No, that's the word. That's
Isn't
the
it?
word.
Isn't it Allah Akbar? Isn't it?
Well, okay.
No.
I didn't go that far. I didn't go that far.
It's Mushahadeen because it's like the God Emperor.
It's not Mushahadeen. It's not Mushahadeen.
I have
It's
the
not
movie pulled up.
Mushahadeen. It's the Quizark Katarak. Quizas Katarak, something like that. I'm forget.
I'm pretty sure it's Musaladin.
It's not Musaladin. It's not Musaladin. It's the Kuzat's Katarak. But I'm pronouncing it wrong. But I'm in the right realm.
I think it goes into S tier. Me personally, I see no
I
reason
think it's
why.
B. I think it's B because it
This
has.
is just too big of a power.
It lacks the army. It just lacks an army. Is the main thing.
Yeah, but if you know everything, like Paul Atreides was stuck to what he could do in his own universe. If you're opening up to a wider universe with more things, it gives him more options. Like he could be
you could take stuff from other factions.
Yeah, you could
wouldn't
make
be that
deals.
hard.
You could steal stuff. You could pirate.
I'm sorry.
You could become expansionist to the proper places and go the proper places, and you'll know who you can attack and who you can attack that won't.
But yeah, if you took a very if you were very calculated about it, you could do it.
Well, what the fuck do you think you're gonna be if you're omniscient? You think you're not gonna be calculated?
Guys, I'm sorry. I was wrong. It's not Musaladin.
I know it's not.
It's Muad'Dib.
No.
Muad'Dib.
No.
Yeah, that's what he's called.
No, it's Quasar-Katarak is what he's called.
I'm looking at it right now.
It's lying to you. It's Kwisatz Katarak. I'm also getting it wrong, but it's Kwisatz Katarak. I read it 1,000 fucking times. It's Kwisatz Katarak. It's hold up.
Pronunciation.
See if I look this up. Dune. How am I? Kwisatz Katarak, whatever. I'm just gonna spell it all wrong and hope it corrects me. Here we are. Kwisatz Haderach. This is what it is. This is the title right here.
And that's not what his people call him.
No, but this is what he is. This is what I was talking about. The Reverend Mother goes to him and tells Paul when he first meets him that
I'm talking about the Fremen.
Well, I was the one who initially talked.
Middle Eastern.
I was the one who initially talked about it, so it's what I was saying. I wasn't talking about the
Duke
Fremen.
of Arrakis, the Khazad Hard, the Muad'Dib, which is the whole fucking Middle Eastern. Muslim deep. I'm just saying, bro. I digress. Omniscience, you kind of beat the whole list because if you're the dude with omniscience, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
You don't necessarily beat the whole list. The idea is that you don't necessarily have to beat the whole list. You could because you can do the things you need to do to survive. But I mean, it could be possible. I mean, fuck. I'll be like, oh, there's Cybertronians out there. I'm gonna go make deals with those guys. Let's get the Cybertronians.
You would be
But
higher up on the list.
That's if you can though, because there's a chance it just won't work with you.
No, but if you're omniscient, you know exactly how it would, and if it
Yeah,
would,
how
or
to,
you know how it would.
But then why couldn't he do that on his own?
When to say, how to say it, when
Because
it's
in his
happen.
own, because in his own universe, there were no good options because the war had already begun. There was no way outside of it. By the time he got his powers, the shit was already too late. They were on a path of destruction, and he had to find the least terrible path. He didn't have the powers before all the shit went bad.
Yeah. So I see no reason why this shouldn't be an S tier.
Yeah, I think it should be an S tier, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I wouldn't have thought that it would be an S tier, but omniscience.
The omniscience makes it an S tier.
I put this bitch on as a joke.
Why'd you put it on as a joke? It's a legitimate faction. It's pretty cool.
Because of
they have very unique things about them, which makes them so strong.
Yeah. I feel like the moment you show up in this universe and acquire these powers, you're gonna be like, okay, who do I have to deal with? I gotta get the fucking Viltrumites off the table. They're gonna be a problem.
Yeah.
The Illuminate. Imperium of Man might be a problem. How are we gonna deal with this? And then you gotta have to start strategizing and figuring shit out. Also, I think a lot of people probably won't want to kill you because you're omniscient.
That's
true.
I think a lot of people would want to capture you.
Yeah, it would
Capture you, definitely.
Even if people
You'd
did
know
wipe
that.
you all out, be like, this dude knows literally everything. Can we please utilize
Borg
him?
would definitely want you too. They want your hive mind, bro.
Nah.
Would
Would he
you
only-
even be
the-
susceptible to that though? Because like,
Well, I mean, would he ever be put in that position though? Would you like if
What
if you're
depends
on
that
mission,
like,
if he got like really
You'd be
unlucky
able
and he
to
got like
avoid that.
I don't know, say this happened and he spawned right next to 40k, and they're just like, we're wiping you out, then he sort of just loses. But
would he? Because the 40k they recake all sorts of lost mankind all the fucking time.
I don't know. I'm
Exterminate them.
example, mate. Whatever the Covenant, I would just say, unless he gets like, you do some like weird spawn camping, where he basically just gets fucked over. That's the only way I could describe it. If he gets put in this universe in the most unfair situation he's done, but unless that, he's fucking. You're probably fine.
Yeah, like just start off. We're gonna drop you off right in the middle of Terra. You know, right right in front of the God Emperor. Good luck. Like,
Yeah.
Honestly, that would probably be better.
and then you can sit there and look over all of the alternate timelines where that God Emperor just fucking smites you.
That'll be one thing.
In all the
That'll be one
ways
thing
he
though.
can
That'll be
rip you
one thing.
apart.
Warhammer's gonna want to if the Imperial man do ever come across you, they're gonna want to fucking kill you because you're worshipped as a god. That you are literally the center of the heresy. You are the false. You're the false.
That's what I'm
god.
saying. If you get unlucky with like who you come in, obviously you're gonna know. But like any bad luck.
Also is in the Warhammer
Could you
universe.
play yourself?
In the Warhammer universe, if people believe something enough, it actually creates new gods, right? That's how gods are
Yes,
created.
like if a high enough people will believe in something,
So if everybody worships you as a god in the Warhammer universe, wouldn't you just straight up become a god?
Yep.
Yes.
There you go.
Well, it depends on how many people worship
God Emperor Atreides.
The Emperor Atreides.
God Emperor
He already
Atreides.
becomes a God Emperor though.
He does. No, his son becomes a god emperor. He chooses not to.
Well, he has the option to.
Do you want to see what he looks like? It's fucking freaky.
Yeah, the worm, little
I wanna
penis
see
head
that.
with the little
It's
tiny arm.
Leto, because I believe this is official art too. Atreides to God.
He has the little human face and the
worm.
foreskin.
In the foreskin.
Yeah, it looks.
I'm not lying. Look at it.
I mean, I know I've seen the picture. It definitely is disgusting. Yeah.
I don't know if I want to become God. If that's my. That's what I look like.
Because he becomes one of Dune.
Dude,
I don't think God's worth it.
Earlier, I was talking about like, oh, I'll become a god, worm god. If I become that chop, maybe.
Yeah, I think that takes it down.
Get back, bro.
Yeah.
If that's how you win, shit tier.
Well, no, you don't have.
If you don't have to.
You don't have.
Yeah,
to.
if you don't have to do that, then yes.
Paul doesn't do it, but by him not doing it, he kind of dooms all of his people to go through all kinds of suffering. But doing
Oh
it,
fuck, my people can get fucked.
Fuck those.
I mean,
I like
yeah,
the
fuck
one
that.
where it's just the head sticking out. Go back to
I ain't
the
becoming
head
a worm.
sticking out.
Oh, you talking about where is it?
Yeah, scroll up a little bit.
I remember this one. Is this the one you're talking about?
Just the head, just the little face.
I can't see it. I can't.
It's literally just a worm, and then it opens its mouth, and there's a little face right there.
Hey guys, I'm your deity god. I'm massive. Look at the little.
It doesn't even look like he's like a worm, dude. It looks like the worm swallowed you from the feet up, and like your face is just surrounded by his teeth, about to take that last.
Look
chop.
how massive he is, though, compared to the people.
Oh yeah, he's mad. Oh yeah, that is another thing. He's very, very
It's just a giant worm at a giant person.
So now I just can't get no pussy no more because my dick would be too big. I'd be too
Hey,
big.
you got worm puss.
You can go fuck all the other worms are about that big, so you can go fuck all them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess.
But the whole idea is that if you become the worm
Hey,
god.
stop showing that! Stop showing that! I can't.
This is totally different. The idea. Shush, Mike. The whole idea is that once you become the worm god, you basically you lose all connections to your humanity as well as connections to people. You wouldn't even value sex anymore as a concept.
Can you wait, when you become the worm god, can you control the sandworms or no?
He controls the sandworms before that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that makes it even better then. Because, then you can use your shields on your planet.
I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Can just kill
I'm not
the
even gonna lie to
sandworms
you.
and
I
not
don't
fuck with you.
remember at all what abilities the weird sandworm god dude has that he didn't have as a human. I do not remember. I know it's a big difference, but I don't remember.
Conquering the
So at some point, he can control the worms.
He can control them in the second movie with just using oh hey, they're attracted.
Well, it's not necessarily controlling them. Yeah, he uses.
That's tricking.
That's not. It's tricking. It's not like he's talking about actual legitimate mind control.
Yeah, actual control.
Yeah. Well, he has the voice. I don't know if he's ever used the voice on the worms though.
I don't know if it would
That's how he
work.
communicates when he first gets his.
No, he does. No, he doesn't. Because I don't. No, he doesn't. Because I don't think the voice works on people who don't understand what you're saying. I think that.
But all the worms are people.
They're not people.
Wait, dude, the voice would actually be super busted. Because
the voice is absolutely busted.
Oh my god.
Somebody
shows up on your planet.
Tiny faction, really OP powers.
He could literally control whole armies as long as they can hear him and understand what he's saying.
Loudspeaker in one hand.
He doesn't need a loudspeaker because when he says it, it's loud as shit. His voice actually gets propelled by his own voice powers.
Oh, just bass boosted.
Yeah.
Fucking...
Oh yeah, no, go. If you're on YouTube, just go look up Paul Trudeau uses the voice in the movie and see how the movie does it. But yeah, it's like he just says something and it's like it explodes. It's like holy shit.
Just like a Skyrim shout.
Sounds like
sounds
like a fucking demon coming out of his body.
I'm pretty sure he only says silent.
No, he says silence. He says hand me the water in the first movie. He uses it a couple of times. Not that many times. But he uses it a couple of times.
And the way you're describing it,
his mother also uses it.
When he says silence.
His mother, no, he says, no. Even in "Pass Me the Water," I was thinking of the scene where he says "Pass me the water," but it doesn't matter. Each one it does it. His mom, Lady Jessica, uses it as well, and it sounds similar when she uses it. It sounds like this weird. It sounds like a bunch of different. Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of different strange other voices and yeah.
Demon language.
Nah, it's English. It's just like echoey, weird. It's like a bunch of different random people all saying shit at the same time.
10,000 voices at the same time, or whatever it is described in the books.
Yeah, but
pretty sure it states 10,000 voices speaking at the same time.
I don't remember. Whatever it is, it's definitely. Technically, if anyone did try and come to war with you and they put a bunch of troops on, you could literally just be like, everyone kill yourselves, and then the entire army would pull their guns out and shoot themselves in the face.
Or you know what? You could not even that. You could just say work for me.
Yeah, I don't know how long it would last. I don't know how long it would last.
Yeah, I don't know how long it lasts.
Yeah, because they black out and then they complete whatever task you gave them, and then they get their minds back. So I would just be like, kill yourselves. Although I do think that would be something you would wanna hide. You wouldn't want to give up. Yeah, you wouldn't want to give up that you have that power.
Yeah, you people find that out, they're fucking coming for you.
Well, it's not necessarily that they're coming. It's not that they're coming for you. It's that if they find out, you'll never be able to use it.
They know.
They want it.
Yeah, they'll never be able. They'll never be able to use it again. Because they'll start covering their ears. They'll prepare for it in the future. So I would only use it on a very small scale and when there won't be witnesses to see them doing it.
Yeah. Assassins.
Wait a minute. So this.
I could just tell them to forget.
Just with the voice.
Would that work? Could I just tell them to forget that I ever used the voice?
Everyone's talking.
Who's the blue guy trying to talk? Chev?
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I was just wondering, it's really just he speaks super loud, and it's not like a psychic thing, his voice goes into their minds.
It's the voice. He has the power of the voice, and when he speaks, people listen. They have to.
Oh, okay.
It is I'm not gonna say psychic, not psychic. I don't know what the source of it is. It is just a power that he has.
Complete domination.
Who the fuck's talking in the background? Who is that?
Oh,
Yeah, whatever that was.
So it's just really, really loud as far as we know.
I got you.
Tweety?
Well, no, I mean you could see it.
Really
Like I said,
loud
you
and
can go
have,
watch
like,
the. You can go watch the. You can go either watch the movie or you can just look it up on YouTube and just say like Paul Atreides the voice. You hear exactly what it sounds like. At least the movie does a relatively good job at displaying it. But yeah, he just says something. He just gives some kind of order, and he finds the pitch in his voice and he says it, and then the people who hear it have to do whatever he says. And yeah, he's ordered people to kill themselves. He's Yeah, his mom was able to escape from captivity by just controlling all of her guards to letting her out and killing themselves. Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah, but you can
Isn't
resist
the mother
it.
kind of useless though? on
No,
the
not
surface
as
of
far.
it?
No, in the Dune universe, you can't resist it. The only way to resist it is to,
No, no,
is
no.
to have it not be able to hear it or understand it.
Oh, well, I guess if
Whoa,
once
that
I
brings
hear it
up
for
a big
myself, I'll
conversation.
understand it because, like, you know, it's
No.
something that.
Pause. If you can't understand it and it doesn't affect, wouldn't that change like how the show or whatever?
No, because 90% of these species speak
They all
English.
speak English.
Yeah,
With
but
the exception
Yautja
of maybe
have
the
to
Illuminate.
decode English language.
It would be I guess the Yautja would be the only ones who wouldn't get it.
No, they understand. They understand English.
I thought it's because of the translator in the helmet.
Yeah, they have
Does that
to
wouldn't that
individually
be
translate.
wouldn't that be some shit if you
No.
if you said the voice and then the Predator little technology translated it for
Translates
you
it for
and then it works and he gets
That'd be-
controlled?
that'd be some bullshit.
I would be
It's
so
like
mad.
This is like Evil Dead, where shit will happen if you try to translate the book, and the only way to avoid it is like not translate the book.
Kinda. Yeah, kinda. But yeah,
Yeah.
all the main ones are speaking pretty much the same language. Also, you also have the possibility that if you know everything and you're omniscient, couldn't you just speak their language?
Ooh,
That's true.
yeah.
That's
you
true.
definitely
That's
could.
true.
Right, but to be
That's true.
fair, because omniscience isn't necessarily the ability to speak it, because it might be hard to pronounce or impossible
But
to
you would
pronounce.
know how to say it.
If it's impossible, if it's impossible to pronounce, sure, but I don't think that they're necessarily impossible to pronounce for you. Or I don't think the Predator language is impossible to pronounce.
It's not like you're looking at a
Because
sentient
humans
blob
literally
that
make
doesn't
the
speak via voice
human
or
mouths
sound
literally
waves.
make the sounds that they.
No, I'm just saying, like, as an example, if it was maybe something else, maybe you couldn't actually make that sound.
Oh, I'm sure that'll be
Yeah.
but that's a very, very specific situation
Like
that most don't have.
There might be some non
What's that
But also,
auditory thing.
omniscience is like being everywhere, right? It's-
No, that's
No, that's
omnipresence. Omniscience is
Oh.
knowing everything. I think you could probably argue the voice won't work against like machines, so maybe the Cybertronians will be immune to it.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they're kind of.
but that's only
biological.
one
They're
faction. Two, if you
not
count the
really sure.
Borg.
Wait,
No,
but
it'll
he's
work on-
omnipresent. Wait,
it'll work on the
so
Borg.
here's. Yeah, because I'm part human.
They're human.
Whatever.
Yeah. So
Wait,
yeah,
so
that's
he
just
is
one
omnipresence
faction.
then, not omniscience. If he can be everywhere, see in the future and stuff.
Wait, what? I didn't say he could be everywhere.
Oh,
Well, you said he can see the past, future, and all that.
Yes, he could see it. He knows what happens across all of time and every timeline. Yeah.
He's just
He's
staring.
He can see across time and space limitlessly, and he knows it all at the same time always. But he's not.
doesn't have-
But he's not everywhere all at once. He just knows.
Oh my
everywhere all at
god.
once.
He's a Time Lord.
He's more than a Time Lord.
I don't even think Time
He's
Lords
just-
can't do that.
Oh yeah,
just
yeah, they
Aaron
can.
Yeager on
They can see
steroids.
past, present, and future.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they
No,
can't
but
see
not
all of it at the same
he
time.
Sees,
At
he
the
sees
same
every
time.
timeline across. He sees past, present, future of this timeline and every other timeline at all times. He
Okay,
has
yeah, they
actual
can do that.
omniscience. Time Lords can't do that.
Yeah, they can just do it in like in one
Yeah,
universe.
they're not omniscient. He is actually omniscient.
So yeah, that's easy S tier.
It's easy S tier. Where are we even talking at this point?
Yeah, at this point, like,
Well, we
okay,
already
we
put him
should
in S like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're,
yeah,
we're just
Unless someone
prolonging
finds a
the end
way
of the
to, like,
stream.
block him out.
I really need to.
So
end,
we're just
I really
we're
need
just
to end the
gassing
stream.
him
I
up.
really need to end the stream because I actually have to. I still have to finish editing a video that's supposed to go up tomorrow.
No.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Oh well, I mean,
Okay.
I'm pretty much done with it. I have to listen to it and make sure all the edits are right, and then actually post it. And posting it's actually a pain because you have to fucking write in all the description and then all the tags and all that shit takes forever.
Yeah.
Uploading that takes a long time.
Take a long
This is my first stream, by the way.
Oh,
Chat ribbon.
welcome. Did you just show up at the stream, or have you been on the stream for a while?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I watched the streams, but I kind of got bored. I kind of like the more edited ones where you do it kind of unscriptedly. You like make all these. I've been like binging our Helldiver and Doom videos recently. I've always like had them on the background all the time whenever I'm doing shit.
You and everybody else, man. They're made to be easy listening.
And then I just saw this stream, and then maybe I'll just join the VC, and then I realized like, what if I get kicked out because I'm not like signing up on some shit or something like that? So I just stayed silent until like
You need to pay £100 an hour.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you gotta pay your fee, man.
Pounds.
What?
Pounds?
Pounds.
Who's paying in pounds?
He's friggin' British. That's why.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, our superior currency.
Our superior. Yours is superior.
The pounds is worth less than the fucking Filipino fucking.
No, it's not. A pound's worth more than $1.
But $1, but $1
Filipino.
But that's the funny thing. It's not worth more because the pound actually has gold backing it, and the dollar is an IOU slip. It has literally nothing backing it, just the United States saying, "Hey, trust us." That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's true. We're not on the gold. We're not on the gold or silver standard.
Holy shit, you're right.
That's
the
true.
Filipino peso is 75 Filipino peso is just £1. That's so big. That's like.
Well, wait, hold on. Who says that gold even has any
big.
value?
It's big. It's so big.
Wait, what do you say?
We just place value on gold because
Who's
it looks
saying
good.
it's so big?
There's no value to gold.
Czech crown is only 2 times.
No, gold
has a lot of value.
value.
Gold has a lot of value. It's used
What
for a lot.
What value?
Oh yeah.
It
It's
just
used for a
looks
lot
pretty.
of used for a lot. It's a very easily malleable metal that allows it to have a lot of extremely useful. It's also extremely conductive. One of the most conductive metals in the world. It has many
We can
values.
use copper for conductivity.
No,
Use
nowhere
copper.
near. No, there's some things that you have to have gold for, and gold is more conductive than copper. Copper's the cheapest. Copper's the cheapest thing to conduct with, outside of maybe aluminum, but it's not the most conductive.
I played some mods in Minecraft, and I can prove that this might be something that can actually.
Mods in Minecraft is what's determining your knowledge.
You don't understand,
I only
man.
found out obsidian was a thing in Minecraft. Okay.
And gold is amazing. Minecraft taught me that gold's awesome. So you just don't.
Yeah. Well, Terraria was more like,
Bro,
hey,
I
gold
swear, bro, Obsidian's
is
the best, bro. It's definitely not one of the best. Like,
it's weird.
What, next tier above fucking regular stone? A little flaky ass bullshit.
Yeah, it's weird to me that Terraria has gold actually be more durable than iron, but in Minecraft it's less than a wooden pickaxe. Like, I don't know. I know that gold by itself is weak, it's malleable, like you said, but if you mix it with some sort of alloy, then it becomes durable as fuck.
That's not the truth, though, because you can't mix obsidian with alloy. Because obsidian is a rock.
You said
Don't talk about gold.
What are they talking about?
He was talking about gold.
Alloys. He thought he was talking.
Okay. I didn't hear it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I thought he was talking,
are you
talking
gonna?
about obsidian. Obsidian is
We're talking
not
about the
that good,
Ultramites.
Well,
Rouga.
What a trash empire.
I was about. Wait.
Rouga.
I have to edit. I gotta edit. I have to edit.
Do you see the super chat? Do you see the super chat though?
Oh, fuck you, Mike. Oh,
you gonna do it or no?
Oh, fuck.
We got
Capitalism.
actions and you still have to edit?
Yes, I
Holy
still
shit,
have to edit before, and I gotta be done before 8 o'clock this morning. But that's when it's supposed to come out. 8 o'clock to 8 o'clock.
Oh, it's 9 in the morning for me.
It's 2 a.m. for me, so it's gotta be done in the
Delay
next 6
that
hours.
shit.
Oh, what?
Bruh, I gotta be up at 3:30 to teach people how to shoot guns. Belay that, alright?
What is that?
Give me some more
Take a
entertainment.
delay rather than like put out a shitty video. Like it's better
A
to delay.
shitty
It wouldn't
video.
be. It wouldn't be a shitty video. It would be done and finished in
Of
hours.
course not.
He
One of the
said he's
best
already
videos
almost
I've
done with
ever
it anyway.
met.
The video is
I've
almost done. All I
ever
have to do is
listened
listen to it and then cut out any like unnecessary tidbits. It's all completely edited together already.
Leave it all in, baby!
And
Leave
then-
it all in!
And then release it, and that's it. And then it's done.
I don't
Okay.
care
Let's-
if the
let's move
video
on to
ends up being an
discussion.
hour long or an hour and a half long or even a whole day. I'm going to listen the fuck out of it. As long as you put in
Hey, you ain't.
timestamps,
Hey,
I'm
stop
going
the
to
cap.
listen
Stop
to
the
it.
cap.
Oh no, I'm not.
Stop the cap. You
I would-
ain't watching no
No,
24-hour video.
Hey,
Get
I've
the
had-
fuck out of
I
here.
will.
I've had
I
3-hour
will
videos. I've had
listen
3-hour
to that
videos.
shit, man.
People have listened to 3-hour videos. No, what was I? I was saying
Well, not-
something. I was
I
saying
never
something.
really listened to
About the
The
Viltrumites.
Viltrumite stock shit.
No, I was not talking about the Viltrumites. I was talking about my situation, assholes. I don't remember what this is.
Oh, yeah,
fuck?
okay.
What the fuck was I saying? I don't. God damn it! Always interrupting people, make me forget stuff. Okay. Viltrumites. I don't know. That'd be sure.
50
Why not?
people in a single empire.
I think that's like at least a solid B because, like, I mean, you would be a Viltrumite as well because, like,
They're a dying empire. That's the issue.
Yeah.
They're.
Wait,
But I mean, they.
How are
Well, no, because if you just find
always.
breedable species, you could stop it being a dying empire.
Well, you're not.
That
no,
only
but how-
leads to
how
half
long would
breeds,
that
that
which
leads to
continues
half.
down.
That leads to half breeds. Yeah, that will still lead to you being a dying species after a few thousand years. Maybe more than a few thousand years, but.
Well, I say depends how often you have kids, because obviously they can fucking they live forever.
The only
but-
way to save your species would be to like start getting heavily involved with incest.
Yeah.
Which would lead to
Even
other problems.
then,
Well, no, because if you all had kids with different people, then your kids would all have kids, and they'd be basically pure Viltrumites at that point.
They wouldn't be
Or,
pure
like,
Viltrumites. They would be
they'd be
half
a
breeds.
core would be.
They'd be half.
No, if your kids, if you had
They could try
kids, and then the
No.
halves had kids,
That would.
they would
If
be
a
more.
half
That would be.
kid
No.
has a
wait.
child
Right,
with
yeah.
a half kid, they're a quarter kid.
Yeah, it's not. It wouldn't
do
be
you
like.
think maybe like
You,
another race that has access to like genetic modification? Do you think, like, maybe like the Viltrumites could like take over them and then use that to get rid of like any genetic kinks as a result of incest?
Oh, I could.
The more
They learn how to mitose.
I could
they
fuck
learn
my
how to
cousin
mitose.
because I could just get rid of the tards that the kids get. That'll work.
Yeah.
the more
Yeah.
the more interesting topic of this is if the Viltrumite Empire takes over Star Wars Empire, because they do have cloning technology, and then you could take your 50 fucking 5
Smaller
billion
twins have
fucking
cloning
clones
technology. That's what
of
they
the
are.
same 50 Viltrumites.
I think you're still having. I think you're still kind of having an issue there because it's still a matter of time. Even if you're cloning, you're still cloning off of the same 50 people, so it's impossible to make a society.
It increases your range of genetic.
No, because it's the same person.
It doesn't. It's the same person. You're still inevitably
Yeah,
going to
same
start having.
person spread
But
across
wait,
a bigger
You're still,
area.
you're still going to be
You
committing
can cover
incest.
more. You
Wait,
can cover more space. Just spread them out so that they don't meet.
What?
You can cover more space. Have like 25, 20 people of the same clone.
No, because that literally doesn't.
on the other side
Do,
of the
that doesn't.
galaxy.
That. What they could do, in theory, is
genetic diversity.
I mean,
for
they're all already
non-inter-
closely related anyway. They're all pretty. Isn't that the original issue?
No.
No, the original issue is that they killed each. They had a civil war and they all started killing each other to take over the planet. And the people who were
I mean,
left
they could
were
still
like,
just have like a bunch of kids and then like just.
Doesn't Viltrumite
stop
DNA
having
take
kids
over
when
the
it
other
would be
DNA?
incest, and that would be increase the numbers
still
by a lot.
leaves-
Sure, they'd still be a dying empire, but they'd still have more.
Well, I mean,
numbers.
because Omni-Man says that Mark's basically a full Viltrumite at one point, and he's like 18.
Yeah, but his other kid is very clearly
He's
heavily.
I know, but
by
again,
the fucking
over
alien
time,
robot guy.
over time, Oliver becomes Viltrumite, and he does Fraxon, and you can
Yeah,
he
but
changes
he still has purple
color.
skin and very bug.
No, he literally turns to what his skin stops being purple at a certain point.
did it stop being purple or do they cover it up? Because I know his mom covers it up with the white shit.
No. When he gets to an adult, he's no longer purple.
You sure
He's
about
still.
that?
Yeah,
Well, the
they
thing
literally
is,
show it.
though, it said he's basically a full-blooded Viltrumite.
Yeah, but again,
Over
he's
time,
only.
even then,
He said it. He said it's so
Viltrumite
pure. You're basically, as in like he's becoming more Viltrumite. Like the DNA is
That's
overtaking it
definitely
because
not what happens.
well, no, because the Viltrumite DNA lives thousands of years, and the human DNA wouldn't survive as long.
Sure.
So eventually, over time, he should become a.
There's custodies that have lasted over 10,000 years.
Well, okay, but custodies aren't Viltrumites, and their DNA doesn't work the same.
Don't fuck a Custodes.
Yeah,
we're
like
talking
Jesus.
about DNA, right? We're talking about DNA, right?
But they're not the same.
No, he's,
because we literally
he's talking specifically about human DNA compared to Viltrumite DNA.
and we know
Custodians
Viltrum.
don't have a numbers problem.
What
Like they can just recruit anyone.
again? We know Viltrumites work differently
Sure,
because they.
most of their
That's the whole reason they have their powers.
like,
and that's the reason they're hard to kill.
but their kids are still susceptible to being more influenced by like where they're from than just pure blood Viltrumites.
Well, again,
Like, we
that's a
see this
nature
happen.
versus nurture debate, but.
I mean, I still don't
happens,
see why
like, not
genetic
every half-breed
But that's not actually true at all. Like at all. If you look at all the marks, there's one mark which is different, and all the others.
You don't know that's true because all the other marks just come in through with old boy who's not even a fucking Viltrumite.
Okay, we see 8 out of all the marks we've seen so far. All of them act like Omni-Man, besides the R mark.
Sure, they act like it. That doesn't mean they're aligned to.
Well, we know one of them's literally dressing up as Omni-Man. We know,
Sure, he got
we know
some
a bunch of them are working with Omni-Man.
Like Kanye, you don't see that
I'm lost on what this debate is about. What is
I
it?
don't know what's going on.
I'm saying that over time, if you found close enough bloods like humans, the Viltrumites would probably become full Viltrumites.
They wouldn't though. That's not how genetics work.
No, but he's saying that that's how it works in the comic.
Because Oliver becomes
doesn't
more.
work like that in the comics.
Why does he lose his purple skin?
He doesn't. He gets painted over by his fucking mother.
Not when he's an adult.
Even when he's an adult, he's just painting himself.
Wait, no.
In
hold
space.
Yes, you can do that.
His
in
body
space.
just changed over time. Like just
Yeah,
because
like
his body changed over time doesn't mean all of his original non-Viltrumite DNA was erased. Just because, like,
not all of it, but he's
It's
clearly
very
becoming more
pointed,
Viltrumite.
But it's on a constant decline.
I will say this. I don't know if this is stated in the comic or not, or if you're just coming to this conclusion because of the skin thing or something. But the idea that half of your DNA just fucking dies, and you that just
It's not even half though, because Omni-Man even says Mark's more Viltrumite and he is human.
But
I think that's more hyperbolic thing. Like
I didn't take that as literal.
That Mark is a Viltrumite.
Yeah, I didn't take that as literal. I took that as like more so of his behavior and how he acts and stuff, and that led into his whole storyline about him like wanting to kill people but holding back, and because he doesn't want to become like his father.
But
that
also
was like
he was
all
like,
part. That was like I think that's more metaphorical.
He was talking about that before. He was talking about that like really early in.
No, I know, but I think that's what I'm saying. I think that was foreshadowing on the storyline that came afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Like I think that was him being like,
maybe I'm just
more
reading into it too much.
I think so. I think he was saying you're more Viltrumite than you are human, and then when it's revealed that at the end of season 1, the Viltrumites are these conquerors, these evil people, that then leads into season 2 and 3 where he's questioning killing
he mentions DNA in that sentence. I can't remember the wording. He literally mentions DNA. He says
DNA.
How would he know?
It's so pure.
DNA.
But how would he
DNA all the races?
What's what he says? He
Why
says
is most of
Viltrum.
the Empire not fucking Viltrumites?
He says Viltrumite DNA is so pure, you're basically full Viltrumite.
I know that. Look, in the comics. I don't know everything because I haven't read the whole series, but in the comics, there is a thing where Thrag says that no, you cannot breed with half breeds because they come out as lesser than the normal breeds, and then he gets so like throughout the comic, he gets so desperate because he's losing all of his people that he actually ends up making an army of half-breeds, and he goes to war with the others, and they are shown to be considerably weaker than Thrag and the rest of the the Viltrumites are, and he all the way up to the end treats them as if they are lesser than Viltrumites and weaker, and they're shown to be weaker. So I like the reason why he gets a big attachment to the humans on Earth, because Mark has this thing where when he gets angry, he can actually increase his strength levels, which is something that Viltrumites can't do. It's a specifically human trait. Adrenaline is a human trait, and he sees that humans are a possibility that he can actually make stronger Viltrumites rather than weaker ones.
That's actually so cool. Like for Viltrumites, if you're practically invincible, you don't really have any need for adrenaline. But
they're not practically
it's
invincible.
basically how you.
Well, I mean, they are practically invincible to the vast majority of the universe.
Yeah, like an orbital laser only gave Omni-Man a nosebleed.
Yeah, like there was literally so
there were so few.
Always calm. There were so few things that could kill a Viltrumite that his dad made like a couple of books and listing everything that he was aware of that could possibly hurt a Viltrumite. It was like 12 things.
Yeah, it was like the
weird species of like monster things. There was a special gun.
Yeah, they can be
There was like 12
things. They can be affected by gravity, and the creatures that adapted to that gravity.
Can't you just hit them with a high sonic beam?
Sound, yes, that was another one.
Sound.
That was
sound, yeah.
Yes,
Like I said, it was a very limited list of things, but they're and like if you living on Earth had Viltrumite powers, you would basically be unstoppable. You would basically be.
I almost said Homelander, but he's basically trash.
For all intents and purposes, you would be completely invulnerable and indestructible. Yeah.
But
we have
like a better Homelander now. Be a better Homelander.
Just title card.
All right, so where are the Viltrumites going?
I think, yeah, high B tier.
Nah, hell no, shitty. Because
No,
you gotta look
honestly,
at
this
ruling as Viltrumites. How many Viltrumites are gonna be like? Nah,
they live a while.
Could be pretty cool. Like, sure, your race is dying, but what's that matter to you?
It's also going to take tens of thousands of years.
Well, it's gonna.
Yeah, like
it's not tens of thousands. It's thousands. It's not tens of thousands, but
thousands of years. You're still gonna be living for thousands.
Doesn't like Nolan shit say he's literally like tens of thousands of years old?
No, he says he tells Mark you will live for thousands of years.
Yeah, for thousands of years.
And I think they say.
I think the average.
I think they actually say how old Conquest is at some point. Not in the show, but I think in the books, in the comics, they actually do say how old he is. It's like a couple thousand years, and he's the oldest living Viltrumite. So
yeah, he's like 3,000 years old or something.
I think that's what I thought too, but I didn't want to say it because I don't remember the exactly. But it's yeah.
So Paul Atreides bonulates a Viltrumite, and his son is now 50% Viltrumite. Does he also have omnipresence?
Omniscience.
No, because his omniscience. I don't think his omniscience is inherited in that way. He would still have to like.
It passed down to his son though.
It did not through birth. There was still stuff that his son had to do in order to acquire it. But he passed it down. He passed down the possibility that his son can have it.
So if wait, dude, going back to if you were like ruling the Dune one, you could just like have a kid with a Viltrumite or something, and then that kid would have like omniscience, or at least the potential to have it.
According to Liam, he'd get rid of all of the human DNA, which would include all the omniscience powers.
Oh yeah,
it's not Viltrumite. It's not true in Viltrumite DNA. Here, I got you money for a new Bentley to add to your collection. Oh man, thanks, man. I'll put it right next to my other Bentley.
4-door or 2-door?
I don't know, man. One. It's got one door.
It's got one door.
One door.
It's a cousin it vehicle.
Fuck, I need more than one door for.
One door.
So I'm only one person.
Yeah, what do you need to anyway?
Who needs more than one door?
All right.
For real.
We got one. We
What do
got
you think,
one
Rouga?
more.
Fucking Night Sentinels.
Where you?
S probably.
No. Where are you putting the Viltrum?
S.
Uh,
Viltrum B or
I don't
C.
know, man. My brain's not working.
It's still 50 people.
I think
I still can't believe how powerful they made the Night Sentinels. Like
outside of the Viltrumites specifically, their empire sucks, and it's pretty easily destroyed. It's really just the Viltrumites, of which there's only 50. And then
how hard could they carry is the question.
Just to them. What's up?
How hard could the Viltrumites carry?
It doesn't
matter.
That big.
It depends on who they go up against, right? Like if they go up against, if they go up
the Imperium of Man, like they're like the Viltrumites would. Like there's not much.
They would wreck the Imperium of Man. They just would be wrecking them forever because they'd never get to the end of the amount of people that the Imperium of Man have.
Yeah.
50 Viltrumites
until they die.
Yeah, I mean they would be killing it depends. Can 50 Viltrumites kill trillions of people over the course of thousands of years? Like how long would that take?
Probably
even more than trillions.
A single Viltrumite can do an Exterminatus, I think. Like at least Omni-Man can do the equivalent of something like an Exterminatus type of damage.
But they have a million planets, so it would still take fucking forever.
Yeah, that would take forever.
Like a million planets, 50
The Viltrumites don't travel that fast, do they?
And that's also if the Emperor of Mankind doesn't try and step in and stop you.
Yeah.
I actually don't know how strong the Emperor of Mankind is, but
we all don't know, really.
No, nobody knows.
I'm pretty sure
it was
he's
one
becoming
time.
a conceptual being.
Yeah, I mean, there's a theory that he's becoming another Chaos God, so we really don't.
Yeah,
Pride or whatever.
The Chaos Gods are not conceptual.
Like 50 people against corruption, that's not gonna be those aren't very
Isn't
good
he?
odds.
No, hold up. Isn't in the lore directly stated that there's certain beings of Hammer Cave that are just immortal, even if you fucking come back? Like
the
who's the
Perpetuals?
commander
Perpetuals,
of the
yeah.
Salamanders?
Yeah, Vulcan. If you kill him, he just comes back.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, but the Invincible series has already solved that problem. If you just chuck him into space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Problem.
Throw him into space.
What would happen?
Throw him into a star.
Yeah,
they'll just
they'll
burn alive
just erase him
Or
and you
wait,
come
hold
back,
on.
be reborn or whatever the fuck, because it's a conceptual being.
Yeah, but if he comes back in the same location, then you've dealt with the problem.
He doesn't though, because Vulcan comes back as born as just a regular Joe child. Even the Emperor is referred to as a star child.
Well, they're gonna spend 6,000 years killing every human.
Yeah, but the Viltrum Empire, we've established they don't. Their 50 genetically ability would not keep up, and so they'd slowly decline. And then you have people like Paul Atreides on this fucking people. Also, are they even capable of resisting the Illuminate mind control?
No.
Wait.
They have no resistance to hacks.
Yeah.
No Invincible. No character in Invincible has a resistance to any hacks.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think they would.
Sounds like it
I
would
don't
be a
think it
little
would matter
shitty to
because
ask me.
From 40K to Helldivers.
I don't think it would matter because, if they did drop those little monoliths on a planet a Viltrumite was on, the Viltrumite could just
They don't have to drop the
destroy
monolith.
They
They
just-
can
they
just
don't.
use their fucking invisible fucking ships.
Well, they can honestly just have the Menalists set up on their own worlds, and then when the Viltrumites come to take it from them, they just
Because they're low in number.
they could just because again the Viltrumites show up and they're like, hey, I'm the fucking Viltrumites. We want to take over your
Didn't you say
planet.
it's based on nanobots?
I believe so, yeah.
Could the nanobots get inside the Viltrumites?
Why wouldn't they? They have ears.
Because
They have ears, they have mouths, they have eyeballs.
Nose, yeah,
orifices,
nose.
And
buttholes,
they're microscopic.
penis
They
holes.
could essentially go through
matter of
spores.
did it? Oh yeah. Well, I was just thinking they just go.
I mean, nanomachines were used against. They did say that nanomachines were tried to be used against the Viltrumites.
Isn't
and
there
it
a
didn't work.
virus actually
Oh,
against
forgot.
the
Yeah,
Viltrumites
forgot about that.
fuck
Never
them up?
mind. I revoked my statement. I forgot about the Scourge virus.
Yeah, the Scourge virus. That's the only
Forgot
thing
about
that
That's like the only virus though that ever.
No, yeah, I
has shown
forgot.
to do
No, but the
anything
fact
to
that there
them.
is one just kind of proves it. So
Yeah.
forgot.
There's things that could deal with them. They're not unstoppable.
Well, I mean, even like nanomachines though, like were shown to be completely ineffective to like Viltrumite
But
blood.
they're not ineffective.
Depends on what they were trying to do.
Like,
to attack the DNA.
Well, they're not attacking
Yeah,
the DNA. They're mind controlling them. It's different.
Erasing their concept of self. Not even mind controlling. In the extent of mind control, because you still see like with the vote list, like they
Well,
still salute Earth
if
when
you
they regain
were
control.
actually, to be fair, if you were saying they were going to set it up, when the Helldivers drop down, they're not instantly turned. So neither would the Viltrumites be.
Yeah,
no, but they wouldn't have
destroy the monolith.
They wouldn't have
like,
to be.
Plan of taking over.
They wouldn't have to
is,
be because
hey, we're gonna insert. Yeah.
They don't show up and start blowing up shit. They come in. I mean, shit. Sometimes they put Viltrumites on the planet for decades to just chill, waiting and preparing the world. But then when the people do come, they're like, hey, we're gonna we want your planet now, and be like, oh hey, what's up? All you have to do is like keep them on the planet and not attack them or piss them off too much, and then all you have to do is stay on the planet for like an hour or so, and then boom, it's done. Problem
Well,
solved.
would the Illuminate do that though? Would they do that?
Yeah.
Yes.
They do it to everybody.
They're super genius.
But it mutates them too, and we know their DNA is going to be resistant to that because it's whatever superior
AI
DNA.
they have still controls all
Okay,
the
so
vote
well, even if that does happen, that's
You
only going
just
to
have
happen to like a
voteless
few
fucking
Viltrumites,
Viltrumites.
and then they're going to realize, oh shit, we probably shouldn't go near their planets, and then just dip.
Yeah, but at
Or,
that
or
point,
they
you already have
just realize,
voteless
yeah, just
Viltrumite.
don't bother talking and just kill. Don't bother talking to the Illuminates. Just destroy their monoliths. That would only work on like one or two Viltrumites.
Only if they
You're
knew.
ignoring the fact. Yeah, you're ignoring the fact that by the time they would know something like that, all the Viltrumites that showed up on those fucking planets would already be corrupted and become.
Well, no, if they feel like, oh, this is fucking with me, let me throw this into space. I don't think it'd be a huge leap in logic. This thing dropped onto our planet, it's fucking with me.
Well, no, that's if you're sending it to the planet. The Viltrumites are coming to the Illuminates.
Yeah, but they
All they have to
land
do-
immediately and they just throw it into space.
No, but
that,
why
but
would
the
they
number
throw?
of things
Why
they-
would they
I don't
throw a
think they
random
would.
statue into space? They don't know is a weapon. It's just a fucking big statue.
Well, they know when they get close to it.
Why would
This
they
giant
know?
fucking. Because, like you said, it's got
Because in the
150
game,
meter radius.
you
they get
notice,
close
like
to.
it starts fucking with your head.
Well, it's
Yeah, you notice there's a Helldiver.
Not necessarily. I mean, I mean, as a Helldiver, you know that they mind control people, and you know that like it becomes hard to think, and you have trouble like picking your stratagems. But that might not necessarily be the case for someone like a
Hell, we see
Viltrumite. If he just shows
Omni-Man
it'll
having difficulty choosing between humanity and Viltrum
Like-
Empire,
like he could
with
just-
zero fucking like mind control bullshit. Just like, hey, I have a son on this planet.
like as
Holy
far
fuck.
as we know, I mean, the Viltrumite shows up, and then all of a sudden he just kind of has problems like thinking. You know, like he's just like, man, like I got like a brain fart.
And
or
there's this
something.
giant tower near him.
It's a statue.
As he.
What
Well,
does
this
it mean?
giant statue, as he gets close to it, all of a sudden he gets a headache or
Close to
whatever.
it. For 150 meters is not close. And again, that is gameplay. They are shown being able to take on whole cities with this thing. So it's like it's not like we don't look like the idea. It's very very possible that they're capable that it has a larger range than 150 meters. That's just literally programmed within the game as 150 meters.
Game mechanic.
They can also hide the monolith if they wanted to. Doesn't have to be out in the open, I don't think.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah, no
like,
one in the empire can.
it doesn't
look
have
through
to be
walls.
viewed as a destructive, like every time we see it so far in the games, it's just always like rubble around it, there's active fighting around it. If we're talking about a planet that's already been conquered by the Illuminate, there's no reason why they won't pretty it up, you know?
It'd be kind of funny if they took the monolith for themselves and then they realized too late that they literally just brought it along. Like, hey, this looks kind of weird. Let's get back to our labs and study it. Oh shit, we just did a whole.
The issue is though that the Viltrumites, even when they take over planets, takes like decades, right?
Well, that's
Well, that's
only when
They're doing it peacefully. They could
like
take it
when-
over in
like
5
when they
minutes.
have things that are like
Yeah,
actually
but they
physically
don't want to
comparable.
take it over in 5 minutes because they want to have half-breed little children.
Well, no, they don't actually.
But they do.
No, because no.
Doesn't
You're
Thrag-
misinterpreting a
Thrag
lot
only
from the
uses
Invincible
half-breeds
series.
as a last resort.
What if
The
they breed with the
entire
Illuminate?
Viltrum Empire is using. That's why they're a fucking empire. What are you talking about?
There is one point in the comics where Thrag specifically orders one of the female Viltrumites to go and
Anissa?
get pregnant, and she.
But that's later in the comics.
No, I understand, but it's something that's inevitable that they're gonna have to do.
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm just saying, like, at the
Yeah,
point
but I
when
think they'd
Noland was
probably
around
find the
conquering a
humans
planet
before they'd find
slowly,
the
he wasn't meant to do
Illuminate.
it.
They'd try it on the humans first, I think, wouldn't
Well,
they?
No, they don't. They conquer the other races. They have to control the races.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, you clipped out for a second there. I didn't hear what you said.
Did I?
Yeah,
Is
you
it good
clipped
now?
out.
Also, I mean,
yeah, you're good now.
the Illuminate are like really good at adapting technology and things like that. So when they come across the Viltrumite, I don't think it'll take all that long for them to adapt their technology and make a mind control thing that is made in a way that would be more difficult for the Viltrumites to deal with. Maybe make the monolith
Or a
a little
sonic
bit
mind control. It's also
possibly.
psychic energy.
Maybe making it smaller, so that's not as noticeable. Possibly putting it on their ships so that they could just fly in the vicinity with their stealth ships. Like just different things that they can do, alterations that they can improve upon when it and use against the Viltrumites. You know what I mean? It's not. I like if the Viltrumites just went ham on the Illuminate, they would destroy them. The issues would still be the numbers of killing all of them because there's still a lot of them. But I mean, they can. But the thing is that that's not really what the Viltrumites.
Well, that's the only thing the Viltrumites really have going for them at this point.
Yeah, but the Viltrumite, is that
What if
they
Viltrumites
hit really
want to
hard.
do it though?
They're also, but the Viltrumite are conquerors. They're not like slaughterers. Like the whole point is not to just kill everything.
Yeah, they could try I don't know if diplomacy would even work. Like the Illuminates would know that they're not super Earth. The Viltrumites will not immediately try. They'll see how useful the Illuminates can be. They'll
Even
find
if it
out
was
if they
super
can...
Earth, the Viltrumites would still try to take over with. Oh, hey, we're gonna.
It's possible. It's possible the
It's gonna be like with...
It's possible the
It's gonna be like
Viltrumites
with
can
Mark.
be. It's possible the Viltrumites can be going to war with the Illuminates and not even know about it, because the Illuminates don't seem to have a planet that they go to. They're just in their entire race is just on stealth ships. So, or as far as we know, we haven't seen their planet. So
possible.
Here's the question though: would the Illuminate even like attack anybody that isn't Super Earth? Like, would they?
Yeah.
I mean,
No, the
the
only
last
reason
time
they
they
attack
tried,
Super Earth is because Super Earth attacked them first for their technology. That's the only reason they attack Super Earth.
It's questionable.
That's the first Galactic
it's
War.
This
is a second one.
Yeah, well, no, he's saying, yeah, but the second Galactic War is revenge for what happened in the first Galactic War. He's saying that if they didn't start anything with him, would he have any reason to attack them? Well, first off, they will start stuff with them. They're the Viltrumites. The Viltrumites start shit with people. But also, the Illuminates are, Jesus, I could barely think. I'm so fucking tired. I don't even remember what I was going to say. It was whatever it was right.
They've been changed by the war.
All these
so they're not the
dudes
same.
look like humans for the most part.
They're not the same Illuminate you met in the first game. Who were like trying to go for peace.
Whatever. I thought I'd just throw that out there.
They used their
No, it's possible. It's definitely possible.
And made it into a death weapon.
I could not for the life of me think about what I was going to say. It's whatever.
You were saying like, yeah, I also forgot.
Don't even bother, man. It's my brain is
The
not working.
Viltrumites would try to conquer planets because that's what Viltrumites do.
They'd have a good run.
Eventually, they're gonna try
They'd
to
run out.
conquer a Illuminate controlled planet, and whoever they send down would whatever the fuck.
That's if it works how you think it works.
But it's not how I think it's working. It's how it fucking game. It's how it works
go
in the lore.
No, if you read how the game says
It's
it
how
works,
it works in the Invincible series too. Because if you're sitting here like, oh, we're gonna send a note to this human-controlled planet. Oh, geez, it's already controlled by the Illuminate or being controlled, or fucking by the fucking monoliths. Of course, it's gonna fucking happen.
Deals with the Illuminate. Like they can say they're
No, they're not.
No, they're not. Because guess what? The Viltrumites look like regular fucking humans. too, and are out for
Yeah,
revenge.
but they'll know they're not Super Earth. These humans can fly. They can breathe.
Are they out
survive
for
in
Super
space.
Earth, or are they out for people who look?
He cut off.
Both of them.
Are-
It's the aggression.
Check it. Super Earth is humanity, right? If you're a fucking
Well,
space
so were the
Nazi
automatons before they
alien
turned into
covenant,
automatons.
we don't.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
yeah.
they fucking grind up human beings and put them into bioenergy.
Cut off
We
again.
don't know that. It might.
Yes, we do. That is part of the missions that you actually play. They are grinding up humans to make more.
Yeah,
That is canon.
There are bioprocessing plants where they do. Now we don't necessarily 100% know what they're doing with the body part. Some people say that it's just fuel. Some people are saying that they're taking the brains and putting them in their head. I don't know if we actually know for sure what, but we do know that there are biological processing plants where they put human remains and it grinds it up and does something with it.
Well, there ain't no way they're
I think we
gonna
do have
confuse the
I actually think
Ultramarines
we
with
do have
Super
statements of biofuel, so I think that actually is factual as well.
But again, we have statements of them saying they kidnap super citizens and they don't just turn them on.
Doesn't
with,
matter
like-
because in the first game it was mind control, just via mind control. In the second game, you're still being affected via mind control. Even if you want to say that the voteless are created by kidnapping, the mind control is not with kidnapping, so it doesn't matter.
But the mind control is clearly not that strong.
The mind control is very strong. That's
It's
what they were using
very
in the first
strong.
game. They were able to control people's minds in the first game without kidnapping or experimentation. Voteless didn't exist in the first game.
But I mean, in the second game, you can literally sit next to Monolith for like 40 minutes. They won't do anything to you.
Yeah, but it's only 40
I think it's
minutes.
the helmets.
It's only 40 minutes.
think
That's
it's
it's
like-
only 40 minutes, and you're taking extreme. Like you know that you're playing dumb when you say that because you know gameplay's not that real. Like even you're aware of
Also,
that.
even in gameplay, it blows up your fucking brain.
What?
Yeah.
What?
If you destroy a monolith while you're like next to it looking at it, it kills your character.
Are you serious?
Yes. If you destroy all the little fucking seal generators and you activate the thing to shut it down, and you look at it, because if you have one dude blowing up one of the last conduit while you're staring at it,
I'll
while
have to
the
test this in
purple
a game.
vision bullshit
I don't
happens,
buy that because
it kills your character.
I don't buy that.
It also
I
happens
looked
to
at
your
I looked
character
at it a
if you
couple
touch the
times.
monolith.
I don't buy that.
You have to show
If you
proof.
I've set
if you
off.
walk up to the
I've
monolith
set off the
and
hell
you-
bomb right next to it, saw it blow up, and I didn't die.
If you walk up to the monolith, it gives you an option to touch it, immediately kills your character.
Or maybe you just blew it up with a rocket and you got caught in the splash damage.
No, it is a X action PlayStation 5 controller. Hey, touch monolith, kills you. And that's even before the monoliths. That was like when the Illuminate first came together and you had to destroy their smaller tower.
I gotta look into this. This is
Okay,
the first I'm
fine.
hearing of this. I've never.
Yeah, it's the first time I'm hearing this.
It's interesting if it's true.
It
That
is
definitely
true because like it is
puts-
just one of the things that happen.
That gives the telepathic abilities a lot more credence how strong they actually are.
You mean how
I
I've been
think
saying
it's
for the
more
last
credence
7 hours?
to. I think it's more credence to the Helldivers that they're so like what do you call that indoctrinated that any took like when you do finally mind control, brains explode.
Yeah, I
Green
think,
Green Gnome
how long
1945 is
ago
saying
was
it's
it?
true.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
It's part of the game. Like most people don't experience it because they're
Because
too
they don't
focused on.
they don't go up and touch it and shit. No, I get why it would be missable, you know. And it doesn't shock me that they do something like that because the Arrowhead do program some very like minor who gives a fuck details in the game that you wouldn't expect to see. So it doesn't surprise me.
The revolver pistol, individual shit, like
Not just that.
rounds
There's
coming out.
there's way more, but yeah, there's a lot of little cool stuff.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying.
That's crazy.
The Viltrumite are definitely not holding up against the Illuminate with that type of that level of indoctrination.
Or the fact
Black-
that
one-
or the fact that they could chuck black holes at them.
Yeah,
I mean, they-
that true. That too.
I mean, they can.
That.
Omni-Man can literally fly around a black hole and not get pulled in.
Not the size. No, he cannot. No,
Was it not?
No, he cannot. That black hole was maybe the size of a building. You're talking about a black hole that's the size of a planet. It's very
The way different mass structure.
Okay, I felt like in my head it was bigger, but I might be wrong.
I mean, even
That's
if you
fair
want to say
enough.
it's bigger than a planet, it's not that. I mean, he's shown like the ship.
Well, I'm not
is
saying
shown
it's bigger
going.
than a planet. I thought it was
The
fairly big
illuminate
and like
black
building.
holes are literally being fueled actively. Like they fuel the shit up and until it's big enough to destroy a planet instantly.
Yeah.
Almost. It's juiced
What
up.
is-
The one Omni-Man was flying around was a natural occurring black hole.
They're also ignoring just the physics of a black hole and how each black hole is just a density
Obviously.
matrix.
They can
we
ignore
don't
the
know that?
physics.
Every
They
series.
still did it.
No.
You think we don't know that?
I don't know. I'll say I don't know that. Every series fucks because I always get annoyed by this. Every time a black hole appears in any fiction, people are always like, "Oh, black hole, it's like solar system level or whatever," regardless of the black hole. But they completely ignore how the black hole behaves and how every series has their black hole be way weaker than what we theoretically believe black holes to be. You have games like Ratchet and Clank. You have games like Ratchet and Clank and Mass Effect where you can create black holes with your guns that are like the size of a fucking car or something. But yet, in reality, according to like theoretical physics, a black hole the size of a dime would destroy our entire planet. Obviously, the black holes that they're creating are not that strong. They're not being treated as normal black holes. And it is the exact same with the situation in Invincible. The ship is being pulled into a black hole. He grabs it and he flies away. That ship would not be able to be pulled away. That ship would be ripped apart. The people inside that ship would have so much gravity being pulled in them while they're in the ship, they would be dead. Like there's no way. Like the fact that they survive.
It's a Superman catching the airplane thing.
Yeah, like the fact that
he would fucking rip it apart.
Yeah, like the fact that there were like you can't take theoretical physics of how a black hole behaves the way we think a black hole would behave in real life and apply it to a series where it's clearly not behaving in that way. Because that's why people say shit like fucking Liu Kang is solar system level. People always tell me that. It's because he created a black hole in one of his fatalities. It's like the black hole's not that strong. Just the existence of a black hole does not put the series at that level.
Well, I think what they're getting at with shit like that is more that like in real, at least in real physics, a black hole is what do you call that? A singularity of high dense like mass at a very singular point, which sucks in because it's so like tempered down because how dense it is.
Sure, but it doesn't behave the same way that theoretically it should behave. I mean, to be fair, all the theories that we have about black holes are likely bullshit because we're actually not capable of studying them at all. We can just look at them from afar and guess.
Yeah.
So we could all be full of shit. Like we've never sent anything into the side of a black hole before.
Didn't we send that one fucking satellite?
I don't think we did. I think we sent it towards it, but it's not going to get there for a very, 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 very long time. Because the nearest black hole to us is like, I don't know.
I'm thinking of something
light years
completely
away.
different.
It's super far.
Which satellite was it that we sent out in like the 70s?
We have sent a ton of satellites.
Left the universe.
We have sent a ton of satellites away from our solar system to go and look at different parts, but none of them have ever arrived at their destination, and it's going to take literally
Orion?
thousands of years to get there.
Oh, that's not.
Probably more.
No, we've sent what fucking one was it that is like basically on the edge of the universe right now?
I don't know. I don't buy that anything that we sent is at the edge of the universe. It would take more than 30 years to get there. You're talking about 100 light years.
Yeah, we sent this bitch up in the 60s.
It doesn't matter.
Right after Vietnam.
Do you know how it doesn't matter? Do you know how far 100 light years is?
Do you even know if it's still in one piece? Like, is it? Was sent
we
in the
keep
60s.
we keep
Are they
getting the radio
monitoring?
feeds every like fucking 5
No, I'm
years,
saying
6
in order for an object to get to the end of a to get 100 light years
not
away.
universe. I'm fucking stupid.
It's not galaxy. It's not.
At the
No,
edge of the galaxy.
I'm talking about galaxy. Galaxy's 100 light years. In order to, or it might be 1,000 light years. I think it's 100 light years. I could be wrong about
It's a lot.
Yeah, but the point is like in order to that's 100 light years is allowing light to travel for 100 years. Straight. There's no way it took 30 years because we can't send satellites flying away from our planet at the speed of light. We would have to it would have to go 3 times the speed of light to travel 100 light years. But I actually think that I'm getting this wrong. I think the galaxy is probably bigger than 100 light years. Again, someone might need to look this up and correct me.
It could be 10 and it still wouldn't have reached there in time.
It could be 1, and it wouldn't have reached it in time.
Bigger.
It hasn't
Yeah.
traveled. It hasn't traveled the
Darkness.
length of a light in a year. It doesn't matter because we can't send a satellite going through Earth at 1/30th the speed of light.
There was that manhole
We
though.
don't have that technology. What's up?
There was that manhole though that got blasted out of space, and then it was said that it was the fastest man-made thing in the galaxy as far as we know.
It's still not going the speed of light.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Put a camera on that bitch. Just watch that shit spin forever.
God, it's
I'm
already
sure that was
gone.
part of a nuclear testing, though.
You'd fucking throw up
Yeah.
if you looked at the camera footage of that shit just spinning through space at
It's
ridiculously
just a
fast
blur.
speeds.
Straight line on a close up.
It might look kind of trippy, actually.
For real. Imagine getting hit by that.
That's a good point.
Definitely, the farthest satellite we have right now is the Voyager 1. I don't know what AU means. Astronomical unit.
Yes.
AU.
14959787070 and that was in 2012. I'm trying to find out 15.5 billion MI. What the fuck does that mean?
MI is miles, huh?
Pressure.
Is it miles?
I doubt it's milliliters.
One astronomical unit. You're gonna like this one, Liam. Is 149,597,871 kilometers.
Let's go.
Yeah, he loves
the right metric. Yeah, the right metric.
If that's the case, Voyager 1 is 166.40 astronomical units away from.
Oh wait, 166.40 in
astronomical unit
miles. The only proper way to do this.
Are you sure?
Shit.
I don't know how far this is, but this is what it's saying for.
It just shows the smart people clearly use kilometers.
Billions. It's billions.
Kilometers it says 24.9 billion, and miles it says 15.5 billion. Astronomical unit appears to be bigger though, because I think you can't just measure miles from because it's a 3D space.
You can measure. We live in a 3D space.
What I'm saying is, space itself is.
It's a mile, still a mile in space. You don't need a ground to measure. You can measure
a
mile.
nautical mile is way different than a mile.
Yeah, a nautical mile is different.
2.5 billion kilometers.
Hold up, I'm looking at it. So. Okay, so 166.4 astronomical units is 0.0026 light years.
Something.
So it's like less than a 1,000th of a light year, and it's been traveling since the fucking 70s. So we haven't even hit one yet.
77.
Whatever. That's the 70s. So we haven't hit one yet. Not a single light year. So yeah, no, that's not going to hit the edge of the galaxy anytime soon. Not in our lifetime, for sure. Yeah, man.
Maybe when our grandkids are dead.
Yeah.
No, not when our grandkids either.
I always find it funny that there are going to be people
I guess I'm just
nothing
confused
matters
by
because the
observable
sun is
versus
just going to blow up.
Didn't understand
And
any
then-
of that. That was all nonsense words coming from both of you. Yeah, we're talking over each other.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm drinking.
Sorry.
I got my headphones back on. What I was saying was, I guess I was confused about observable space versus non-observable space.
Yeah, it's different.
Mm.
That's different. Those are two different things. Because one of them you could see, and the other one you can't see. So, for instance, the room you're in right now is observable space, and Russia is non-observable space because you can't fucking see it.
What?
Like right now. That's
crazy.
yeah, that's
You could have just said
That's
like the
existential
outside
shit.
if you closed your windows. Why did you go immediately to Russia?
because you can't see it. You can see out your window. Can't see a Russia right
If
now.
you-
It's
but-
not
but if
observable
you
space.
close it, it's not
Honest,
observable space.
actually, if we want to be real honest, I could take a 5-mile trip in an airplane, and I would be able to see Russia.
But you're not, so it's not observable right now.
just gonna share a life
But
experience.
the Earth
But
is curved, so realistically, I could just go up a little bit, and I would see Russia.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how it
But it's
works.
gonna be
You
really
still
far.
no.
Okay, all right.
You still only
I'm just gonna
even if your eyesight was perfect, you'd still only have like 100 yards of sight. You wouldn't make it all the way to.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to see Russia.
And
Isn't it like 3-point-something miles?
Hmm?
In perfect conditions.
Wait, what's up?
You cannot see 3 miles.
Can't see that far.
He just says, "Can you see 3 miles in perfect condition?"
I don't remember what it was, but it's limited. It's certainly not to Russia.
How far
You
can
can't just adjust your
the
render distance and immediately see to the ends of the
human
earth.
eye see? Under ideal conditions, the human eye can see up to about 3 miles.
Yeah. So you're not 3 miles to Russia, so you're not seeing Russia, even in a plane.
4.8 kilometers.
That's
Oh,
not.
now I understand.
Kilometers.
That's
It's
way
5
less.
kilometers. 3 miles is 5 kilometers.
Yeah,
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, let's throw that shit up. 5 kilometers.
Okay.
That's still pretty
So on to the secondary topic of this conversation before I spend more money. Obvious, you put the Sentinels below the Paul Atreides. Why?
I don't even remember moving them. At this point, my
You said
body's
it's automatic
doing things by itself.
S for
It just felt right.
No, I just was
Yeah.
moving things around. Probably, I don't know. Here, I'll
You
put
said,
them. I'll put
you
them.
said Sentinels are
I'll put them
definitely an
above.
S.
Look, there you go. Put them above. Sentinels are above them.
It's still crazy to me how powerful they made them. Like, obviously, with the enemy like the demons, you have to find something to counter them.
Yeah.
Transdimensional barrier? Yeah,
Tell you
that
this, if I was in
makes
control, I'll tell you this. If I was in control of the Sentinels, I'm fucking killing Paul Atreides and all the fucking Fremen and shit. Killing all of them.
Could you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't he have the ability to see all possible futures? Yeah.
Without hesitation.
Yeah, but I have the inner knowledge of knowing that he's omniscient in every way.
Yeah. And the crazy
I
thing
don't
is
think
the
that
fact they
equals
are
omniscience.
basically
It depends. It depends.
Knowing someone has omniscience does not equal omniscience.
I didn't say it would equal omniscience. It doesn't have to equal omniscience. It just has to equal me shooting him in the fucking face. Like, I don't need omniscience.
Could you though?
I don't know. It depends.
If he knows where you're gonna be, can't he just be there?
Shoot you in the face.
Well, why would he want to be there? Because I'll fucking kill him. Because I'm a sentinel now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
He doesn't want to cut.
Couldn't Atreides just avoid him?
Possibly, but also probably not. I mean, this is a race that is capable of creating force fields around the entire universe.
Yeah, but just one dude betraying them made the whole thing fall apart.
Yeah, because they're not.
It was more than one dude.
It was more than one. It was like whole
One
factions.
dude and
It was more.
an
It was
entire
actually
faction,
it was actually the con maker who started it, and then it started bleeding
one
down.
But
into
even
other
before the con maker,
started creating sub factions and shit. Yeah, it became a whole thing.
yeah, cultists and all that fucking open up portals past the universal whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we got like.
But
magic
how would
guns
it
and shit.
feel being in charge of the Sentinels? How would it feel being King Novak, knowing that you have to be a butt fuck boy for the con makers?
I don't have to be the fuckboy for the con makers. Or if you're in this particular case,
you said King Novak, and I immediately thought of the town from New Vegas.
if
Like,
you're actually
it's Novak.
if you're technically the leader of the faction and all, wouldn't you technically take the place of the con maker?
No, it's like
That's,
trying to replace
that's
the
a religious
Pope with the
spiritual
president.
leader, not the actual leader of this Sentinels.
So why would I be a bitch of the con maker? In fact, at the end of Doom: The Dark Ages, they straight up say they're not serving him anymore.
Yeah, but
don't
they
trust
still
them.
maintain the.
Also, I'm wifing up
the
Thera.
elites.
I'm wifing up Thera immediately.
Wiping up your daughter.
That's why. That's not my daughter. I'm not fucking King Novak.
I'm just gonna. I don't know.
You would be in
Oh,
this
man.
situation.
King Novak's the
No.
leader. If we're saying we're coming at from a
Doom
Paul
Guy definitely makes
Atreides
her-
point of view.
She
No,
and Doom Guy
you would
are
have the
definitely
same
a
abilities
thing.
as Paul Atreides. You would not be Paul Atreides. You're still you.
So
Keep the
you would
bloodline
have
pure,
two
man. Keep that bloodline
omniscient
pure.
beings
You fit
in
the.
the universe.
You'd be the role. No, you would replace him in the role.
So if you replaced
would
King Novak
replace
in the
King
role, you'd
Novak,
replace him
and
as father.
Thera would still be your daughter.
No, she wouldn't. You replace. I said you replace him in the role.
No.
He's not
Yeah,
there.
that's part of his
You're
role.
being-
existed.
That's not a role. A father's not a role. A father. You're actually having a genetic
A
tie to the
father
person.
is a role.
No, it's
A
not.
father is very much a role.
No,
you
general
guys.
is a role. Server is a role. Cashier is a role. A father's not a role. A
How
father.
would Thera exist
is
if
a
King
role, you
Novak
dingbat.
doesn't?
What the fuck do you mean? How
What?
it exists if Novak doesn't?
He just wouldn't
How
be
can
king
a
anymore.
daughter
It's always
exist
said that
if
parenthood
Novak
is the
doesn't?
greatest job
He's dead.
ever
What do you mean?
been.
I never said he doesn't exist. I said that
The
I'm
reward is
replacing
worth
him in
it.
his role.
You said, yeah, that's a king.
Well, he's not king anymore.
He died.
I'm not
just
saying
around
what
the
you're
time
not
he got in.
understanding about this situation. It's a very simple situation. You are in the role that King Novak used to be in. You now took his place.
So you have to deal with the Doomslayer.
Why would I have to deal with the Doomslayer?
Well, you're not a demon.
Because
You guys
King
are
Novak
cool,
deals
man.
with him.
Doomslayer kneels to you.
That's
if
only
you're
if
King
that's
Novak.
only if you're including the Doomslayer as a part of the faction of Sentinel.
I think he is, though.
I mean, he is eventually,
No.
but it would really depend on how we end up doing this. I mean, I think
He's
it's
his own
all
faction.
you can take Doomslayer out. And it's already the Sentinels are already pretty well adjusted and can essentially.
No, the
He would-
Sentinels would have
I
lost
don't
if
think they're
Doomslayer
not
wasn't there.
omniscient, though.
Against but neither is fucking Doom Guy. Doom Guy's not omniscient.
Yeah, but Paul Atreides is.
Who gives a fuck? Why you keep? Well, I'm so confused at these points. What does this have to do with anything?
Dude, they can beat
If
their eyes
you know
out and don't be fucking
everything, you
omniscient
can't be beat.
anymore.
I didn't say. Yes, you absolutely can. That's what the whole fucking story's about.
You just avoid
Doomguy
it.
can just, even if it has nothing to do with it, Doomguy can just fucking blind them, and then they won't have omniscience anymore. That's just how he works. If he thinks of it,
Also,
hard
technically,
it's
enough,
not.
it's not
Also,
happening.
technically, if Doom Guy is there, technically he's right because Con Maker is also omniscient, and he couldn't do anything to stop Doom Guy
Yeah.
from killing her.
Sure, but the con maker was actively what is the word I'm looking for? Antagonistic against the Doomslayer because he
cares?
was
That
human,
does
just
that
immortal.
has nothing to
Okay,
do with her
This has
powers.
nothing to do with the powers. He's saying that the Doomslayer is not going to. He's saying that the Doomslayer is not going to. Not going to kill
No,
him
no,
if he's
no,
not
no.
causing
You're
problems.
You're putting
Oh,
some
she's the-
words in my mouth.
No,
Are
that's
you-
what you
I didn't
implied by the
say that.
statement.
Are you
That's
saying
what you
Plot
implied.
Imply
Armor is
and
gonna
what I
protect
say
him?
is two
No.
different things.
No, but that is exactly that's the only implication that can be brought from what you just said.
But it's not.
Okay, then say what you
Sorry,
meant.
that plot armor is gonna protect them.
Uh,
Doomguy can
in Doom
honestly
Eternal-
bypass that.
In Doom Eternal, you have mortals that on the side.
I hear none of that. You're
fucking-
cutting off constantly.
Am
The
I? What
microphone
the
is
fuck's going on with my
Yeah,
mic?
it's cutting off every couple
No,
of
you're
seconds.
speaking bullshit.
Okay, so in Doom Eternal, particularly in the Ancient Gods DLC, you have multiple humans, factions that are like, "Oh, hey, we're actually gonna help you out, oh boy." There is no reason I see where you cannot take that role over as Atreides, Paul Atreides, or where the fuck, being omniscient. You could just take over that role.
Does anyone understand what he's trying to say? Because I don't get. I don't.
No,
I'm
I
not
feel like
getting
you
any of
just
this.
changed what you're saying.
Yeah, it's like you. It's like
And then he's saying
That was
the
about
humans
4
being
times
afraid of
longer than
Doomguy's
what you said.
factor. Like, what?
I think he's having a stroke.
he did absolutely change everything he said, and I don't know what he's talking about anymore.
I didn't though.
You did.
I definitely didn't.
You have 3
Polystrades
people
is
in the
omniscient.
chat telling you that you changed what you said. Just take their word for it.
They're all retards with no money.
I have money. I have a house.
Polystrades is omniscient.
That's crazy projection, man. That's crazy projection.
Polystrades has the ability to see past, present, and future. There is no
He does.
reason to
Irrelevant.
specify that you could not, as Polystrades, fulfill the role as who is that science guy in Doom Eternal Dark Ages?
Well, you can't
He's
fill it because you're not him.
Vega.
That's
But you could
irrelevant.
because you're omniscient. It's not irrelevant because you could
Are
just be
you
like,
drunk?
oh, hey,
Why do
this
you keep
shit's gonna
saying?
happen.
Why do you keep saying omniscient? It's omniscient.
Omniscient, whatever the fuck. I am
He did say he
drunk
was
as fuck,
drinking
thank you
earlier.
for noticing.
I can tell because the things you're saying aren't making sense anymore. I don't know what you're trying to say at all.
I don't think he knows what he's trying to say.
If you can see past, present, and future,
You're drunk.
and you're not Paul Strades, and you're just a regular dude, why is there any reason why you would not be able to fulfill or plant yourself in the role as any of the humans that
'Cause the demons aren't there?
Slayer interacts with?
Because the demons aren't there.
I don't
Demons
again,
are
I don't get what you're trying to say. What do you mean plant yourself in the role of the Doom guy?
He's saying he's going to use his powers to basically do something of a Doom guy ally
The basic
1-to-1.
imp is omniscient. The basic imp is omniscient. All the demons
Because-
can see
because-
all the timelines.
No, because the con maker can't see Doom guy within the timelines. She doesn't know. All she knew when she looked into the infinite timelines is that she would die by something, but she couldn't tell what it was. And she couldn't stop it no matter what she did. She didn't know the reason
she
why
could
she
see
didn't
it,
try
the
to
demons
kill
remember.
the reason why she didn't try to kill the Doom Slayer the moment he appeared is because she didn't know that was him. Because his existence literally blocked her from being able to see anything he was doing.
It's like a Superman Dr. Manhattan situation.
So Paul Atreides, despite him being omniscient, would not be able to see Doom guy. Not that he wouldn't even know that Doom guy exists.
I don't think Doom guy would go after Paul Atreides.
Not unless he causes problems.
Not at first. Not at first.
If he causes problems, he would. If he doesn't cause problems, then no. It would just depend.
At most, he's gonna be a nuisance. Like he's gonna try and tell the Doom guy to do this, and he does some other thing that.
I don't
breaks
think
some
that'll
shit.
happen though, especially with the way I'm explaining it. Where it's like, oh hey, there's this dude.
You're
who's
explaining it.
definitely
Everything just
way
doesn't
more
make
power
sense.
than me. Is it though? Because like the whole like Doom Eternal thing, it's like, oh hey, I killed all Doomans.
What
I'm gonna
role
go-
are you
All
taking
Doomans.
anyway?
Killed all the Doomans.
Humans. Humans. They're
I feel
everywhere.
this is very unfair. I am heavily
Well, don't drink then.
influenced right now.
Stop drinking, so people can fucking understand what you're saying.
Yeah, stop drinking, you fucking loser.
Don't blame
Ruga here
don't
is
blame your
staying up
alcohol
until
problems on
3
us, bro.
a.m.
I
You're
have
the one
not
who's the
blamed
most
the
incoherent.
alcohol. I said I was influenced. Fuck off, all of you faggots. Get
That is-
out of here.
That is blaming the alcohol if you're
Whoa.
saying you're influenced.
That's not. I never said those words.
You said I'm influenced. That's literally blaming the alcohol.
That's not blaming the alcohol. I did not say those words.
You said
Get
you
out
were
of
in-
here.
you said you
I
were
said
influenced.
I am influenced.
That's
And I'm
yeah.
slurring
By
words.
who?
That is not the same as oh hey, alcohol is the devil.
I didn't
There's
say
very clearly
I
a
didn't
difference
say
there.
alcohol
You
was the
didn't say
devil. I said that you. I didn't say you're blaming, but you did blame. I would be like, I raped that child. As like I was
You
influenced.
raped a child? What are you talking about?
I was influenced by Nazis to rape the child. That's me blaming the Nazis for for influencing me on raping the child. That's what that is.
I don't know about that, Chief.
That
I
is.
think you need to see God.
That's what it is. That's why the child was raped because of the Nazis. That's
You know
what
you're on something.
I know.
Get some sleep.
No, I would like to get some sleep. I'm just,
Nah,
talking to you.
the second my phone turns on, I'm gonna donate $100. Fuck off.
Okay, so well, I hope everyone
Hey, Gordon Freeman.
everyone can blame not getting a video tomorrow morning on Michael. It's Michael's fault.
Yes.
Thousands of people will not get their Sunday morning
No.
video because of
How
Michael.
dare you?
No, how am I going to stimulate my Rouga nerves now?
Masturbation might work. I don't know.
Are you
No,
gonna
that's not the
masturbate to
same.
Rouga?
What's up?
It's not the
I just heard
Listen.
someone's masturbating to Rouga.
Rouga said it.
I said it.
Rouga said it. It's not the same.
I'm
I
pretty
have
sure it's
nerves
you,
that I-
you Kazakhstan sounding motherfucker.
That's true. That was me.
I
I said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said I might have
Ruga's
developed
gonna
nerves.
masturbate to Ruga.
Who else would I masturbate to?
Nice.
A horse.
Love yourself, man.
Yeah.
More power to you.
It's self-love. That's what they teach in
Yeah.
Self-love. Self-love.
yeah, in
Obsessed.
Self-love.
Hey guys, if you meet a female version of yourself, would you fuck them?
This is the weirdest thing I
1,
joined
2,
in this
3,
random
4,
ass
5.
Okay,
Let's see here.
okay, we're detracting.
This is
The
what Cal
lowest
was talking
donation
about.
is 100 yen. So 1, 2,
I've been
3,
influenced by Mike.
4, 5. So if I do buy factions, I only end up at 2,000 yen. I'm gonna boost that up to 20,000.
For auction?
Yeah, he's drunk on sake right now.
Sake?
Isn't that what it's called?
Can you get drunk on sake?
Maybe.
I thought it was like drinking water.
No,
Oh,
habu, snake venom.
For breakfast, I had cola and chimney cake.
I thought it was really
The
strong.
rest, coward.
I thought sake was weak.
I've only known one person who had it. He said it was strong, but
I had it. I didn't think it was. But having
he's
said that,
he's a lightweight to be fair though. So
I am not I was not a lightweight.
That's crazy. Habu sake is way more potent than sake.
Do the rest, but I don't want to do the rest.
Hell yeah. Don't do the rest. Just stop.
What is even? I don't even know what some of these are. Yeah, like we're left
No.
we're left with all the ones that I don't even know what they can do or who they are.
There's Transformers, obviously.
Okay,
Wait,
so
what's
we
going
have Cybertronians.
Yeah.
That's gonna be
and space Nazis.
And then
that's
I think there's Killzone.
That's an S.
Cybertronians.
Cybertronians are an S.
Hellgas.
Hellgast from Killzone?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the second
man.
faction. Then you have the Destiny faction.
Oh,
Cabal.
Oh,
You
Cabal.
have a faction I don't know, and then you have the Terran from Starcraft.
Yeah.
Starfield.
The last three I don't know anything about.
I don't know anything about any of them things except for the Hellgast.
As for Helga, the
I've only heard of the
Cybertronians are
Terrans
S.
lore very few times.
Cybertronians are S, and then the Hellgast are.
Wow.
Shit.
I don't know. I can't even
What?
think. I can't even think straight right now and say anything
Because
about
of
the
uniform?
Hellgast. They're
Of
fucking
whatever-
space.
whatever it's
They're space Nazis. Where do you want to put the space Nazis at? I don't care.
Dog shit.
I would
S
say
tier.
I would say
S
B tier, and here's why I would say B tier. They're space Nazis, sure, but they get defeated by like 4 dudes in a jeep.
For real. And
Why does that make them as good as the
But they come
Covenant?
back. But they come back. They get
But-
defeated and they come back.
Just to give you an idea, the Imperium of Man and the Viltrumites are on B tier.
Below
Jesus,
them, dwarfs.
Christ, they're more like E tier then.
D
Yeah,
tier.
dog shit.
D
I
tier.
would say D tier.
D tier.
Comparatively,
D tier. D tier is where the Martians from Mars attacks are, who get killed by
Oh my-
loud music.
that is that you gotta have.
Honestly, hey, let's be real. The Viltrumites who played loud enough music would also face the same fate.
No, it's a specific
Man,
frequency.
Yeah,
I
it's
did not
Death Battle.
It's not just loud music.
It's from Death Battle.
Yeah, it's
a
specific. It's
specific
specifically. It's a
frequency.
specific frequency. And a very
So
high
quiet
pitch.
place.
I don't know, man. I just got done cleaning my single action revolver. I wasn't expecting this conversation.
You better get ready to taste that shit.
Don't try to fucking
because
flex on us by saying single action. Like, I was like, oh, look
It's
how
a-
I know my guns, because I'm calling
No,
my...
it's a-
Just say rifle, you
I'll
asshole.
go to my armory right
It's
now.
not a
to
rifle. It's
Mark
a single action
19.
army revolver.
Just
Then
make
just
sure
say,
you're
then
actually-
just say revolver. Just say fucking
Well,
revolver.
it's a little different because I have two different revolvers. I have a black powdered single
But we
action
don't know
revolver.
it. Yeah, but see, you don't have to say all that. You could just say you have two revolvers.
Who the hell says black powdered single action?
Yeah, who the
revolver?
fuck says what kind of powder's in it when they just tell you what the gun? Just
Mine's
say the
pink.
revolver.
Well,
Hitchcock 45
I'm sorry.
here. I got a black action single action revolver.
black
Are you
action
serious?
revolver. Do you give it cotton for it to work?
Are you saying you also have like white powdered action single action revolver?
But smokeless powder is a thing.
Smokeless powder is a thing, but I don't use smokeless powder in my Navy.
You're too cool for that.
That's why your shit sucks, don't it? That's why it's been overrun.
In
and
my Navy?
outpaced.
In my Navy. It's
Your
the
Navy?
Navy revolver. It's the
You're in
name
the
of the
Navy?
revolver. It's
He
the
means a Colt Navy
1851
action revolver.
So it's an 1851 Navy revolver, and it shoots a 36 caliber lead
Say
ball.
Colt, you faggot. Say Colt.
Oh god, I'm getting a rash from all the pretentiousness.
I don't know why y'all care so much.
You're the one naming it. Every care about your gun. You
Yeah,
can.
you're like named. It's like when you meet someone at a party who met a bunch of celebrities. They just keep name dropping all the awesome celebrities they know. It's like, can you just shut the fuck up? Just say you went to a party and stop talking about how you hung out with Diddy and fucking and J Lo and just starting to, like, it's just say you went to a fucking party. Like, just like, you don't have to fucking name drop.
Noted.
Bro, suck Diddy's cock, bro. It was fat.
Holy cow.
I just saw a short on YouTube, and then they showed this like clip from Gumball and Darwin, and they just pointed
Alright.
out that Darwin kind of looks like
Pause.
Diddy.
I paid like damn near $100 for this shit. Where the hell gas going?
I don't know. D, fine, whatever.
What?
I don't care.
Dog shit. Alright.
I mean,
where's the
I don't
next
know.
one going?
Below Predators, I guess. I don't know anything about the last three. There's nothing I can even say about them.
Okay.
Yeah, we
so
were
what I
literally.
can tell
They
you
got
about-
added, and then the people who added them left.
Yeah. So
What I can tell you about the Hellgast, because I played all the Killzone games, is the Hellgast are like.
we already put them in.
the
We already put them in the bottom of C. You're too late.
Don't they
Yeah.
only have one fucking planet? Put them lower.
Do
They only have one planet. Yeah, they're basically. I was gonna say is they're no more dangerous than the Locust from Gears.
Put them lower. Below Martian.
I wouldn't put
Poor
them below
Locust.
Martian, but I'll put them.
No,
I'll
they
put them above the Borg because I still think the Borg's worse.
The Martians should be very low, like the very last low. Like
They are.
Like they are.
60s
They are.
America can beat them.
They should be where they are.
They're at the bottom. It's okay. Everyone can relax.
You guys, it's just a zombie apocalypse.
So I got a
they can't
question.
even
Do you have the Nazis from Wolfenstein
I do not.
in there because they are also interplanetary because they go to Venus and
Not
for
to the
people.
level.
No.
They're one solar system. They wouldn't be any better than IMC with the Titanfall.
I guess.
They got some pretty
Honestly,
cool. No,
the
they got
IMC
some.
would be better.
No, they got some pretty cool. They got some pretty cool things because they have like magical monsters and shit from different planets, or not different, but one planet, and they have like giant. Like at one point, you have to fight this giant like
Super
robotic
robot?
wolf thing that's like the size of a fucking small building.
Yeah, when you fight it in the parking lot and you have to hide in the sewers.
I think maybe.
You don't have to hide in the sewers though. As BJ Blazkowicz, you can just blow it apart.
Plus, there is something to be said about BJ Blazkowicz and the Doom guy being related.
Well, that's only canon to
Them
the
being
Doom
dis-
1,
them
2,
being
and
dis-
64, which means yes,
Yeah.
Doom Slayer is related to the
A version
BJ
of
Blazkowicz
BJ Blazkowicz.
from 3D
Wolfenstein
Wolfenstein.
3D.
Well, to be fair, the BFG is referenced in the newer games. There's a whole thing where you go into a German lab
Yeah,
or whatever,
but the
and
whole
there's
young-
a
the young
I
codex.
appreciate that they
ruins
decided
it.
to upgrade the BFG 10,000 because from what I've seen, the BFG 10,000 is just like literally just the BFG 9,000. I'm so glad that they changed that.
The BFG 10,000, the one that blows. was
The one that
just
wasn't
powered
quick,
by
it's
the
literally
regular
just a
BFG.
rapid fire plasma rifle.
He's talking about the Quake 2 weapon,
Yeah.
not the.
No,
Doom
I'm saying,
Eternal.
I was saying in Wolfenstein, there's a scene where you go down into some kind of Nazi lab or whatever, and you read the codex, and the codex says that the Nazis were doing some experiments, and they found like they opened up a rift into another world or whatever, and they very heavily imply that they were making or building something that will be known as the BFG. Like it's a very heavily implied. So it's so the newer games do connect to the new Doom games. The Doom games have not referenced Wolfenstein at all, but Wolfenstein has referenced Doom like 2 or 3 times.
Wolfenstein 2 has, so I'm a big id guy, and if you play through Wolfenstein Old Blood, you can literally find plushies of the Caco Demon in the beds in like the bunks.
Sure.
Yeah, like I said, they like
That doesn't
Wolfenstein
make it
references
the
a
same
lot.
universe.
No,
Oh, yeah.
well, the
Yeah,
reference, we just have to hear Hugo Martin or
I don't
someone
think they're canon.
who makes Doom mention it.
No, I'm just the DLC he's talking about, or the game he's talking about, also references fucking Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls.
No, I get that,
Yeah,
but
they're not.
but I think the codex,
Collectibles aren't canon.
no, but the codexes are, and
Those are like
the
lore, yeah.
the codex,
the codex is
great lore.
the codex specifically
is lore
talks
and
about
lore.
discovering
Collectibles are
hell
just-
and creating the BFG. So I think
Because-
that you could very easily say that the Wolfenstein is made by Machine Games. I think you could say that Wolfenstein's is that the Doom games are canon to Wolfenstein, but possibly Wolfenstein is not canon to Doom because Doom has yet to have any correlation between the two at all.
Well, I was about to say that. So Doom 2, there's 2 secret levels where you play through the Wolfensteins, and it's implied by John Carmack in the original Doom 2 that those are all the Nazis that
No,
Doom
I'm talking about the
guys
new one.
create-
I'm talking about the new.
Oh.
I'm talking about
Sure,
Doom
yeah,
Eternal.
yeah, that's
I
what
know.
I mentioned
I know the
earlier.
old Dooms are tied to them. I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the new Wolfenstein games and the new Doom
Oh,
games.
Here's what I think is going on. So I think that the old Wolfenstein universe is tied directly to the old Doom universe, and since Hell is interdimensional, which goes to different universes, right? Because Doom has its own multiverse.
Yep.
The multiverse where Doom Guy saves Earth and Doom Eternal is the new Wolfenstein timeline. Same Earth.
Yeah, I could buy that.
Wow.
I could buy that. My issue is that they haven't actually. No one in id or Hugo Martin or even the games itself has referenced that. I wouldn't have any issues with it. There's just no evidence.
How would that even
Here's the
work?
thing: we
Like, how
have
is-
references to Quake in Doom Eternal, and Quake Champions is
It's
canon.
kind of
It's
implied
not.
that
It's really. It doesn't fit anywhere really.
Kinda.
It's so
it only fits in Quake. It really only
don't
fits
really
in Quake
see any
as
mention
the
of, like-
Dream Realm or whatever the fuck is.
Yeah, it's not. I like. Yeah, they don't really fit. I think they like the idea of it, but I also think that Hugo Martin has not. That's another one that he has not actually confirmed with. Like he's confirmed that Doom 3 is canon. He's confirmed a lot of stuff that's canon, but he has
Doom
not.
3 surprisingly fits very well before Doom 2016.
Doom 3 actually works here. I think Doom 3 works story-wise because, as we mentioned before, Hell is an interdimensional thing.
Well, not even that. Like,
yeah,
Doom 3 and Doom 2016 fit very well together, such to
Oh,
the
yeah.
point that you can actually see what is it called, the Soul Cube in Doom 2016.
Well,
Yeah,
Doom 2016.
in
That's
multiple
a
locations.
reference.
And
That
you also
That I was okay.
you
So
also see it in
to
Doom
be fair,
Eternal, though.
to be fair, I'm kind of lying because Hugo Martin has said he has said once that it is canon, and he was said at another time that it wasn't canon. So I think at some point he probably changed his mind about it being canon since he had trouble actually fitting it within the lore because it doesn't fit that well. Because the idea is that the demons within it are completely different than the demons that we have, and there's only one hell. There is an infinite multiverse, but there's only one hell. So the demons that appeared in Doom 3 should be the same demons that appeared from Hell and in Doom Eternal, and they're not.
The Hell Knight's pretty similar.
Not exactly. There's so many demons.
So a lot of
There's
the
so many demons.
But Argent isn't a
parallel.
concept. There's a lot of stuff that's just like there's not. I mean,
Doom, the
technically,
Dark Ages
no
isn't a
normal
concept.
dude should even be able to fight against the demons. Like no normal soldier, just like some random. And remember, Doom Guy's not in Doom 3. Doom 3, you're just some random Marine with no.
You're the Doom Marine, and
Doom 1 and 2, you can also still just kill the demons.
Here's what I think.
He didn't even
Here's
get
what
the
I think's
powers.
going on.
They're
with Doom
obviously
3.
very clearly weaker forms of the demons, though.
I think in Doom 3, the Doom Marine isn't fighting, and he's only fighting like maybe lower tier fodder enemies or weaker Hell Knights. And if we look at like the evolution of like all the Doom's games demons, and Doom 3 has very similar themes to Doom 2016, because if you remember, Doom 2016 was originally supposed to be more of a Doom 3 type game set on Earth as like a survivor fighting demons before they turned it.
So to be fair, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just thought of something.
No, go ahead.
To be fair, you do fight one big demon. You fight the Cyber Demon in Doom 3, but the only way to possibly harm him is to use the Soul Cube. So
Exactly.
I actually
That's
think
not
that
including the DLC though.
I didn't play the DLC of Doom 3. Why?
Remember in Doom 3, you fight the Icon of Sin, or at least a version of him.
You have the Icon of Sin. You have the sarcophagus that fucking Doom 2016, Eternal, and Dark Ages
What
have.
the fuck did the Icon of
It's
Sin
heavily
look like in Doom 3?
So in
'Cause
Doom
all
3,
the designs
it's
were
a
kind
demon
of.
in a glory hole. It's a demon in a glory hole.
Yeah, so there's two different types of DL. I think there's two DLCs for Doom 3. One is Resurrection of Evil, which you
I've
kill
heard of that one.
Betruger in, and that one's really fun in a gameplay loop, but it's super short. And then the other one, you just kill Glory Hole Icon of Sin again, like in Doom 2.
Yeah.
All three are
that
different characters, by the way.
every
You don't
sticking
play as
out
the
of a
same
wall.
Marine.
Yeah, but that's why it fits with Doom Eternal of 20 or not Doom.
Well, it
Eternal,
doesn't really
Doom
fit with Doom. It
2016.
doesn't really fit with Doom Eternal because the original Doom guy killed the Icon of Sin. He died, right? And then it's semi-resurrected and brought back by the Con Maker in Doom Eternal.
Through the sun.
Yeah. So at what point at what point was it resurrected and then killed a third time, or the second time, I guess, before it was resurrected in Eternal?
Hear me out. The way it could have been resurrected is in Doom 64.
And in another universe. Also in another universe.
I think
Right.
Well, that's implied in between Doom 64 and Doom 3.
So Doom 64, the demon, the mother demon, is resurrecting all the
Because
demons.
he goes back in hell.
Oh yeah.
So the demons you could be fighting in Doom 3 are the weaker resurrected versions before they completely get their juice back by Doom 2016. So you're fighting weaker demons in Doom 3, which is why you're even able to survive against them, is because you're not fighting the true hardcore demons that Doom guy was fighting. You're fighting the resurrected chunks of meat that the mother demon had resurrected. Because if you remember at the end of
I'm not saying this is impossible, but it's all fan fiction. There's nothing that's saying that this is true.
The only thing
No, you're 100% right.
Conjoin the games is the fact that in Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal you have the Soul Cube. If you want to say that's an Easter egg,
It's really just it really is.
That's the only.
It is. I would say it probably is just an Easter egg, but I mean, again, I think originally he wanted them all to be canon, and then as he thought about it, as the years went by, he realized how difficult it would be to actually make that work into a cohesive story.
I agree.
He started just being like, okay, let's maybe not make everything canon. Let's not worry about how it's tied to Wolfenstein, because like there's no reason to confuse the fuck out of that. Because remember, when he first made Doom 2016. He wasn't really caring about story that much. It wasn't until Doom Eternal that after he made Doom Eternal that people were like, ooh, we like really like this lore shit. And then he's like, okay, well, I guess let's lean into story a little bit more.
Because Doom's never been about story. It's always been about gameplay for the longest time.
Yeah.
Nah, the music definitely plays into story, like how hype
the music supplements
at
the
least in
gameplay.
2016.
Yeah, no, but he's right. 2016 wasn't about story. Like there was backstory and lore, and it was kind of cool, but it was like a side thing that you could dabble in if you wanted to. But it wasn't until really Doom: The Dark Ages is the first one where it's like, yeah, we're gonna go like full on on this story thing.
I've 100%ed Dark Ages on the hardest difficulty, and I gotta say, the combat loop in that game is just not.
Boring.
I don't know. It's fun, but it's just
I
like
I didn't think it was boring. I thought it was fun.
I think it's not fast-paced enough.
I do, but you can up the speed.
No, you can up the speed. I'm saying like the actual combat mechanics themselves, I don't like. I don't necessarily like dashing, but I like the old style of dodging
I like the
versus
dashing.
blocking.
Well, no, there's no doubt I like Eternal
yeah.
better than the Dark Ages, but I don't dislike the Dark Ages. My biggest issue with the Dark Ages doesn't have anything to do with the gameplay. It's the exploration. I think the levels are way too big, and I don't like how often I have to open up the map to look at where I'm going.
Another
and then
thing
pause and
that
open
kind
up
of
the
bugs
map.
me.
That was all annoying.
I think a big
Oh,
thing
yeah.
that bugs me about the Dark Ages is it doesn't tie into 2016 very well. I wish there would have been a point like I don't know if you guys have played it, but
it ties in relatively well. I mean, well, you also
we might get a game before, like we might
Eons
get a
and
prequel
decades of
game.
time in
Prequel sequel.
between, like
it happens before the Slayer
the original-
Testaments. It happens before the Slayer Testaments, but after the start of the invasion of
Yeah.
And those are the only two stories we get. So it actually ties the two different codexes from Doom Eternal together.
100%. I wish what I really wanted to see, which I think would have been really cool, is if they did like a Halo Reach style ending of the Dark Ages where you get put in the sarcophagus.
Yeah, see, that's what
That
I think.
would be
That's
cool
what.
as shit.
That's what I think a lot of people.
Hathor
That's what I think a lot of
Temple
people
or
thought
whatever.
was going to happen. Like I thought that we were going to fight Champion at some point, the biggest of all Titans, you know, or maybe Dreadnought, you know, someone like we would see how Doom Guy becomes the Slayer.
I mean,
but like I thought
maybe.
when they said they were going to do a prequel, I thought it was going to be either like how Doom Guy became the Slayer or how the Slayer actually like winds up in hell, and it doesn't tell either of those stories. Instead, it tells a shorter story that happens in between them, and which is it's fine. But I mean, I get it because it's actually at least it's a new story.
You still get DLC.
Oh yeah.
It's
A big thing about it too is like there's only so many stories they can tell in the Doom story now that now that they put the ending in there in Eternal, right? It's going to be really hard.
You could have a sequel. I mean, a lot of people think that the reason why they introduced the Cosmic Realm was so that
there's
they have
definitely gonna be some
they have
DLC.
futures. They've already announced that they're having a DLC expansion in the Dark Ages, the same way they had for Eternal with the ancient gods. So yeah, I mean, they're gonna.
Hopefully,
be
it's not like the ancient gods, though. Oof.
Part one, honestly, part one
was
may
great.
be
Part one was great.
the Doom Slayer
Part two
getting
was just
fucking what do you call that? Captured in the Category Sanctum, and part two maybe after the Doom
No, because I
Slayer
think we got a while. I think we got a while before he actually gets captured and put in that sarcophagus.
It's a couple.
Oh yeah,
it's an undetermined amount.
Billions.
Of time
It's billions of. No,
eons.
it's not undetermined. It's billions of years. I think if they're gonna release a DLC, it's probably going to be a relatively direct sequel to the Dark Ages. I would assume.
Oh yeah, I agree. What I'm hoping though to see from a DLC
maybe a
is
reason why
Doom
we
Guy.
don't see old girl.
I want to see Doom Guy team up in the DLC. I want to see Doom Guy team up with Thera, and I want to have a level where I get to play as Thera, and I want them to build. I want them to build up Thera as Doom Gal.
Maybe that's why he ends.
I mean, we do have a Phobos.
We do have a Doom. We do have a
Phobos.
Girl getting
in Doom Eternal, we learned
corrupted.
It's like three people talking at the same time just now. I don't know what the fuck anybody was talking about.
I'm not able to say anything at all.
No, you're good.
In Doom 2016, we see like when you go into hell and final missions to reinactivate the crew or whatever it is. They're very wraith-like entities. I'm just saying, like maybe like part 1 and part 2 is like, oh hey, there's the actual reason captured in the first place, and I think that'd be a nice twist.
I think it'd be cool if near the end-ish of the DLCs you get that proper Praetor suit from 2016 forged, and they expand the guy who made it, and then it would introduce.
Later, I think.
Well, it might be way later.
I don't think we're getting. This is the thing. I don't think we're getting any of that stuff because you guys are all talking about getting like retellings of shit that we read in the codexes. I think we already have those stories in the codexes, and the games they want to tell us new stuff that we haven't already read about.
Right, that makes sense.
Not before the Category Sanctum.
What I want to see and what I expect to see are two different things.
Yeah, like we're all talking about cool shit that we could see, like because the Slayer Testaments are really cool, but it's like. I'm okay with the fact of them being like, well, no, you already know what's going to happen then because we told it to you in text form. Now we're going to show you new stuff that happened in between those stories. So now you're getting this whole storyline, some of it in text form, some of it. Because, I mean, wouldn't a part of you be a little bummed out if you got that story and you're like, oh, here's the champion. Oh, that's him. Oh, here's the Dreadnought. Here's these people, all these people that I've already known. I mean, we've never heard of Azrak, and I actually really liked it. I actually liked Azrak more than I liked Davith. Quite a bit. I thought Davith was a real bummer.
Azrak actually feels like like a villain.
Yeah.
You know that Hell went through a lot of demon lords before Davith got reborn. So Azrak was a really nice addition. I also like.
Well, Azrak's not a demon lord. He's actually a relatively low level.
Prince.
Dude.
My bad.
Prince.
He's referred to as a prince.
He's a prince, but he's referred to as a prince, but we don't know how he's a prince because he's never stated to be Davith's son or any king's child. He's
probably just said he was a prince.
He stated
probably just might.
The only thing he's stated to be is a low-ranking member of the High Council, whatever the fuck that is. That's it. That's all we get from him.
Supported individual.
Mm. He's like a relatively like he's like he reminds me of RoboCop.
Yeah.
You know the dude who builds RoboCop.
Oh, scientist guy.
Yeah, not the scientist guy.
The
Bob.
black dude. The black dude.
No, not the black dude.
No, the executive that got murdered.
Bob, who gets killed by Red Foreman. Yeah. He reminds me of that guy. Like he's a dude who sits at the table and stuff and like comes up with ideas, but like you have Dick Jones who's above Bob, and then above Dick Jones you have like the owner of the company of OCP, and that's like Davith, and it's like he's just like this dude who sits at the table and he's got some ideas, but he's like the young up and coming guy. You know what I mean? That's Azrak to me. Like
he's kind of like an intern of sorts.
I'm not. No, not intern.
Has that really explained yet?
That's what the witch is.
He sits at the table. He's not an intern. He's paid. He sits at the table.
Okay.
But he's young and he's ambitious and he's up and coming and he has to earn his spot at that table. And taking out the Doomslayer was supposed to be his way, but instead he got blown up by Red Foreman because they got pissed because he built RoboCop. So it's like I kind of think that Bob. Whatever his name is, in that Bob in RoboCop and Azrak are very similar characters, and they have very similar positions within their sort of categories. I know it's a random comparison, but to me they just seem very samey to me.
You guys think that
gonna ask
the Squidward chick after getting blown up?
One at a time, guys. I don't know. One at a time.
I just asked if you think
I've
Squidward
been
guy.
silenced for so long.
Goddamn! Hold up, bro. You talking about?
Okay, wait. Gun guy first, then foreign guy, then drunk guy. Okay, in that order. Go ahead.
All right. So what I was asking was, do you guys think that Squidward chick survived after getting her guts blown out with the shield, or do you think she's just dead?
No, I think she's dead.
Blow out
She
all
didn't get her.
gut.
Yeah, she's dead. I think she's dead. I don't think she's coming back. Well, no. Actually, I'm sorry. We know she is coming back. Because if you read the codexes, it specifically says that the witch doesn't have a physical body, and that she's actually that the body that you killed was actually being possessed by what the witch really is, and the witch's real name. The witch's real name starts with a U. I'm forgetting what it is. It's Yusa or
okay.
Go read the. Well, actually, I got my fucking PlayStation right here in front of me. I can read it right now.
When she busted, that was just like the possessive soul.
Yeah, like when she gets hit and it explodes the side of the ship. Yeah.
Yeah, that purple goo was just her soul saying, I'm heading out.
Basically.
I'd leave goo all over.
The witch? Why the witch? Yeah. Theory I get. I don't get the witch.
Tentacles.
In case you haven't noticed, I got a thing for
What
Thera.
do you mean tentacles?
No, I like the idea. I like the I don't know. It was something about the relationship between Thera and Doom Guy that was very oddly romantic, even though it wasn't sexual.
Somber.
Not somber. Somber's like a sad sort of thing.
It is sad though.
She was the only person. She was the only person in the game that actually treated Doom Guy like he was a person as opposed to a weapon. And on top of that, And there's some really nice moments where like they like kind of look at each other and stuff, and there's like some sort of connection there. At one point when she's when he
but
finds
never
her,
actualized.
yeah, and then when he finds her and she's like being something like Azric basically has her and she's like floating and he tries to like bring her down.
The Wraith energy is too strong
The
for
way
even
Yeah,
you.
the
that's
way
what I've been trying to say.
the way he tries to bring her down, it is not like normal. He doesn't just like get her down. Like he like very slowly caresses her arm and tries to like very
He even
gently
hesitates.
in a way that he doesn't act like to normal people. And I'm like, how does he feel about this chick?
Dragging
Because
people
I feel
by
Exactly.
I feel like he very deeply cares about this woman, and like I want to know more about this relationship. So I really
Oh,
hope
I agree 100%.
I hope the
We do
DLC
get to
is
learn.
is them two interacting and maybe like a team up sort of situation where they get to know each other.
That'd
I
be
know it'll be difficult because he doesn't fucking talk, and I think
I mean,
they
he
need to
does
be
run.
they need to be more open
He
to allowing
does,
him to talk
kind of.
occasionally, but they need to be more open to allowing him to talk in order. So
I mean,
it needs to
I
be
just-
aura farming.
I just remembered that I watched this one video that they had like Doom, but like it's Doom guy from Doom 64. They had him in Quake. He has voice lines. Just one thing is that he fucking sounds like Shadow the Hedgehog.
You're talking about.
Well, I
the
mean, that's
Quake
how it is
3.
in the comic books. When he
You guys are
first finds the BFG, he talks about like, oh, the angel
He talks
blessed
like
me with this
he
weapon.
talks like he's like this tough guy who loves. He sounds like a redneck who really loves guns and violence.
You
Jeff,
realize, like,
those lines
he's
are cut.
basically just
They're not in the game. Those
Shadow
lines
the
weren't even in the
Hedgehog.
game, bro. They were cut out. They're not canonical lines
Yeah, but
in the game.
still, they were really different from the ones that were cut from Eternal.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Eternal,
Okay,
you
guys,
can feel
shush,
how
shush, shush, shush.
guttural
Let me read this real quick. This is from the game. I just opened it up. Okay, born from the congealed madness of the cosmic realm, Ulsamir, that's her name, known only as the Witch to the denizens of Hell, is a living conduit for the dark magic coursing through her alien dimension. Her current body is but a temporary vessel, fragile and fleeting, used to manifest her malicious spirit in the physical world. Though she and her cult of chaos worshippers have allied with Prince Azric, Ulsamir's allegiance is tenuous. Her ultimate loyalty remains with her own god, whose return she tirelessly seeks to ensure. Sorry, I'm tired, dude. I can barely see. All right. She trades with the demon prince in ancient... Yeah, currencies of power, blah, blah. Okay, you get the rest of it. So, yeah, her name is Ulsamir, not the witch, even though they never call her Ulsamir in the actual game. And her body is not actually her body. It is she's some like non-physical being that's possessing. So when she gets cut with the shield and it explodes, that's like the release of the true Ulsamir. Doom guy did not actually kill her. Maybe she will become the final boss of the next one, and we'll like get to fight her like actual real body or whatever.
I think she'll be the penultimate boss.
Oh yeah,
like you get her right before the final boss.
I mean, imagine we could use what's her chick? I can't ever remember her name. I call her freaking blue chick. Yeah, she spews blue.
Thera.
Hear me out on this.
So I've been
What
talking
if
about
they?
this whole time. It's Thera.
Yeah, I forget names. I'm not good with them, but
She becomes
basically,
Doom's wife.
it'd be
Doom guy's
cool
wife.
if her power, because it's like a wraith that is even beyond Doom guy's ability to control and quotes.
But
It'd be cool.
It's a very weak Doom Slayer. Let's be
Dude,
honest.
he just made me think of something crazy. Do you know how do you know how there was that whole thing about Doom guy's wife and child were murdered?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you guys.
Okay, I like
Doom
it.
guy had a wife and kids.
Yeah.
And
Calm down, G. Calm down, G. Calm down,
in the original games,
God.
he doesn't have a wife and
You guys
kids.
took so long, and I
It's
just
a
been
bunny
sitting
in the
here
original
like,
games.
God,
In his
Doom-
original
Doom
Well,
guy-
universe.
shush. Okay, yeah, but you just gotta say it, dude. It's not. I mean, it's a conversation with four people. Like you just have to say what you want to say.
I think that
it's just this thing.
The idea is
my brain works.
it's an interesting theory. So the idea is like he did not have a wife and children in the original games, but he is still the same. So what if his wife and children was not on Earth, it was here, and he ends up marrying and having a child with Thera, and then she gets killed when Sentinel falls. This would then tie into the whole wife and child thing that they reveal in Doom Eternal.
Yes, that's what I was.
That's actually solid. I don't like it because I don't want Thera to die, but it's solid.
I do. Fuck her.
Well, hear me out on this. Her whole ability being
Both
something we
ways.
don't understand
Fuck her.
might be the perfect way. Like that heart that she has, that's
It
like
might
steals
show
power
how
or whatever.
Argent
What if that heart
Argent power.
is the key to actually killing the purple witch chick because it can like absorb her into one solid surface to finally be
Because
destroyed?
they're from the same realm or whatever.
Be the
'Cause
one
they
who
aren't
fights the
raised
witch.
from the chaos realm.
Right, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Maybe that heart is the key to killing her as well, which is
Yeah,
why
like
she's
when
so standoffish when Big Boy Horn Boy gets it.
Maybe. I don't like the idea that they're gonna kill her because I like the idea that she's a Doom gal. I like the idea that she could possibly still be alive after the events of Doom Eternal, and that she's now mastered her Wraith powers and could possibly be
back to life.
similar to power as Doom Guy is.
I don't know about similar. Doom Guy's kind of.
I said similar.
Or Doom Slayer.
Yeah, well, she has the powers of a god in her body. She would
He's a
also
Doom
be.
guy.
He's not.
She's
I'm
a
not
Doom
saying.
gal.
I'm not saying she would be. I'm not saying he would be stronger than. I'm not saying she would be stronger than him. But basically, her being another god level being to a
Wraith entity
to a
ancient one,
similar
whatever the fuck it's
degree.
called.
Yeah, to a similar degree to that of Doom Guy, someone who is essentially his equal or similar to his equal, and who he has a long-standing relationship with, would be interesting. I would like to see that, and I think that that's better than just building her up to be killed.
To die.
Yeah, like I think I do.
I think the way that she would be seen, her death would be like kind of, by the time like she dies and Sentinel has fallen, the makers started using Argent power maybe, and her death would be like to show like her Wraith powers are like kind of outmatched by this new Argent energy that the demons and the con makers and the traitor Sentinel priest has started using.
I don't know about that
and
because
that's like
I don't know
a
about
major
that.
thing
Hugo Martin
that-
has said that Argent Energy and Wraith Energy are. He's never going to say which one's stronger, which one isn't. He says that they're supposed to be like the dark side, light side of the Force.
Evenly
So,
matched.
yeah.
Evenly matched. Something
is-
that maybe Thera may not have expected because
Sure,
it is a
that
betrayal.
doesn't change.
Also,
that doesn't change.
I like
the
the
fact
idea that-
all that lore is like Doom 64 prior, and Doom Dark Ages Eternal 2016.
Wait, what
where
what
the
lore
fuck
what
takes
lore
place
is
after?
what lore is prior to Doom 64 that we were talking about? We're all talking.
He's talking about BJ Blazkowicz from the Wolfenstein 3.
Oh yeah, that's
games. And
that's
who is it?
questionable.
Commander Zim, Commander
Keen.
Keen, yeah.
Keen. Like all that shit is from the old.
Well, to be
universe.
fair, they
It's
actually released the
all-
Commander Keen variant of Doom Guy, and the costume variants are canon.
And we know Commander Keen is
But
in the
that's
Doom
still a
universe
different
because
universe,
there
'cause
are
Doom is
so
a
many.
multiverse.
Well, there are so
Oh,
many
that's neat.
different references to Commander Keen in Doom, from original to all the way to even Eternal, and I think
Skyrim
even Dark
references
Ages.
in Doom.
Actually looks cool in that fit. I'm looking at the skin for
Like-
Commander Keen, and it actually looks cool.
And it makes sense because it's. I don't know if I can't remember if Commander
Or it
Keen is
might just
either
be a
Doom Guy's
mod.
dad or
I don't
grandpa,
know.
but it is like canonical that he is a direct descendant to
Commander
Commander Keen.
Keen is supposed to be the great grandfather of the Doom Marine that we see in Doom 1, 2, and 64. The issue is, like, even if we do that, the modern Doom games take place in a different universe.
Well, it's the same Doom guy
Yeah.
because the hell.
Yeah, no,
hell
the
goes
Doom
by-
the Doom guy from Doom 2016 is the same Doom guy from Doom 64.
And
Sure,
Doom
it
1
could be
and
like,
Doom 2.
doesn't change that it's a different universe. You
No,
know,
but
like,
it's the same.
it's
It's
the
the
same
same
guy.
character.
Universe, or it's the same but in the past.
It's
like
the same character.
Hell,
which I would
he
like
got
to say
jumped back
brings
into the
up
timeline, and
When he
It
kills the
brings
mother
up-
demon, she literally shoots him out to Argent Denor. That's how he
Yeah,
ends up.
it's
kinda
literally
there.
the same
He-
story.
he shoots the mother demon.
Yes,
shot him
but
back
I
in
would like
time
to
because
say
hell.
it brings up the hey, was BJ Blazkowicz also this what do you call that? What is Doom guy referred to as? Ancient one, fucking not a wraith, but what is it called?
Primeval.
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 Is DJ Blazkowicz a primeval?
No.
No,
Or is it
Doom
just,
Guy
like,
doesn't become a
intrinsic?
primeval till way later. So
No,
Doom Guy doesn't.
No,
no,
that's just the eternal
Hugo,
machine.
no,
No,
Hugo
he
Martin
was
has said that he's
made
always been a
by
primeval.
primeval.
No, he
Okay, well,
wasn't.
then that
He was not made by a primeval. We don't
It's like
know.
the Doom universe version of Jesus.
We don't know. We don't know.
In the Doom universe, he's basically Jesus. Like he was
Okay.
made, but he was raised by a human
G.
father.
We
I
don't
get
know.
it, G.
We don't know who made him.
I'm asking. Yeah,
Okay.
is it inheritive of the characteristics? Because we see the same characteristics applied with BJ Blazkowicz and fucking Commander Keen. Is it just intrinsic to his like nature as a living
I think
being,
they were just
or is
chosen.
it something and passed
Doom
on?
guy
or
was
is it
Doom
something
guy.
that
Well,
he was born with?
Primevals are gods that are created by we don't know who. If they're just spit out of the universe because a purpose is needed to be fulfilled within that multiverse. Doom guy was created because Doom guy was created just by the universe itself because Davith was getting out of control and something was needed to stop the demons. So he was created.
Is VJ's purpose not killing Nazis?
No,
Here's
he's
the
not
thing,
a
is that-
primeval.
You could make an argument that primeval just really, at the end of the day, could just equal your protagonists in your id games, for example, because each protagonist.
Because a primeval is described as a very specific thing.
No, you're right. I 100%
Force of
agree with you.
nature.
I was just saying that,
Force-
like the whole concept of the protagonists in each id software game, they're like all Mary Sue's in their own right, almost for the most part.
I'm sorry, man. I don't know your name. The foreign guy. I think he was right when he was saying it's similar to Jesus Christ, where it's where it's a primeval that was created because he needed to be created to stop the demons and Davith, but he was just born from a regular human mother, and he's just like a mortal who was born as a primeval. But I don't think that his mother or any of his relatives prior to that were primevals or anything.
No,
but again,
but
we
they
don't
were
know.
definitely some badasses.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that could be why the family was chosen, just because it just makes
Exactly.
sense.
I was thinking that.
I wasn't aware that you were referring to me as the foreign guy. Some people just called me here like as the blue guy.
Well, the
My name is
other
literally
three
just,
of us are all American. That's why I was saying the foreign guy.
I'm literally the gun guy.
I live in a foreign country. That doesn't mean I'm.
Well, I got a quick question.
Your fucking name. Hell of.
What's up?
Are you still interested on any of the lore for the Protoss and Terrans? And I could give you a quick rundown.
No,
or
dude,
you
it's
just gonna
the street. No, we're done. Sorry, man.
That's fine.
Yeah, none of us know what the last three factions are about. So,
Yeah, it's too late. I've been wanting to end this stream for a solid 2 hours, and Michael won't let me.
Don't say
it. I just needed to ask, just in case you wanted to or not. You know.
No, maybe next time. Maybe next stream we'll.
Don't tempt me. Like 2 hours now since I joined.
Yeah, I'm about to shut the stream down. This is getting excessive.
Yeah, it's 8 hours.
Yeah, we're just
more than that.
Consuming Doom.
Who the hell is Michael?
We're at 9.
Well, it's almost 9 hours.
We're at 9.5 hours right now.
It's 11
I'm
in the morning
resident
for me.
alcoholic. I'm Michael. How are you?
You were influenced by alcohol. We knew it all this time.
No, because I'm sorry. I started slurring my words, but I kind of.
You're cutting off also.
Yeah, you're cutting off still.
God damn. Oh.
He's
I
so
know why I'm
drunk,
cutting
he's
off.
making his mic slur the words for him.
Oh, also, I want to mention
No,
another thing
I
about
got
the
a
icon of
fire
sin.
alarm going off right now. I got police and shit outside, so I kind of.
I've been wondering about that. That sounds like a fire alarm.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wanted to like talk about the thing about the icon of sin. I've been thinking about it a bit. You know how in the original Doom 2, if you get an Easter egg, like if you go through the wall, you can see like John Romero's head, and I kind of thought of it as like in Doom Eternal, they use the heart of Valen's son as sort of like something to either keep the icon of sin in control or to even revive it.
Yeah, that's
and
something that
was
really
like,
needs to be explained.
That was a reference.
Because I don't get.
I thought that was referencing John Romero's head.
Maybe, but
That's curious because in Doom Eternal,
you need a human
only
soul,
stab...
like either a head or the brain or the heart, to like maybe control the icon of sin or just keep it alive.
They very badly need to explain how the fuck that works because it's extremely confusing whether or not the icon of sin is Valen's son or like did they use the soul just to resurrect the icon of sin? Did they use the soul to create the icon of sin? And this is a weird time loop situation. What is going on?
Question.
What was the necessary?
For me, I
How-
thought Valen's son is the Demon's version of John Romero, like how Dave Davoth is
No, I'm
the
yeah, but I'm
Demon's
not
version
saying
of
that.
Doom.
I'm saying like in the actual lore, how the fuck does this work? Like what the fuck was the what did
Yeah.
they do to the soul to have Icon? Like we don't even know what the deal was. But did the soul resurrect Icon of Sin? Did it create Icon of Sin? Did it turn the soul into the Icon of Sin? We have no clue. Why was the soul required if the Icon of Sin already existed in Doom 2 in the original?
Like, right. Here's the thing, Rouga, I was thinking about.
And why is it so?
How the hell?
So...
Why the hell did they need to resurrect the Icon of Sin if it's a Titan demon and they
Yes.
automatically resurrect themselves in hell? Why
Yes.
did they need to bring them back to life to
Yes.
begin with?
I don't know.
No, they weren't in hell. They weren't in hell.
No,
they
no,
were
no,
they were
no.
keeping it in the basically the basement of the Maker homeworld.
No, but he was
they had to
alive.
No,
try
but
and
it doesn't matter because they already they established in Doom Eternal that you have to have a crucible in order to kill it. And so like why did they need to sacrifice a soul to bring it back? Wait, shouldn't it be impossible to kill? The rocket launchers shouldn't have been able to kill it. It should have since it was like it needed. In theory, all they would have had to do is pull a crucible out of it to bring it back to life, because the crucible's the only thing that could have killed it in the first place.
Exactly.
I think it was just a temporary death. Like you literally shot rockets into the brain of the Icon of Sin back in Doom 2. It did have a death throw, but it only lasted for like so long. By Doom 3, it was still alive.
And then hey, let me put this out here. In Doom, the modern Doom, you hear the Maker be like, you can't save them and all this bullshit. As if the Doom 1 and 2 and 64 is the Doom guy failing to save humanity.
Yeah, no, we know that.
Yeah.
They're two different dimensions.
Well,
hell is multidimensional.
To be fair, we don't know it. It's a theory. We're not aware if it's a different dimension. It could just as easily be a different timeline, or just
we know
basically
hell is
him
like
just
multiple
not a different timelines.
timeline.
Like for a lot of another theory is that he's just reliving the same events that he already lived once. So like it's not a different universe. It's literally just the same universe, but he's just reliving events he's already gone through.
He could have been around for so long that the universe killed itself and revived itself by the time he goes back to Earth.
I'm just saying the Makers feel very too specific to be like, oh hey, this is your first time doing.
They really overcomplicated my boomer shooter.
Is it not possible that the sacrifice was just to materialize it in that point in time, and he didn't really kill it? He just stopped it from materializing completely.
Maybe they needed the soul just to make him come back to life faster or something. Maybe it would take too long without the human soul.
My point isn't that any of these things could be an explanation. My point is that they need to give an official explanation, and they haven't. So all we could do is sit around here and be like, maybe this, maybe that, maybe this. But the truth is that we should already get it. Like that's information we should already know. Like the fact that we have no idea how the whole story of Valen's son and them together, like that's a big story. It's an important story for an important character.
Because he doesn't even fall in
idea.
Doom the Dark Ages. He's still alive at the end. He's still fighting. He's in hell fighting.
Yeah, the sun is revealed. We see the sun at the end. That's another thing. We could possibly see. That's one thing that we could see in the next one. We could see Valen's son be killed, and we can see the fall of Valen. And how he like turned.
He was already using demon magic to try and bring Doomguy back, which I also want to explain. We know that Doomguy can't normally be killed. I was thinking like people keep saying that he can just bring himself back. I was also thinking he can bring himself back, but he'll be stranded out of nowhere. He didn't mean to go to Argent Dinner from hell. He could just climb back out from the land of the dead, but he'd be lost. It'll take him forever to get back to the Sentinels.
You definitely see after he blows through the gate with the soul ship or whatever, he's like in a forest and he's just being called.
Yeah, and that's because his body was also destroyed. He can't really go back easily.
Was his body destroyed? I thought because
he fell into the acid, and the only thing left was his helmet.
He did fall.
That's not true at all.
He did fall.
Very clearly that the acid. Yeah, but the acid very clearly doesn't damage his body all that much.
That's why he
question.
went into the purgatory after the
How
ship.
how the hell did the blood make his armor come back too, and not just his body? He should have been a
Yeah,
naked
it's
man.
very.
in that
Well,
it's
just
very
come back and
clearly
he's naked just
magical
like that.
in.
Yeah, well, a lot of people were telling me that he didn't. That wasn't his soul in hell. That was his actual body.
Yeah, that was
Like that
like
was
his-
that
he
was
taking
literally his
and
body
soul,
after
that's
he
the
fell
thing.
into the acid, which is why it looked like that. And he was
that's-
they actually
he was the
physically
only one.
brought him to hell, his whole body. Because when Azric kills him, he's like, "Oh, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna kill him?" And he's like, "No, we need a more permanent solution." Because even Azric knew that killing him wouldn't work, or he couldn't do it. So people think that after they did the thing they did and he fell into the acid, they just literally took his body and physically brought it to hell, as opposed to just
he's the
like
only
his
physical
nature as a
corpse.
prime evil.
Everything else, everyone else
Transported
is
his body itself.
to hell.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, man. Maybe he just sunk in the green goo and sunk into a random ass portal of goo.
This is my main issue when it comes to Doom's storytelling and stuff. Every time they show us something cool, I get like 40. I have like 40 fucking questions of like, okay, what does that mean? What, like, how did that happen? What's going on? Nothing's ever clear, and it's like
Even the dialogue is confusing. Like in Doom
Even-
Eternal, King Novik is saying that you can't save Earth, and then in the
Training
ending
timeout.
monologue, he's saying his testament, like, "Oh, you were always meant to save
Training
the Earth." Like,
timeout.
pick a damn side.
Training timeout. Even with that, like it being like, oh well, the Doomslayer's body didn't actually go back. His soul itself was escaping hell. At most, you could only say that the Sentinel's actions, specifically Valak's actions, only was like, oh hey, here's a beacon where you can respawn.
Yeah.
And even then, with it being like, it's still the same fucking. Maybe it's not the same sarcophagus,
that's
but
still
it is
that's
very
still one of my
clearly-
favorite character beats in the entire game. Is Valen
Oh
summoning.
yeah,
It's so good.
Yeah, him seeing the little fucking all the satanic
The
fading
Satan image
away,
and him getting mad and it being foreshadowing that Valen's willing to use demonic
and him
magic.
being like, and the Doomslayer being like, I ain't got time for your shit, fool.
Yeah, like honestly, if Doom Guy would have, I would say Doom Guy actually made a
Chaz,
mistake
hold up.
there. I would say Doom Guy actually made a mistake there because if he would have reprimanded Valen for his decision of using demonic magic instead of just giving him a nasty look, he may have possibly prevented it happening in the future.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
Doom
the
Guy
last time-
knows what
The
happens
last
when you
time
use
he
demonic
beat
magic.
up his
Chaz,
superior.
hold up. Chaz, hold up.
The fuck you call me?
Chaz? I don't know. Is that your name?
Chaz, shut up. Riga, what were you saying?
I don't fucking remember.
Yeah, sorry.
It's fine. I don't remember.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I am so sorry.
Chevy Chase or whatever.
No, but like the last time, I don't know if Valen is like in a superior rank than Doom Guy, or if he's.
I don't
like,
think Doom Guy
but
has
you
a
know-
rank. He's not. Well, Doom Guy's not technically a Sentinel, so I don't think he has a rank. At least not yet.
Yeah. Well, for the
Well, he
most
becomes
part,
the
we know
king.
No.
No, he never becomes the king.
King Novik's
He
the
gets
king.
a throne. He gets a planet. He gets a throne.
No, he doesn't. Where?
No.
Yes, he does in Doom Eternal.
No, he doesn't.
He gets a
that's
whole
a fortress.
treasury.
You're talking
That's
about.
his fortress.
You're talking about the Fortress of Doom. He's not a king.
No.
He's not a king. He's a loner.
Doom-
he's an introvert. He has a gaming setup that doesn't make him a king.
Doom Eternal, when you go to retrieve the Crucible Blade, it's highly implied because you have Doom, or
It's
not
because
Doom
he
guys.
has-
You have
when doors
Sentinel
open towards
bowing
the
down to
beacon
you.
of
You have
it says,
Sentinels
"Welcome,
that are very
Seraphim."
They're not.
No, he's
Oh,
not a seraphim.
first off, you can't keep talking when he's talking. You gotta let him finish what he's saying. Secondly, they're not bowing down to you because you're the king. They're bowing down to you out of respect. They also turn on you after you kill the priest.
Not all of them though.
Yes,
because we
they
see
all
in Doom
walk. They all walk at
Eternal
you
that
trying to
there's-
attack you.
Not those ones. I'm talking
It
about.
doesn't
the guys
matter.
in
Those are
first.
those are the same guys who
Before-
bow. The same guys who bow are the
Before
same guys
Ancient
who try to
Gods.
kill you.
No. Before Ancient Gods, and yeah, you can say the gladiators and shit, but still have guys, you still have Sentinels who are like
people bowing head
no.
in respect because you're the Slayer who saved them time and time again is not evidence that he's the king. We already know
But
that
it's your
Novak
faction,
is the king.
and you have
And
the
if-
fucking throne,
and if
you
Novak-
have a forge, you have your own
when he
city.
saw his ghost.
And if Novak dies, then Thera becomes queen. It's
Oh my
Doomguy
god,
is
you
not.
keep saying Novak.
Whatever. I don't care. It's fucking 4
His
in the
name
morning.
is Novak.
I don't care what I'm saying.
No, it's.
I think what he's trying
I
to say
lost
is
my original
you go
point.
from being
It's
you go from
Novak.
being superhero to supervillain. Everyone likes a superhero. No one likes a supervillain. You're never king.
Well, even
you're just
then, you
really
still
low.
have like loyal.
The only way I would
to your cause.
the
Than,
only way that
than
I would
Sentinels who
look
betray you.
listen, the only way that I would say that you could say that Doomguy is a king is if Shev's theory is correct and he married Thera.
That would explain
But
why
just
you
be-
have a
you'd
faction of
still-
Sentinels
you don't-
abiding by your like command.
Well, no,
It could be the
no, that would just be the
and
fact.
the
that-
ancient gods.
No, that would just.
And the
well,
ceremony
they're not
never
abiding, but well, you're
never
not king and ancient
completed
gods. That's for
properly.
sure.
Yeah, king, whatever word you want to put on it, you're still the leader of the faction.
Well,
Not in ancient gods.
King
Oh, in
Nubek
ancient god. No,
lived.
leader on the. I mean, you're not the leader. You're just that. You're just. They say in the codexes that you fought with them for years and you were their commander when you went into hell. They say that straight out, but you never became king. You do eventually. Doomguy does eventually join their military and becomes a highly respected member of the Night Sentinels. We know that he trained with them and stuff like that. That makes sense that they would have respect for him, but that's different than calling him the king.
Enough to have a whole like over 50% of the fucking faction split apart to join you.
It didn't split apart to
They were
join. They didn't split apart to join Doomguy. Half of them turned to side with the demons, and the other half didn't. That's not siding with Doomguy.
The other half never sided with. The other
Doomguy
half
was
never
on-
really sided with Doomguy. They were just against the demons.
They were against
and
the
so
demons.
Doomguy-
They didn't want to turn.
It was just happenstance.
It's,
why do
Doomguy
they
was
it
go
always
for
against
the
the
stated
demons.
in the codex that their alliance was uneasy. It's stated in the Super Shotgun in the Dark Ages that it's a symbol of their uneasy alliance and the power of the Slayer.
Yeah.
That's before
They never
Doom
fully trusted them because
2016
I
they said
think
outside.
no, that wasn't before. That was the description. Wait, was that the description in the Dark Ages or the description in Eternal? That was
Yes.
the Dark Ages.
That's
right?
In
that's
Eternal,
Dark
it's about
Ages.
Yeah, in the Dark
Yeah,
Ages,
the Dark
Ages, they very clearly have an uneasy alliance. They do eventually become closer, but I'm not arguing that they become closer or that Doomguy becomes some sort of commander or getting holds some sort of
Yeah.
authority. I'm saying he never becomes king. That's the only thing I'm disagreeing with. He never becomes king.
King, Lord, Baron, wherever you
No,
fucking
not
wanna
Lord,
call
not Baron.
it. He very
he's a
clearly
soldier.
has control of a
in
planet.
this-
He has his
He
own
does not have
throne,
control
he
over
has
a
his
planet.
own-
That's where I don't get where
Yes,
you're
he
coming
does.
from. It's not. No, he does not have
Or
control
a
over
city.
a planet.
A
No.
city.
Why are
A
you
city.
assuming
Yes,
planets,
he does.
cities, and like a kingdom? No, he doesn't.
I could see
I'll
him
give
being a
you-
bodyguard for a city, but not
You
an
just
owner
wanted
of
to
a
say
city.
something and you're
No bodyguards have their own throne.
He doesn't have a
in Doom
throne.
Eternal, you see, he
a
does.
really
Because
cool
it's his whole
chair.
crucible. It's his whole city.
Where are you getting this information that he has a throne in a city?
The whole Doom Eternal mission where you go to retrieve the crucible.
That's
not his city.
It's not his city. It's not his throne.
Then why is it referred to as his throne, his treasury?
It's not.
Why is
It's not referred to as his throne and his treasury. I
as
don't know where you're getting that.
person. He's not talking about
It
the
is.
Slayer.
It's in the codexes.
It says Doomguy's throne. No, it doesn't. It's the Slayer's throne. That doesn't.
No.
It's not said anywhere.
It says his forge. It specifically states it's his forge, and his forge is below the throne in the map.
Okay, so you're saying you're saying that a dude's garage, just because a guy owns a garage underneath a mansion, that means that he also owns the mansion. Theoretically, they could just be
King of the
renting out the
castle.
forge to the guy. Hear me out on
Sure,
this.
maybe he's not a king, but he has some fucking decorum.
so
he has
now
some
you say
level
he's
of
not a
command.
king.
Well, no, he's saying
I've been saying that.
He's saying that he might be a baron or count or something, but he doesn't have control over anything like that. I mean, he was in the military, and I think you could possibly give him maybe like a captain or commander or something of that nature. But ruling over a city or like having a kingdom of his own, no, I don't think there's any evidence that's the case.
I was going to reference that when he was in the military, he beat his commanding officer for ordering him to shoot civilians.
Any of the modern Doom.
And he was trying to avoid that with Valen because he didn't want to beat him up for using demonic magic. That's a different
universe, bro.
Because he was already on an uneasy alliance with the Sentinels. If he beat Valen up for that reason, and even for that purpose, they might not trust him even more because they'll just see him as unstable.
I don't know what y'all are referring to now. Y'all lost me.
I don't know what he's talking about anymore. All I'll say is Doom Guy, the forge that Doom Guy has was probably given to him because they know he likes to tinker. That's probably the only reason why he has it, is because, I mean, it's literally shown in one of the cutscenes in the Dark Ages that they give him access to a forge to tinker with his shotgun, his super shotgun.
This is why I hate having Asperger's. Like, the points just change so fast because of one guy talking over you. I was talking about when he resurrected, and now we're talking about some dude's garage?
No, bro, you were talking about that.
Yeah, we've been talking about the Forge. You jumped off to something totally different. We were talking about the Forge the whole time.
No. Oh my god. First, we were talking about how Doom Guy's resurrection, and then you mentioned something about him leaving Valen alone for using demon magic being a mistake.
No, dude, that's way back. We were talking about already. That was a while ago. I don't know. You're like way behind in the conversation.
Yeah, I was trying to hold on to that until you guys just shifted.
Why
to the
conversation? No, that's shifting. Naturally evolved. Like we're just moving on with we're just continuing a conversation. You got to flow with the conversation, not be a fucking brakes on it and try and force us back. Just continue with whatever we're talking about.
I know, man. It's just
I don't know, man. All I know is Doom Guy, he belongs to a city. He has his own forge. Above the forge is a fucking throne.
I would have to see that codex that says that it's his forge, or that like I don't remember any of this. I don't.
It'd be cool if it was.
It's where he makes the crucible.
No, I know. I remember the scene, but you're saying one of the codexes said it was his. That's the part I don't remember anything about it saying that it's his forge or his throne or his city or any of that. That's all new information.
I didn't 100% Doom Eternal. I did beat it on its hardest difficulty. I didn't 100% all the codexes.
Alden told me to interrupt somebody, so there we go. I just did it. He told me to. Blame him.
Interrupted argument.
Yeah.
This is a great conversation. I got confused midway through. I thought we were still on the garage, and then we weren't on the garage. Now we're back on the garage.
I mean, we were on the garage. Chev was the one that got us off the garage, but we were on the garage.
I'm thinking. I mean, it could support the theory too, though. I mean, that could be her throne, and she gave him a garage because she knows he likes to tinker.
I'm not gonna lie. I do like the theory that he's going that like Thera is his future wife, and they're supposed to get married and have children, and then like Thera's gonna die, and the child's gonna, and that's like that leads it, because the whole idea that I was always saying is him having a wife and child, which has been stated by Hugo Martin. We don't even know if it's even canon anymore, but that was stated. That would be a retcon because he was never married in the originals. So like when did he have time to have a wife and children? He didn't have one in the original games, and then he went to the only time he could be married is when he was in Argentinur. So I think it actually does make sense that he may possibly get married to Thera, have a child, and then she might die. But I don't like her entire character being introduced just for the purpose of being killed immediately.
I agree. I mean, if we think about it, though, I mean, he very well could have just had a family in the original Doom timeline, and they could have just retconned it in there because it could fit comfortably.
Well, no,
it's not what I prefer, but it could fit because, I mean, he did have a life before joining the military.
Not really,
he
because
did have a life before that.
I mean, yeah, but that life before that was he was in the military. He messed up
He
sent
punched the
off.
CSO.
Yeah, he did that. He was sent off world to be by himself. When he finally got back to Earth, his rabbit was killed. Like that's the story.
Right.
We see everything. You're telling me
Oh
that
yeah, I agree.
he went back to Earth and his rabbit and family was killed, but he just cared more about the rabbit, so they don't even mention the family. Like it doesn't make
Exactly.
sense.
I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, but I'm saying I could see them pulling something like that is all. I could see them
I
pulling
would
something.
really prefer them not to. If it was between,
I agree
If it was
with
between
you,
a
100%.
complete retcon or Thera's the wife, I would prefer Thera's the wife. But I would more prefer that they just have Thera stay in the series, and if they want to make Thera his wife, make them make his wife in the future. Or hey, shit, maybe they're married, and that is his wife, and Doom Guy currently in Doom Eternal is still married to her, and she's still alive. We just haven't seen her yet. That would be
Right,
cool.
because we don't actually have
Maybe in
confirmation that
stasis,
they're dead,
like-
right? Do we?
Hmm?
Do we have confirmation that they died by
Who?
anyone?
Thera?
The family in the picture. All I know is that they're
the
family.
The original idea is that in Doom Eternal, when the game first released, there was a picture of a woman and a child, and the photo was ripped, and the idea was it was supposed to allude to the idea that he had a family that was killed by the demons, and that's where his rage comes from. This was a retcon, but luckily a few days after the game was released, they released a patch which removed that photo from the game. So perhaps they changed their mind, and he's not married. He didn't have a wife and kid anymore. I prefer that they removed the wife and kid because the wife and kid was a retcon. I think personally, what ended up happening is originally Doom Eternal was, or Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal were supposed to be a reboot, and then they decided somewhere during the creation of Doom Eternal that they wanted to just instead make it sequel to the original games and not a reboot. That's my and then they tried to write the story around the idea.
That would make a lot of sense. Though I will say the only problem with them doing that direction by making a sequel is that Doom 1, Doom 2, and really all those Doom games were never story focused. I mean, Romero literally said that having a story in a video game was not.
Can I bring something up since I'm looking at codexes real quick?
Yeah, go for
Go
it.
ahead.
Yeah, that was before like Half-Life started doing more focused shooter.
I'm reading
type
Doom
of
Eternal codexes right now, and it specifically states that the Dreadnought came through the Hellgates, which I think implies that
you got cut off.
barrier...
I didn't hear what you said. You got cut off.
Oh god, fucking damn. In the codexes, it states that fucking Argentinur came under assault. They brought with them a monstrous titan, the Dreadnought, a beast to rival stature and menace of even the mightiest ancestral. The grotesque giant laid waste to all before him, crushing all in his path. This was a total demonic assault, striking at the heart of Argentinur as never before. How was it that the behemoth could pass through the demonic gate without warning?
What about
it? Doesn't that imply that like the dimensional barrier was for the Dreadnought?
Wizard, what are you playing?
Halo Doom.
I still don't get how people could say that Master Chief can beat Doomslayer.
He can't. It's full cap.
All right, guys, it's 4:30 in the morning.
We would never know through the night. Sentinels believe treason was at play. I think
we know that the
barrier was up before.
The dimensional barrier was up. That was the whole
before
issue.
Doom Guy became went through the Divinity. Because this is the Dreadnought.
Yeah, the Dreadnought should already be dead by the time the Dark Age is there. So yeah, I mean the dimensional barrier existed before. Was there a question that it might have existed after?
Caught off guard, the Sentinels scrambled late in defiance of the Titan.
It would make sense if the dimensional barrier was up before.
I don't think the Dreadnought was part of Azur's army. I think that was
that was just something. That was just something I said was a possibility. I wasn't making any claims that was indeed the case. Yeah, we don't actually know because we don't know a time frame of when Azuric took over the Doom invasion.
Yeah, it could be possible that he took control way after the demons started getting inside Archer
Jinxes
Dinner.
had fallen in battle, stood the Outlander, rip and tear. He roared. Ferocious in battle, the remaining conscripts of the arena stood in awe as they witnessed the beast who had once raged within their very now inside the.
It is also
Sentinel
interesting to me that
brethren.
Ezra
He
is
had
still
risen
also
where
one of the
none
few
other had
demons.
before, a true born sentinel fighter,
Oh,
the
sorry.
very best among them. But through the swarm fell before their Titan remained, for none could tame the behemoth alone.
It's like a riddle listening to him talk because it keeps cutting off every couple of words.
This was heresy for Semir, consent from the con maker, see for council. That's the divinity machine.
Gotcha. All right, let me. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream now because I'm fucking exhausted and I'm going to bed. And yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna end it right now. Thank you guys for showing up for the stream and all that. It's really cool. You were gonna get a video in 4 hours or 3 hours.
Not happening. Fucked.
Not happening. I'm going to sleep. You're gonna get it Monday morning. So that's and I hope you guys enjoy your video on Monday morning. All right. See you guys next weekend.
Bye.
See you.
Good morning. I don't know what to say. Sleep tight.
Oh man, I like.